If they're already operating, how are they operating without a license?
Because their license inadvertently got paperclipped to the back of Kyle's license.
Yes.
Okay,
So I missed last meeting to get them
okay,
off the
so
agenda.
is that our error, not
That's
his?
my error.
Okay,
An error. Yep.
okay. In that case, yeah,
Go ahead.
I'll second Sam's motion.
Okay. Mr. Gillies, do you own all your Roma Joes?
Just Gray.
Just
Gray and
Raymond?
Yep.
Okay. I've never been to an Aroma Joe's.
But
Do you have like just regular coffee?
absolutely.
I mean,
Yeah.
I have these young people that work for me and they love it. And they go get these wacky drinks. I'm like, can you just get me coffee?
So Monday
Yeah.
we have free coffee all day. Come down, iced coffee, regular coffee.
Seriously?
Yep.
Every Monday?
We're doing this Monday. We're doing
This
our grand
Monday.
opening this next Monday.
Okay.
I'm saying that again at the mic because the
Yeah.
mic's not
Yeah.
picking up.
No, so I was just saying,
Good
just
advertising.
is this next week we're doing our grand opening. We normally do it 6 to 8 weeks after we
Okay.
open. We're having different giveaways every day of the week, and on the Friday we give 10% of our proceeds. We picked a local nonprofit, which is the Waterways, to donate to.
Okay.
So,
Do you serve food?
yeah. Well, when we can get it. We're having a little bit of supply chain issue, just like everyone else
Yeah.
right now. So we're out of some of our breakfast sandwich.
Okay. Great.
And they're good breakfast.
Nice to meet you. Welcome
meet
to
you.
Raymond.
No, I live right down the street. So
Good.
a little plumber drive.
Great.
Great. All right, and moved and seconded. Any discussion? All in favor? Unanimous? All right. You good to go?
Thank you very much.
How come this says Teresa Sadak? This says Teresa Sadak Chair.
Because it was done, it was supposed to have been approved before, well, she started.
Oh, are our feelings hurt a little bit there, Joe?
I'm upset.
He printed the form
Off the
online.
website?
Yeah, before you got elected.
All right, consideration of business license application for Performance Motorsports. Is this the one next to the car wash? Auto Works?
I don't know.
Auto Works, yes, it is.
Is it? Wayne,
Yeah.
is that where it is?
Performance motor.
It's in that building. It's only one of the spaces in that building.
Okay.
It's the first space on the,
Actually, it's the middle space.
So you have to go around behind it? Or is it in front?
You go to the front.
you go to the front, the garage is in behind it.
back.
Yeah.
Right.
The garage is not part of this business. It's just the office space out front that's part of this business. And that's what,
All right.
that's what we inspected.
Okay.
Any issues there, Wayne?
I'm sorry?
Are we concerned about some of the stuff in the building, or?
So I added it to the report because there's three different addresses in this building, and there is 1253 front, which is being leased. There's 1253 rear, which is an automotive repair area that's controlled by Automotive Everything.
Yeah.
So, you know, there were some issues that we'd like to have addressed. But as far as this particular applicant, his space is in real good shape.
So why isn't it broken down to then, instead of 1253, why isn't it broken down to exactly where he's at? The license application.
Well, that may be his
He
address.
might know, you know, addressing issues. When he made application, he was renting 1253, but there's really front and rear, and he might not have known that.
All right, and another question, Joe, if I can. So you're saying that there might be some issues in the other parts of the buildings, but because one of my questions is like, I know, like if you have one business and you gotta have that wall in there so it doesn't go into another business, we've run into that on several different occasions. So what's different here that we're not having those fixed?
So he does have a door that leads into the rear area, but for the number of people that he's going to have in that front office area, he's only required to have that front entrance exit. And, you know, I looked at the rear just to make sure, if worst case scenario, somebody had to use the rear exit, just make sure that they could use it, they can. The biggest thing that I had for an issue at the rear was there's some ATVs stored up by the heating unit up top. And they don't have any gasoline in them. The tanks are all dry, but they're a little closer than they should be. So that's an easy fix for the owner of automotive everything next door to take care of for us. But it really, I need to work with that owner versus the owner for this application.
Okay, Joe, one more question.
Yep.
I know we had an issue with the other used car dealer over a little ways. Do they have so many cars that they're allowed to have out there? I mean, is there a limit on that? Or maybe Alex might know?
That might be an Alex question.
We don't have like a local ordinance that restricts the number.
No, not a local ordinance. We did with that one car dealership, though. Remember?
Yeah,
They
the one
actually-
across the old Raymond Auto Care across
Yeah.
the street. Yeah.
They actually, you're thinking of the one that had the limitation of like 25 cars or
Yeah,
something.
and Ray's Barber there. Yes.
They actually set that number themselves. So when they applied for the license, they said it would be for 25. So when it was approved, it was conditioned that it would be up to 25. So they kind of set that for themselves.
Okay. And this one, there's not.
Yeah, correct.
All right. Can I have a motion?
Move to approve?
Second.
All those in favor? Unanimous?
Thanks, Wayne.
You're welcome.
All right. All right, Wayne, I think you're all done.
Hey, all right.
All right.
Well, have a good night.
You too.
You too. Thanks.
Is Kurt LaBelle with us?
He isn't. He is camping just now and
Oh.
didn't realize he was on the agenda this evening.
Oh,
I can tell you what he sent to me so far, but if you want me to run over what little bit we know.
yeah, I mean, the website is pretty
Pretty thorough.
self-explanatory of what needs to be done. All right, so anyone 65 and over, please take a look at the, what are they calling it anyway?
It's called the Property Tax Stabilization Program.
Right,
The deadline is December 1st.
right. Applications need to be in by December 1st. You need to be 65 and over,
Eligible for a homestead.
eligible for 10 years for homestead exemption, and you must be a resident of Maine.
Yes. And it doesn't have to be 10 years
In the same
house.
town.
In-
It could be, right, different towns.
It can be different towns or different houses within the same town.
Do you have to apply for it annually?
You have to
Annually,
apply
it's
for
an
it.
annual application.
Yeah, and if you don't, then.
Then the taxes
it
go
would-
up.
It would potentially go up.
Right.
If the taxes ever go down, it
It-
stays at that down
Right.
rate. But you don't hear that.
No, that's probably not gonna happen.
That doesn't happen often.
Um,
The other piece, though, that we're letting folks know is that because the deadline's December 1st, the assessing agent isn't going to really review them until December 1st. The system, all of this came to be quite quickly. There aren't systems in place. There aren't a lot of things in place. We're not
Right.
really sure how physically we're going to deal with them. So if anyone calls, we won't have any answers to that.
This will be interesting for us going into a reval, because typically in a reval, and this may not be a typical reval because of what's happened in the market all across the board, you've seen, significant increases, but generally a third go down, a third are about the same, and a third go up. And so if you're in the category of go up, apparently it won't go up.
and there's no income guidelines.
Not
Anyone,
means tested at all. Yeah.
not right, anyone can apply.
It also doesn't pertain to this September's taxes. It's next year.
Next year's tax,
Right.
yeah, it's not this year, right.
Now, has it been defined? It was still kind of up, the last I looked at it was still kind of up in the air as exactly the timing on the reimbursement that comes back to us.
Yeah, that'll be
the
very
question.
important. And the other thing that I'm thinking is, you know, I'm sure they've done some sort of fiscal note on it and have an idea of what this is going to cost, but this is going to cost a lot.
Oh,
Well, the fiscal note I read had $8 million. And that
Yeah.
did not include
that's the first year.
That's the first year. Did not include the $371,000 that they've allocated for the administration of the program.
And was
Yeah.
that just for Raymond?
No,
No,
that's for the state.
I think they're going to be under budgeted on that, or under,
Oh, yeah.
that's way off.
when people find out about this program, they're gonna sign up.
Right, why wouldn't you?
I mean,
Right.
the only thing that, you know, where my concern is are we going to
Take a
be
hit.
potentially in a spot where we're going to have some fiscal issues come the end of the year, the end of that year, because we're not going to get reimbursed quick enough?
And right now, they have a deadline of the towns getting what we are asking for reimbursement to them by November 1st. So,
We actually
But
won't
how
know
long
about the
is it?
administration of this
Right.
and how well it's going to work until we do it, but it's a valid question and concern. I don't have an answer. I don't think anyone has an answer for that.
Because, I mean, in a worst case, in that situation, we may be in a situation where we have to go to a tin in order to get us through, which means we then have a cost associated with the savings.
yes.
You can rely on the state screwing this one up. So, yeah, we're gonna have to keep an eye on it and see how it
And I
acts.
wonder what happens if this thing catches on like wildfire, which it should and will.
Yep.
And so then if the resources aren't adequate from the state, normally,
You know this will get squeezed.
you know what happens. And then, another concern I have about it, though, is that if it does have to come down, or even if it comes from state monies, since it's not means tested, it's an issue where some people are going to probably not need this and be able to get it. And then there are people who would be struggling to pay their taxes, who wouldn't be of the age range and other qualifications, who would, be paying into that fund. And so, I mean, I get it, and I think it's a great thing, but I wonder why it wasn't means tested.
Well,
It's going to be a large amount of money.
yes, it is.
But I guess while it happens, sign up.
Yeah, and the applications are online.
Yeah.
We get them
Yeah.
right from our website.
Yeah, I'm on our website
And
too.
we have them printed in the town office, and we're printing the application along with the information sheet that the state gave for citizens,
Yep.
so that they'll have that.
Quickly, oh,
Yeah.
okay. Thank
Okay.
you, Sue, for stepping in.
So anyone 65 and over, or if you're listening and your parents are 65 and over, just notify them of this program. It's on our website. You can pull down an application and turn it into the town office by December 1st. All right, we have a quick claim deed.
Sue, you gonna take that one?
Yes, I'm sorry. Kurt had just gotten back to me again. James Floyd has come in, he sold his property and paid the $21,000, almost $22,000 in taxes that he's owed.
Nice.
So, he's ready to
Wow.
have a quick claim deed so he can finish the sale.
Okay. Can I have a motion?
Let's see, oh, no, we have to move on this, yeah.
There you go.
Oh, okay, there we go. You move for a quick claim deed filed against map 008, lot 093A, in the name of Floyd James E. in the Registry of Deeds, book 32517, page 100, book 35064, page 304, book 38553, page 64, book 33358, book 286, or page 286, excuse me, book 35913, page 190, book 34141, page 04, book 37080, page 32.
Second.
All in favor? Unanimous? Manager's report.
Okay, so we have confirmed dates for upcoming regular meetings. I believe the date we have listed has now been changed. It's no longer the 13th, it'll be the 20th of September.
Correct.
And then we have October 11th, so everybody all set there.
Yep.
Reminder of upcoming holiday schedule, Monday, September 5th, Labor Day. And another reminder is the annual fundraising shooting event at Camp Hines, which is going to happen on September 9th, and that's from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. So I want people to be aware of that. That normally generates some complaints. We have provided them with a butter list, and they're doing notifications. I think we put it on our website, and we may assist in other ways to try to get the word out so that people aren't alarmed by that. But if anyone's been in residence for any period of time, for instance, Sam probably knows all about it, and it's something they do every year. So that's coming around again. Other things I want to tell you about, the Main Street Sidewalk Walk project is on schedule. It should be completed in 2 weeks.
Looks good.
Interestingly, I haven't got a single complaint that has come to my level. I know Nathan's had some de minimis complaints, but Nathan and the crew have done a great job. The engineering firm, the contractor, Sebago Engineering Firm, and Glidden Paving doing the work. I think it looks spectacular. I think it's going to be a super improvement for the town. The only question I've gotten, and I've gotten it from a half a dozen people now, is are we getting streetlights? The answer is no, not now, but it's something that could be considered, you know, in the future, but that's not part of the program. But so I've not had a single person say that they are unhappy about it, which is good news. We're seeking a full-time human resource officer, finance assistant, and that advertisement's posted on the website. It's posted in the local weekly papers. And so Rita Terrio, who's been with us for a long time, I think about maybe 18 years or so, is retiring. So good for her, and we're looking for someone to come into that position. So if you're interested, please apply. The town report finally is available. It's finally available, and it has an audit report in it, right? So that's a good thing.
And I forgot to bring the select board.
You've had to bring them, but that's okay. We'll get them in their boxes. So Kevin tells me that he's working with the library, some things that are happening there. They're going to get the full complement of town technology. They got only a partial one now because Kevin's done it on a volunteer basis for years, but they're getting their automatic locks, new phones. They're getting video security and all that entails. And this one you'll really like. We're getting a fiber link between the town office and the fire station that's going in, and apparently it's going in tonight, which is why we don't have the connection to the outside world on television, because they're splicing the connection, and apparently they cut our fiber connection tonight. So that will be fixed, and we'll be broadcasting live next time. We have an RFP, and because Rolf's on the CoLab group, and so the RFP for broadband is, I'm told by Kevin, they're making a few minor changes, and it's going out next week or the week after, so we'll start to see proposals back, town-specific, on what it might take to install broadband infrastructure by town. So that's very exciting, and that's all.
Great. Selectman comment.
Do you need me to come in and sign those quitclaim deeds, or are you guys good?
No, you got a quorum, we're all set.
All right.
I just want to thank Kathy Goslin and Raymond Rescue. I did a pediatric vaccination clinic a couple of weeks ago, and I needed some epinephrine 1000 in a vial, and I could not get any, so they were kind enough to let me borrow one. I never used it, thank God. No one passed out on me, and so I was able to return it intact, and thank you so much for doing that. We spoke to the department, the rescue department in the town where I did this clinic, and they refused us. And I'm like, okay. But anyway, we did 181 vaccinations that day, and we did probably about 70 children. So it was a very successful clinic.
Good.
All right. So thank you, Kathy, and your crew. Very, very appreciative. Can I have a motion to go into executive session?
So moved.
Move to go in, yeah, pursuant to 1 MRSA 405-6E.
Okay.
Second.
All in favor? All right. We're in executive session.
No, you're.
Bill, let me know.
I don't know if you can.
All set.
All right.
Move to come out of
Okay.
executive session.
Do I have a second? All in favor? Thank you.
Move to adjourn.
Second.
All in favor? Thank you.
Okay, so welcome to the first organizational meeting of the Comprehensive Plan Committee. The first order of business has just been happened. We've called the meeting to order. The members that are present have been sworn in. I would like to tell the committee, for one, you'll have name tags next time as soon as Deputy Mason finds where they are. And one member of the committee, Bill Frazier, has already resigned. You'll still see him on things to sign tonight because the selectmen haven't accepted his resignation as yet, but he had some health concerns, so, and not, just, I'll leave it at that. So he's not going to be able to do the committee. I did send out just a standard type of agenda to all the committee members, just to get us started. The first order of business is election of officers. And is there any nomination for chair?
No, just in the interest of getting to know one another, I'd like to move to table that until maybe another meeting or two, just so we can get to know one another, work with one another, because the leadership of this organization is going to guide it for the next 2 years here.
Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Any discussion? I have one thing that I will say, if that is the case, the committee is going to have to set the agenda before this meeting ends, so that we'll know what to do next, because that's part of the purpose of the chair, so I can bounce an agenda off the chair.
And this is a little unusual circumstance. I mean, this is a committee that hasn't been in panel for 14 years or something, you know. So, I certainly appreciate your point. I think it's a good one, but, we have the practical matter of having to have somebody to coordinate with. So, a few meetings, 3 meetings, not an issue, but at some point we need to have, a chair. And the chair has really no more power, I guess, than anybody else, other than, perhaps, hopefully representing the interests of the committee and setting the agenda based on the meetings. I mean, it'll become obvious in the meeting what you want to do, I hope. And then we'll put that on the agenda and off we go.
Is there any sense of having a chair just for this meeting, a temporary chair?
It sounds like you can run it.
I can run the meeting. Yeah.
No, that's a good point.
Yeah, that's how we'll do it.
I nominate Sue for a temporary chair.
I'm not a resident, so I can't be a temporary chair. So all those in favor of the motion on the floor? Thank you, it's unanimous. So the new business, the first is consideration of adopting the remote meeting participation policy. This is a policy that the state basically came up with, or it's possible MMA wrote it, it's been a while now, that allows committees to use remote means to come to the meeting and participate in the meeting. If you don't adopt this policy, then all your meetings will be in person. If you do adopt it and someone is away for business, they can Zoom in. If you needed consultants that were out of town, it can be a little less expensive. So, I'm not trying to advocate for the policy. I just want you all to know that there are some benefits. There are some downsides. Sometimes the technology has some interesting things, especially if Spectrum decides to go south or anything. So there are ups and downs to it. Sometimes people prefer to be Zoom, some prefer in person. We can do hybrid meetings, but we can't do hybrid meetings. And by hybrid, I mean some people on Zoom, some people here. But we can't do those without this policy. So.
Move to adopt the policy as presented.
Second.
Any discussion? Or any further questions? All those in favor? Unanimous. Thank you. And then next is pretty much a wide open discussion of next steps, where we go from here. The one thing I will say is that, oh, actually, next step is to pass this around. If you can each sign where your name is, that's the policy for the remote participation policy. I did begin today
I'm not,
going out and
Hired
looking
hand.
at what kind of resources you might have as a committee for planning. Not saying you're going to do that, but I wanted to start finding out what's out there. And I can email out the list that I've come up with. It was just this afternoon, so there wasn't time to get it to you before the meeting. I've also started collecting some sample RFPs if you decide you need to go to RFP. I've gotten one from Gray, Kennebunk, Saco, South Portland, and York. So,
Planners?
yeah, no, well, an RFP to go out to find planners, yes.
I think you're a ways away from issuing an RFP.
Yes.
I think along the line of getting to know one another, you probably want to take a look at the old plan and organizationally decide, how you want to approach this thing. And I think maybe you have a general idea of where you're going before you go out looking for a consultant. But after we do the RFP, we'll get hopefully some responses, and you'll be conducting interviews and selecting a consultant. This comprehensive planning and planning in general business isn't what it was, a decade or more ago. And state planning office is gone now, and so it used to be a requirement of towns, and so towns, I've been doing this for 40 years roughly, and I've been through several of these, usually in 10-year increments, and although it's not something that's required, it's something that is, I think, an essential component of the community. If you don't have some sort of a semblance of a direction, goal, roadmap of where you want to go, you're probably not going to have a very, I think, directed journey as you try to achieve any goals for the town. So I think it's a great thing, and I'm glad we're finally doing it, but we're not going to have the kind of support we used to have from the state, and there aren't as many consultants, but there are consultants, and we'll find a good one.
Just to take us off track, I'd like to spend a little time having everybody introduce themselves,
Yes.
a little
That's a
background,
wonderful
who they are, what they do, why they decided to suffer through this process. We can start up with John.
Wow, what an honor. John Rand, been in Raymond since 1986, and family's been in town since 1944. Wife and I raised our two kiddos here. They're all went through the schools, and they're working in Portland now. And been involved in the '89 comp plan, which my folks are involved with, the Brad's 2004 plan, and was also involved in Raymond Waterways and Raymond Conservation Commission for a decade and a half or so, and believe in the process. And good planning takes good minds and dedicated folks that are here for the long haul. And that's what I'm seeing all around the table here, and look forward to working with everybody to do some good visioning and keeping our speeches concise with this big group, and working with a planner. And I trust we can find a good one to help us stay on track and make a good direction for Raymond.
My name's Danelle Maloney. I've lived in Raymond for 7 years now. I have 3 kids who are starting to go through the system. They're 6 and under. So I am an attorney downtown in Portland. I started working with the town on some cases that I'd been doing, and I just enjoyed being a part of the town that I was living in. So I was looking for an opportunity to get more involved, and thought that this was probably the best option, even if it wasn't one of the only options with the town available at that time. So I was excited to jump on and keep moving.
What firm are you with?
I'm with Drummond and Drummond.
Alan Mccurtin. No,
Yeah.
Alan?
I've heard the name. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, Drummond and Drummond.
No, Drummond and Woodson.
Horace.
Horace, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm Brad Mccurtin. I've had property here in Raymond since 1980, and I think I moved here in 86 or 87, and grew up in Portland, 4th generation Maine but I haven't been here in Raymond as long as John's family has been. And John and I and Greg Foster were on the committee. I think that's it. Back, when did we start? 2001, I think. It was late 2001 is when we started it. And I was really pleased to see both John and Greg back on. It's a great committee. But as I've looked at the resumes of this one, I think this one can be an even better committee here. I've been involved in a lot of nonprofit organizations over my career. I won't bother going into them, but I love getting involved, whether it's at the community level or just nonprofits. And I've been involved in a lot of strategic plans, including co-chairing this one when we did it
Check, check, check.
with them.
Good evening. Welcome to the Selectmen meeting for October 11th, 2022. We do have a quorum. One of our selectmen is joining us by Zoom, hopefully. We'll start with the agenda. Approval of the previous meeting minutes.
We need to make a correction under section
D. That would be 4D.
Under section, yeah, under 4D. The motion, it was the motion to table until the next meeting, not till November 2nd, so.
Okay.
So it's the next meeting, October 11th. And I'll second that.
Moved and seconded. As amended. All those in favor? Unanimous. Resolution for reinvesting RBL funds.
Do you want to add that on here as a new item?
What?
The agenda?
Yeah, we'll get that new. We're gonna do it under the quick claim deed. So, okay. All right. Kathy Goslin, you're up.
All right, Kathy Goslin, the Director and Finance Assistant. I'm here in place of Cherise tonight. She is returning from vacation. She's probably in an airport right now. But she wanted to get this settled. So we received a check from the town in July, and it was part of the MOU where they would turn over their monetary assets to us. So we minus the $15,000 that they kept for startup costs. So we received a check for $129,633.75.
But you got that check from the library,
We
not
got
from
the
the
check
town.
from the library
Not from
to the town.
To the
Yes,
town.
sorry.
Okay.
So we now have the funds in the town's general account, and Sharice is just anxious to get it settled as to what we're going to do with it. So she did some investigation. She started with our bank, Androscoggin, and they don't do these security ones, mutual funds. So she researched options and came up, her recommendation is we go with a multi-bank security through Norway Savings Bank. No, not through Norway Savings Bank.
No.
But the MBS.
MBS, the multi-bank securities thing.
So she wants to go with that. They have a negative minimum balance. They don't charge any fees. They have a third party for safekeeping records and all of that. So she thought that was be a good way to go with this. Falmouth, Waterville, and Ellsworth all use it, those towns. They get paid on the underwriting fee by issuers. The underwriting spread, it's usually a 3-year CD. and the agency pays about $250 a bond, so a $250,000 CD would pay their firm $625. So it's not coming out of ours, but it's coming out of the investments.
What do they invest in? I mean, are these like, they're not investments in the stock market, I hope?
No, they do
These
more
are-
the federal home loans. So it's the bank loans that they're doing for home mortgages and that. And she thought that was a safer asset for them, direction to go in.
Is it, can I ask
Yeah.
why, I guess why I'm totally like in the blind on all of this? Is it just to take the money in instead of just like holding it for the library, or is
Well,
it just
we took in the money from the library, and now we're going to, invest it in, an instrument that would be appropriate for the town. The stock market, no.
Yeah.
But, legally, I guess required to stay within certain parameters or to certain instruments.
Right.
So that's what we're saying, is that we want to invest the money, as we do with the other towns'
Right.
funds. We have another trust manager.
Still remains as an asset, but we'd be earning interest on it.
Right.
And it's a little safer than some of the other accounts, as Dawn mentioned, that,
Right.
go up and down and up and down.
Would we do this with any other money that's coming in, just because it's a lump sum? Is that why we would invest it?
We want to keep this separate
Separate.
That's why-
So it's still an
from
asset
the
for the
regular
library.
town investment accounts.
Correct.
Correct.
And
And there's no issue on partial withdrawals and things,
She said there's no fees on there.
okay? Because the 129, you're not going to put that full amount in there because we've already allocated certain funds out of that for this year's budget. So you're not putting the full 129 in.
I don't
I think we
Sharice knows
took-
that.
Okay?
I think we
What
took
did
half
take
of it, like
No, we took
65,
60.
60
I think it
or
was
60.
There are no fees, but it might be good to look and see if there are withdrawal penalties too. That's a good point.
Yeah, when it comes to
I
this stuff,
don't
I'm
have
absolutely
that.
blind. on it.
Are they guaranteeing any rate of return? Is there a
No,
minimum rate
not
of
in
return?
the information
think
that
so.
I have.
Well, I would say we need to have a little more information.
She did,
The person who did the research is Sharice, so
Right.
we can, I guess, ride on this till next meeting if you'd like to do that.
I think Sharice is also thinking we had the 129,000 minus
Yeah.
the 15,
Right.
but then using that money, yeah.
yeah, I
We
I know
took-
she's
we
thinking
took
it's
half of it.
129. So you took 60K out.
It was either 60, 65, I can't remember.
But I mean, that would, check the warrant article. It was
Yeah.
just a warrant article, what was going into this year's budget.
But I would ask for a minimum rate of return, any early withdrawal penalties, If they do invest in mortgages, through who? I mean, if it's Sally Mae or Fannie Mae, you want to be careful. Yeah,
Everything you gotta be careful on right now. It's
right,
bad.
so, and, I mean, treasury bonds are now at, 10-year treasury bonds at 3.9 right now, 3.8. That might be a decent investment and pretty safe. So, I think we need to do a little more research on this. Have our answers, our questions
Yep.
answered.
Well, and if it's not the 129, and it's the 66,000, 65,000, whatever, is that something we still want to do?
Invest? Yeah, oh yeah.
Okay.
I mean, you want to get a rate of return, but yeah, you should be getting a minimum 3.5% rate of return right now, minimum. And it should be guaranteed, so.
Okay. No, yeah. I'm good. All right. So
And when and if you do sign to do this, we would just have to have the resolution signed
Yep,
um,
we can do
in
that
the
at the next meeting.
non-corporation form.
Yeah, we can do
to
that at the
certify
next
it.
meeting, yeah. Okay, so let's have a motion table till the next meeting.
So moved.
second.
All in favor? Okay, thanks Kathy.
You're welcome.
All right, quick claim deeds. Sue Carr, you're up.
I think the quitclaim deed was for Martin Crowder.
Yep.
He passed away, and his son Ben has come in and paid all the taxes, and he's taken over the house and everything, so
Is Ben living there now?
I believe so.
Okay. All right.
Motion to approve the quick claim, not quick claim,
Yeah.
the short form quick claim
Yep.
deed on the estate of Crowder Martin, book 37079, page 267, book 38553, page 21.
Have
Yeah.
a second?
Second?
All those in favor? Okay, you have the paperwork there, Don?
Yep. Under all the lifesavers.
Mr. Chair, did you take C out of order purposefully?
C.
You skipped the consideration of the foreclosed property.
That's not on this one.
You mean the email we just got?
Well,
No, he's adding it on.
well, it's in the agenda.
It is?
Yeah.
Mhm.
B.
It's B. Consideration of.
Oh, okay.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I see that.
How do I print this out and then get that? All right. All right. The foreclosed property for Mr. Rinaldi.
Oh.
Is
Mr.
that what we're
Rinaldi.
discussing right now?
Yes.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Okay. We all saw the email from Mr. Rinaldi again. I called him. He didn't pick up his phone. I couldn't leave a message. His voicemail was full.
Mm-hmm.
I sent him an email to try and get him to respond. He did not until he sent both of you an email, right?
Yeah.
Now, in that email, if I can find it,
That's recent.
it was just sent a while ago.
Yep. He says, here.
I got it. I just want to get confirmation that I'm all set with my payment plan. We have a binding contract in place, his words.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm about to pay November, but wanted to make sure everything is good. This email was sent Friday, October 7th. I'm not happy that you guys claimed you were just trying to get my land back to me, then tried to take it again, even though we have a fully enforceable contract and I'm paid up till November. Now, speaking earlier, he's admitting that there's a contract.
Mm-hmm.
Even though it's not notarized.
Right.
Okay,
Right.
but he's admitting there's a binding contract. So the suggestion from Selectman Olson was, if he's admitting to a binding contract, that we have his word that he thinks we have a contract. And as long as he's making payments, we don't need to foreclose. Now our policy, and I'm trying to get him to work with us, but he won't.
He just won't, no.
Right. Our policy says we need to have a notarized contract. That's the only thing missing. He's claiming we have a binding contract, and if we take him at his word, we have a binding contract.
Okay.
So,
Well, and he's saying in here too, the contract doesn't state it needs to be notarized to be binding, but he is saying it is binding.
Right.
So yeah.
I mean, he stated in multiple written communications that it's a binding agreement.
so here's what we would like you to communicate back to Mr. Rinaldi.
Okay.
We're going to take you at your word that you have a binding contract. As long as you continue to make payments, we will not seize the property. If you miss any payment, since we require a notarized contract, we will take action.
Okay.
Okay?
All right. Perfect.
Clear enough?
Yep.
Right? Everybody agree with that?
Yep.
Okay.
All right. Thank you.
All right, Sue. Thanks.
Good luck. Oh, Sue, don't go anywhere. Isn't Sue
Yeah,
a car?
doesn't she want to stay so she can get appointed?
Don't you want to be appointed?
You'll be appointed in absentia.
The last item I think we have is appointment of the warden, right?
That is it.
Okay.
Motion to approve Sue Carr.
And if I could,
Yeah.
this is a position that Sue took on now a few years ago. and has literally taken it and run with it. She doesn't really even need me, though I know she doesn't want me to not be there. She's threatened to wrap me in bubble wrap so I can't fall down and hurt myself again. But she could easily run this election. She's really learned all the rules, all the laws, and has done a fantastic job being the warden.
Yes, she has. Nice
Thank
job,
you.
so. All right, do I have a motion? You made a motion, do I have a second?
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All those in favor? Welcome.
Thank you.
Thanks, Sue.
All right, you got that paperwork there, Tom? Teresa?
Yep.
All right, public comment. Any public comment? Any public comment?
Oh, not on the foreclosure.
No, anything.
No. You don't want any foreclosed property? You're all good?
Absolutely. Hi, good evening. Gregory Fox with Raymond Care. I'd also like to introduce Dr. Erin Wright. She's our medical director for Raymond Care. It's our pleasure to get a chance to spend some time with you tonight and say hello. We've been hard at work for about 1.5 years to kind of keep the lights on and really see that healthcare gets a chance to move forward after pandemic. It's not been an easy process, but pleased to say that we're able to step in and serve with the patients that are here from Raymond and take care of the community. And we have patients that are, coming up from Wyndham and down from Bridgeton, and it's just a pleasure tonight to say hello and thank you for welcoming us to Raymond.
Well, that's terrific. We need doctors in Raymond. It's been a while, so welcome.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I second everything that Dr. Fox just said. This has been a challenging last year, but it's starting to ease up a little bit. We've had some, personnel changes and workflow changes and all the things that you do when you're kind of trying to optimize a medical practice. But we're in a fantastic place now. We've got a lot of growth, looking at really larger expansion than just what we have now, in the near future. So exciting times. Yeah, absolutely.
So where did you come from?
Go ahead.
All right. So I practiced in Bridgeton for a little over 20 years in corporate medicine, and this is private practice and very different and a welcome change, I will say. And so it's nice because several hundred of my patients came in this direction, and then we've got the existing patients where we stopped doing urgent care for a while. We thought we would really, my entire career has been primary care, and I've done urgent care, moonlighting and things like that. But when we started all of this, we thought we would really stick with primary care, and we found a huge outpouring in the community. They missed urgent care, and so we added that back in the middle of the summer. Yes. So what's kind of neat now, I can say after the busy summer, is, just this afternoon, right, we had 4 people walk in the span of about 30 minutes for urgent care at the end of the day. I saw them all, and out of that, we picked up one, I saw a little 1.5-year-old, and he was with his mom, and they just moved back to this area from the Yarmouth area. They were looking for a PCP, so we just picked up a family of 4 there. And then the other 2 out of the 3 were urgent care who don't have PCPs and have decided to join. So, we're growing in so many different, different avenues. But it's been amazing. And I do a lot of dermatologic care myself. I've been doing that all of my career. And so I'm getting a lot of referrals from Intermed and the other docs. And of course, our own internal practices has been a little neglected when it comes to good, skin cancer surveys and treatments. So a lot of business out there, and it's been exciting.
That's great.
Yeah,
well,
welcome. Thank you.
That is so good, because I know people wanted to, before, they weren't taking young kids for the practice before, and then all of a sudden I had a scratched eye, and I went in there and they said, "We're not doing urgent care anymore." I'm like, so I had to go down. But yes, it is so in need, and I know Quick Care in Wyndham right now, someone took their daughter today
2 hour.
because of it. No, they couldn't even get seen. They sat for hours and they left. It was that bad. So they're going to try sitting outside again tomorrow with like an ear infection. And
send them this way.
Yeah, no, I'm going to let her know that now, knowing.
Please.
Wow.
Yes, and all ages. I mean, I delivered babies, so for me, nothing intimidates me.
Well, I like your signs out there too.
Yes.
The doctors, it lets people know that, you know, and that type of thing. That's great seeing that.
And Dr. Fox, your background?
Yes, thank you. October 5th, I celebrated 20 years here in Maine. And the first 20 were in Falmouth, and of those 14 also in Bridgeton. So I have 2 locations. My wife's a physical therapist, and we work together, and we do spine and muscular injuries. So my background with Raymond Ready Care is really operations. So they needed someone to kind of, what can you do to take care of all the insurances and payroll and the making sure that all the the T's get crossed and the I's get dotted. So I don't see patients at the practice, but I'm behind the scenes, computers and IT, and coordinating the vendors and things like that. So that we have 2 other providers at Raymond Ready Care now. Chadwick McBay is a physician's assistant, and Brittany Bennett is a nurse practitioner. So
that's terrific.
That is so terrific.
Yeah.
Wow.
How are you on the appointments with all the carriers?
Oh, you mean his network status?
Yeah.
Yeah, we're in network with. I think there's only 2 carriers that have been Medicare replacements that were not. I think it's like One Care, and you see them very infrequently. So for the most part, I would say that 95% of the carriers were in network.
Great.
Yeah.
Well, thank you very much for coming to Raymond. We really appreciate having medical care here in Raymond. It was been lacking for a couple of years.
Yes.
And welcome. We really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Texting her now to let her
Yeah.
Next appointment scheduled.
And there are people that actually watch this meeting, so hopefully it will be a good PR move for you to come and introduce yourself.
It is, and we have big shoes to fill. Dr. Wilkins really did an amazing job of starting the practice. From it was a key bank before, and he rebuilt it. So just a nice community, and I'm back and forth all the time between Falmouth and Bridgeton. So this is the second home, and you'll know when you see the lights on. We're still sometimes taking.
What are your hours, by the way?
Well, patient hours end at 5, but sometimes
6 to midnight?
administrative hours go a little longer.
Yeah.
So
But 8 to 5, Monday through Friday.
8 to 5, Monday through Friday.
Can you guys get something outside on that, and that it is doing the Ready Care during those hours too?
yeah, I think we'd like to. We'd like to take on some social media and Facebook, and we've been kind of just like all hands on deck up until this point. This summer was pretty busy. We were able to serve 5 camps in the area with the kids and the campers, and those those were relationships that were really established with Dr. Wilkins and some of the employers in the area for injuries at work or pre-employment physicals. So it's been a very broad brush to paint, but we're doing well and happy to have everything back on track. So.
And definitely we can update that sign, because I think we've been trying to really find our identity, and now we really know we're primary care, we're urgent care, and dermatologic care.
Yeah.
And those are our, I think we can update that sign. with
Yeah, and if
hours
you
and
could put your
services.
hours out there, I
Yes.
think that would be helpful.
Yes, absolutely, we can. Yeah, sounds
Yeah,
good.
well, listen, thank you. And
Welcome.
again, a
Welcome.
pleasure
Seriously,
to
thank you.
get a chance to meet face to face and say hello and say hello again. If anything comes up, please reach out to us. We're available and happy to assist the town in its growth, whether it's sponsoring the kids and the teams or just community involvement. So,
Terrific.
okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you.
It's a pleasure.
Town managers report or selectman comment? Okay, selectman comment.
Nope.
Teresa?
Nope.
All right. Lonnie, you there?
He's there.
He's there, but he's frozen.
Yeah. I was wondering why you had that weird. Oh, no, wait a minute. Look,
No,
just
he's not
move.
frozen.
No.
Oh, he's looking his. Hey, Lonnie.
Lonnie, are you there?
Wave if you can hear us.
He can't see us.
Or blink.
Blink.
Yeah. All right.
He's frozen again.
So no selectman comment. Town managers report.
Okay, so I thought I'd start with a couple of numbers. 223, that's tax stabilization applications already. 277 is absentee ballots mailed. I'm told from the clerk's office we could see 1,000.
I'm expecting to see 1,000.
1,000, yeah. Wow. So that's significant. Halloween movie night. So this is at Tasseltop Saturday the 29th, 5 p.m. free. it's a partnership, I think, with Wyndham Parks and Rec. And so if you're out there and interested, it's a great time, I'm told. I haven't been to movie night myself, but anyway. So broadband update, we have one proposal in for the Lake Region towns, and they've extended the deadline, so I think the thought is we're going to get more than one proposal for a plan to build out broadband fiber. So we'll see what happens there. And so dates for the next meetings, November 15th and December 13th.
Okay.
All right.
Question on Halloween.
Yeah.
I'm assuming Main Street's going to get closed again.
Yes, the fire department's working with the VIPs, volunteers and police, to have them there to help shut it down. I believe we're looking at one lane. No, I think we're closing. We're closing it from Main Street towards the first 302 Big Apple to 121. But then 121 will be open to the other end of Main Street, so they will be able to exit. They won't be able to come through Mill Street. Right. The library is collecting candies from folks outside of the village. If folks would like to donate some candy, those houses down there get hit with maybe up to 1,000 kids. Yeah. So if somebody wants to donate candy, they can deliver it to the library and they'll distribute it. The fire department will be doing their graveyard setup and their swamp monster and candy giveaway at the public works station. So
the sidewalks ought to be a good thing this year.
Yes, the sidewalks will help. I don't expect the roads to stay empty. They will use those also, but.
Do we know what time they're going to close the road? Because last year we kept getting different things. Last year I think they closed it at 5, but at one point
we have them scheduled to be there at 4:30, but they close it once the traffic starts. The kids start coming out.
Yeah. 121 is rough because we did the library last year, and when these people come down, they're pretty fast. Another thing is on the news last night. Did anybody hear there's supposed to be a candy shortage? Yeah, I'm not joking. It was on the news last night, and I just started laughing. What a way to pump that up out there.
Well, I'll tell you, if people want it, there's plenty of it. I saw at Walmart they had tons of it. Hannaford has tons of it.
I just had to laugh.
A ton isn't much.
It's one way to raise the price. Claim you have a candy shortage. Oh, prices just went up.
Yeah.
All right. Don, you have anything else?
So we have the reminder of upcoming holiday schedule, Friday, November 11th, Veterans Day. Yeah. And that's really all I have.
Okay. So before we adjourn, I would like to make sure everybody knows that we got that stuff from folks who are interested in the short-term rental.
Yes.
I'm going to put it on the agenda for next meeting. I'm not saying that what they presented to us is what we're going with, but I think we need to have a discussion on what's possible for short-term rentals.
I guess I'd like to have it just the board, and then then think about it, have some time to think about it, and do a little investigating, and then maybe the next meeting have input or whatever, but not. No.
What I'm asking, it's going to be solely a board discussion.
Yes, like a workshop for us.
I want you to read the material that was given to us. This is going on everywhere, like South Portland and Portland are having these discussions. I think Cape Elizabeth, I think Wyndham may have looked at it. So read what you can about it. The board will discuss what direction we may want to go in, and then the following meeting we'll take public comment, and have a discussion with the public about what some alternatives might be. One of my big things is septic systems and how many people you can put in the house.
My thing is we don't have a police department. So the sheriff's department is understaffed as is.
Right. We're starting to get into the discussion.
I'm just.
No, I know, but he started it.
Okay. Yeah, it's my fault. Okay, go ahead. You can say we don't. I know we don't have a sheriff's department.
No, I'm joking.
So any ordinance is going to be tough to enforce if you trying to make it, you know,
Right.
tough on someone. But there are ways you could go through licensing, through septic system, you know, sufficiency and all those things. So we'll have to look at all those. But we'll have that discussion next month,
Good.
okay?
There's a lot of questions.
But we got a lot of information at the last meeting. and It was kind of overwhelming to read what they're proposing. Some of it, you know, is probably not doable. So, anyway, okay?
Yep.
All right.
Motion adjourned.
Second?
All in favor? Great, thank you. That was a quick
Okay, welcome to the Town of Raymond Special Town Meeting. Greetings. In the name of the state of Maine, I am hereby required to notify and warn the inhabitants of the Town of Raymond qualified by law to vote in town affairs to meet at the broadcast studio at 423 Webbs Mills Road in said town on Tuesday, August 9th, 2022 at 6 p.m., then and there to act on Articles 1 and 2 set out below. Article 1, to elect a moderator to preside at said meeting. I'll entertain a motion.
I'll move Joe Bruno for moderator.
second.
Okay, so for that, we need to vote. Would anyone like to? I only require 3 ballots.
Yeah.
You guys all set?
Joe Bruno.
Okay.
Thank you.
Which turn
Huh?
Joe Bruno.
Need help spelling that?
Jamie.
How do you spell that?
But you don't.
And it is unanimous, sir?
Okay, I need to be sworn.
Yes. Hope I can remember.
You want your pencil back?
You can say I will or I do. I, Joe Bruno, do solemnly swear that I will support the Constitution of the United States and of this state as long as I shall continue a citizen thereof.
I will.
I, Joe Bruno, do swear that I will perform to the best of my abilities the duties incumbent on me as moderator for the special town meeting on August 9th, 2022. So help me God.
I do. Okay. All right, welcome everyone. We have a special town meeting and it has one item on it. So do you have the?
Oh, yes. It is in the beginning of your packet.
Yep. All right, thank you. We're here to vote on, or discuss and vote on Article 2, to see if the town will vote to appropriate from undesignated fund balance the surplus the sum of $23,200 to help fund the moving and restoration of the historic Raymondtown Watkins Blacksmith Shop circa 1820 to the Raymond Casco Historical Society campus. The Select Board recommends Article 2. Budget Finance Committee recommends Article 2.
Move article, or recommend Article 2.
Do I have a second? Second. Any discussion? Step right up to the microphone.
Can I use this one?
Nope. Step up to the microphone.
Make it hard, Joe.
So,
Hi, is this on? Yeah. My name's Alan Stone, and I live up on Spiller Hill Road in Raymond, and I just want to make a short statement in support. In 1971, the Maine State Legislature stated that it is the policy of the state to preserve the architecture, historic, and environmental heritage of the people of the state, and to develop and promote the cultural, educational, and economic benefits of these resources. Many states and municipalities throughout the United States have addressed similar issues, and they've said similar things. I'm just going to kind of quote from one of them. The history of a community contributes to its personality. Preserving the history of a place through its significant historic resources gives a community its unique character. Historic preservation provides a link to the roots of the community and its people. Overall, historic preservation adds to the quality of life, making for a more livable community. Historic preservation is beneficial to the community in the following ways. Culturally, a community is richer for having the tangible presence of past eras and historic styles. Economically, a community benefits when the community is attractive to visitors seeking heritage tourism opportunities. Socially, a community benefits when citizens take pride in its history and mutual concern for the protection of the historic building fabric. Environmentally, a community benefits when historic buildings are restored or rehabilitated rather than demolished and disposed of in the community landfill. Educationally, a community benefits through teaching local heritage and the understanding of the past and the resultant cultural respect by its citizens. Historic preservation is an important investment in Raymond's present and future. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else? Step right up.
Marilyn Westcott, 172 AI Road. I just want to ask a question. It's my understanding the town of Casco has committed $25,000 to this project. Why are we not matching it?
We are matching it. There's money in the general budget that would bring it to the 25.
Oh, okay, so the difference.
We already had an appropriation. So basically, the request came in too late for the major fund that we're talking about tonight. So we did have some monies already in the budget, though.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. 25 if you pass it, yeah.
Okay. Anybody else? Seeing no one else, I'll ask for a vote. All those in favor, raise your pink card. All those opposed? The motion passes. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
We are up.
Can I just thank everyone for turning out tonight? It's not been an easy couple of weeks for everybody. We get a little cool weather. I think you'd rather be sitting on your decks or in your backyard, but the Historical Society thanks you for this support. You don't know what this does for us, to know that people really care. Thank you so much. And come and see the blacksmith shop.
Okay, thank you. So before everybody leaves, we are having a discussion later on the taxing program for freezing your property taxes through the state. If you are 65 and over, hopefully you can get an application at the town hall, or you can go online and get one. You need to submit it by September 1st. Now, December 1st. But there are some qualifications you need to meet. You have to be a permanent resident and have had the homestead exemption for 10 years. And if you meet those qualifications, your property taxes are frozen. So if you don't know about the program, look it up, go to the town office and speak to any of the clerks and they'll help you with an application. Yes.
Maine Public Broadcasting did a really excellent program this morning from 11 to noon. They were repeating it this afternoon and they're going to repeat it once more. And it was very, very interesting and informative for anybody who listens to public radio.
Yep.
Right, and our contract assessor tonight will be making a presentation.
Yeah,
And you can watch it on rebroadcast.
Yeah, if you want to tune in later, we're going to have a discussion on it. We don't start our next meeting till 6:30, so it'll probably be on around 7:30.
Yeah, that's the live, and then it's because it'll be archived on the website, YouTube, so it's there.
There are no income guidelines. Anybody qualifies as long as you're 65 and over. And I'm looking around the room. Yeah, I know Sam qualifies. So. All right. Thank you, everyone. Good evening. You're here at the Selectmen meeting for August 9th, 2022. We have a fairly long agenda, so we're going to get started. Can I have a motion to approve the minutes of July 12th? So moved. Second. Moved and seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? Unanimous. One absentee. We now have a public hearing on Cafe Sebago liquor license renewal. So, is it actually a public hearing?
Yes,
it is. Okay. All right. So I'm going to open up the public hearing on a renewal of the liquor license for Cafe Sebago. Do I have any comments from the public? Okay. Turn it over to the select board. Any questions?
Now, that letter that came in, can that be read and put into, I don't have it on hand though? And it would be a letter concerning the garbage out back?
That's the person who's going to answer. If I can find it, I'll read it into the record.
I know it's that, hold on, sorry, I'm trying to find it. Is, and also regarding, is this where we also go over the fire inspections?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, because there's a lot of things on here, knowing that this has been put off a couple times, and there's a lot of things on here that still have to be done, or have not been done.
Understood. So Wayne, we just received your inspection report tonight. Can you give us a rundown, please?
Sure thing. Was there yesterday for the inspection for this liquor license and the special amusement license. Some of the things that we found in particular was the grease hood was dirty. There was quite an accumulation of grease on the walls and ceiling area in the kitchen. Talked to the owner about the oil and grease that was in open buckets outside the dwelling instead of, not dwelling, outside the building, instead of placed in the approved container. Emergency light was not working, and that's the only emergency light in that whole building for the public to be able to see their way to exits if we lose power. And then the other item was the rear exit door. It's starting to rip out from the hinges and needs to be secured back in place so the door will operate properly. And there, the other thing was the fire alarm system. There's annual testing and maintenance that's required with the report submitted to the fire department. That has been scheduled, but the date of that testing and inspection would be the 15th of this month.
Wayne, I don't know if you said it or not, I'm sorry. What about the dance floor inspection too? Did you mention that?
Yeah, so as far as the fire department's concerned, it's kind of the same thing. But the key there is State Fire Marshal has to come in, perform their inspection, submit their report, and if everything passes with them, then they grant a license, which, you know, for us, that's kind of a condition for the approval for the amusement part of the license. That doesn't expire in closer to the end of this month, so there's still a little time for the fire marshal to come in and do that inspection for Cafe Sebago. But that's where we stand at the moment.
Joe, I found that letter if you didn't find it.
No, I actually have it in front of me. If you want to read it, go ahead.
All right, we got the letter, and it said, to whom it may concern, I am writing regarding the pending site plan for map 55, lot 004A for a patio and parking expansion. As a property abutter, it appears the expansion was begun long ago. The back of the property has already been extended onto residential property and is currently used for parking. Is there a new parking expansion plan, or is part of the parking lot going to be used for patio extension? What are the stormwater runoff ordinances? The current parking extension of residential property has been stripped of vegetation allowing water runoff onto my property. I would like these issues addressed. I do hope when you are considering the liquor license renewal that you take into consideration what the properties that abut this one must contend with. I can only speak for myself and my tenants, so here is just a few things we deal with regularly. My back parking lot is gated, so there is no access by vehicle at night. On the portion of that lot that is separated only by a cement barrier from the bar, it is common to arrive in the morning and have to clean up broken glass and drug needles that have been left on our property. If it is windy, we get the pleasure of picking up their trash that is blown all over the neighborhood. Disgusting is an understatement, not to mention the horrible smell that comes from dumpsters that do not get dumped regularly. In closing, I do support any extra parking that's within town ordinances. I do not support the patio extension or liquor license renewal. Sincerely, Jeffrey Cox. So is Kyle here tonight? I can't see the audience.
Yeah, he's here. But we're not ready for you, Kyle. Okay. We're still working as a select board.
And I think also looking on the report too, one of my concerns is as a selectman, as a parent, as a citizen, is the police reports. As far as how many people are leaving there drunk and getting OUIs, getting tickets for driving. And I do know at the last time that I think we renewed Kyle's thing, it was mentioned to him, you know, we were concerned about hearing things. And Kyle said that they watch, he's a bouncer, and I may be just assuming here, but to me, a bouncer is someone that is watching someone's personalities, the way they interact, and if they are letting people leave there that drunk that they're getting picked up with OUIs, I have a really big concern.
Okay.
All right, that's just me.
Any questions for Wayne? Hey Wayne, I have a question for you. Wayne?
Yes, I'm right here.
Okay. That grease issue.
Yep.
If I remember last May, it was still a problem back then. It was. And then it was supposed to be rectified with regular cleaning, and now you're saying it hasn't been cleaned in a year and 3 months?
No, I'm not saying that it hasn't been cleaned in a year. But it was actually cleaned in May. But what the conditions we found there yesterday during the inspection, it needs to be cleaned again. I know that Kyle has reached out to the contractor that does that professional service, and they're actually scheduled to come back in tomorrow morning and clean that system again. So in all fairness, you should be aware of that.
Okay, thanks, Wayne. Alex, are there any permits that have not been obtained or any zoning violations?
So there's still an open violation for this property, and that is for the parking area that was created in the back of the building without site plan approval. So Kyle is aware of that. We've had multiple discussions about that and how he can correct that, productive discussions, with what he's thinking he's going to do to try and correct the violation. It's really two different permits. One would be site plan to keep the back parking area the way it is and use it as parking and with some modifications. And the other one would be just a building permit application for the modifications outside of the building. A few years ago, there was a rear deck with some, outside storage behind the building. That area was turned into seating. So that's a very simple building permit to just modify the change of use of that area from storage to seating and patron area. He hasn't applied for that permit yet, but those are the two things that we would need to get everything.
How long were these uses unpermitted, let's say?
I think the seating area goes back to before he was actually operating over there. I think it was at least 2 years. And the rear parking, I believe, was last spring that they did that.
Okay. Any other questions for Alex?
No. Okay.
Thanks. Any other questions from the select board? Teresa?
No.
Okay. Kyle? So you just heard everything.
Absolutely. We'll run down it piece by piece. Let's start with Wayne. The inspection, I received the report this morning. Me and Wayne have talked about the core things that need to be taken care of that. He has an email that I sent to him this afternoon. We've taken care of the door, the emergency light, everything minus the state inspector for our dance license. That's scheduled for Thursday at 12. The alarm company is scheduled for Monday at 12. It's the earliest I could get them in there to take care of that. Hoods is coming back. The problem that we had with the grease system, I hired an outside contractor in both times. August 2nd, I had this company come in and they charged me $600, did a full service. Wayne came in 5 or 6 days later, was not happy with the work. I had them come back and do it again. I was assured that this time around, when I scheduled it again in May, that we weren't going to have these issues. Clearly, this company is not putting together what I need them to do. They will return, because I've already paid for this service, to get it completed tomorrow. We'll speak with Wayne and have him do an inspection after, so that'll be taken care of as well. So the only open items that are left on Wayne's list are going to be those things that I just mentioned. The meeting on Thursday with the state fire marshal, the alarm system on Monday, and then hoods tomorrow. After Monday, the 15th, his checklist will be complete. He'll have everything he needs for a full sign-off.
Okay.
What about the parking lot?
What about the permits?
The permits, so I've tried the online system 3 times. I've called Town Hall. I actually spoke with Kirsten today. I said, I'm having problems doing the online permitting. Is there any way I can come in? She said, yeah, I'll be here tomorrow from 8 to 4. I said, that's not an issue. I'll make sure that you have the permit for the back extended area that he was looking for, and after the fact permit. The issue with that is I can't do it online. I've tried it 3 different occasions. Now I just have to go manual. We'll take care of that tomorrow.
It's been 6 months.
That was just brought up to my attention less than 2 months ago. This is 2 separate things, as Alex had stated in the beginning. There's a rear seating area that was existing that I have to get a permit for now, because that's what is believed should be done. I'm okay with that. It's a $50 or $100 permit. We'll get it taken care of tomorrow. The second, the extending the parking area in the rear. When I had acquired a lease on the rear area, which is a commercial commercial zone property with a residential use. We had removed the topsoil from the area. That's where the violation stemmed from. That was before we added any gravel. That was before any work has been done out there. So that violation is in standing from the very beginning, from the neighbor that actually wrote that letter that you, Teresa had just read for us. What I did was work with Alex, and I had misunderstood after I had submitted an engineered plan of the facility, what we were doing, that there was additional tasks that need to be done. There's been no construction back there. There's been no fence installed. There's been no extension of my patio. There has been 6 inches of gravel that's been laid down, and it was in my understanding when we had talked prior that the engineered plan would get us where we need to be to at least do that, and that could have been on me, a mistake that I made. But we're in the position now where I've met with Alex and the town planner. We have a plan formed to get this up to speed. I'm currently waiting for a surveyor to come in because the town planner feels that I need to survey that lot before I can submit any more plan. Unfortunately, I'm waiting for that to come back. As soon as I can get a surveyor in, we can move forward with the plan that me and Alex put together. If you remember, we had sat in the office, come together with how we're going to do this, and we were going to move forward in that direction. So I'm doing everything I can as quick as I can to resolve that issue on that front.
How often you have your dumpster picked up?
The dumpsters are dumped regularly. So there was an issue with my dumpster supplier, and I actually received a $900 credit for that month. There was an accumulation of cardboard that was overfilled the dumpster. And I called them up. I said, listen, there's an obvious discrepancy here. They came back and actually credited my account $900, brought a truck out as quick as possible, and I let them know that this is unacceptable. Since then, we haven't had a problem. Those dumpsters remain dumped every week, both cardboard and trash, and we are very vigilant about picking stuff up, which can lead us into our next thing. The complaint from Jeffrey Cox wants to talk about broken glass and drug needles. That gentleman has a camera pointed on our property line, but it seems like he has failed to provide any evidence other than a letter, making up stories about what he sees, because at any time he could provide still photographs or video of the shared property line in question, but he has yet to do that. What I've done for probably the last month and a half since I found out about this violation, I've taken videos on different days of the week, both on the weekends and during the weekdays, documenting that property line, showing that there's no broken glass, that there's no trash, that there's no drug needles. And I have it on a thumb drive in my pocket. If you guys want to review that here, take it back with you. I'm fine with that as well. So a lot of this comes down to a neighbor riff. And I will note that if this was the case, it's come to my attention that abutters all got a notice of this meeting, correct?
Correct.
Nobody's here to speak against me, even Jeffrey, for whatever reason. So I have multiple neighbors. I believe there was 14 people on that list at one point that received this letter. Now, one of them are coming here and they're speaking ill of me, as Jeffrey did. And like I said, if we want to look at pictures and photos, I have those. Jeffrey, I don't know what his status is, but I would ask him to show you some evidence to back up what he's claiming.
Not everybody wants to get up in public and talk bad about another person. It's not easy to do.
Sure, but if they wanted to, the opportunity's here, and if the problems like drug needles and broken glass were as prevalent as people want them to believe, I'm sure that might bring them up here to, mention it, at least to you guys.
So,
Joe.
Yeah, go ahead, Teresa.
So, Kyle, after I got the letter, I have gone by a couple of times looking back there just to get my own view of it.
Sure.
And I see a lot of garbage. Cardboard boxes thrown on top, cardboard boxes laying on the side of it and in front of it, and I've seen it several times. So like I said, I don't want to take somebody's word for it. I want to see it myself. So if I go to Wyndham or whatever, I do see it. So I have seen it several times. And I guess I would also have Joe address the question to you as to the OUIs and the people leaving really drunk.
Yeah, let's talk about that, because this is, any evidence or facts that you guys have provided, I have not been provided. I also have to deal with the state liquor inspector on a regular basis. If this was a continuing problem or an issue that was directly related to me, I would imagine that I, in some way, would have been contacted, since I'm the one held responsible. That's why I'm here today. So if we want to talk about that, this will be the first time I hear about it. I'd be happy to answer any questions or try to fill you in with anything that you think is missing. So
we got a report of 5 OUIs that came out of your place.
And how do they determine that?
Sheriff's office.
Right, but I mean, they pull somebody over.
Yeah, and they said we had drinks at your place. Yeah, they've been observed leaving your parking lot and then get pulled over.
Okay, so if you look into the state law, my responsibility as somebody that serves liquor or alcohol on it is to not let anybody that is visibly intoxicated stay on my premise. That means if they're falling down, if they're falling asleep at the bar, if they're slurring their words, that's what my responsibility is. So if these guys are drinking and they are holding themselves together, they seem like they are well put, we look at them and we observe them and they're not falling asleep, causing problems or any of these issues, that is beyond me. So if I don't have a breathalyzer, I don't have the right to breathalyze any of my customers. I can't do a field sobriety test before I leave. So my only obligation is to make sure that these people aren't visibly intoxicated when they're in my establishment.
No one's asking you to do a blood draw and
no,
figure out the blood alcohol level.
You know,
yeah.
And I'm there every night, and that's the thing is that I am there on a regular basis every night. If somebody comes in and we had shut them up, what we see on occasion is most bars close around 9 or 10 o'clock. So you'll get an occasional patron that'll come in, and we won't serve them, but they're not okay to leave there. So we offer them. Can we give you a ride? Can we give you water? But beyond that, there's nothing I can do. I can't withhold somebody from leaving my building. I can't take their keys. I can't tow their vehicle. I don't have that power. So, you know.
How many fights have you had in your bar?
I have had 0 fights this year. 0.
There was no one that was assaulted?
No, there was an incident that happened outside of my establishment, and somehow it ended up in my parking lot. And I clarified that with the sheriffs. The people that called from across the street, and from what I could gather of the situation, somebody was burning out at a resident's house and caused a ruckus. There was a case of mistaken identity with somebody that was in my parking lot picking up a patron, and an argument ensued. And a customer from the gas station across the street came over and said, I just called the cops because I heard all this yelling. I don't know what's going on, and this is, you know, we're calling the cops. Cops came in, they talked to the parties involved. I spoke with the cops. The exact words out of the deputy's mouth was that we don't have to come here. You run a good operation. We rarely have an issue. Fights are not a thing here. So I have a good rapport with the local sheriffs. And we don't have fights or altercations at all this year. That didn't happen in my establishment, and that wasn't a result of something that happened in my establishment. It just kind of showed up on my doorstep, and I had to deal with it.
Okay. Other questions of Kyle? Okay. Seeing none, any public comment? Seeing none, I will close the public hearing. And we'll go to new business. Consideration of Cafe Sebago liquor license and special amusement license renewal. You can sit down, Kyle.
Okay.
You know, I'm having a hard time doing this, knowing that there's still violations out there that need to be cleared. And you know, Alex, is this something that's solvable within 10 days, within 2 months, within 6 months? What's the timeline?
Definitely 6 months, I would think. Within 10 days, no. You know, we met, I think, 3 weeks ago or so, and, you know, he left that meeting going to hire a surveyor. I know quite a few of the surveyors in our area. There's not many. Most of them are 3 months out, and some of them aren't even taking new clients right now. So it can be tough to get that. So for the site plan itself, I think we're looking at 3 to 6 months before that part of it's resolved. The seating area, that could be resolved in the next couple of weeks.
And do you have a firm resolution or is that still in flux right now?
It's in flux because the reason that, well, there's a few different reasons why we need the survey, but the big one is, you know, the issues he is having with his site is parking and traffic circulation. So that survey will kind of give us the information we need to really see how much space he has on each side, to calculate, you know, what he has for parking spaces based on the, you know, dimensions required for a parking space. And so he has a couple of different irons in the fire as far as that goes, with possibly getting more land in the back or the side, or working out some type of agreement, you know, with one of the abutting businesses to try and secure some off-site parking. And there's a lot of different scenarios that we worked through to try and make this work for him.
Has he talked to his neighbors about, Kyle?
That I'm not sure.
Have you talked to your neighbors about getting parking after they close at night?
Absolutely. So right now we kind of have a shared agreement with the tattoo shop next door. I've also just put the next building under lease, so that provides us with some additional parking over there that we can work in.
Which building are we talking about?
Tie-dye.
Oh, the tie-dye place?
Yep, that just went up. That tenant left, so.
Oh, she left already?
Yep, so I decided to get in there to be able to have some additional parking for my staff, so I can ease the load on what we have over there. And then my neighbors, like I said, they've been great. The rear one has given us the additional space to do what we want to do in the future with the expansion, and the rest have just been very cordial, and likewise with them. I mean, we've had a really good relationship.
Okay, thank you.
So, was there a question with septic too, that the septic had to be changed because of having more people in there? I thought I heard something on that, maybe?
Yeah, Alex, do we need a new septic?
The existing max capacity based on the septic system is 48 seats. So that's established on seats as a restaurant. There's calculations, they're dependent on the use. So, you know, if you change to a takeout business or an ice cream shop or whatever it is, it has a different, you know, different gallons per day. So the number we've been firm with has been 48.
So what's the occupancy in the building?
That would be a question for Wayne.
Wayne?
He knows that one. Yep.
Wayne, what's the occupancy of the building?
The actual number, I'd have to look it up for you, but it's more than 48.
It was around 100, I believe. If I can remember
So if you get more parking in, and you're pulling in a lot more cars, that's a lot more people that are going to be coming, whether they're outside, inside, or what, and that's not done. I have to agree with Rolf that I've got really big concerns about approving this right now, because I think there's too many things that are untied.
So if we have 100-person occupancy, you need a whole new septic system.
Yeah, you would be required to expand, you know, if you've got.
I mean,
that
he's
much
talking
seating.
about expanding.
Yeah.
Can I?
Yeah, go ahead, Cal.
The expansion that we're trying to do right now is simply expansion of the patio. There will be no additional seats added to this patio. It's simply for recreational use with cornhole boards and a place to keep people that are dining outside. At this point, our seat capacity hasn't changed, and our seat capacity isn't going to change. That 48 is based on seated customers. And as long as I keep my 48 seat count at 48, I'm in compliance with that.
You've never gone over 48?
No, we keep it it's 48 seats in there is, you know, I mean, that's a small building. So we rarely inside, no, we definitely don't get it.
Do you serve food there?
We do, yep, from 12 to 9.
Like bar food or?
Appetizers, light fare, handheld stuff, nothing too extensive, you know, light fare pretty much.
Okay.
So can I ask you then, Kyle, if you're having, and I know just checking Cafe Sebago, I know that you advertise for like a DJ, different events, you know what I mean? Like that type of thing. So to me, you're advertising to bring in more people so they can come over, have a good time and that type of thing. So in that case, it is going to be more people than the 48.
I mean, we advertise our services just like any other business. We just want people to know that we're there. We're in a small town of 4,000 people, so we need to be realistic on the numbers that we're actually drawing in. This place has been in a capacity of restaurant since 1962. The square footage and the parking that is existing right now has been tight just to fill up what I have for seats right now. So my expansion by adding a couple parking spots will allow me to reach the capacity that I'm already established to have. And the other thing is that the new design that me and Alex are working on right now, the only thing that's holding this up again is a surveyor. I have to wait for the surveyor. We're cutting down our patio size by 25 feet. We're increasing the access to the back of the lot, and we're losing a lot of that parking to, it's going to be grassed in the corner, and there's going to be access for the fire department in the back. So we're no longer gaining any more parking from the rear of that structure. We're just coming up to code with the fire department and what they expect us to have for lot circulation. So the original thought was to add the parking. Digging into this a little deeper with code, we realized that that's not going to work. But that's why I leased the other building to get the couple spots that we're short right now to operate, and there'll be no additional parking spots. So there'll be no additional parking. There'll be no, the goal isn't to fill this place up. It's to come up to speed with what we're already approved for.
All right, so I know, like, before it was just a restaurant. They did not have the extra space out back. And
They did, yes, they had a deck. They had a...
Right, but just a deck where people went outside to smoke on but they
drink.
didn't have like the whole entertainment center type thing that you have out there now.
Fence and stone, and there was tables on the deck. So I mean, I've added a couple picnic tables to the area, and I've some fencing and some stone. This was all submitted with my original application from day one. I mean, this was all detailed out with not only the liquor but also the town.
Right, and I understand that, but I was saying what I was going with is they didn't have to get a new septic when it was the other owner, when it was just the food before, but now you're adding entertainment to bring in more people. So that's why the septic, I believe, has been brought into this. Is the only reason why I'm bringing that up.
This is the first time that I've heard that the septic would need to be expanded with, Alex, we haven't spoke about this
Kyle,
in the past.
Talk to us.
All right, so it's kind of directed towards him.
Yeah, that's
This is the first time that I've heard about needing to expand based on what we're doing. The septic system, the restaurant seats 48 people. That's 48 seated people. Now, I'm not sure how the calculations work beyond that, but our seat count, and what I was told by Alex, as long as there's 48 seats in there, we will be in compliance with what we need.
So there's 48 inside.
There's 48 total.
Including outside.
There's a pool table, and we've reduced, I don't know if you've ever been in the cafe, but we've reduced our dining room size by more than half. We put a pool table in the corner, we have the full bar, and then we have, I believe, seven tables that range between 2 tops and 4 tops in there. We have picnic tables out back, and that keeps us at our 48 count. I mean, we're inside and then the outside, combined. We never have more than 48 people in there eating and dining. That just doesn't happen. It's an in and out casual place. At night, they're coming in, they're having a good time, and then they're hanging out for a few hours and going home. We haven't had any backup with the system that we have right now. We haven't had any leaking, any issues. That system was updated early 2000s to accommodate the code for that building.
Have you had it pumped out?
Yes, we had it pumped out last year. We do it yearly. So we'll probably do it again at the end of the season just to make sure we're good going into the next.
Okay. Any more questions?
Alex, when does the current liquor license expire? What's the expiration date?
That'd be a better question for Sue, probably.
It's in your packet.
Is that I'm not sure.
It's on the liquor license app.
The 19th of this month.
Yeah. Okay. Yep, thanks.
Can I add one thing real quick? Sorry.
You have something, Wayne?
Yes, I do, if you don't mind. Couple of things. You asked about the capacity. Turn that page. There's an inside capacity and an outside capacity of occupants that the building can hold and the current outside patio with the picnic tables can hold. The inside capacity is 112 persons. The outside capacity of that patio is between 109 and 125. So that's to answer your question on that. And then just for a point of clarification on licensing, on liquor licensing for the different things that we're talking about, there's the liquor license, which the business has had right along. There's the the special amusement license, which is basically allowing entertainment and dining. That's a separate license.
Does he have that license?
Yes.
Yeah. Yes, he does. He got that this past year.
Okay.
And the third thing is liquor license expansion, expanding the area that liquor can be consumed and served, and that's like that rear area that we're talking about with creating parking and an outside space to use. So just for clarification, I know it wasn't real clear. There's really 3 licenses involved here, so three different issues.
Okay.
That makes sense.
Yep. Kyle,
Okay.
you want to add something?
Yeah, I'd like to speak to the capacity rating is simply they take the square footage of the building, they tell you how many people you can put in it. That doesn't mean that I'm going to have 107 people in there. It doesn't mean my intent is going to have 100-something people in there. That's simply during the inspection that's required by the town for my dance license. She has to go in there and figure out what that space can hold with tables, what it can hold without tables. So it by no means that I'm advertising to put 200 people in there. It doesn't mean that I'm trying to put more than what, it just says that facility with the way that it's laid out can potentially hold that amount of people. I can't call her and say, hey, listen, it's, we're only allowed 48. Can you bump this down so it looks better? So this comparison between what I'm allowed to do as far as my septic system capacity and then this number up here that seems to be spooking people, there's really no relation other than that's what the building can hold in its capacity if that's what we chose to do, which we're not choosing to do.
Okay.
Hey Kyle, I'm not criticizing you for advertising. I get that. That's not it at all. I'm just saying that then it does pull more people in, which is good for you, but then not for the.
Sure. Well, I mean that's why I'm there all the time. I'm continually monitoring. I'd also like to see what other locations in towns that serve liquor see for OUI cases to see if that's. There's got to be a standard there. There's got to be something and some metrics that they use because. Yeah, that kind of bothers me that I'm just hearing about this now, especially when I'm the one holding the license and supposed to be responsible for responding to allegations like this.
Well, they're not allegations.
Sure.
They're fact.
Well, I mean, those are summons. Those are summons that are read out. So the reality of it is that 5 summons were written. Unless there's 5 convictions in that paperwork, I think that we're speculating a little bit on what's going on. Because at any time, you could be pulled over and accused of doing what they think you're doing, and you can go into court, and it happens all the time. It gets thrown out, dismissed, or beat.
Well, Kyle, and right here on the report, it does say operator admitted to drinking at the bar. And it says it right on here, and it came from the sheriff's department. And it's literally from 3/18 until 7/14. And again, my concern is, and it's with any bar, and I tell my kids when they're driving, I'm not worried about them, I'm worried about the other person that's driving. And when you've got people that are leaving there, again, and you keep saying too that you aren't responsible for them on your property, but don't you have some responsibility that they're leaving your bar drunk and they're gonna go drive from your place?
My responsibility as a person that serves liquor in the state holds me to, and this is a gray area, and if there's an issue, and I think it's an issue too, is that my responsibility is to make sure that you don't look like you're intoxicated. That is my liability in this whole thing. So again, if you're falling down, if you're slurring your words, if you're causing a problem, you're hurting other people, it's making obvious things. I need to, 1, stop you from consuming, and then really beyond that, my only responsibility is to serve you water until you can find a ride home. I can't force anybody to do anything else. Now, if these guys went to another bar, maybe they didn't get shoved, whatever the reason may be, I can't take their keys. I can't, and these people, I'd like to see some the reports detailed on what these were. I mean, because these cops are, a lot of times, and this has been video documented I can present, they're sitting there 3 or 4 in a row watching my bar for 20, 30 minutes at a row. And this happens on a continual basis. And I can provide enough video to fill at least an hour of clips of them sitting there. For them to sit there and to pull 5 people out of the, however many thousands of people a year that I serve, I think when you put that into context and that number, that it becomes, a different story and a different narrative than what we're trying to push here.
This is for 6 months. This report.
And Kyle, one person on an OUI can kill somebody.
And I understand.
And there's not a redo of that. So to I guess minimize it, kind of the way you are of how many people you serve in a year, one person is all it takes. And to me, I'd be saying, okay, if you leave this parking lot, then I'm going to call the sheriff and tell him you're too drunk or whatever. But I have a real problem, I guess, with that, knowing that somebody I know or any other loved one is having somebody drive home. And that's that just one time, Kyle. That's all it takes.
And I understand that. But at the end of the day, you're asking me to do more than what I can legally do. I can't stop people from leaving. There's been no instance where people are fall down drunk or that got into their car and left. There's been, how many times, if the sheriffs are willing to present to, they've been called one time in a year, to that place. Now, if this is such a big deal and this is happening all the time, and I'm not minimizing what you're saying, and I agree, one drunk driver can change a lot of things, but you're putting the responsibility on a business owner that the state says, if he looks drunk, then you need to serve him water and try to find him a ride home. That's my responsibility with that. I can't control, again, if these guys come in and say they have 3 beers or 4 beers, they look sober, they talk sober, they pay their tab, they walk to their car fine. There's nothing I can do.
I know, but again, you're in that business for doing the alcohol, so to me, that is a responsibility that is on your shoulders.
Well, I mean, I'll have to disagree with you.
You and I look at it, you look at it differently, I know that.
I mean, I can only do so much, and I think that it's unfair to think that I have to sit there and play the role of the police officer and law enforcement. This is law enforcement's job to stop people from driving on the road. Now, I do everything I can in my power to make sure that people that look visibly intoxicated or they have the signs of it do not continue to drink or to go out there. I do everything in my power, but at the end of the day, it's the law enforcement's responsibility to find these people if they're exhibiting that behavior and punish them. It's not, I can't do anything about that. What I can do is just what I've been doing. Keep an eye on my patrons, make sure that they're not visibly drunk, and continue to do my business. And I know that, liquor has a sore spot for, this and that. I'm doing what I can, and I'm being very responsible. I'm there on a regular basis. I'm there making sure my security is watching for those signs. But I can't do anything beyond what I can do physically within my power.
All right, that's enough. Let me try and move this along a little bit. Kyle, you mentioned there's 3 or 4 sheriff's officers watching your establishment. Why do you think that is?
It's easy because 302 is there, and when you go fishing, you go where the fish are at, right? So if you're looking to pick up people that have been drinking, you sit outside of a bar. And we can take this into another time, and I could provide the photos and the videos of people that are leaving my bar that have exhibited no signs of being intoxicated, and they get pulled over left and right. This has happened on video on numerous occasions where they line up, people will leave, which I'm looking into that right now to see if that's even lawful, because they're not even waiting. They're looking at people. It doesn't matter who you are. They get in their vehicle, they'll pull them over, and then most of the time they go on their way because there's no real reason other than they were pulling out onto a roadway from a bar.
All right. Wayne.
Yes.
Do you think all the violations that you have listed in your report can be fixed within 30 days?
Yes, I believe so. Yes.
Okay.
And to Kyle's point, I didn't see his email from late this afternoon. A number of the issues were corrected today, and he did tell me that he would be working on these issues today. So he did send me verification. For example, the emergency light has been corrected. You know, there's a number of things that have been corrected that are on my list. So yes, to answer your question, I do believe within 30 days that can be.
Are you scheduled to go back there within 30 days?
Not currently, because Kyle needed to try to schedule those appointments, like with the fire alarm system company, with the cleaning company for the grease hood system. He needed to make those scheduled appointments. So we didn't set up anything when I left yesterday, but it's very easy for us to do that once he gets everything done.
Okay. So I'll tell the select board where I'm at right now. Kyle's a business person. You know, I know what it takes to run a business and put your heart and soul into it. You put a lot of money into it. You lose that business, you lose all that investment. There's a lot of things going on that could be done better, obviously. For example, the garbage control, making sure everything is up to snuff. I would kind of like to just give Kyle 30 days to fix it. You know, and then come back and see if everything gets fixed the way it's supposed to be. I mean, I know when you're starting a business, you're short on cash, so sometimes you let things slip, and I just want to give him a chance to fix what's there.
Is 30 days enough, you think?
Well, that's all I'm willing to do. I mean, it's been a year.
Yeah.
You know, and we're coming back with some of the same violations. So, you know, did you fix it in a year? I mean, we still got the permitting issue, which, okay, it's a surveyor thing. Give him some, you know, I'm willing to give him a little slack on that one. But as far as some of these other violations that Wayne pointed out, they shouldn't be there. They should be fixed. So, I'm open to anyone else's thoughts.
So what happens on the 19th? If we take no action tonight?
We can extend it for 30 days.
Yeah, we can.
Yeah.
The state can extend it for 30 days. You would have to contact the State Department of Liquor.
Yeah.
And your next meeting is on
September
September
20th.
20th.
Yeah.
So are you thinking table it until the 20th?
Yeah. Yeah.
I have a question for Kyle. Do you think you can correct these in 30 days?
The only
30
thing
days
that
from
Wayne's whole list will be done by this Monday. So Wayne will be 100% whole. Everything he requires will be completed. You know, some of these repeat violations that we're talking about is, you know, the grease stuff. I've hired these companies and I've gotten a terrible.
Find a new one.
I got it. You know, but they're limited. You know, that's the other thing. But you know, I've held them to the fire. So, and everything else I've fixed. These aren't, you know, things that are. I'm fixing them. Everything that's on his list will be completed by Monday. Like I said, the fire marshal will be on Thursday to do the dance license inspection, and Monday the fire alarm company will be there. Everything else right now he has. So that list with all those things, he has an email that can be forwarded to you showing the pictures. And this is in 24 hours. This is, you know, he come in and said, hey, boom, boom, boom. I had a carpenter there fixing the door. I had an electrician hanging the emergency light. I mean, I really put in everything I had to make sure that we were in good shape. The one issue that I can't control how quick I can get a surveyor.
No, and I said, that's not an issue for us right now.
Yeah, so I mean, other than that, that's not a problem at all. We can get this.
But if you could tell me that you got an appointment with a surveyor in 2 months.
Sure, I can get that on the books. That won't be an issue.
So.
But other than that, yeah, everything else by Monday, this Monday at 5 o'clock will be taken care of.
Thank you.
All right.
Can I ask something?
Sure.
So, What about surprise inspections? Are they done in places like this?
Yeah, so we had one last year. The liquor inspector came down, came into our facility, sat down, and then spent the rest of the evening observing our facility. And they actually let the local sheriffs know that they were in town. They tried to enter without an ID. We caught them there. They were looking to see if we overserved anybody. No issues there. And there's been no violations on my liquor license at all from the state. And they have conducted we've been in contact, and that surprise, they didn't tell me anything. They came down one night, I think it was a Saturday night, and they ran me through the ringer, and there was nothing, no violations, no issues to be had, and we're in very good standing with the state when it comes to our liquor license.
So Kyle, that's funny because I never even thought about the liquor license. I was thinking about Wayne doing a surprise inspection regarding the grease. You just gave me a lot more information, so good. Thank you for that.
Yeah, we schedule it yearly with him, and then provide the paperwork that shows that we keep up with the stuff when he's not, we do the hood cleaning every 6 months. And then once a year, when this comes up, we get together with Wayne. He kind of goes through, makes sure everything's in good shape. If not, we fix it up, and then we see him again next year. Unless, of course, there's an issue or a call, which we haven't had any issues down there where he would show up.
You may want to consider doing it more frequently than every 6 months if you're having that much of an issue.
Yeah.
Maybe the type of food you serve,
I agree.
If you go to a bar, you're not going to get the healthiest food.
Yeah, that's true.
So you may want to think about cleaning that more often.
Let's see that, or change that maintenance cycle so that it occurs closer to when the inspection.
Yeah, so what we were doing is kind of going off the state recommendations, but now that we're into it and we have a little bit more experience in the building and what we're doing, we're definitely looking forward to that. And then we're going to switch our companies. Like I said, I've already paid, so Wayne hopefully will come down tomorrow. I can call Wayne, and I'm going to see if he'll swing in after these guys are done and make sure it's done the right way, because I'm just as upset about it because it makes me look bad. I hired this outside company. This is the second time it's happened to me. I've had to call them back. So I'm looking for the right solution too. I'm not looking to drag this out. We're not looking to be cheap or save money anywhere. It's just this company has not been great to work with.
Okay, have a seat.
Thank you.
All right, so you heard my thoughts. What's everybody else's thoughts?
I agree with you.
Teresa?
I'm just listening to your thoughts. Rolf?
Yeah, I'm on board with that.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, so can I have a motion to table?
Move to table.
Second.
All those in favor? Okay, so this will be tabled until September 20th, the next selectmen meeting. Okay?
Thank you, John.
Get it cleaned up, okay?
You got it. I appreciate it.
All right. Are you all here for the same thing? Because I know this is like live TV right here. This is fascinating, isn't it? So are you all here to public comment?
Yes.
Is that what you want to address? I'm going to go right to public comment so you don't have to sit here all night. All right? So whoever wants to step up.
I don't want to step up because this doesn't make me comfortable. But anyway, my name is Sylvia Sullivan, Abel Bates, and we live at 55 Stark Cove Road in Raymond. And thank you for letting us speak. We're here tonight to express our concern for the town of Raymond over for the destruction of the 500 feet of frontage on Raymond Cape on the West Shore. As you know, Sebago Lake is an important resource, natural resource. It belongs to all of us. And we all have an obligation to take care of it. And with this in mind, we started a petition and a brief letter of support for the town of Raymond that has been signed by over 273 people in the last couple of weeks. They're users of the lake, and several of them are here tonight.
Great.
Wow.
Second fiddle. I'm Abel Bates, and I'd just like to read what this letter of support says that the 273 people have signed. We, the undersigned, would like to express our support for the town of Raymond in its effort to make sure that the waterfront land on Sebago Lake that was significantly altered without permit is restored to its former state. We also support the town of Raymond in its attempt to recover all costs of litigation associated with such efforts and to legally impose a fine to discourage future abuses. The land that was altered without permit is approximately 500 feet of water frontage at 28 Whitetail Lane and 18 Fernwood Drive in Raymond, and those two lots are also identified as lots 20 and 22 on Raymond Assessors Map 1. That's it, and we just are here to support you in your efforts. So,
Thank you.
have any questions of us?
Great.
Thank you.
Anybody else?
Go ahead, Julie.
My name is Charlotte Newberger, and I live on the Forest Road on Raymond Cape. Just like to give a little background. We purchased our land in the late 60s, built our house and moved in 1971. We cherished every moment of the process and the joy we felt in the magnificent place to live and to bring up our children. Now, just a short background. I remember when Mr. Riley came to such a meeting in the evening and influenced the selectmen not to consider the use of DDT. That was quite a few years ago. She was recognized and read and read and read again from The Silent Spring by Rachel Carson to help make them aware of the destruction of DDT and and what the pesticides could rot on the lake. Of course, as is often the case, we are not aware of the dangers of such things when it's first introduced. We know now, and she knew then, and relentlessly read until they became aware of what it could do, and they listened. I was also one of the many Maine area residents who drove to Augusta to a hearing about a proposed pipeline from Fry Island to Eelwheel Canal to send, and through which they would send their effluent with only tertiary treatment to dump into the canal. More recently, there was the pipeline to tar sands. Each time, those who care for this magnificent area came together to save it from destruction. Apparently, there are those who do not consider this area a treasure for those who live here and for those who visit. This makes me not only sad, but very, very angry. There are laws for others to follow. It appears not for them. There is no consideration for the beauty and the ecosystem that many of us cherish, where we live and where we have brought up our children, and where we want to leave as a better place and not destroy. We and you need to send a strong message, and we are here to support you in what must be the ultimate message to those who act as if they do not care. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Sarah Cusson, Sylvia and Abel's daughter and stepdaughter. I think everybody's on the same position, but I'm not going to assume. This is crime. It's ridiculous that people, and I'm going to say that think they have money, it's entitled behavior, it's disrespectful, it's rude, it's against the law. And I'm not mad at anybody here. I'm mad about the situation, and I want to help. I want to do something. I want to be heard. My parents, they have a tree in their yard that they think might be dead. They call someone in to see, is it okay? Should we take it down? Shouldn't we take it down? I drive by this monstrosity of a place that this gentleman, Donald Buteau, who hides behind an LLC, what he's done to his property, and I look at all these other people who won't move a rock because they're not supposed to, they need a permit, won't pull up a shrub, won't take down maybe a dead tree, won't do anything. Yet this man did it all in the cover of darkness over the winter when nobody Nobody's out on the lake to see it. And all of a sudden now it's spring, and what the heck happened over the winter? And now it's done, so he'll pay his fine and move on, and I'm sure that's what he hopes for. But I'm here to say it needs more. It needs to be back the way it was. It needs something. It needs a message, because apparently he's done it before, and he's not going to stop with a fine. But that's all I have to say. But I'm not. I sound angry. I'm not angry at anybody here. I'm angry at the situation and the balls of this man.
Yeah.
All right. Anyone else?
Good for her.
No, she's right.
Anyone else? Doesn't have to be on that topic. Could be on anything else you want to talk about. Okay. Seeing none, we'll go back to our agenda.
You can give it to the clerk if you want to.
Mr. Bruno, what can we say, what is the status of it? What is anybody doing?
If you look at our agenda, there's an executive session later,
It's on that same.
and we can't talk about it in public.
If you want to see a public statement, you can go to
watch Channel 13.
Go to WGME and take a look. I would assure you, at the staff level, the elected official level, we're taking good care of this, and we understand the importance of it. The environmental impacts, and rest assured, we're doing what we need to do.
Yeah, and we can't really talk too much about it.
But thank you for the petition and the signatures. We do appreciate that.
Yes, very much.
I will also say that it's not a fight we're fighting alone. We have also gotten the support of the local senators, the local Congress, the local representatives, and whatnot that are on board with what's what they're seeing and things like that. So it's it's not being taken lightly.
The LEA, the Walton Water District, so there are a number of entities that are in this with us and support it. So we appreciate your support very much. I spoke with Abel and who's doing this, and I think that's an amazing amount of signatures in a short time.
But we're not supposed to talk about it.
Just want to say that there's 273 signatures we got. There was a single person who was opposed to this. And if we had more time, we could have got 90% of the citizens of Raymond, plus all the people that are using it. Like nobody, everyone is on
We understand.
the right side.
We believe if we could say more, we would say more, but we can't. So
You say more than regular citizens could be doing.
you need to write a letter to DEP probably, and express your dissatisfaction.
It certainly would not be out of line to write to
Your state rep, your state senator.
representatives, because they are aware of it, but the more they hear it from other people, the more it drives it home to them as well.
You could also contact the LEA and
I did contact
Colin Hume and see what he has to say about. I'm sure they've had fights like this in other places. He probably could give you some advice.
Is the Corps of Engineers involved?
They are, but only. Can you speak to their? Oh, we can't. Can't do that. They're involved.
I keep telling you, we're working on this, but we can't speak about it.
We've been speaking about it for about the last 15 minutes.
Well, we're not really speaking about it.
Speaking around it, not
Stay
about
under the table.
Yeah. So you're welcome to stay, or you can take off. I mean, unless you're finding this exciting, have a seat.
Thanks, Abel.
All right, we're going to give him 30 seconds, and then we'll get back to the agenda.
Oh, yes, Susan Barry, yes.
All right, Consideration of Fisherman's Catch liquor license extension. Wayne, any violations here?
No.
Okay.
The only question I had was, are they up to date on the personal tax?
As far as I know, they are.
Okay.
Okay.
In that case, I would move to approve.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Any discussion? All in
Yeah, I
fa-
want to know if we're considered politicians who are bottom feeders.
Like the lobsters that he sells over at Fisherman's
No,
Catch?
it was put on his sign last year.
Ah.
Yeah, all politicians are bottom feeders. So I wonder if he considers.
Well, so are lobsters.
So are lobsters, and he sells plenty of those.
All right, all in favor? Unanimous. Consideration of business license application for Gillies Brewing LLC, doing business as Aroma Joe's. David Gillies, owner.
Eek.
Yep. I'm here.
Oh, hi there. Anything we need to know, Wayne?
No, everything passed in good shape.
Okay.
Just
Move to approve the license.
Well, just one question I have prior to is, if they're already operating, how are they operating without a license?
Because their license inadvertently got paperclipped to the back of Kyle's license.
Yes.
Okay.
So I missed last meeting to get them
Okay.
off the
So
agenda.
is that our error, not
That's
his?
my error.
Okay.
An error. Yep.
Okay. In that case, yeah,
Go ahead.
I'll second Sam's motion.
Okay. Mr. Gillies, do you own all the Aroma Joe's?
No, just Gray.
Just
Gray and
Gray and Raymond?
Yep.
Okay. I've never
How's
been
it
to an
going,
Aroma
Dean?
Joe's.
What?
Do you have like just regular coffee?
Absolutely.
I mean,
Yeah.
I have these young people that work for me and they love it. And they go get these wacky drinks. I'm like, can you just get me coffee?
So Monday
Yeah.
we have free coffee all day. Come down, iced coffee, regular coffee.
Seriously?
Yep.
Every Monday?
We're doing this Monday. We're doing
This
our
Monday.
grand opening this next Monday.
Okay.
I'm saying that again at the mic because the
Yeah.
mic's not
Yeah.
picking up.
No, so I was just saying,
Good
just
advertising.
this next week we're doing our grand opening. We normally do it 6 to 8 weeks after we
Okay.
open. We're having different giveaways every day of the week, and on the Friday we give 10% of our proceeds. We picked a local nonprofit, which is the Waterways, to
Yep.
donate to.
Okay.
So,
Do you serve food?
yeah. Well, when we can get it. We're having a little bit of supply chain issue, just like everyone else
Yeah.
right now. So we're out of some of our breakfast sandwiches.
Okay. Great.
And they're good breakfast.
Nice to meet you. Welcome
meet
to
you.
Raymond.
So I live right down the street. So
Good.
a little plumber drive.
Great. Great. All right. And moved and seconded. Any discussion? All in favor? Unanimous? All right. You good to go?
Thank
Yeah.
you very much.
How come this says Teresa Sadak? This says Teresa Sadak chair.
Because it was supposed to have been approved before, well, she started.
Oh, are our feelings hurt a little bit there, Joe?
I'm upset.
He printed the form
Off the
online.
website? Yeah.
Before you got elected.
All right. Consideration of business license application for Performance Motorsports. Is this the one next to the car wash? Auto Works?
I don't know.
Auto Works, yes, it is.
Is it? Wayne,
Yeah.
is that where it is?
Performance motor.
It's in that building. It's only one of the spaces in that building.
Okay.
It's the first space on the,
Actually, it's the middle space.
So you have to go around behind it? Or is
Yeah,
it in
but-
front?
You go to the front.
you go to the front, the garage is in
In
behind
the
it.
back?
Yeah.
Right.
The garage is not part of this business. It's just the office space out front that's part of this business. And that's what,
All right.
that's what, we inspected.
Okay.
Any issues there, Wayne?
I'm sorry?
Are we concerned about some of the stuff in the building, or?
So I added it to the report because there's three different addresses in this building, And there is 1253 front, which is being leased. There's 1253 rear, which is an automotive repair area that's controlled by Automotive Everything.
Yeah.
So, you know, there were some issues that we'd like to have addressed. But as far as this particular applicant, his space is in real good shape.
So why isn't it broken down to then, instead of 1253, why isn't it broken down to exactly where he's at? The license application.
Well, that may be his address.
He might know, you know, addressing issues. When he made application, he was renting 1253, but there's really front and rear, and he might not have known that.
All right, and another question, Joe, if I can. So you're saying that there might be some issues in the other parts of the buildings, but because one of my questions is like, I know, like if you have one business and you got to have that wall in there so it doesn't go into another business, we've run into that on several different occasions. So what's different here that we're not having those specs?
So he does have a door that leads into the rear area, but for the number of people that he's going to have in that front office area, he's only required to have that front entrance exit. And, you know, I looked at the rear just to make sure, if worst case scenario, somebody had to use the rear exit, just make sure that they could use it, they can. The biggest thing that I had for an issue at the rear was there's some ATVs stored up by the heating unit up top. And they don't have any gasoline in them. The tanks are all dry, but they're a little closer than they should be. So that's an easy fix for the owner of Automotive Everything next door to take care of for us. But it really, I need to work with that owner versus the owner for this application.
Okay, Joe, one more question.
Yep.
I know we had an issue with the other used car dealer over a little ways. Do they have so many cars that they're allowed to have out there? I mean, is there a limit on that? Or maybe Alex might know.
That might be an Alex question.
We don't have like a local ordinance that restricts the number.
No, not a local ordinance. We did with that one car dealership, though. Remember?
Yeah,
They
the one
actually-
across the old Raymond Auto Care across
Yeah.
the street. Yeah.
They actually, you're thinking of the one that had the limitation of like 25 cars or
Yeah,
something.
and Ray's Barber there. Yes.
They actually set that number themselves. So when they applied for the license, they said it would be for 25. So when it was approved, it was conditioned that it would be up to 25. So they kind of set that for themselves.
Okay. And this one, there's not.
Yeah, correct.
All right. Can I have a motion?
Move to approve.
Second.
All those in favor? Unanimous?
Thanks, Wayne.
You're welcome.
All right. All right, Wayne, I think you're all done.
Hey, all right.
All right.
Well, have a good night.
You too.
You too. Thanks.
Is Kurt LaBelle with us?
He isn't. He is camping just now and didn't realize he was on the agenda this evening.
Oh.
I can tell you what he sent to me so far, but if you want me to run over what little bit we know.
Yeah, I mean, the website is pretty self-explanatory of what needs to be done. All right. So anyone 65 and over, please take a look at the, what are they calling it anyway?
It's called the Property Tax Stabilization Program.
Right.
The deadline is December 1st.
Right. Applications need to be in by December 1st. You need to be 65 and over.
Eligible for homestead.
Eligible for 10 years for homestead exemption. And you must be a resident of Maine.
Yes. And it doesn't have to be 10 years
In the same
house.
town.
In-
It could be, right, different towns.
different towns or different houses within the same.
Do you have to apply for it annually?
You have to
Annually.
apply
It's
for
an
it.
annual application.
Yeah, and if you don't,
Then the taxes
it
go
would-
up.
It would potentially go up.
Right.
If the taxes ever go down, it
It-
stays at that down
Right.
rate. But you don't hear that.
No, that's probably not gonna happen.
That doesn't happen often.
Um,
The other piece, though, that we're letting folks know is that because the deadline's December 1st, the assessing agent isn't going to really review them until December 1st. The system, all of this came to be quite quickly. There aren't systems in place. There aren't a lot of things in place. We're not
Right.
quite sure how physically we're going to deal with them. So if anyone calls, we won't have any answers for that.
This will be interesting for us going into a reval, because typically in a reval, and this may not be a typical reval because of what's happened in the market all across the board, you've seen, significant increases, but generally a third go down, a third are about the same, and a third go up. And so if you're in the category of go up, apparently it won't go up.
And there's no income guidelines. Anyone.
Not means tested at all. Yeah.
Not right. Anyone can apply.
It also doesn't pertain to this September's taxes. It's next year.
Next year's tax.
Right.
Yeah, it's not this year. Right.
Now, has it been defined? It was still kind of up, the last I looked at it was still kind of up in the air as exactly the timing on the reimbursement that comes back to us.
Yeah, that'll be
the
very
question.
important. And the other thing that I'm thinking is, I'm sure they've done some sort of fiscal note on it and have an idea of what this is going to cost, but this is going to cost a lot.
Well, the fiscal note I read had $8 million. And that did not include the...
That's the first year.
That's the first year. Did not include the $371,000 that they've allocated for the administration of the program.
And was
Yeah.
that just for Raymond?
No,
No.
that's for the state.
I think they're going to be under budgeted on that, or under.
Oh, yeah.
That's way off.
When people find out about this program, they're going to sign up.
Right? Why wouldn't you?
I mean, the only thing that, where my concern is are we going to
Take a
be
hit.
potentially in a spot where we're going to have some fiscal issues come the end of the year, the end of that year, because we're not going to get reimbursed quick enough?
And right now, they have a deadline of the towns getting what we are asking for reimbursement to them by November 1st. So,
We actually won't know about the administration of this
Right.
and how well it's going to work until we do it, but it's a valid question and concern. I don't have an answer. I don't think anyone has an answer for that.
Because, I mean, in a worst case, in that situation, we may be in a situation where we have to go to a tin in order to get us through, which means we then have a cost associated with the savings.
yes.
You can rely on the state screwing this one up. So, yeah, we're going to have to keep an eye on it and see how it
And I
acts.
wonder what happens if this thing catches on like wildfire, which it should and will.
Yep.
And so then if the resources aren't adequate from the state, normally,
This will get squeezed.
you know what happens. And then, another concern I have about it, though, is that if it does have to come down, or even if it comes from state monies, since it's not means tested, it's an issue where some people are going to probably not need this and be able to get it. And then there are people who would be struggling to pay their taxes, who wouldn't be of the age range and other qualifications, who would, be paying into that fund. And so, I mean, I get it, and I think it's a great thing, but I wonder why it wasn't means tested.
Well,
It's going to be a large amount of money.
yes, it is.
But I guess while it happens, sign up.
Yeah, and the applications are online.
Yeah.
We get them
Yeah.
right from our website.
You have them on our website too?
And we have them printed in the town office. And we're printing the application along with the information sheet that the state gave for citizens.
Yep.
So that they'll have that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, Sue, for stepping in.
So anyone 65 and over, or if you're listening and your parents are 65 and over, just notify them of this program. It's on our website. And you can pull down the application and turn it into the town office by December 1st. All right, we have a quick claim deed.
Sue, you gonna take that one?
Sorry, I was, Kurt had just gotten back to me again. James Floyd has come in, he sold his property and paid the $21,000, almost $22,000 in taxes that he's owed.
Nice.
So, he's ready to have a quick claim deed so he can finish the sale.
Okay. Can I have a motion?
Let's see, oh, we have to move on this, yeah.
There you go.
Oh, okay, there we go. You move for a quick claim deed on, filed against map 008, lot 093A in the name of Floyd James E. in the Registry of Deeds, book 32517, page 100, book 35064, page 304, book 38553, page 64, book 33358, book 286, or page 286, excuse me, book 35913, page 190, book 34141, page 04, book 37080, page 32.
Second.
All in favor? Unanimous? All right. All right, manager's report.
Okay, so we have confirmed dates for upcoming regular meetings. I believe the date we have listed has now been changed. It's no longer the 13th, it'll be the 20th of September.
Correct.
And then we have October 11th. So everybody all set there?
Yep.
Reminder of upcoming holiday schedule, Monday, September 5th, Labor Day. And another reminder is the annual fundraising shooting event at Camp Hines, which is going to happen on September 9th. And that's from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. So I want people to be aware of that. That normally generates some complaints. We have provided them with a butter list, and they're doing notifications. I think we put it on our website, and we may assist in other ways to try to get the word out so that people aren't alarmed by that. But if anyone's been in residence for any period of time, for instance, Sam probably knows all about it, and it's something they do every year. So that's coming around again. Other things I want to tell you about, the Main Street Sidewalk Walk project is on schedule. It should be completed in 2 weeks.
Looks good.
Interestingly, I haven't got a single complaint that has come to my level. I know Nathan's had some de minimis complaints, but Nathan and the crew have done a great job. The engineering firm, the contractor, Sebago Engineering Firm and Glidden Paving doing the work. I think it looks spectacular. I think it's going to be a super improvement for the town. The only question I've gotten, and I've gotten it from a half a dozen people now, is are we getting streetlights? The answer is no, not now, but it's something that could be considered, you know, in the future, but that's not part of the program. But so I've not had a single person say that they are unhappy about it, which is good news. We're seeking a full-time human resource officer, finance assistant, and that advertisement's posted on the website. It's posted in the local weekly papers. And so Rita Terrio, who's been with us for a long time, I think about maybe 18 years or so, is retiring. So good for her, and we're looking for someone to come into that position. So if you're interested, please apply. The town report finally is available. It's finally available, and it has an audit report in it, right? So that's a good thing.
And I forgot to bring the select board.
You forgot to bring them, but that's okay. We'll get them in their boxes. So Kevin tells me that he's working with the library, some things that are happening there. They're going to get the full complement of town technology. They got only a partial one now because Kevin's done it on a volunteer basis for years, but they're getting their automatic locks, new phones. They're getting video security and all that entails. And this one you'll really like. We're getting a fiber link between the town office and the fire station that's going in, and apparently it's going in tonight, which is why we don't have the connection to the outside world on television, because they're splicing the connection, and apparently they cut our fiber connection tonight. So that will be fixed, and we'll be broadcasting live next time. We have an RFP, and because Rolf's on the collab group, and so the RFP for broadband is, I'm told by Kevin, they're making a few minor changes, and it's going out next week or the week after, so we'll start to see proposals back, town-specific, on what it might take to install broadband infrastructure by town. So that's very exciting. And that's all.
Great. Selectman comment.
Do you need me to come in and sign those quitclaim deeds, or are you guys good?
No, you got a quorum, we're all set.
All right.
I just want to thank Kathy Goslin and Raymond Rescue. I did a pediatric vaccination clinic a couple of weeks ago, and I needed some epinephrine 1000 in a vial, and I could not get any, so they were kind enough to let me borrow one. I never used it, thank God. No one passed out on me, and so I was able to return it intact, and thank you so much for doing that. We spoke to the department, the rescue department in the town where I did this clinic, and they refused us. And I'm like, okay. But anyway, we did 181 vaccinations that day, and we did probably about 70 children. So it was a very successful clinic.
Good.
All right. So thank you, Kathy, and your crew. Very, very appreciative. Can I have a motion to go into executive session?
So moved.
Move to go in, yeah, pursuant to 1 MRSA 405(6)E.
Okay.
Second.
All in favor? All right. We're in executive session.
No, you.
Bill? Let me know.
I don't know if you could.
All set.
All right.
Move to come out of executive session.
Do I have a second? All in favor? Thank you.
Move to adjourn.
Second.
All in favor? Thank you.
Okay, so welcome to the first organizational meeting of the Comprehensive Plan Committee. The first order of business has just been happened. We've called the meeting to order. The members that are present have been sworn in. I would like to tell the committee, for one, you'll have name tags next time as soon as Deputy Mason finds where they are. And one member of the committee, Bill Frazier, has already resigned. He'll still see him on things to sign tonight because the selectmen haven't accepted his resignation as yet, but he had some health concerns, so, and not, just, I'll leave it at that. So he's not going to be able to do the committee. I did send out just a standard type of agenda to all the committee members just to get us started. The first order of business is election of officers. And is there any nomination for chair?
You know what, just in the interest of getting to know one another, I'd like to move to table that until maybe another meeting or two, just so we can get to know one another, work with one another, because the leadership of this organization is going to guide it for the next 2 years here.
Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Any discussion? Okay. I have one thing that I will say, and if that is the case, the committee is going to have to set the agenda before this meeting ends, so that we'll know what to do next, because that's part of the purpose of the chair, is so that I can bounce an agenda off the chair.
And this is a little unusual circumstance. I mean, this is a committee that hasn't been impaneled for 14 years or something, you know. So, you know, I certainly appreciate your point and think it's a good one, but, you know, we have the practical matter of having to have somebody to coordinate with. So a few meetings, a couple, 3 meetings, not an issue, but at some point we need to have, you know, a chair. And the chair has really no more power, I guess, than anybody else, other than, you know, perhaps, you know, hopefully representing the interests of the committee and setting the agenda based on the meetings. I mean, it'll become obvious in the meeting what you want to do, I hope. And then we'll put that on the agenda and off we go. Yeah.
So is there any sense of having a chair just for this meeting, a temporary chair?
It sounds like you can run it, can't you?
I can run the meeting. Yeah, I can.
No, that's a good point.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's how we'll do it.
I nominate Sue for a temporary chair.
I'm not a resident, so I can't be a temporary chair. So all those in favor of the motion on the floor? Thank you, it's unanimous. So the new business, the first is consideration of adopting the remote meeting participation policy. This is a policy that the state basically came up with, or it's possible MMA wrote it, it's been a while now, that allows committees to use remote means to come to the meeting and participate in the meeting. If you don't adopt this policy, then all your meetings will be in person. If you do adopt it and someone is away for business, they can Zoom in. If you needed consultants that were out of town, it can be a little less expensive. So I'm not trying to advocate for the policy. I just want you all to know that there are some benefits. There are some downsides. Sometimes the technology has some interesting things, especially if Spectrum decides to go south for anything. So there are ups and downs to it. Sometimes people prefer to be Zoom, some prefer in person. We can do hybrid meetings, but we can't do hybrid meetings. And by hybrid, I mean some people on Zoom, some people here. But we can't do those without this policy. So.
Move to adopt the policy as presented.
Second.
Any discussion? Or any further questions? All those in favor? Unanimous. Thank you. And then next is pretty much a wide open discussion of next steps, where we go from here. The one thing I will say is that, actually next step is to pass this around. If you could each sign where your name is, that's the policy for the remote participation policy. I did begin today going out and looking at what kind of resources you might have as a committee for planning. Not saying you're going to do that, but I wanted to start finding out what's out there. And I can email out the list that I've come up with. It was just this afternoon, so there wasn't time to get it to you before the meeting. I've also started collecting some sample RFPs if you decide you need to go to RFP. I've gotten one from Gray, Kennebunk, Saco, South Portland, and York. So
planners?
Yeah, no, well, an RFP to go out to find planners, yes.
I think you're a ways away from issuing an RFP.
Yes.
I think along the line of getting to know one another, you probably want to take a look at the old plan and organizationally decide how you want to approach this thing. And I think maybe you have a general idea where you're going before you go out looking for a consultant. But after we do the RFP, we'll get hopefully some responses, and you'll be conducting interviews and selecting a consultant. This comprehensive planning and planning in general business isn't what it was, a decade or more ago, and state planning office is gone now, and so it used to be a requirement of towns, and so towns, I've been doing this for 40 years roughly, and I've been through several of these, usually in 10-year increments, and although it's not something that's required, it's something that is, I think, an essential component of the community. If you don't have some sort of a semblance of a direction, goal, roadmap of where you want to go, you're probably not going to have a very, I think, directed journey as you try to achieve any goals for the town. So I think it's a great thing, and I'm glad we're finally doing it, but we're not going to have the kind of support we used to have from the state, and there aren't as many consultants, but there are consultants, and we'll find a good one.
Just to take us off track, I'd like to spend a little time having everybody introduce themselves, a little background, who they are, what they do, why they decided to suffer through this process. We can start up with John.
Wow, what an honor. John Rand, been in Raymond since 1986, and family's been in town since 1944. Wife and I raised our two kiddos here. They're all went through the schools, and they're working in Portland now, and been involved in the 89 comp plan, which my folks are involved with, the Brad's 2004 plan, and was also involved in Raymond Waterways and Raymond Conservation Commission for a decade and a half or so, and believe in the process. And good planning takes good minds and dedicated folks that are here for the long haul, and that's what I'm seeing all around the table here. And look forward to working with everybody to do some good visioning and keeping our speeches concise with this big group, and working with a planner. And I trust we can find a good one to help us stay on track and make a good direction for Raymond.
My name's Danelle Maloney. I've lived in Raymond for 7 years now. I have 3 kids who are starting to go through the system. They're 6 and under. So I am an attorney downtown Portland. I started working with the town on some cases that I'd been doing, and I just enjoyed being a part of the town that I was living in. So I was looking for an opportunity to get more involved, and thought that this was probably the best option, even if it wasn't one of the only options with the town available at that time. So I was excited to jump on and keep moving.
What firm are you with?
I'm with Drummond and Drummond.
Alan Mccurtin. No,
Yeah.
Alan?
Yeah, I've heard the name. Yeah.
Yeah. Very good. Oh, Drummond and Drummond.
Not Drummond and Woodson.
Horace.
Horace, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm Brad Mccurtin. I've had property here in Raymond since 1980, and I think I moved here in 86 or 87, and grew up in Portland, 4th generation Maine, but I haven't been here in Raymond as long as John's family has been. John and I and Greg Foster were on the committee. I think that's it. Back, when did we start? 2001, I think. Late 2001 is when we started it. And I was really pleased to see both John and Greg back on. It's a great committee, but as I've looked at the resumes of this one, I think this one can be an even better committee here. I've been involved in a lot of nonprofit organizations over my career. I won't bother going into them, but I love getting involved, whether it's at the community level or just nonprofits, and I've been involved in a lot of strategic plans, including co-chairing this one when we did it last updated it a few years ago. So I'm excited about this. I love the community in which I live here. I'm very happy with the leadership of the community here. And Sue, I haven't gotten to know you very well yet, but I think we will over the course of this. I was a big fan of Louise Lester and whose shoes you have filled here. So I'm looking forward to this committee getting a lot done, and I think maybe the most important thing we need to do is make sure that we get out and spend time identifying first and then meeting with all the stakeholders. There are an awful lot of stakeholders whose input we should really get to sell this plan. I think that's one thing Greg taught me on the last plan is we really need to get out into, here's one of our people, really need to get out into the community and talk to people and get, shouldn't really be our, shouldn't be our plan, it should be the community's plan. So, thank you.
I'm John Clark. I'm pretty new to Raymond, moved up here November 2020, so almost 2 years. And I work in real estate development from home, so I'm spent a lot of time in Raymond right now. But part of my day-to-day intersects with kind of, private financing and, kind of the public process of, real estate. And I thought that this would be a really interesting endeavor to do and understand, how it all fits together. And I like urban planning, so I thought that this would be nice.
Well, I'm Greg Foster. I like Brad, I purchased land here, I think it was 80 or 81, and I moved here, I think I became a voter in 87. I've been here in Raymond ever since. And by trade, I'm a professional forester. I offer my services to private landowners who manage their forest property. I've done quite a bit of work in the town of Raymond for forest landowners. And John's not one of them. One of my competitors, who's a very good forester, does his work, Rennie Noel. I did do the town of Raymond's forest management plan for the 2 parcels I own, and we executed a timber sale on one of them. I also was on the comprehensive plan, well, it was the equivalent of the implementation committee from the was it 84 you said? Comprehensive
2004?
plan? No, the earlier, 89.
I think it was.
Oh,
yeah.
I can't read my own writing without my glasses. I was on the implementation committee back then, and then in 2004 I was on the comprehensive plan committee with Brad and John and others. I'm also on the planning board. I've been there for quite a few years, and I was on the conservation commission for a while. I think that was my first introduction to Raymond, being on a board with John and his mom and others. With that, I do have a lot of interest in forest land and land ownership, and I have what I think is a pretty good expertise in what people think of owning their land and being able to use it and that sort of thing. And I hope I can offer some of that understanding when we work on this comprehensive plan. So with that, it's Frank.
My name's Frank McDermott. I came to Raymond in 1968 as the teaching principal at Jordan Small School. Evolved through those chairs from teaching principal to supervising principal, back to teaching principal, depending on the school budget. Ended up being a superintendent principal here. I was here for 21 years, left here, went to Bonnie Eagles, assistant superintendent, finished my career over there as superintendent. My wife has been on just about every committee there is in town. She served 9 years as on the select board, was on many other committees too at that time. I served on a number of committees myself. We have 5 kids, all went to school here. Got a great education and doing very well. I've always been interested in what happens in this town because I can remember when it was just a sleepy rural community. And Raymond has evolved into a bedroom community that people have a desirability to live here. But I think we can even move beyond that. I think we could become one of the leading communities in the Lake region. And that's what I'd like to see us do. And there are many different ways of doing that. I'm going to be interested in seeing what ideas pop up here and see if we can come to some kind of conclusion as to where we should be heading. Because the town does have the resources to do anything it wants to do. Dawn, you said what? It's going to be probably $1 billion, $1.2 billion, $1.3 billion in valuation on the next
Yeah, and that's
round?
and that's before we do our new revaluation. And so I'm expecting that we're going to see our mill rate probably halve, and we're going to see our valuation half again larger. So it's going to be, interestingly, the valuation of the town, even though it's a very rural town, tracks with some of the smaller cities in Maine and some other communities. You might be surprised. There's a lot of value here with the lakefront real estate and in general real estate these days, but it's going to be a completely different valuation post this new reval. So Frank's right. We have the resources. I used to say that all the time, but it's what you want to do. It's one of the values of the town, though, has been low taxes. That's been a very primary value. That's starting to change a little bit, but we always pay attention to it. So your job is going to be to try to set some of those priorities and figure out what we should do.
Yeah, Peter Levitt, excuse me. Moved here with my wife in '85, I think. Built a house, bought 20 acres up on Raymond Hill Road here. Raised 2 daughters, went through the school system here, had a great education. Both very successful. The oldest one just recently, last year, we built a house for her on the property. And she and her husband and my first grandchild are living now about 100 feet behind me, which is kind of nice. As far as professionally, I was a hospital administrator, ran a number of different hospital services for 30 years, and spent, I think it was around 25 years on the Zoning Board of Appeals. I learned a lot through that process, probably the greatest one being if you want absolutely no political aspirations, get on the zoning board of appeals and continually tell your neighbors what they can and can't do with their property. So I am looking forward to working with all of you and trying to chart a course for Raymond in the challenging years ahead.
I'm Sean McKillop. I'm fairly new to Maine. I moved here about 3 years ago. I met my wife, and it was just the right decision to move to Maine instead of having her move to New Jersey. So I kind of joined this board because I just want to get back to the community a little bit. I'm part of a anti-human trafficking organization, and I'm on the board for my church. So I have some experience with finances and really just, you know, how do we support the community and how do we let the community know that we're for them. And this was like the perfect blend of those two, but my first experience with it in Maine. So I just want to be a big support for the community. Real estate agent here. My office is in Wyndham, but go everywhere from Harpswell to even Bethel, so my spread's a little big. But yeah, so trying to keep the small feel of Raymond, but give it all the benefits it needs without it becoming Wyndham is kind of my idea.
I'm Kayla Gonzalez. I've lived in Raymond for, I think it's approximately 7 years now. I currently work for the City of Portland, and I'm a former town employee. I was kind of coerced into being here, but I'm also happy to be here. I really am invested in this town. I believe in volunteerism, and I would really like to help Raymond face all of the challenges that it's going to in the upcoming years of a changing society.
Last but not least, Jackie. Hi, first of all, I apologize for my tardiness. I thought the meeting was online and it was not. So I apparently didn't do all my reading and homework I was supposed to. So, okay, so I live here in Raymond. I've been here about 4 years now with my family.
What's your name?
Oh, Jackie Sawyer.
Jackie Sawyer.
Yeah. My 3 kids are in, I've got 2 at the elementary school, 1 here at Jordan Small. I've been involved with some of the youth athletic programs, helping to coach. And I work as a real estate agent. My office is Meservier and Associates. We're based out of Auburn, which is where I formerly lived, but we've got a Sebago office as well. So being here in Raymond is kind of a nice middle point for me. In college, I studied international development. So development is an area that I've never really pursued, but I've always had an interest in. And, you know, I grew up in Yarmouth, which had a really kind of thriving, you know, pedestrian-friendly feel to it. You know, a lot of recreational activities and everything, and I would love to kind of see that side of things grow here in Raymond, get people outside and enjoying life around here. So.
Excellent. So where do you want to go from here?
A couple of questions that I had is, number one, budget. I think, Don, you...
Yeah, you have $10,000 for this year, and that will be adequate because by the time you get around to deciding what you want to do and putting together an RFP, soliciting proposals, interviewing, hiring somebody, you know, I have a term of art I use, coined, I guess, all deliver at municipal speed, the speed of government. So it'll be, you'll have plenty of money to get you through to the end of the fiscal year, June 30. But next year you'll be planning on more money, and you'll need to put together a budget, you know, to be reviewed by the Budget Finance Committee, Board of Selectmen, and then off to town meeting. So you'll have money enough to do what you need to do this year, I think, but you'll need to be thinking about next year and beyond. This is, by the way, this is a, you know, a 3-year commitment anyway, probably. So you have money, enough money.
Well, I think we just swore that we'd be through by June 30th, 2023, right?
I can swear at you again.
Yeah.
You can swear we didn't do it that quickly last time.
We did.
And the other thing I should tell you is that, you know, Chris Sue's the town clerk, and she's the principal contact person for the committee once we have, you know, the staff, or I guess the officers filled. I'll be attending the meetings. We have Chris Hansen here, who's our assistant code officer. He's been with us for, I think it was about 10 years before he went to Wyndham, and then got some excellent experience in Wyndham. So, you know, he's going to be a resource in economic development, planning and development in general. You'll see our department heads as we hit each area of the comp plan that directly relates to them. They may get really excited and come to every meeting, but probably they'll be here when it's their thing. So that's.
What about minutes of the meetings?
Sue takes minutes.
So you'll be at every meeting then?
Yes.
Okay.
And if she's unable to be here, we record them electronically, or we have a substitute secretary. And of course, in the town, the digital record is the official record of the town.
Right.
I don't take particularly detailed minutes unless there's some subject that you ask me to do.
Yeah, and that's an important point too. That on this meeting, of course, you may know, may not know that, you know, it's being live broadcast, and then it will be streamed on YouTube and off the website as well. So there are multiple platforms that people can review and view the meetings. So that's something that when I started, you know, over 40 years ago, that was not how things went. But now everything is done that way.
So where's the camera?
There are multiple cameras.
There's one right here. There's one right there.
And they pick up on whoever.
Yeah, and of course, and when we do the hybrid, the people will appear on the television screens and so forth.
Behind that wall and behind the curtain is a gentleman who's running the whole system that does everything and puts it out to YouTube right now, streams it right now, etc. And you're welcome to wander back. Right tonight is Sean that's out there as our videographer.
The system, not the electronic piece of it, but the system itself, you know, kind of reminds me of the Starship Enterprise. It actually came from Harvard, of all places. Kevin, our tech guy, got the cabinetry, and of course it's been updated over the years. But it's quite impressive, and that's just part of what we do. We have server locations at the town office and also the public safety building. But yeah, it'd be worth taking a look, see what's behind the curtain.
As far as the process, is it too soon to decide amongst us if are we going to use Roberts? Are we kind of started off by making motions, seconding and voting, but just to clarify.
That's typical, yeah.
Yeah, it's fairly standard for the town.
So is that something we need to vote?
You can vote to adopt Robert's Rules of Order.
All right, then I'd make that motion that we generally use the accepted version or the current version of Robert's Rules.
I'll second that.
And if anybody would like a copy of that, we'll provide a copy. But I think it'll be most important probably for the chair and vice chair, or however you do it, or co-chairs.
Is there any discussion on that motion?
Just one question, yeah. How many are, everybody's probably familiar with them, but how many have actively used them in organizations?
Yeah, to some degree.
Because, it does get pretty formal. For example, I believe the motion to table that I made at the onset
would actually kill it if you use the direct interpretation, yes.
What's that?
That would actually kill that. We wouldn't have a chair because a motion to table kills a motion.
No, it doesn't kill it. It just puts it on the table. But it's non-debatable.
Right.
The motion, but we debated it.
Yes.
So that's why I was wondering,
how formal.
How formal we want to get with this, because if we say we're going to run by Robert's rules, it takes away the friendliness of it. And
I would think that it can be loosely interpreted through the chair. I mean, that would be some way to control it to some degree. I don't think we need a parliamentarian or anything like that. But
I think those are called the Bobby rules.
Yeah.
I can go either way on it, right? I just wondered what people's experience was using it. I've used it in a lot of organizations, but it can get a little...
I have no experience using it. I've listened, and so I'm not I don't have an opinion. I think I defer to those of you who've interacted with it generally.
Modified Roberts with good judgment about how a conversation needs to keep going or not, and but we should keep it in the framework certainly that we're going to.
Sure. Some discretionary type of capability amongst the board. If it seems like it's getting a little too hairy and we actually have to think about calling an attorney. I don't want to go there, believe me.
Wait, I already have one.
Yeah.
I have experience.
But at least the motion of the structure of the motions, the seconds, the vote, that makes what you do have a little more substance.
Yeah, that part we hold on to.
Yes.
Yeah.
For sure.
Sure.
So perhaps, it's a great question. So maybe a modified version of.
Sure, with discretion to the chair or the board.
And what I could do is send out the main moderator's manual to the board if you'd like, and that has like a one-page, very mini Robert's Rules of Order that moderators use to moderate town meetings. And it's really, I don't want to say watered down, but it's just it's a one-page document. So that explains the motions and whatnot.
It'd be helpful if it's just one page. That would be helpful. So.
Yeah. You've been in a lot of organizations. Do you have any?
Use Robert's rules, but use them sparingly. Giving everybody a chance. It only to the point where it begins to get to be 50 cups that you really have to, call them in. As long as everybody agrees they're going to behave themselves and they're going to listen to other people speak and that sort of thing, then I think we're fine.
Yeah, correct me if I'm wrong, but we're really not, any of the votes we take, they're going to be on recommendations anyway. It's not like we're setting statute or anything.
Right. That's correct.
Right. A lot of what you're going to do, in my experience, is going to be more like a workshop meeting than a formal meeting. Although you'll have both, you'll be making votes on various issues, but there'll be a lot of not exactly scintillating TV that goes on.
Yeah, and most of the time you'll probably come to consensus as opposed to coming to a vote. But for instance, at the beginning of each meeting, I'll have you approve the minutes of the last meeting, and that I would prefer a vote on. And a vote to adjourn, most people look forward to that one.
So, but to have something is important, so Robert's Rules Light or whatever you decide is good.
So I'll send out what I have, and maybe we can decide at the next meeting.
Right. No, I think if that's the dividing, but it's just like as I said on the table earlier. It just if we have to get into wait a sec, that's non-debatable. Oh no, let me check. It is non-debatable, but it's not going to be fun. And I think this really we're all here to kind of have fun and get involved in the community and just kind of help shape the future. I think so.
I just ask in the last comprehensive plan, there were no formal votes or none of that?
No, I think we did formal votes, but I don't think we ever got into Robert's Rules at all. I mean, we took votes from people, and we had a planner named Rich Rothy. I thought was very good. I don't know about you guys, but I thought he was really good. But one thing we did do, Don, is as we moved along, we actually left items. In other words, we finished them off as we were going along. And that surprised me a little bit. I found that, we weren't going to go back and revisit something other than, things changed. And so that's something we ought to think about too, because we'll look at a lot of parts of the community as we evolve here. And the last planner had us, let's just say we were looking at where should businesses be encouraged to locate in the community. We discussed it, we researched it, discussed it, and then we voted on it, and we didn't go back to that again, even though, other information came up. And so that might or might not be the way to do it this time, but just to give you some
I think on that, of course, you'll have ideas, but when you get your consultant, you'll have that discussion, and it may or may not be the way it was before. And, either you did a review or you have a super excellent memory, because I was saying 14 years, it's more like 18 years, I guess, since we did this last, and so I don't know as it'll be the way it was then,
Yeah.
And I mean, a lot of it will be how you want to do it and what the consultant thinks is the way to do it these days.
Yeah.
And I agree, Rich was good though.
Yeah.
Yeah. I do remember that much.
You know, I'd like to get some input on video conferencing versus live meetings and hybrid meetings. I, you know, like just about everybody here, I embraced it during the pandemic, and I still embrace it. I happen to like video meetings, but what's everybody's feelings on?
Before we go to that,
Yes.
we do have a motion that's been seconded on the table.
Oh, on Robert's rules. Sorry.
Yes.
Thank you.
So, is there any more discussion on that topic?
It's maybe a hybrid of, not a hybrid, but a loose.
And did,
Put
Peter,
one
do you
on
and
it.
Greg both agree with
Yeah.
that interpretation?
Yes.
All those in favor? Opposed? Thank you. I'm sorry, go ahead.
No. I'd just be interested in hearing everybody's thoughts on whether people would like to meet in person for all the meetings, or occasionally do video, occasionally do in person, hybrids, and what your experiences have been.
I guess I'll start. Personally, I'm incredibly busy, so being able to remote in is extremely helpful, and it makes me a lot more available.
I like the idea of doing a little bit of both. You know, I always think it's important to sit across the table from one another and really hash out an idea. And but I do like the convenience of zooming in and not having to be here, you know, specifically when I have to drive home, especially during the winter times. But I think a little bit of both, but still having those in-person meetings, I think is important to do every once in a while at least.
I wonder if we could do some sort of a rotating schedule perhaps, so that, you know, I find it very beneficial to sit face to face and be in a group of people and be able to have a discussion. I think that flows much better than doing a Zoom meeting where everybody's on their own screen. So I wonder if perhaps there are certain topics that might fit better with an in-person type meeting, and some could be more remote, and it would work well for whatever it is that we're discussing during that meeting. I would be open to kind of either rotating sort of a schedule, like every other month, sort of, you know, hybrid and in-person or something.
I may have a problem if we go with that kind of a setup, because I go away for the winter, I leave in December and come back in probably the end of April. But I'm available to Zoom anytime. If that's a problem, then that would be a problem, and I will graciously get off the committee.
You would consider flying back for the meetings?
Well, depending if Don paid for it.
This time and the time, whatever time we set up for our meeting, will be held for us, correct? Yeah. So we could say that the meeting is here, but if you have to attend remotely, that's an option for you?
Yes. Yes, that's what the...
I would suggest that's what you should do. I mean,
Yeah.
I would like to see Frank stay, you know, on the committee. He has a wealth of information, as you know, some of the folks who worked with him over years about the community, and some really great ideas, I'm sure. And so increasingly, you know, technology is the way we conduct meetings. And I like Zoom, but I do agree you lose some of the personal connection, and it's not quite the same. So we could do a blend, but always have that option for people who, for whatever reason, can't do it.
I think that's the way to go. We've had enough Zooming, in my opinion, our teams in the last 2 years. It's going to take us all 4 years to heal from all that technology learning, which has absolutely advanced the world. But yeah, let's have a meeting here every month, whatever it is, and for those that need to Zoom, that'll be available thanks to technology savvy of the town of Raymond.
That'd be a simple way to do it, I guess.
So I have a question. I mean, would we be seeing people on Zoom on the screens
You
here?
would see them up here on the screens, or if we had some sort of presentation, you would see it up there. Anything that's seen on the screens is also broadcast. What you don't get when you zoom into a meeting that's here is getting to see everybody at once, because the camera angle is so far back that you don't really see anybody other than little stick figures around the table.
It's not going to be the same.
It won't be the
as
same experience.
You know Zoom.
Yeah.
You're going to be looking into the meeting room.
Yeah.
As opposed to a Brady Bunch thing.
Yeah. So whoever is being focused on at the time, basically whoever's speaking generally, is who the videographer will move the camera to, and that's who you'll see on your Zoom if you're on your phone or on your laptop or whatever. But you can still hear everyone if someone else speaks. You just won't, unless you get really good at recognizing voices.
And we can see you.
Yeah. And we see you all the time. And if you're the only one, we see you really well.
No, this is well set up for hybrid meetings. You know, so often you get one little laptop over in the corner, you know, with people who are on it. This is great for hybrid.
Thinking that assuming that that's pretty well agreed on, is thinking we do monthly meetings right straight through until we're done.
That would be my suggestion. I think that's what we probably did last time.
Yep.
So we did, it was only monthly?
I think more than a monthly would probably be tough for people like Kayla and others. A number of folks still working full-time here. I'm one of them too with Kayla, probably most of some of you folks. You're still working full-time?
Yeah.
You weren't going to retire for this committee, Brad?
And just for scheduling, it's a bit easier if you pick a particular day.
Lock it in.
And lock it in.
Yeah.
Because that way other committees will know, okay, this day is always going to be for you folks, and they won't try and beat it. They'll also set it up on the calendar that way. But if you choose to move it each month, you're more than welcome to do that as well.
Would we do well to try to spend a minute right now setting that day?
You could. That's on the agenda anyway, yes.
One question is this where most of the committees meet? Do the selectmen meet in this room?
Yes.
Yes.
They all meet here.
Okay. So do you have a calendar that you could share with us, either now or by email afterwards, of what the different,
It's the town,
when they meet?
Well, it's the town calendar, and I did send it out in an email earlier.
Okay.
But it's, the select board meets the second Tuesday, planning board is second Tuesday. ZBA is fourth Tuesday. The recycling committee, which should be winding up, is usually on a Thursday, but I think it's the second Thursday. Mondays we generally don't do, and Fridays we generally don't do.
Good policy.
Yeah.
Although sometimes Mondays are used by the
Yeah.
budget committee during the budget review.
Not for the last 3 years, but they have been. Yes, but they have been.
We have at times had to do that. So you're basically talking about Wednesday or Thursday too? Is that what you're talking about?
Pretty much. They're more open. I mean, the second Wednesday is planning board, so that one wouldn't work. But
Did you send that calendar out today, or?
I didn't. I sent an email. It was early on when just after you were all appointed.
And the RSU also uses this building on
That's
Wednesdays.
true. That's right. I
And
forgot about
that's
Wednesdays.
Well, it's once a month.
Yeah.
Because they rotate.
They
correct?
rotate, and sometimes they change. So Wednesdays is a bit difficult.
So
that
Thursday
way.
sounds like a good option.
Thursday might be.
Yeah, it's a tough, it can be a tough night for me.
Yeah, and it can be for Kayla.
Thursday I usually have a standing meetings, but they start at 5, so if we did remote, on my way home I can tune in and pop in as I drive by. But that might be difficult for me, particularly
Winter,
for instance, this October, every Thursday I have a meeting at 5.
How late does the RSU use the building on Wednesdays?
It's hard telling at the school board.
School board meeting.
Yes.
Would they be?
But they rotate, right? I mean, it's
They
not.
rotate.
They do. It's
And
every other week, so it isn't
So it's about
locked in.
once a month. They're here on Wednesdays.
Roughly. Some months it
Yeah,
ends
so
up being
if
twice.
we picked
So
a
if we pick a day,
Wednesday,
they rotate around that.
I think you could work around that if you liked Wednesday better.
Or even, I mean, Monday, the only issue is when you have a Monday holiday, but we could work around those.
Mondays are a bad day for pretty much everything I've found. But for being a good, creative, energized meeting, Monday's kind of hard. I would vote for the Wednesday slot, I think. It seems
Monday would also be unkind to Sue.
Yeah, but I wasn't going to say that.
That's why it's bad.
I
We
don't
have-
always work on Mondays, and I live in Richmond.
That's why it's bad. Sue's not in town.
Yeah. Budget Finance Committee, what days do they?
Generally Tuesdays,
Okay.
in between Select Board, and that will begin in pretty much end of March, 1st of April.
Okay, so I'm good for Wednesdays. I'm good for Thursdays. It sounds Thursday's not great, so I'm good for Wednesdays.
And I don't know if we've gotten the school's calendar as yet. When we do, we put in their
Right
meetings.
now, on Wednesdays, the fourth Wednesday of the next couple months seems to be the most promising. It's open so far as I click through. The second and the third Wednesdays are occupied by Planning Board and the RSU.
I think we grab those Wednesdays would be my vote.
So looks like either the first Wednesday or the fourth Wednesday.
Does it look, well, I'm almost there, but does it
Okay.
look like the school?
Would it make sense, Sue,
Schedule is
to
in
put
yet?
together a proposed schedule for some period of time and have that, and we're gonna set the next meeting probably and have a discussion about that?
Oh, Melissa has gotten the school schedule, at least for
Yep,
a while.
up to December,
Yeah.
the first and
You know,
fourth Wednesday or
like we do the
Yeah.
budget committee
Yeah, it could.
and selectmen have a schedule throughout the budget development and review and adoption process, which goes over a number of months. Maybe that would be something to think about.
Do they try to do it for the whole year, or they just take a chunk of time, like a
chunk of
quarter?
time, a chunk of time for them.
Well, for their season.
For their season of activity.
But for you, you could book it for the year, and then you'd know. And you wouldn't have to worry about dates, you'd secure those dates, and although sometimes we have, despite our best efforts, we have some school issues, don't we, so?
Yes, because they tend to change their
But we can
meetings
try to work
occasionally.
around those and have a block for a period of time that you agree on.
But Kayla is right that the last Wednesday is available all the way through.
Is the first Wednesday available if we think through till the holidays? We don't want to meet the last Wednesday of November or of December?
That's true.
Potentially?
The first Wednesday of September is, and October, and November. Yes.
Yep,
I
and
just wanted to double check and make sure that was day after
Yeah,
the
that's
election.
why I'm suggesting that you pick a date for your next month and then have Sue
Well,
and Kayla, she's pretty tuned up still on the schedule after all
Yeah.
a year away or whatever.
It's almost been a year since my.
So maybe
She
you
also
can
knows
put
where
together
it
a
is.
proposal that avoids holidays and
the
avoids
first-
conflicts, and that we
The
have
first one does
The
that.
first
pretty
Wednesday
sufficiently.
does that from now to December. And then in December, or when it gets closer to December,
Okay.
maybe
Look
decide.
at it then.
Yeah.
But we could lock in the fall quarter right now and not have more emails for folks to chase. And if most of us are good with the, would we say first Wednesday?
Would first Wednesday work
Let's be
more?
done with that and move on to the next.
I agree with that.
I can make a motion to say first
So you're
Wednesday.
talking the 7th for the first meeting?
Yes.
Yeah.
That would
I
be the
can't
7th.
make that one, but that's the only first Wednesday I can't make. And if you want to go without me, I'll let you.
Only with your permission.
Don, I'm kind of thinking the first big thing that this committee should address is a planner. Am I?
the first big external thing, yeah.
Yeah. Because I mean, if this were our September 7th meeting, what would our agenda be? I mean, what's more important right
It
now?
could be to review the prior plan.
And to talk about, your thoughts about this whole process maybe, and
Yeah.
what you're expecting out of it, because if you're gonna put together an RFP, you're going to be asking the consultant to be responsive to, a program that you're going to be, implementing. So you might wanna have a discussion about what you think it ought to be, look at some other RFPs maybe, and and just have a general discussion amongst yourselves about what you'd like to see out of this process.
Right.
Just a thought, I mean.
No, but if we begin with the end in mind, in this case, the end being getting a planner, you know, what do we need to do before we put the RFP out? And what do we need to do before we hire the planner?
You have to have an idea of what you're going to do.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So if I think that's the first big item that we need to address, and so maybe if we spend our next meeting reviewing the plan, you know, what's in it, and we've all got a copy of it, it's on the website.
And a lot of it's going to be, the cost is going to be dependent on, you know, is the planner, you know, more of a facilitator, you know, somebody who is, you know, leads the group through these complex topics? Are you expecting the, you know, the consultant to do most of the work? Probably that would be unreasonable in some ways, and probably financially not, you know, something that would be feasible. But you, by the same token, a lot of the work is probably beyond the depth and scope of what we could do, because that's what these people do. So you have to have some sort of a balance. But make no mistake, the folks who were here last time know that there's a level of work for the committee people.
Yeah.
And so you got to figure that all out. What do you want from the consultant? I think a good way to do that would be to look at some RFPs and, you know.
Yeah, in the bit that I looked at, as far as in general, looking at some of the old forms and structures from when we had a state planning office, I mean, it would seem to me that we would discuss early on what part of it is boilerplate, and what part of it do we want to hone in on that's specific to our community, and kind of meld those two together. But that would kind of be a starting point.
Exactly. There is going to be a lot of boilerplate and pro forma sort of stuff, but yeah, that's exactly it.
Okay, I think this document, to me, this document is a great start. I mean, all those categories, we're not going to probably drop any of those. I think we'd be updating. Some of them would be boiler, but most of those chapters would need revision and revisiting in terms of the current state of housing, for example, in southern Maine.
Sure. When you guys worked on it last, I don't know that PFAS was even on the radar.
Right.
So that's going to be something new.
It was still legal. Yeah.
So if we did our homework between now and the next meeting and said, okay, everybody take a look at the plan, and, you know, great suggestion. I want to call you Charlie.
That's okay. Everybody does. Yeah, even my wife.
Is Charlie your brother?
He is, yes.
Ah, okay. He was great on the committee. He really was. You know, and look at the plan. Okay, you know, is most of this still relevant? And if so, okay, we need this. And what sort of agenda items, we don't have to have them at the first meeting certainly, but what should we be adding, like PFAS as an example? And then, you know, where do we go on a planner? I think Rich, I think he did most of the plan himself. He wrote that up, and he really.
Well, typically the consultant would probably put together the final report, but what I'm talking about is a lot of the gathering of data, analysis of data, reaching out to other communities if that's useful, or agencies and so forth. There's a lot of moving pieces in this thing, and if you have that consultant do all of that, which I don't think is typical in any way, I don't know any town that's ever done that, you're going to be parceling out a lot of that work to the committee members, and then he's going to be synthesizing it and putting it into some kind of cohesive, comprehensive whole that will be hopefully something that the community will embrace. And we'll have hearings to find out about that. You'll present it in pieces and so forth, or you know, maybe in some other way. I don't know. We'll have to decide all that once you get somebody.
Yeah. No, I just, you know, having been through the process with outside of the municipalities also quite a bit, I think ideally what I think constitutes a good planner is somebody who's knowledgeable about the topic, whether it's municipal or just anything in strategic planning, and can guide us through the process and essentially put the document together. I don't think anybody here wants to do all the writing of it. But as far as reaching out to other stakeholders, I think that's ours. You know, John might want to, have some interests that he wants to reach out to and willing to take that on. Greg might, Frank might. I mean, we've got some wonderful resources here from people, the backgrounds of what we could reach out to and the knowledge. So I think the committee itself can do that. The person who just kind of guides us along, keeps it flowing, keeps writing up the plan as we go along, and is knowledgeable about, hey, you ought to have this, and I saw this plan, and then another one that I did somewhere, something is I think what we ought to do. So I'm not trying to lead this, but I'm just wondering if that makes sense, that our next meeting, everybody's familiarized themselves with the plan. What is it that we really think would be good in a planner? Any attributes, put them together, and then could you get us some RFPs?
Yeah, Sue said that at the outset. She has some already.
Okay.
She can send
Okay.
some out.
Yeah.
And I mean, we just started, or I should say Sue just started trying to identify planners. And so it's not, as I said, as easy as it was. She put something out on the clerk's listserv. We're contacting the councils of government, our GP-COG, AB-COG, and some of the different, organizations like that. As I said, there's no state planning office, but there is a DECD, we can talk to them, and other agencies of state government that do planning. So I'm sure we're going to shake some planners out of the trees, but it's just not a thing as it was before.
Yeah. Are those land use planners in general, or were they land use planners that had experience with comprehensive plans? Maybe I couldn't get that specific. But
I couldn't get that specific just in doing searches. I've left messages with some of these folks.
Good.
I have had some clerks get back to me and let me know who they use to update their comprehensive plan.
Great.
One's in Cutler. I'm not sure we'll use that one. But maybe. There's one that, where was it? Was it York that used? No, there's a contract planner with AV-COG that also does Southern Maine Planning and Development. So I've got a few names.
You've got a good list going.
Yeah, I've begun. And I did find that the Maine Office of Community Development doesn't assist towns in any way with the comp plan and doesn't have planners, which doesn't make any sense to me. But
When this was a state requirement, of course, people were in this business heavily.
Yeah.
And so it's less, it's not now, and so it's less of a business, if you will. But, Chris had a great idea. And I think this is another option, and so I would suggest that we post an ad on the Maine Municipal Association, classified ads, and among other things. But what you see today too are you might get somebody who's left a municipal planning full-time professional position to start their own consultancy. He knows somebody really good who's done that. You might also find somebody who's a professional planner in a larger jurisdiction who would do it on a on a part-time, on a basis as an extra job kind of thing. So there's some really great planners in Maine, but and then there's still the independent consultant type planners. So I think we're going to find somebody, but it's just a matter of getting some names together and getting the word out and advertising the right places, and we'll find somebody.
We'll find someone good. Yeah.
and the RFPs I've found are fairly recent. They're from like 2021. Some of them, so.
Yeah. And it may turn out that I'm wrong. I mean, there may be planners everywhere. I don't know.
That's good.
I don't have as much experience with this, so in terms of what a planner does for us, how much of a time commitment is it for them? Do they just meet with us on our Wednesdays, or do they do work outside to assist reaching out to resources? What level of commitment is it for them?
The second one and then some.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yeah, it's a big commitment, and as Brad indicated, writing stuff up, doing research for you. You'll do some, and you'll assist to the degree you can. But it's a lot. It's the meetings and then a lot more.
Are there job descriptions that are available? And this is just to understand the full extent of the scope of their work. So when we're looking, I mean, I'm sure to a certain extent they'll have resumes and things, but it would just help solidify. Are there any job descriptions available that we have or have used in the past? Or
I haven't looked for that, but I can.
We can certainly get municipal planner job descriptions because basically the towns that employ full-time planners they're doing this on an ongoing basis. What we're calling comprehensive planning, they're doing on a day basis. So that would give you an idea of what planning people do, planning professionals do. You know, Kayla could get us the one from Portland, right? So you can see what they do. But anyway, you know, but this is a one-off kind of deal for us, and then we implement it. Hopefully, we have an implementation committee. I think that was referenced. The follow-up on this would be another committee that would help guide the recommendations of the plan to hopeful completion.
And what's the expected time frame that the planner would assist us with, or is that depends on
the planner would
model?
assist you during the time you're doing the plan, which would be the 2 to 3 year period.
Okay. All right.
And then the implementation phase, which I think some of you people are on before too, that would come after.
Okay.
Yeah.
As Dawn alluded to, not to get the cart in front of the horse in any way, and certainly getting the consultant planner is key to this, I would think, is the fact that there are department heads within the town that definitely are going to feed us information. I would recommend it sometime early on that there be some type of survey of the community, which would also help to direct us by finding out the issues.
Yes, we did a survey in 2014, I think, and so I think that's a great idea to do something like that again, and it's a lot easier today than it was, and so that's a really good idea to gauge community interest and to find out what values people have. Yeah.
What percentage of the year-round residents of Raymond do you have emails for?
We don't store emails in the town office for most. We don't store emails in the town office for most people. Though we do have emails for people that have signed up for the Roadrunner and compost bins and certain projects, but we don't, as a general rule, have email addresses for people.
Would the town have any privacy concerns if the committee were to ask the town to ask Sue, for example, to send out an email to everybody who had emails for?
No, it wouldn't be privacy concerns.
Okay. But it's a pretty low percentage is what you're saying.
Yes.
Yeah.
And it would be kind of targeted audiences because they signed up for specific things.
Yeah.
And it would be people who are already engaged with the town, usually.
Yeah, so your best bet would be to create such a survey and then put it out for everyone to do. So you would advertise that the survey is out and to where to go if they wish to complete it.
I recall, this is dating, so this is a while back, but I remember attending at town office. There was a meeting of, and it was just basically dispersed as general information to the community to come in and talk about what the priorities were in the town. I think what happened at that time is number one was clean water, which was interesting as far as what was most important with those individuals that showed up. Once again, probably a couple of dozen people, but even a couple dozen beside us that are engaged enough to give an opinion about what direction we should be going, where they think the issues are going to be in the coming years. Would be helpful. But once again, that's a cart before the horse. Getting a planner to guide us would be number one priority.
So I'm kind of thinking if we came here next month, looked at the plan and just some ideas. We have our RFPs, and what do you think, Don, is a realistic time from the time the RFP goes out? And do we mail out the RFP or
Yes.
we go through? Okay, so
we'd advertise its availability in places where planners might hopefully look for such opportunities. We would mail it out to known planners directly. So we'd publicize it to the best of our abilities, and you have to give it a sufficient amount of time because it's going to be, I think, somewhat of an undertaking to reply to the RFP once you see what it is. I would think
30 days anyway.
A month, yeah. Anyway, and then you're gonna get them in. You're gonna have to have a meeting to go through them and decide who you like to interview, and then you're gonna start up interviews. So there's another month. You see how we get to deliberate municipal speed, all deliberate municipal speed. So I think your best case is probably, maybe the first of the year or something like that.
Yeah. Is there a requirement to use an RFP? I'm wondering because did we use one? I thought
we did interview a couple of planners, and Rich floated to the top.
Yeah. That's my recollection too. We started. GP Cog had a someone who kind of got us in the initial meetings, much like you're doing and you're doing, John. And
The other thing we had back then, I think we had Amanda Simpson too, right?
Yes.
So Amanda Simpson is now the Director of Planning Development for the town of Falmouth. So she was very helpful.
Yeah.
We had her on staff here in a different capacity. So I think she helped get things rolling too.
Yeah.
And GP Cog doesn't do anything
No,
with
that-
planning
right.
any longer.
They don't do planning.
No, not at all.
Wow.
They become more of a transportation organization these
Okay.
days.
Yeah. All of the planning information they have on their website is from the 90s.
Wow.
Mhm.
So, I mean, what's the downside of doing an RFP is not having a planner in place till January. And
Well, you might do December, I don't know.
yeah, but we're not
But
going to get much
the,
done.
the upside is the planner knows what we're looking for. It's a lot of broader section of people,
Right. I
rather
mean,
than
just
just 2 or
advertising,
3 that we
I
talk
wondered-
about.
The reason that you do it, I mean, there may be a way to short circuit it if you wanted to do it faster, but the reason that you do it is so you get a variety of, you might talk to 4 or 5 people and, you'd learn a lot about planning and how they approach it by talking to different people, So, I mean, if you could select somebody, but that maybe would close some opportunities that you wouldn't know about if you didn't talk to people who are responsive to your RFP.
Sue, the RFPs that you're digging up, are they RFPs that towns have put out for general planning services?
No, for a comprehensive
For
plan.
comprehensive plan. So
Yes.
if we get 2 or 3 of those, we're going to have a template that will be spot on and adjustable to what we need.
Yes, you can pick and choose different paragraphs or different pages
cut
that
and
you like,
paste
yes.
and
And I can paste them together for you.
And I think it's incumbent probably on the group to go home and before we come back for the next meeting to have a sense of the categories in the 2004 plan.
So Sue, can you send if they don't have the plan, can you send the plan electronically to everybody?
They already have
Oh, they already have it,
access to
okay,
it.
so can you send the RFPs to them ahead of time too?
Yes, I
so
can
they
send
see
that tomorrow.
We can do that kind of thing,
Yeah.
push things out to you electronically so you can see it before the meetings.
So we're coming to the next meeting well versed in what an RFP looks like, and everyone hopefully will have had a chance to read up on the current plan, and also with a sense, which I was hoping we'd spend a minute on tonight, which is which of these items are the hot burner items, because we obviously want to address all of these and maybe some new ones and maybe drop some out, but to me it seems like there's so much info in a comprehensive plan. There's got to be like 2 or 3 at most kind of key items that get rolled ahead. We're not going to roll all 10 elements out and succeed with all those.
Yeah.
But 2 or 3 big things, whatever they are, housing and economy or conservation and
My experience has been in preparing for numerous accreditations, evaluations, and inspections in healthcare. What an inspector told me once is, what you want to be looking at is what's on the news. So what's in the paper, what's on the news, that's what they're going to be looking for. So it's not that the other stuff isn't important, but I think that's one way to kind of identify. So I mean, I joke about PFAS, or you mentioned, John, housing. Housing seems to be pretty hot right now.
Yeah.
So it's those type of things, but.
Right. I'm just kind of, I mean, the way I would do this if I were trying to do it for our company is I basically would talk to people, in this case, talk to some other communities. Gray, I think, just completed one or is in the process of starting one. I think Gloucester completed its. And I'm happy to do this. Maybe somebody would like to help me with it, but get on the phone and call a few communities. When did you last update your plan? Who did you use as a planner? We're happy, and then send out.
That's what Sue's doing.
That's what I'm doing for you.
Oh, you're doing it. Okay. That would be
That's what
great.
I'd be
And then
down.
just send the RFP out to them rather than, if we advertise the thing, and we got to wait however long before the publication of the website. I don't know, but I could see that just dragging on for 30 days, just waiting.
Well, no.
Well, one of the things I was going to say is while you guys are looking for a plan, one of the things you should be thinking about is what is your vision individually for the town.
Right.
Comprehensive plans are developed to direct growth and to affect the zoning ordinances for the town. And they're going to be, that's the document that guides the town for the next 10, 15 years until we do this again. One of the comments I heard tonight from, was it John?
Sean.
Sean, was that he was on this committee because he didn't want to see Raymond turn into Wyndham. Well, comprehensive plans were developed to slow sprawl, because if you don't have controlled growth, you get it everywhere. And my role for the town is I'm code enforcement, zoning administrator. I've been doing it. I did it for Portland. I've done it for Wyndham. And zoning is the most important piece to direct growth. We have areas in town where we have 3-acre zones, we have 2-acre zones, we have 1-acre zones. We have commercial districts and residential districts. We have a shoreline zone. This comprehensive plan that you have did a great job. Raymond is a wonderful community. That's why I live here. It's probably why most of you live here. So I think that, you know, reviewing the plan, coming up with what your vision is, where you think growth should happen, where you want to see this town, where do you want to see it go?
You should be the mic, I'm sorry.
Look, I thought I was talking loud enough. You know,
You probably are for the committee, but.
I think, you know, I'm not a planner. I've worked with a lot of planners. Don was alluding to some of the planners I know that I worked with in Portland and Wyndham. Wyndham did a comprehensive plan while I was there. It's a great opportunity to get public participation, find out where we want to go as a town, and keep this ship floating in the right direction. Because this is a great town. We have some of the most precious mountains, rivers, streams. We have clean water. And I think that's what we all want. We want it for our kids. We want it for our grandkids. So I think it's a real important task that we have. I'm excited to be here, and I know you wouldn't have volunteered if you're not. So, you know, I didn't really want to say too much, but I think this is an opportunity for us to shape the future, and I think that's why we're all here.
Yeah, I would second what Chris is saying. Just real quickly, what I had jotted down was, this is from the Maine Communities Comprehensive Planning Committee 2005, and it basically just defined comprehensive plans are the legal underpinning of zoning ordinances, intended to ensure that the power of the zoning is not used arbitrarily, unfairly, and with attention to documented need. And that just seemed to me to be fairly succinct as far as describing what a comprehensive plan's goal is. It's the underpinning of our zoning ordinances,
Well,
legally.
I think it's part of it, but you know, we need to. I mean, for example, should the town be purchasing land for, you know, public use? When, you know, if it's in the plan, then when something comes up, you know, what does the plan say about it?
Sure.
Yeah.
But as you say,
example,
Brad,
and-
it's use, so that's the
Right.
word. It's nice we've got a liaison to the planning board here.
Right.
I mean, that's an excellent piece of resource.
Right. It goes far beyond, though. I think, Chris, it's an important part. If you go back to the plan that we had, when was it? 1990 or something? Someone mentioned. Yeah. I mean, that one thought that the way to slow sprawl was 5-acre minimum lots out in the area. And Raymond became the fastest growing community in Cumberland County, in southern Maine, I think, wasn't it? We went from...
What time period?
When we did our started the plan in 2001, so the census from would have been, what, 90 to 2000?
Yeah, I think in that time period there was a lot of you know, proposed development on the boards, and a lot of it didn't happen. But you know, because with the recent you know, what had been sort of a housing boom, we saw things coming back. But now perhaps they're cooling again. But Raymond as to my knowledge, has never been the fastest growing. I mean, when you look at fast growing communities that probably would regret a lot of what happened, my hometown of Scarborough is one. Gorham was the fastest growing town in the 80s, for sure. Maybe Scarborough in the 70s,
Right
early
now
80s.
it's Wyndham and Auburn.
It's Wyndham and Auburn. So it's not us, but that's good in a way, because you know, we want to preserve the values that we have, but you can't have zoning that's, you know, discriminatory, as Peter, you know, outlined. That's a big part of it. But there's also, you know, there are other elements. You know, there's environmental protection that's unrelated to zoning. There's capital planning, which of course we do in a much better way than we did 15 years ago, 18 years ago. So there's all kinds of different elements of the plan. You'll see it when you look at the plan. But he's right. I mean, that's a big part of it.
Chris, it goes beyond zoning.
Oh,
For example,
I totally agree
bus
with you.
service was
100%
something that we
agree.
advocated for.
It's everybody's vision.
Yeah.
And, whether
Can you go to the
it's-
podium?
No, I'm totally in agreement. I just wanted to make the point that this plan is the underpinning for zoning, is how this all came about. But it involves, in the 2005 guide that he was referring to, I think it's 255 pages of guidance to the comprehensive plan, which we don't get from Maine State Planning now, but there's a lot to this, and I agree with you.
I mean, to get buy-in in the community too, this needs to be the community's plan, not the committee's plan.
Absolutely.
And if it's seen as the committee's plan, the community's.
Well, that's why as much outreach, I think Peter hit that, the survey, having periodic sessions for a public hearing. And no matter what you do, by the way, you're not going to get a universal agreement. When this thing's done, hopefully it's something that people are going to embrace and think is a good plan and approve. But it may be bumpy getting there, and people don't get engaged until they see something in the plan they don't like. Then they get engaged.
I think that's a good point. I think we're going to want to see both sides. We're going to see people that want growth. We're going to see people that don't want growth. There's going to be a lot of disagreement, I hope, in this committee, and then we come to a consensus. That's what a good committee should do, is disagree and then agree to disagree.
And then compromise.
And compromise.
Yeah, compromise.
I think John is on to something when he starts talking about the 10 areas. Looks like we're going to be spinning our wheels for a little time as we get this thing up and running. Maybe the next time we come back after reading and going through the comprehensive plan and looking at those areas, we can come back and talk about what areas we have interest in, or what areas people we know have an interest in, just to find out where people are. And that would be some place we could start some discussions. We can have some discussions before we hire a planner.
Yeah.
I mean, I think we should, lay it on the table, what's important to us, what's important to the people we know in the community. It's a basis of a start.
Maybe, that's a great point. Maybe another exercise before you come to the next meeting would be to write down the 5 or 10 things that are important to you about Raymond.
Or maybe the top 3.
Top 3, okay,
so
top
keep,
3.
Keep it in a
Manageable.
digestible box.
Yeah, and pick 3
Pick
of the
3.
10 that you think are
Most
important to you and to the people you know.
And with that, we will have some overlap, but we'll probably cover all 10, 12 chapters.
Absolutely.
And there's probably a couple chapters that aren't in here that might fit into one of the boxes, but
There may be some things that aren't in there altogether that are important now that weren't then. I don't know.
I think the important thing in a committee like this is you come and you listen to the ideas people put out, and if you don't walk away with a change of mind and what you walked in believing, then you probably aren't doing your job.
you're not doing your job. And the planner's great, but we're hiring her or him, and we want to give that contracted consultant a pretty focused scope of work, and with clear targets of what our priorities are, recognizing we got to hear the public as a big piece, and the planner would help with a couple good public presentation things where folks come up and pin the tail on the donkey and on the boards and stuff for what their favorite, most biggest needs are in the community. But yeah, we can be most efficient use of expensive planners by getting them a relatively narrower focus, not necessarily narrow, but focused scope of work. That one wants to spend most of your time on housing and land and whatever, and not have him or her go free range on the whole book.
I would say something I found delightful is section 1, which is history. Ernie Knight's, I don't know how we're going to improve on that, but maybe someone will have something to add, but it's certainly enjoyable when you read it. It really gives you the background of how Raymond came to be.
I can give everybody applications for Raymond Casco Historical.
There we go.
Yeah.
You get at least a paragraph for that, Frank, in the new book.
You know, it would be interesting on your theme of top three is what are our personal top three, but what do we see as the top three for the community? You know, not us, but ours plus, you know, what do we think Raymond thinks are the three top for here?
And I think to add to that too, from a personal perspective, there are things that we know we need to address. We will need to continue to address affordable housing. We need to have zoning be a major part of this, but I would love to have recreation be a part of it as well. So I don't want to set aside what we absolutely need to have. I don't want to risk losing what we need to have for the things that we would love to have, the things that are going to make Raymond, continue to make Raymond what we love about it, but may not be as or a little fluffier than affordable housing or education or something that we know needs to be on the agenda.
So that,
I think we have a charge.
yeah, I think we do. So we got RFPs coming. The meeting's going to be on that Wednesday, the 7th.
I believe it was the 7th.
So in 2 weeks?
So
Yes, roughly.
It is.
Wednesday the 7th at 6:30 here.
Mhm.
Wednesday, September 7th.
And we'll come with 3 items that we think are important to the community. We'll have some RFPs to study. We'll talk about the plan. Sounds good to me.
Do we want to have a target for run times on these eventful nights that we're signing up for?
The ZBA just did that. They said let's stop at midnight.
They went till 1:30 the night before that.
Is that local time or?
I think you want to have maybe a couple hours.
Yeah, I think they said no new items after 10.
Yeah, I don't think you want to go past 10 to begin with. But that's just me.
It's fine with me because I'll be in Arizona for the winter. It can be 3 hours after the time change.
6:30 to 8:30 is a pretty good run for a meeting midweek. I mean, we don't need to go to 9:30, do we? No.
Okay, no, thank you.
I think a 2-hour meeting. I mean, it'll focus all to be. It'll encourage us all to be focused in what we're saying and trying to get to common ground or areas that we need to debate further. But I just think a 2-hour.
And I think that's right. And I think the way to make I'm getting a sense you want to really get going and make good progress. The way to do that is to have the materials you need transmitted to you electronically between meetings so you can come in prepared and ready to go and make some progress. And we'll do our best to do that. I mean, we just need to know what you need.
So Sue, just to reach out, I just kind of have I downloaded this and basically it's the use map for Raymond.
Yes.
And the different, but I've got no way to know if this is the current. This is 2008. So are those questions we can just ask you?
That's something that Chris might know.
Oh, I
It's
might be able to
2008.
answer
Yeah.
Would you let mine go into the mic, sir?
I don't know what version you have.
It just says it's the 2008 use map for the town of Raymond.
Zoning map?
Yeah.
I think it's out of date.
Yeah, I know of a couple of amendments since 2008.
Yeah,
There was
some
an
of this has
overlay
changed.
district.
Some of that's changed.
Yeah.
So a current
get you
use
up-
map
we
would
can get
be
you
A
up.
helpful.
current use map would be helpful, yes.
Yep.
If there's a need to go later than 8:30, we can always take a majority vote of the board to do that.
And the other thing, I mean, people have varying familiarity with the community. Some people have been here a long time, some people not so much. If there's anything at all that you think would be helpful, contact us. We'll send it to you. Any documents about the town history. I mean, the Ernie Knight thing, that's a great suggestion. There's all kinds of materials that you could review, or not. I mean, but it's. I think knowing something about history is important to maybe developing a path forward. but we'll provide whatever it is you want. It's individually, so if, I mean, some of the old timers, like myself, and maybe not Frank and Brad or John, but we can, Greg, we can send it out to the people who are newer.
Well, and one thing, if you don't mind, I'll throw out is that we do have a sizable election coming up on November 8th. It's quite soon, but if the committee had anything they wanted to try and get out to the community, or do a straw poll type of
That's a great opportunity
thing
for
at
the
the
survey.
election, it is. Frank has some experience with how many people will stop and talk at the
Absolutely.
election. He did that for the
Absolutely.
blacksmith shop.
Yeah.
But November is potentially going to be huge, so.
When do you go south or west?
In December.
End of December. So you're here 3 calendar year in, and then back in May?
Be back in April.
April?
Yeah.
Excellent.
Quick question. How well do you know the town? And that's rhetorical. I mean, think about it. Would it be useful for us to take a tour sometime of the town of Raymond and see the
Yes.
hither and yon of it? Because
Yes.
Raymond covers a pretty
That's a
big
great
territory.
idea. That is a great idea.
And it's interesting to go from the tip of Raymond Cape to the gray Raymond line in North Raymond, and around the horn here.
And not to belabor that point, but as far as in Ernie's history, he talked about just the size of Raymond. And one of the things that interests me is just the topography. So, I mean, at one point, a few hundred years ago, I mean, we also incorporated Casco and part of Naples. Right. And they actually had to cut it down. So we are pretty big land-wise, but when you think about planning and zoning, we're all hills and lakes.
Yeah.
So as far as actually boulders.
So we have a rec bus. We have a town recreation bus. We can have our rec director, who has the appropriate credential to drive the thing, do that if you want to. We have a 27-foot Coast Guard patrol boat that we could probably get most people. I mean, the committee certainly. I think we get you on there, but so we can take a tour of the big lake, and but I mean, we've got, besides Sebago, we've got 5 or 6 other ponds. 5 or 6?
5.
5 ponds, 2 lakes. So, so if you're not familiar, that would be great to take a drive around.
Yeah, I love the idea.
Raymond is an amazing town. Once you get around it and start to see some of the things you get to see here, it really is an amazing place. Well worth the tour. And Don's right. You've got to take that boat trip if you haven't taken that boat trip around Sebago and to see.
And right now, if you're following, and probably you are, the media, right now we have a unprecedented in my career, and I think in Chris's as well, and violation that has happened on Sebago, and it is striking, and it will tell you why you need to protect the natural environment and why this process you're in is so important, and to have strong ordinances and to uphold them. And that's what we're going to do on this one.
What would you suggest for a boat tour, like a Saturday or Sunday or something?
Yeah, I don't know. We got to do it before it gets too cold, and we probably, I mean, we're probably going to need the 2 boat deal again, so we could do that. We could pull together, and we could do Sebago.
And what, meet down at Raymond Beach?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think our boat, we had 10 on our boat.
10, but there's 3 crew members, so it's 7.
Yeah, so 7.
Yeah.
So we'd need to have a second boat, but we can do that too, I think.
Yeah.
So why don't we put that on the agenda, because September is probably going to be a great month for that.
It is.
And then we'll.
Even into early October, it's not a bad ride.
Yeah. Yeah, no, that would be.
We can go goose hunting.
What's that? Yeah.
We can go goose hunting.
Yeah. And then the bus tour too.
Yeah, the bus tour, that's no problem. We can do that anytime.
Right. Do we need a special driver for that, or?
Yeah, Joe has the school bus driver license or whatever the credential to do that.
Joe
I think
Bruno?
Nathan, no, Joe Crocker. we actually have if you don't know, we have now a full-time recreation director who's great. He's got excellent programming, and he's working a lot with young people, but also he's working and developing programming for adults and senior citizens. I think that we could do a lot more in that area. There's the whole age-friendly thing. We're going to get this school here, so we're going to have an immense opportunity there. That's a big discussion, is what do we want to do with it? It's much larger than what the town needs for a town office. I envision that you could have, adult education, you could have, maybe some nonprofit presence there, you could have different committees and, different organizations.
Community center.
Community center, the library, of course.
Voting.
Now we have the town library. The library is a town department. So Raymond's kind of on a roll moving forward, preserving the values of the past, but I think, you alluded, I think, to the idea that we should be looking at some of the, what you call them, fluffier things.
Fluffy.
Yeah, well, we're
Very
big
technical
right
term.
now. Right now, we're kind of big on fluffy, I guess,
Yeah.
if you want to look at it that way. But and that's what makes the community attractive and vibrant. And if we're only attracting retirees and the only metric is what's the tax rate, I don't know if that's a sustainable and proactive way to look at it. And that said, I mean, one of the strong values of the town has been the tax rate, but I can tell you from the time here, 21 years, and the 16 years roughly I spent in Rockport, you can have both. You can have low taxes and great services.
And fluffy.
And fluffy. Yeah, so that's an important point, that really is. I mean, what don't we do now that we might want to do?
What a difference in the village. I said, what a difference in the village.
Oh, yes, that was done on a grant, a 50-50 grant, all deliberate municipal speed. Only took 7 years, but basically we went from a federal program to a state and back again a couple of times, but it's now done as of today, and I think it's great. And then, because the original project on 302 was one of the first ones I did with Frank's wife, and the back then there were 3 women on the board, and they were very much wanting to move the town forward, and so we had the Route 302 development project, we had the waterline project, we did the public safety building, we did the first of the bonds for road improvements, so we did a lot of things. And now people look at those, even the opponents, I think, look at them and say, that was pretty good. And even some people say, who are opponents, I was always in favor of that. That's what happened. The sidewalk was very controversial. There's only been, to me, one complaint about the sidewalk from somebody who doesn't live there. So that's a real significant achievement for Nate and his crew and the contractors.
And, from my perspective too, last I knew we still had a AAA credit rating, right?
We do.
That's
One of the few.
One of the few.
When we got it, we were one of 5 or 6, and we got it on the first try. It took Falmouth a lot longer than that.
Yeah, well,
We've always been better than Falmouth.
Falmouth is an example. There's very few towns in Maine that have that, so that's pretty good.
When you don't succeed here, we send you to Falmouth to be the town manager.
That's right.
So are we ready to run over what I've captured as the agenda items for next time?
Good, go.
The obviously call to order, approve the minutes of this meeting, review the 2004 comprehensive plan, identify 3 items each that are important to the community and discuss the boat trip plan, and between now and then, Dawn and I will come up with dates that would work for the town and also with the bus tour.
Yep.
And have you interacted enough to consider election of officers next meeting, or shall we put that off another meeting?
We'll see how it goes and put it out there, and we can bring it off the table anytime.
Okay, yep, I'll leave it on then. And then I always put on the end, though you folks can change it if you want, I always have public comment, planning, comprehensive plan committee's comments, and an adjournment. So, a standard at the end. Is that okay with everyone?
Good.
So is this being broadcast live now?
Yes.
Yes.
So are there any public comments?
Well, it's being broadcast, but the only public right now is Mr. Hanson.
Well, he's not public.
Well,
Staff.
Well, he's staff, but he's also sitting in the public.
I have no comment.
Oh, so it's not public comments from people on Zoom?
It would be if they were Zooming, but this meeting couldn't be Zoom because you hadn't yet adopted the remote participation.
There will, I mean, typically we don't see, a significant amount of public comment, but sometimes, depending on the topic, you do, and so you can get a lot of good information that way sometimes.
Yeah.
And that does lead me to a question with Zoom. I will set up a Zoom meeting for every meeting and send it out to the committee members. If what other committees are doing is if none of the committee members are on Zoom, then the meeting is only here. It isn't on Zoom.
Good.
Is that something you'd want to continue, or would you want to allow the public to come in via Zoom?
I think, go ahead, Brett. Yeah, no, I'm all in favor of as much input as possible.
I agree with that.
Okay. Yeah, it seems like that would make sense for this committee.
But you have to, and some towns have learned the hard way about controlling Zoom too.
Yes.
And we had to come up with procedures, policies to prevent something really.
Yeah, I have the ability of cutting off video and sound.
Right, but we've actually seen a little bit of it here even, so, yeah.
You post a Zoom link for the meeting.
Yes, it's
on the Raymond website, just like the recycling committee. Anybody could jump in.
Yes, it's on the meeting on the calendar.
But they can jump into view, but if they're muted, they can't speak.
But you can.
They can raise their hand.
You can raise your
within
hand
Zoom.
and participate.
That's correct.
So I would just suggest that we perhaps have that as an option, but maybe once we get our feet on the ground and get rolling, just so that we have a course and a speed, and as opposed to having it be public for the next couple of meetings when we're getting organized. I guess that's my point.
You can use that option intermediately, you know, when you decide that you're having a meeting that you would really like to have more public input than other meetings. I mean, we may find some of our meetings don't really need public input, and others we would want. So you can decide that per meeting, couldn't you?
Yes, you could. And you could advertise more that we're seeking public comment for this meeting, for instance, in particular. This is the subject we're talking about tonight. And we'll be able to put it on Facebook, on the website, on the sign out front, on the sign by the fire department.
But when it's live, anybody from the top of Pismere Mountain or Raymond Cape could show up in a corner in the screen here and say, I think that's a great idea, or don't think that's a great idea.
No, they wouldn't.
They have the ability to raise their hand, get acknowledged by the chair or whoever, and then they're on the screen and they're in the meeting.
Well, if the public comment, and I'm looking to you two for guidance on this, but if the public comment is at the end, why would the chair recognize them?
Not until their piece in the agenda. Right.
But if they want to comment and you want to entertain comments while you're discussing something that's on the agenda, then the chair would recognize the people. I would let the chair know that there's someone that's raised a hand that has something they want to say.
Right. I like the idea of having public comment, maybe just having it at the end.
Is there a way to do a mailer or survey to?
That's what we did last time. Was a mailer.
It was very successful,
but it can be part. It was fairly successful. I'm trying to think what the return rate was.
It was very successful.
Yeah, it was much higher than I expected.
We had Murphy from Atlantic, you probably know him. So, yeah, he was really good at it. So it wasn't terrible. I mean, I think the cost of it ranged. I think the high one was about $20K, and I think Pat came back with about $13.5, and then I negotiating down to about 10. So the Raymond thing, and so it was money well spent for what we got out of it. I think. So it's not big money, not huge money.
Yeah, but you know, I wrote a lot of articles. I was looking at them the other day for the whatever the newspaper was at the time, and you know, we were out there all the time and just letting people know that comprehensive planning was out there. We did neighborhood meetings, and we were. You know, you mentioned about the election. I'm glad you did that because that was a great opportunity, as you know, Frank, to just get in front of people and have some conversations. And here's our survey.
An idea, if you were able before then to identify the 10 things that you think are important, let's say, and you had the ability to have somebody at the checkout with a single sheet of paper with 10 things on, pick 3. Maybe people would do that.
Yeah. They would, actually. That's how I found out about the Raymond Casco Historic Society. So and then that led to the voting of it too. So I thought that was very impactful.
So somebody would have to be manning that throughout the day, and you probably,
yeah.
yes, so you'd probably get, I mean, probably get good feedback, I think.
Oh, yeah.
It would be great feedback.
Yeah, and there's probably going to be at least a couple thousand people go through there on election day.
Usually, it's either the polls or the dump are the best people, but we don't have a dump. The best places to meet people, talk about politics. Those are the best places.
That would be a great start for us. It really would be a great start for us. We're getting feedback there.
So should I add to the next meeting as well, identifying what you want to ask the voters?
That's got to be simple, something they can do
Yeah.
fast.
Yeah.
If nothing more than those 10 items, and ask them to pick 3 that they think are important. All they have to do is circle 3 of them. And, you know, if we had 4 or 5 people working that day, we could hit almost every single one of them.
Yeah, the polls are open for 11 hours. Oh, no, I'm sorry, 13 hours.
What are they, Sue?
7 to 8. And not 7 p.m. to 8 p.m.
Well, if we didn't have, you know, enough people from the committee, maybe we could figure out a way. I could work on that to see that we get it staffed.
We might have some staff members.
I would work on that, but it would be better if we had committee people to the greatest degree possible. And you know, Frank's right. You got to have enough people so you can handle the flow, so people aren't inconvenienced.
Do either of you know roughly offhand, in person versus, I saw a ballot box in front of the town office.
That's absentee.
And mail-ins, what, roughly how that breaks down for Raymond?
Exactly, I do in a second, as soon as I get to my folder. All of those stats are on the website as well. And right now I have election statistics going back to, oops, and I'll go away. Going back to the 80s, in as much as I could glean from there. With the primary election, no, that was, why am I missing that? With the, let me say, with the presidential, we had 56% of the turnout was with absentees.
56% absentee on the presidential, she said.
56 absentee.
56%.
Wow.
Of 4,300 registered voters.
We had 1,799 absentees out of a total of 3,177
Do you think
cast.
the pandemic influenced that?
Yep.
Absolutely. Well, it has and it will continue to, I believe, because through the pandemic, it really has changed.
Yeah.
The pandemic made people more aware of absentee voting. They tried it for the first time, realized that it was something that was easy to do, and we're seeing higher and higher percentages of absentees. The prior presidential, let me go back to that.
There are other avenues, though. We could have a survey at the library. You can have it at the town office. So as people go in and do their business, there's one that they could fill out and return.
Yep.
That's what we need is creativity of
Yes.
different places.
We should do that too.
Yeah.
We do everything we can.
Well, is the survey something that could go out with an absentee ballot? Or
No, it can't, that's not legal.
Okay.
It's a good idea.
But we can have an electronic survey that we send out and we advertise.
Survey Monkey.
The other thing that we'll be going at is tax bills. That hits a few households in town. And that we could potentially put a slip of paper in that said, we have a survey online, or whatever. And if you like, I could look into possibly Survey Monkey, for instance. There's some online surveys that could be done.
The Roadrunner page is what, once a month?
Once a month, we have the Roadrunner, you can put it in there.
And that goes to every
So we can put
household.
things in there too.
You could actually
Which
put the
gets to
survey
everybody.
in the Roadrunner.
Yes, you could.
Because we could use that space, that
She used to produce the Roadrunner.
2 pages that you have for the Roadrunner. We could actually put that in there, so you could just cut it out and return it.
Send it in or drop it off.
Send it in, drop it off, how, you know, whatever you would want. So that's another use for that. Because the biggest thing is about getting this out to people. Electronically doesn't hit everybody. Voting polls doesn't hit everybody. I mean, no matter what you do, you will be missing a subset of people. So the more ways you can spread it out, the better.
And then, of course, there's social media, too. And although people generally only pay attention to that when something bad is happening, but we do have Facebook as well, I guess.
Put an ad in the Wyndham Eagle to direct people to a website or tell them that they could pick up one.
Our Roadrunner is...
That's the Roadrunner?
It's in the Wyndham Eagle once a month.
Yeah.
But the Wyndham Eagle, great thing too. I mean, we should get an article about what we're doing, and it's a front page above the full story. I'm telling you. So we get that in the
And usually
Eagle.
free.
Huh?
And usually free.
And it's
Or
free, yeah, and it
cheaper.
goes to every postal customer. Now, what happens though? I mean, some people read that Wyndham Eagle and our Roadrunner, I'm sure. And when we used to produce it ourselves, and it was like a newspaper, there were people who really anxiously awaited for that to come out. And so there are people who get it and just throw it in the trash at the post office too. So that's a great idea. I mean, let's use the Eagle.
And to answer your previous question, Brad, the previous presidential was only 30% absentees.
So
And then we went up to almost 60%.
That was 2000?
That was 16.
16 versus
16 was
20.
versus 20, yeah.
So the pandemic had a great effect and will continue to, I think.
The percentages have remained high since then.
Is there anything local, anything Raymond on this ballot?
Yes. There's the Portland Water District Board of Trustees 5-year seat.
Okay.
That's up this year.
That does not usually generate a big
So that's a big ticket item right there.
Yeah.
I almost forgot to do it. That's how big it is.
Yeah. But we don't have our own seat though, do we?
No, we have a shared seat with
Wyndham.
Yeah.
And I'd never met our representative until I compelled her to go out on our boat trip to see the violation. She's nice. She's a nice person.
I'd say we got a pretty good list for next time.
Any reason why we can't adjourn?
There isn't. Well, we haven't had public comment. Are there any other comments from the committee? I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
Second. All those in favor?
Welcome to the August 30th, 2022 Zoning Board of Appeals meeting for the town of Raymond. The Zoning Board of Appeals will come to order. The board does have a quorum. I'm now going to do roll call. David Murch.
Fred Mella. Pete Lockwood.
This is a public proceeding, and unless the board specifically votes to go into executive session, you have the right to hear everything that is being said and to look at all of the exhibits that are presented. Please notify the chair if you are unable to see or to hear. The board works from a published agenda and will be considering tonight's items in the following order. Number 1, call to order. Number 2, approval of minutes of the July 26, 2022 meeting. Old business, ratification of findings of fact specific to the administrative appeal. Read notice of violation issued 1/4/2022 via B. Ration Esquire on behalf of Q Teams Inc. And the following public hearings on the following matters. Administrative appeal, read notice of violation issued 12/21/2021, Durant Excavating. And we have administrative appeal, read notice of violation issued 3/10/2022. Applicant Gregory P. Braun, Esquire, on behalf of Big Lake Marine LLC. Then this next one is actually number 4 on the list, but we'll be bringing it up. Administrative appeal, read notice of violation issued 1/28/2022, Durant Excavating, specific to 28 Whitetail Lane. Then we have administrative appeal, read notice of violation issued 1/28/2022, B.B. Ration on behalf of Management Controls for 28 Whitetail Lane. And we have Administrative appeal, read notice of violation issued 3/10/2022. Applicant Gregory P. Braun, Esquire, on behalf of Big Lake Marine. Location 28 Whitetail Lane. Then we have new business, administrative appeal, read denied business license. Applicant Adam Nappy, High Wire Hydroponics. Then we have code enforcement officer communications, and then finally adjournment. In each instance, the burden is upon the applicant to demonstrate compliance with the provisions of the applicable ordinances or state law. After the board votes on the merits of each application, it will prepare a written notice of decision. Because the notice of decision may substantially affect any appeals rights, and also as a matter of courtesy, the board asks that those attending the meeting with regards to a specific application not leave until the board has completed its discussion. Generally speaking, appeals from adverse decisions must be filed with the Superior Court as otherwise provided by law within 45 days of this board's decision. Also, to be certain that you preserve your individual rights to file any such appeal, you must be certain that the board's record evidences your appearance this evening in opposition and the basis for your opposition. All persons speaking, including representatives of the applicant and members of the public, are asked to state their name, their address, and their affiliation with the application, being it for, opposed, or neutral. All persons speaking shall address all remarks or questions to the chair. This meeting is not over until the board is formally adjourned. Any discussion not included on the meeting agenda or accepted by the board is to be held until after adjournment or conducted outside the meeting room. So, Fred, Pete, assuming that you received the meeting minutes from Sandy, did you have anything to discuss with regards to those?
I do.
Okay, so I'll take a motion to approve those minutes from the July 26, 2022 meeting.
I'll second that.
I was going to take a motion, so I need someone to actually make the motion.
I motion that we accept the minutes from the last meeting.
I'll go ahead and second that. Okay. So any further discussion? All those in favor of accepting the minutes, we have to do a roll call vote. So David Murch, yes.
Fred Miller, yes. Pete Lockwood, yes.
All right, very good. So moving on to old business, ratification of findings of fact. For administrative appeal, notice of violation issued 1/4/2022. Applicant Leah B. Roshan Esquire on behalf of Q Team Inc. Location 18th Wood Road. This is something that got put on the table at the last meeting, so I need somebody to make a motion to take it off of the table.
David, can I just have a point of clarification on the procedure? Just
of course. Yeah.
Business. Yep. So I think I just want to clarify because I think there's a little bit of discrepancy I'm seeing now between the agenda and what I advised council of in terms of what we'd be covering today.
Okay.
Old business. So just to confirm, my understanding is we'll start as it is with finalizing the decision for the Q Team Fernwood appeal, and I've circulated a draft decision for that. Then we'll proceed to continuing the public hearing and deliberations on the Durant Excavating Fernwood appeal. Then we would also cover the Big Lake Marine Fernwood appeal, and then we would address the timing issue only of the Durant Whitetail appeal.
Correct. That matches this board's expectation. Does that match our other participants' expectations as well? Greg?
I point out that the appeal for the Durant excavation for 18 Fernwood Road and the appeal application for the 28 Whitetail Lane are essentially combined in the same document, and they are initially, going to be decided on the exact same issue, which is this idea of timeliness. And so I think, rather than make those arguments twice, it makes sense to just take up what I see as the first new business item and 4 new business items together, especially since we're only going to address timeliness as it relates to the Durant Excavating 28 Whitetail Lane application. Take those 2 up concurrently to start, and then address the Big Lake Marine LLC 18 Fernwood Road.
Seems to make sense to me. Stephen?
Yes, I think it makes sense, and I think that as the appellant has the burden, they can set up the appeal as they'd like.
Okay, we'll do that. So, I forget, we took this off the table, didn't we? Did we go through with that vote? We haven't taken it off the table yet?
No.
Okay, so did we at least make a motion and second it? I kind of forget.
I'll take a motion to take it off the table.
And I will second that. So any further discussion before we make a vote? David Murch voting yes to take it off the table.
Fred Miller, yes.
Pete Lockwood, yes.
Okay. So Stephen, I don't know if you want to sort of guide us through this process when we received the documents
Sure.
earlier today.
Yep, so where we are procedurally is that we've held the public hearing on the 18 Fernwood Q-Team appeal, and the board closed that public hearing and closed the record, and then entered into deliberations on that, and we made what the board characterized as preliminary findings of fact and conclusions, and took votes on those for a total of 4 issues on appeal. And then we continued those deliberations with instructions for me to prepare a draft written decision that reflects those facts and conclusions of law. And so I apologize for how close to the hour I submitted the written decision to everyone. I will endeavor to do much better with my timing moving forward. But can I confirm that the board members have received the written decision of the Administrative Appeal of Q-Team Inc. January 4th, 2022 notice of violation?
I did receive it, yes.
Okay. And a chance to review it, I can go over just a high level what it says.
I did have a chance to review it personally, yeah, but a high level review would be appreciated.
Sure. So it follows the same format of the board's prior decisions, concludes that the appellant has standing, it was timely submitted, confirms the scope of the contents of record, including everything that's been submitted and is available on the websites, in addition to the letter from Q-Team that was submitted on July 26th. Then goes into the findings of fact and conclusions of law of 4 issues. The first issue is whether all the violations should be vacated because Q-Team reasonably relied on the property owner's contract to obtain all the required permits. And the board made factual findings and conclusions that are reflected here, and ultimately voted to deny the appeal on that basis and uphold all violations. The second issue was whether violations 1 and 2 concerning the removal of vegetation less than 3 feet in height without a permit should be vacated, and the town, with no objection, abandoned these arguments, and so essentially that moots the appeal on these points, and so the decision reads that the board declines to address those arguments or make any findings on those points. So the third issue was whether violations 3 and 4 concerning the removal of alleged hazard trees should be vacated. This reflects the findings on this point, and ultimately the board concluded 5-0 to uphold violations 3 and 4. Everybody happy with those findings? I think that's the most detailed of the findings. Seeing nodding heads. And the fourth issue the board addressed was whether violation 5 should be vacated or consolidated with violations. 3 and 4, because they are duplicative, and on this point, the board was split 4-1, so ultimately denying that ground of the appeal. And so we'll now take what I would suggest is the board take a vote to deny the appeal based on the findings and conclusions of law reached at the July 26th deliberations as reflected in this draft written decision.
So I have a question, Stephen. Two of the board members who were part of this meeting last time are not here tonight to vote on this. Is there anything we should be concerned about with regards to
that? The decision that was reached at the last meeting was a preliminary decision only. So I can make a notation in the written decision reflecting that we have a quorum of the board taking the ultimate final decision. So in my view, that is legally adequate, but I would suggest opening it up to the parties on this appeal to argue otherwise.
So yeah.
Yeah, I don't have an argument to the contrary. I just want to make sure, and I think the record is clear that it's the case, but that the folks who are here were also members present at the prior meeting and participated. That's my recollection, but I just want to confirm that that's the case.
That is the case. Yep.
Thank you.
Derek, do you have any?
No objection in proceeding in the way that you're proposing.
Okay, very good. So if I heard you correctly, Stephen, we're just looking for a motion now at this point to deny this administrative appeal. Is that correct?
Deny the administrative appeal based on the findings and conclusions reached at the July 26th hearing and adopt the written decision as presented with that modification to note that we have 2 members absent.
Now I'm going to do a so moved to that. Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
Do we have any further discussion before taking a vote? So roll call vote, all in favor of denying the appeal. David Murch, yes.
Fred Miller, yes.
P. Lockwood, yes.
Okay, very good. So Attorney Wagner, you'll take it.
I'll make that modification and provide this written decision at the end of tonight's meeting to Sandy so she can make that available to you to all come into the office to sign at your earliest convenience. And I would ask that the last person sign add the date of the written decision above, but the date of the decision will be tonight.
So as a matter of clarification, those signing it, will it be all board members or only the 3?
Just the 3 that voted tonight.
Very good. So next on our list is public hearings on additional administrative appeals. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Clearly discussed that we're not going to discuss all of them, but just for the sake of ease, can I get a motion to take all of these off of the table?
Make a motion to take all these off the table.
I'll second that. Any further discussion before we vote? All right, David Murch, agreeing to take these tabled items off of the table? Yes?
Fred Miller, yes.
P. Lockwood, yes.
Okay, very good. So next on our agenda is administrative appeal, re-notice of violation issued 12/21/2021, applicant Durant Excavating, location 18 Fernwood Road. Description administrative appeal form, notice of violation. So this is one that we had discussed at our previous meeting. We were looking at the timeliness of the submission, and as part of that, we asked Attorney Wagner to provide some additional information with regards to good cause exception to which we did receive a substantial overview to that. Attorney Wagner, what do you recommend? Do you recommend that I read this for the record? What should I do?
I don't think you need to read it for the record. I think we can just agree that it's part of the record, absent any objections from any of the parties to that effect. I think I would summarize it as consistent, though more detailed than the opinion I gave to you at the last meeting, which is that for a good cause, you essentially need to look at the special circumstances of this case and ask if they are such that it would be a flagrant miscarriage of justice to strictly apply the appeal deadline in this case, and whether an exception should be made. And essentially, you look at the totality of the circumstances, and really you're guided by the principle of fairness, and that this rule, this exception is really the exception to the rule. So it's really extraordinary circumstances that you need to find are present here. So I'm happy to entertain any questions from the board on that standard. Are there any?
I don't have any. Fred or Pete, please feel free to ask.
Yeah, I don't have any either, Dave.
Okay, so seeing the questions on that, what I would suggest, since Attorney Braun wanted to address this collectively with the timeliness of the whitetail issue, I think it makes sense to turn it back over to the parties to just summarize again very briefly their arguments with that in mind. Now, I think technically, correct me if I'm wrong, it was actually a motion by Attorney Wyckoff to dismiss the appeals as timely, so I think I would start with Attorney Wyckoff on this.
And if I may, Stephen, before we begin arguments, I'd like to do two things. One is to primarily, again, make requests that we table these hearings to provide opportunity for the parties to continue to work towards resolution of this matter. Since we were here at the end of July, there have been significant steps towards resolution. We have submitted to the town a new and complete restoration plan. We did that on or about July 21st. To this date, being August 30th, I don't believe we've been provided or received a substantive response from the town as it relates to that restoration plan. My understanding is that the town and their council have made 2 separate site visits to the property related to this restoration plan since that time, without any substantive response to that proposal. And similarly, we have also submitted to the town some 8 days ago now a proposal to reach a consent agreement as it relates to all of these issues, so that the parties can move forward towards a resolution. And as of today, we have not received any substantive response from the town. Now, I haven't personally received this communication, but my understanding is that Attorney Wyckoff is prepared to provide us some update or response tomorrow from the town. And if in fact that is the case, it would seem very prudent to use what are limited resources and not inexpensive resources to further those discussions towards resolution, rather than, again, spend hours of time and, quite frankly, thousands of dollars on these hearings. I also have a concern, given that this issue was actually brought up at the last meeting, where other board members were present who are not now present, whether or not it's proper, or if we should continue these hearings to the next specially assigned date, where all of the board members that were party and participating in that prior hearing can be present to continue these deliberations.
Attorney Wyckoff?
Yeah, sure. I'm happy to respond. So, on behalf of the town, we have received a restoration plan from a consultant that has been retained by Management Controls, and staff from the town did visit the site. I don't know, I think it was about 2 weeks ago or something on that order. I visited it just last week with our consultant, and the town is currently working on providing comments relating to the restoration plan, so that's true. As to the consent agreement, it's true that we received comments to that 8 days ago. I would point out they've had it for, I think, 5 months. We circulated a draft of that 5 months ago, and we received comments 8 days ago. So yeah, we're still working on the comments to that. And we will be providing those in due course when we're prepared to provide those comments. As to whether or not this should be continued, the town opposes a continuance. There is a quorum of the Zoning Board of Appeals present here today, and we think that we should proceed. This has been going on, and we need to continue down the path that we're on in terms of resolving the appeals. That doesn't mean that the parties can't continue to talk, and the parties are talking. And, you know, the town is working on providing comments, but I don't think that impacts whether or not the Zoning Board of Appeals proceeds here today. The fact of the matter is, as we sit here right now, there is not an agreement. We're working on seeing if we can find an agreement, but we're just not there yet. So for those reasons, the town would oppose continuing the hearing.
Attorney Ratchin, I recognize you don't have any appeals tonight, but I'd like to give you a chance to speak to this.
Yes, thank you. I appreciate that. I guess I would echo Greg's, or I should say Attorney Braun's comments about the fact that we're seems a lot of time and energy and legal bills when we are so very close. And we also have two, as I understand it, dates appointed in a month from now. The other thing I would say, just from a due process standpoint, is the fact that, you know, it's going to be a tough standard for the applicant when they only have 3 folks present. And I guess I would ask Attorney Wagner to talk about what if the vote would have to be 2 out of 3 or 3 out of 3. Is it present and voting, or is it a quorum of the board that is required when it comes to the final vote? I just don't. I guess I'm not familiar with your bylaws. Maybe we need to have a look at that to see what would carry the day. Because I am concerned about, you know, if you have only 3 members present, if a quorum of the board is required, meaning 3 of 5 as opposed to 2 of 3, that is certainly a significant disadvantage for the applicant here.
So this is Stephen Wagner. I guess what I would ask for is, since I was not aware that we'd have just 3 members, so I didn't take any time to look into this issue. So maybe just a brief recess to let me take a look at the ordinance and the bylaws, and then I can provide the board some guidance on how to rule on this issue. So I just 3 minutes.
You can certainly do that. I have the bylaws up in front of me, Stephen, if you want me to read it, but if you want to take some moments of review, it's up to you, whichever works best for you.
Sure. Well, I mean, I'm certainly happy to defer to you on, do the bylaws speak to whether there's is the vote majority of those present or a majority of the total board?
Sure. So according to the bylaws, Article 4, conduct of meetings, workshops, and executive sessions, Section 3, a quorum shall consist of 3 ZBA members. All actions shall be determined by a vote. A majority of the quorum present is needed to pass any motion. When a vote on a motion ends in a tie vote, the motion fails. The determination of a quorum for any vote shall not include any member who cannot participate in that vote due to a conflict of interest.
Thank you for reading that. And I'm also looking at Section 3A, or no, rather 3B, which says that a concurring vote of the majority of the members of the Board of Appeals present and voting shall be necessary to reverse an order of decision. So I think that squarely addresses that question, which is that it's a majority of the members present. So 2 out of 3 will prevail tonight. In terms of the broader question of whether you should grant the continuance or not, my advice from last time remains the same. You know, I do think that the requirement to address an appeal is primarily to benefit the appellants. At the same time, there's absolutely an interest in efficiency and fairness, and an appeal has been pending, and the appellants could have withdrawn the appeal if they didn't want to continue with this, but of course that could hurt their appeal rights. So those are all the factors that the board has to consider. The same conversations we've had before, and at the end of the day, it's really a discretionary matter for the board. I'm not terribly persuaded that there's a significant due process concern here, as we do have a clear quorum. But certainly if the board felt that it wanted, for various reasons, to have the full membership of the board here, that I think is a decision squarely within its discretion.
Sure. Thank you, Attorney Wagner. So Fred and Pete, as you know, with any meeting, we can't guarantee which members are going to be here. Both of our members had emergency issues that came up, which prevented them from coming. At our next meeting, we have no guarantee that some other emergency issue could take either one of you or myself out of a meeting. So given the fact that we cannot count on consistent membership at each meeting, I don't, I believe we should continue. And as in regards to the request to, continue to table these, I am of the same mindset as I was last time, that given we have some parties that are requesting us, some parties not, given that it's not a consensus, given that not all parties are in favor of tabling, I would choose to deny the request to table. But Fred, Pete, any conversations before we sort of take a vote on this?
Okay to continue.
Yeah, I'm interested in continuing. I mean, I would appreciate if we had full members, but at the same time, I'm confident that we can move forward.
Okay. So Attorney Wagner, I can't remember last time we had this issue come up, and I think we did a vote to, does that sound correct?
Yeah, I would make a motion to deny the request to table the matters.
So I so moved. Do I have a second on that?
Second that.
So any further discussion, Fred or Pete? So all in favor of denying the request for continuance, David Murch, yes.
Fred Miller, yes.
B. Lockwood, yes.
Okay, very good. So moving on then.
Yeah, I think the floor goes back to Greg now.
Yep.
And in fact, I believe it's to Attorney Wyckoff, as he was the one that made the request to deny.
Okay, yeah, sorry, I thought you said you had 2 procedural issues you wanted to discuss first, but I agree with you.
The first was the quorum, and the second was the general request for a table.
Got it.
Okay, can I share my screen to kind of help you follow along with my argument here? Can I go ahead and do that? I can do it just I'm asking for permission, I guess, is really what I'm doing.
Can anybody answer Attorney Wyckoff's question? Bill or?
He's just looking for the board's permission, yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. Yes, please go ahead. I apologize.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead. I'll share my screen. Okay, are you able to see my PowerPoint presentation?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, very good. So here, Durant Excavating's administrative appeal of the notice of violation relating to 18 Fernwood should be dismissed as untimely. And actually, let me ask a procedural question to the chair. Do you want me to address the timeliness of both appeals or only as to Fernwood?
Well, I know it's a good question. I know that Attorney Braun related information specific to both applications at the time. Yeah, I would say go ahead and let's hear both of them, please, at the same time.
Okay, that's fine. I'm happy to do that. So with regards to 18 Fernwood, the application for the notice to seeking the appeal is dated February 24th, 2022. And the application wasn't received by the town until March 3rd, 2022. Now, under the Shoreline Zoning Ordinance, Section 16 requires that all appeals be taken within 30 days of the date of the decision appealed from. And the notice of violation for 18 Fernwood is dated December 21st. That makes the deadline for the appeal January 20th, 2022. So the appeal wasn't received by the town until 42 days after the 30-day deadline for submitting an application for an appeal. You know, given the amount of time that elapsed, it's clearly beyond the time frame, and my understanding is that there hasn't been any evidence presented as to a good cause for the board to waive the deadline for submitting the application for the appeal. For that reason, the town requests that the appeal be dismissed as untimely. Now, with regards to 28 Whitetail, that application, so the application for the application to appeal both notices of violation came in the same application. So they're both dated February 24th and were both received by the town on March 3rd, 2022. And as I mentioned before, the deadline for filing an application for an appeal is 30 days. The notice violation for Whitetail is dated January 28th. The deadline for the appeal was March 1, 2022. The appeal was received by the town 2 days after the 30-day deadline for submitting an application for an appeal. And for that reason, it should be dismissed as untimely. Now, I'm not aware of any facts that have been presented with regards to good cause. If Durant Excavating presents facts relating to good cause, then I would reserve the ability to present facts in rebuttal. Thank you.
Thank you. Greg, sorry, Attorney Braun, did you have just some follow-up to that?
So I'd start by reminding the board that this project was commenced back in the fall of 2021, and that the stop work order was issued on or about October 26th of 2021. All right, and so that was back in the beginning of fall of last year. Notice of violations, the first of these, weren't issued until almost 2 months later. Rob Durant has been in this industry for more than 20 years. And during that time, he has never once received a notice of violation for any work he's performed anywhere else. He was an unrepresented individual who had no experience or history with these types of administrative issues. More importantly, and as I would expect Attorney Wyckoff might point to, and I've seen in some of the materials he circulated to the board, from the date that he was told to stop work through the period on which he submitted appeal applications, he was in constant contact with both the town and the Maine Department of Environmental Protections. He, in good faith, entered into discussions with the town aiming towards and intended to resolve the issues at hand. All right, so that's the first and foremost. The second, as this application clearly indicates, the primary argument that he meant to make through these applications was that the town had cited the wrong company, the wrong individuals per se, as it related to the alleged violations. In support of that position, I would note that after he filed his appeal the first week of March, the town immediately issued new violations against the company that he identified and told them had informed them previously that they should have correctly cited. And so the first thing I would say is that we're dealing with an individual who has no prior experience with this process and who was in contact consistently with the town towards or with the intended purpose of rectifying and curing the alleged violations. Now, that I think argument is conclusive, or the total of it as it relates to 18 Fernwood. Now, as it relates to the timeliness of the 28 Whitetail Lane, which was issued at the end of January and which by the calendar was only some 3 days late, I would note several important facts, all of which I would hope and expect the town and Alex would confirm. The first is that the town was dealing with significant staff shortages and issues in the lead up time to when that appeal was due. And Rob Durant, in fact, I believe he cites in his application, had contact with Sandy Fredericks related to the necessary fines to be paid and the materials to be submitted. And for whatever medical reasons or personal otherwise, absolutely no fault or harm to anyone, right? She was unavailable to provide either those calculations or the necessary plots and plans. That on its own slowed down his ability, again, an unrepresented individual, in completing and submitting this application. We compound that with two other things. The weekend, right, I believe the application was actually due on a Friday. That ended up being a snow day where the town of Raymond offices were closed due to inclemental weather. And so even, right, had he been able to get there, the town office was closed. And I believe that the way the schedule falls, the following Monday is a day that typically the town is closed for general business. So he was unable to otherwise submit the application on that day either. And so what did he do? He ended up filing the application on the next available business day that the town had available. And so I think given that, given the consistent communication he had with the town, given the lack of resources the town had and the limited hours, both due to weather and due to typical scheduling, it makes sense and justifies good cause for why he would have been very modestly delayed in submitting that application. And when we speak to the harm, again, in this application exclusively, what he has argued is that the town has cited the wrong party, right? He's indicated that Big Lake Marine LLC, Big Lake Marine Construction LLC, is the proper party. And he's submitted an application as it relates to those notice of violations. Those notice of violations which were issued to that party, to that company, immediately after he submitted this application. And so I can't think of much more in the way of injustice there would be than to try to find the wrong or the inappropriate party responsible for something that it didn't do. And so I think that speaks to the timeliness issue, and it speaks to the significant good cause for why there should be an extension. I would note too that Attorney Wagner provided the memo to the ZBA. I won't really speak to its contents or the legal arguments therein, but what I would point out, and I believe, although maybe Steve wants to speak to this, is that the ordinance for the town itself allows for a waiver of the good cause or of the 30-day requirement. So if you're not just limited, I would argue, to whatever court cases or determinations might be, but rather your ordinance itself allows for a 30-day a waiver of that 30-day requirement. And I would say that means you're not explicitly bound to consider the court cases that Stephen has cited.
Attorney Wyckoff, did you want to respond to any of that?
Trying to find the right button to click. Sorry for my delay. I guess, so I have a question. We heard a lot of argument there. I didn't hear any evidence. So if the board is of the view that they just received evidence, then I'm happy to put evidence on and have Alex testify about this. But if the board doesn't, I'm looking for a little direction here because I heard argument, but I didn't hear any evidence.
Well, I have one. I would like to get some feedback from either you or Alex with regards to Durant Excavating versus Big Lake Marine Construction.
Sure.
Are they considered one and the same, or should they not be considered one and the same from the town's perspective?
Sure. I'm happy to have addressed that, and I'm also happy to have Alex testify about the chronology here, which the town would dispute as to how it has just been described. So maybe what I can do is maybe we just can have Alex provide some testimony here to give you some facts relating to the situation.
Sure.
I think Alex may be having a technical.
No, I'm good. I'm good.
Good. Okay, so Alex, I want to focus first on the notice of violation relating to 18 Fernwood, please. So that notice of violation was issued to Durant Excavating, and it's dated December 21st, 2021. Is that right?
Yeah, that's correct.
Oh, okay. And do you know when Mr. Durant received a copy of that notice of violation?
I don't know exactly when he received it. We did send it certified and first class. We never received the first class mailing back. So we assume that he received that one at least. And then a week later, after Christmas, sometime around the 26th, 27th, I can't remember the exact date, Rob actually came into the office and spoke with my assistant, Chris Hansen, and myself, and thanked us both for sending him the Christmas card. So we didn't send him a Christmas card. I would assume he was talking about the NOV, that we had sent the week before.
Okay, and did you have a conversation with him about, the gravity of the matters raised by the notice of violation?
Yeah, I've been working with Rob on projects around the lakes for a number of years, and I like Rob. What we told him was, this is a very serious situation, and we suggested that if he didn't have an attorney, that he had an attorney really quick.
Okay, and that was at the same time you were meeting with him in that last week in December?
Yeah, correct.
Okay, now I want to switch gears a little bit and talk about the chronology relating to the notice of violation at 28 Whitetail.
Sure.
Durant Excavating relating to Whitetail. Now that was dated on January 28th, 2022. Is that right?
Yes, correct.
Okay. Now, when did the town consider the deadline for submitting an application for appeal to occur relating to that application, to that notice of violation?
Yeah, so the 30-day time period actually would have expired on Monday, February 28th. And there was some back and forth on this. I can't remember exactly with who over email, but the town office is closed on Mondays. So since we would have been closed Monday, February the 28th, we decided to consider the deadline March 1st, the next open business day.
And was an application? Go ahead.
As we would if a deadline fell on a Saturday or a Sunday.
Okay. And was an application for an appeal submitted on March 1st?
No.
Okay. Now, did you have some appointments scheduled with Durant Excavating relating to these matters in the time leading up to the deadline for the appeal?
Yeah, Heidi, Rob's assistant, had scheduled an office meeting for February 24th, which was the Thursday before the deadline. It was scheduled through our online portal, and the note didn't specifically say exactly what it was they wanted to meet with me about, just that they had scheduled an office meeting. And that meeting.
Go ahead.
Yep, that was February 24th.
And did it take place?
No, for some unknown reason, that one actually was canceled by Heidi or Rob, one of the two.
Did it get rescheduled?
It was rescheduled for the next day, which would have been the 25th.
Okay. Can I share my screen again here? Do you have any objection, Chairman Murch, to me sharing my screen?
I apologize. No, I don't mind. When I hear you say that, I work in a technical world, so I'm thinking you're asking, do you have the ability to? So I apologize.
Okay, good. No problem at all. So I've got a document that's up here, Alex. setting aside the handwritten marks, the electronic document, can you describe what this document is?
Yeah, this is the email notification that Durant Excavating 11 at yahoo.com would have received when the Friday office meeting was canceled.
Okay, so
From our
that's
system.
the email. So that's the email address they were using to electronically schedule these meetings. Is that right?
Correct. Yeah.
So that's Durant Excavating 11 at yahoo.com.
Yep.
Okay, and so did the meeting on February 25th? It didn't occur, did it?
No, the as Greg said, the town office actually was closed due to a snowstorm that day.
Okay, and did that meeting get rescheduled?
It was rescheduled for March 1st.
Okay, and can you describe that meeting and what's your call about it?
Yeah, so Rob came in on March 1st, as scheduled, and he described that he had his appeal application, and he was missing a copy of, I believe it was a tax map, and he didn't have that for his application to submit. At that point, I suggested that he submit what he has. The issue was when he came in to get a copy of the tax map, the assessing admin was actually out. And she's the one that kind of takes care of the tax maps. The tax maps are available for download as a PDF on our website, which they have been for a decade or more, I think, at this point. And so I suggested to Rob, look, just submit what you have today. And if it's incomplete, just get the tax map in a couple of days, tomorrow, tonight, if you can go home and download it or print it, whatever you can do, but just get something in today.
Okay, so in other words, he didn't actually need anything from any personnel at the town in order to complete that application, did he?
No. Most people, typically, we don't have to provide any details for someone to submit an appeal. When they're given an NOV or a denied permit, that's really all they need from us in order to submit, other than the application, obviously, which is at the town office or on the website.
And on the day that the appeal was due, you told him that he should submit what he had that day because it was due that day. Is that right?
Correct. Yeah.
Okay. Now, did Durant Excavating submit its application for an appeal on March 1st?
No.
When did it submit it?
March 3rd.
And how do you know that?
We stamp all applications when they're received, and the date on the application is stamped March 3rd.
Okay. Did you ever tell anyone at Durant Excavating that it was okay to file their appeal on any date other than on March 1st?
No. Like I said before, I had suggested that he submit what he had that day as soon as possible, just to get it in, and then if he was missing information, just to get it in as soon as possible.
Okay. So now I want to change gears a little bit, and I want to ask you why you issued a notice of violation to Durant Excavating regarding the violations here. Could you describe that to us?
Yeah, absolutely. So you guys may remember this all got started when we received the email from Alexis Avalos from Maine DEP. And in that email, she had included previous emails. I was copied on this email. She was corresponding with Heidi. I believe that was specifically Durant Excavating 12. They have two email addresses, 11 and 12. And in that chain of emails, I relied on the email signature, which the first business in her email signature is Durant Excavating, which is, also the email address is Durant Excavating 12 at yahoo.com. So that was kind of the first. The reason I believe that the professional that was doing the work was Durant Excavating.
In the email address that was used to submit that permit by rule application, do you recall what that email address was?
I believe it was Durant Excavating 12 or 11. I'm pretty sure it was 12.
Okay. And any other reasons you issued a notice of violation to Durant Excavating?
Yeah, so the emails from Alexis that continued to come in that day included photos that that we received showed the equipment on site was lettered with Durant on the back. So as we know, that's Durant Excavating's equipment.
Okay. So the equipment that did the work was actually labeled Durant Excavating.
Correct.
Okay. Very good. Thank you very much, Alex.
Yep.
Okay. Now, I'm going to share my screen here in just a moment here again. So here's a copy of the appeal that was submitted relating to this violation. And as you can see from the first paragraph, it says Durant Excavating wasn't the hired contractor for the project, and says Big Lake Marine Construction did the contract. I just wanted to point you to that. And it's important because there is no entity called Big Lake Marine Construction LLC. It doesn't exist. There isn't one. If you go to the Secretary of State's website, it's just not there. What is there is an application for a mark for Big Lake Marine Construction was submitted by Mr. Durant. And I'm just going to blow this up for you so that you can see it here. This is a copy of the application for registration that was submitted in 2015 to the Maine Secretary of State's office by Mr. Durant. And in this, he identifies the term Big Lake Marine Construction as what's constituting a mark. And so he submitted that, and he represented that he, Robert Durant, was the owner of that mark. And the point being here, you know, this is really what's going on here is that it's an attempt by Mr. Durant to hide behind corporate formalities. So this notice of violation was issued to Durant Excavating because the email address used to communicate with the Department of Environmental Protection regarding the work being done here was sent from a Durant Excavating email address. The signature had Durant Excavating on there. That same email address was used to schedule meetings with Alex Soroy regarding the matters. The equipment used to do the work was labeled Durant Excavating, and the entity that Mr. Durant points to as who did the work, Big Lake Marine Construction, doesn't exist. Okay, now being charitable, let's assume he uses Big Lake Marine. Well, that is an actual entity. That is an LLC that Mr. Durant is a member or manager of. Now, here's the annual report filed in 2020 by this Big Lake Marine with the Secretary of State's office. And it states that its business is marketing and brokering the sale of boats, purchasing boats for resale, selling boats, and engaging in sale and brokerage of boat accessories. We're not dealing with boats here. We're not dealing with buying and selling boats. We're dealing with construction. So my point is, the party that really did this is Durant Excavating. That's who's communicating with the Department of Environmental Protection. That's who's communicating with the town. And anything else is really just an effort to try to, it's basically like a shell game trying to hide behind corporate formalities. So, in other words, there's no good cause for giving an exception to this deadline here. Durant Excavating had knowledge of the notice of violation against it. Alex Soroy recommended they get counsel back in December. They submitted, as to Fernwood, the application was submitted 42 days late. There isn't going to be any flagrant miscarriage of justice if you don't waive the deadline here. The facts are not so extraordinary to suggest you should waive the deadlines, and you should dismiss the appeal as to Fernwood as untimely. Now, as to Whitetail, it's the same kind of story. They knew this. They knew this was out there. They knew that they had notice of the violations. Alex said, "You need to submit everything you can on March 1st." They chose not to. That was their choice. There's not any miscarriage of justice. There's nothing unjust here. And then beyond that, substantively, the notice of violation was properly issued to Durant Excavating for all the reasons that I just described. So in the first instance, you should dismiss these appeals as untimely. And in the second instance, on the substance of it, these violations were properly issued to Durant Excavating. Thank you.
So Attorney Wyckoff and/or Alex, given the information you presented with regards to Big Lake Marine and their business model, why then did they get notices of violation issued in March?
I can answer that. So when we received the appeal filed by Mr. Durant, and he said, did not me, Big Lake Marine Construction, then, the town researched it and came up with the facts I just described to you about Big Lake Marine Construction not actually existing, and then found out that there's a Big Lake Marine that does exist relating to Mr. Durant. So out of abundance of caution, the town issued notices of violation to Big Lake Marine LLC in the event that the appeal that he submitted were, if this board were to grant that appeal, we submitted it out in abundance of caution to make sure that there was a violator relating to these violations and that a notice of violation had been issued to. Alex, do you have anything you want to add regarding that?
The only thing I want to add, I don't know if it's necessarily directly an answer to that question, David, but I don't believe Big Lake Marine has anyone has a DEP certification to be working in the shoreline zone. Any contractor that disturbs a certain threshold of material in the shoreline zone is required to be DEP certified. Durant Excavating, I believe, is, but I don't think Big Lake Marine is actually DEP certified.
Attorney Braun, can you just speak briefly to the differences between Durant Excavating and Big Lake Marine?
Sure. So they are different businesses that from time to time merge or find themselves on the same sort of job site. But it's clear here from the invoice and contract that was provided that the intention was that this work would be done and it would be contracted with Big Lake Marine and Big Lake Marine Construction LLC. Outside of that, it sounds as though, and I would argue that the town kind of wants to have its cake and eat it too. In one instance, it wants to argue that the LLC should be disregarded or not be considered part of this, and yet we've got a second alternative notice of violation as it relates to that still to go. And so, for me, what it speaks to is really an inability by the town, outside of our indications and representations, to properly indicate which party is actually responsible. And outside of Attorney Wyckoff's arguments that it's the shell game, which is not true, naming the correct party is important. That is something that is relevant to this case. And so I would argue that should be considered by this board. And further, what I heard in Alex's testimony here, his statements, is that Rob Durant was engaged and in communication and actively in contact with the town as it related to the filing of these appeals. And it sounds like Alex indicated or instructed him to file an incomplete application on the due date, which itself would be something that would be ripe for potential appeal or challenge. And instead, what Rob Durant did was make sure he could file a completed application. And so I think that inconsistency or fact also speaks to what should be considered good cause to extend the deadline.
Thank you.
David, is it possible through you, can we ask if Big Lake Marine is DEP certified? Because if they aren't, I would be curious why they're engaging in shoreline restoration projects and if they're hiring an individual that is DEP certified, like Durant Excavation, to actually do the work, since they're not actually certified to do it.
Actually, Alex brings up a fair point. I was going to ask specifically, how do Big Lake Marine and Durant Excavating work together? What is their business model in working together? That's for you, Attorney Braun.
Sure, and at this moment, I can't provide any more detail or explanation than what we provided today.
So Attorney Wagner, I seem to feel like we're at two issues here, one of which is timeliness, the other of which is the appropriateness of the notice of violation. Is it appropriate to go to Durant Excavating, or is it appropriate to go to Big Lake Marine? My concern is if one or both is dismissed in terms of timeliness, then we skip over potentially the fact that maybe they should never have been issued at all in regards to going to the proper entity. I don't know if that makes sense, but I just sort of, that's what's going on in my mind right now. I kind of need some assistance thinking that.
So I understand why you're considering this, because I think the reality is, it is all interrelated. The ultimate question is, who is the responsible party, and did they have, fair notice of that? But I think from a jurisdictional standpoint, as kind of frustrating as it can be, I think it is important that we do take these issues up separately, because whether the appeal was timely or not goes to this board's jurisdiction. So I think you have to address that first. And I think that's kind of a two-parter. One, factual question of when did the actual application get in, and is it untimely or not? I think in the first case, it's pretty clear that it was untimely. I think in the second case, you should take a close look at when was it submitted and what are the submission requirements to make that actual determination as to whether or not it was timely or not. And then it's the good cause analysis, and it's fairness, and it's really up to the discretion on the board. And I think you should just address that question on its own first. And if you dismiss one or both of the appeals as untimely, then no, you don't get to the question of was it the properly named entity, and essentially the town prevails on that because the appellant failed to file a timely appeal.
Thank you. So Fred and Pete, I'd like to look at these individually. The first one's going to be specific to Fernwood, in which the notice of violation is 12/21/2021, and the application received on March 3rd, 2022. Given the information with regards to good cause exception, I don't necessarily see anything there that would lead me to believe there is good cause to allow the appeal to go through. My other concern is when I do look at the emails that went through with the DEP as well as carbon copies to Alex and with Rob Durant, I do see email signatures for Heidi Stiles in which both Durant Excavating and Big Lake Marine Construction are noticed in or noted in the signature line. So I'm not convinced of the argument that there was it took over 30 days to decide where this was going. Anyways, Pete, Fred, please give me feedback on this first one for 18 Fernwood.
I definitely think over the time period that they are allowed to do it, and I don't think it's any good reason for why they should have gone that far.
Right, and I would agree with that as well, David.
So our ordinances, which I can't find here we go. So the in our ordinances, the appeal procedure, making an appeal, it does indicate that while administrative appeal or variance appeal may be taken to the Board of Appeals by an aggrieved party from any decision of the code enforcement officer, such appeal shall be taken within 30 days of the date of the decision appealed from, and not otherwise, except that the board, upon showing good cause, may waive the 30-day requirements. So I just want to make sure that we are in agreement based on our ordinances. That good cause has not been shown here in regards to Durant Excavating, 18 Fernwood Road, and the submission of the appeal. Would you agree with that, Fred and Pete?
I agree with that.
I agree with that.
Okay, so Stephen, at this point, I believe I would be making a motion to deny this administrative appeal due to it being submitted beyond the acceptable, beyond the 30-day submission timeframe. Oh, you're on mute, Attorney Wagner.
All right. I would just add to your motion that the board also finds no evidence to support a finding of good cause to waive that appeal deadline, and for that reason, the appeal is denied. And
So,
sorry, just make clear which one you're talking about. I think we're just talking about
only 18 Fernwood, yes. Yep. So I'm going to say, so move. Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
Any further discussion before we go to vote? So David Murch in favor of denying, yes.
Fred Miller, yes.
Pete Lockwood, yes.
Okay. Sir Attorney Wagner, you'll follow up for us with that?
Yes, well, I guess that was a final decision, so I will follow that up with a written decision in 7 days for you to sign. I don't think that requires bringing it back before the board. If you disagree and you want to stick with our prior procedure, we'll just, I guess, go back and make a motion to clarify that that motion was a preliminary finding, and you would like me to prepare a written finding to review and then finalize at your next meeting.
I see no need to do that. I'm good for you to write up the final decision as is.
Okay.
So now moving on to the administrative appeal for 128-2022, Durant Excavating for 28 Whitetail Lane. Again, the subject of timeliness of submission. Let's see. So if I understood correctly, the first valid day, the last day, given office is work schedule would have been March 1st. The submission was on March 3rd. The paperwork the paperwork we received indicates a February 24th, 2022 date on it, which corresponds to the first meeting date, which was scheduled and subsequently canceled by Durant Excavating. Then follow-up meeting on the 25th, or a rescheduled meeting, I should say, on the 25th, had to be canceled due to a snowstorm. And then the first was the March 1st was the first available day. March 3rd was when it was actually submitted. There was information presented about requesting some additional information in order to complete the application, although we did hear from Alex that that information was not necessary in terms of submitting the application. I would like to hear from you, Fred or Pete, your thoughts on this.
I guess the only concern I have is that Alex had asked him to give him, what he had at that point, which I believe was March 1st, and that he didn't even file what he had and then come back again with the tax map that he didn't have paperwork.
And that's my thought too, David, in that, it sounds like Alex gave him every opportunity to try to file what he had in a timely manner, and for whatever reason, Mr. Durant chose not to. His choice at that point. But I think Alex did what he could to try to help them with the process.
Yeah, I feel the same way, given how Alex spoke to that, indicated that it should be submitted on that day and that it could be without the tax maps. Needs me to.
And he was at the town office at that date too. So I mean, he was already in the building.
That's correct. Yeah. So if we go back to, too many windows open. If we go back to our appeal procedure, again, must be taken within 30 days of the date of the decision appealed from and not otherwise, except that the board, upon a showing of good cause, may waive the 30-day requirements. So Pete and Fred, are you indicating that you're not seeing good cause here?
I'm saying that, no, I'm not seeing that, David. I mean, if he had, he would have filed what he had on the first.
Nothing. If he thought he needed to have another couple of days, he could have mentioned that to Alex. Say, can I come back, in a couple of days with the rest of the paperwork? And I think Alex stated that he said he should file what he has that day to at least get it started.
Yeah, and that's sort of what I'm hung up on too, is the fact that the code enforcement officer indicated that it should be submitted on that date and additional information can be provided afterwards. And that the maps were not required as part of the submission. So I have a motion on this. Fred or Pete?
I make a motion on this.
Motion to what, Fred?
Not to let this, not to deny this violation.
So to deny this appeal.
Right.
On the grounds that it was submitted beyond the 3-day.
Correct.
Without good cause. Do you want to second that, Pete?
Yes, I'll second that.
Attorney Wagner, is there anything you want to add to this? You're on mute again. Attorney Wagner, you're on mute.
Sorry.
That's okay.
I would just amend that to say, based on the factual findings that you all just reached a consensus on.
Okay. So, given that motion, all in favor of denying this appeal? All in favor of denying? David Mertz, yes.
Fred Miller, yes.
Pete Lockwood, yes.
So same procedure there. I'll take that as a final decision of the board with clear findings and conclusions, and I'll memorialize that in a written agreement within 7 days to provide to Sandy for the board to sign.
Good. So on administrative appeal, notice of violation issued 3/10/2022. Applicant Gregory Grebron Esquire on behalf of Big Lake Marine LLC, Robert Durant, member and manager, location 18 Fernwood Road. Description, administrative appeal from notice of violation. Now we have to look at the timeliness. So notice of appeal was on 3/10/2022. The information that I have in front of me shows that the appeal was submitted and received on April 8th, 2022. So April 8th. So March 10, April 8th. It's within a 30-day time frame. Are we in agreement that this is timely submitted? Pete, Fred?
I'm sorry, I was busy looking at this. Say that again.
Yep. No, I'm just saying, would you agree that this was submitted in a timely manner? This appeal?
And what was the date again? The 2 dates?
It was, the notice of violation was issued on March 10,
Yeah, 3/10.
2022, and it was stamped, the appeal was stamped as received on April 8th, 2022.
Sounds like it was within the 30 days.
Right.
Yeah, I don't, yeah, there's no question there. So, Attorney Wagner, can we just move on, or do we have to sort of take a vote here to say, yeah, this meets this?
Yeah, why don't we just take a vote that on the finding that the application for appeal was timely submitted.
Yeah, so moved. Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
Any final discussion before we vote? David Murch in favor of moving forward? Yes.
Fred Miller, yes.
Pete Lockwood, yes.
Okay. So, Attorney Wagner, you'll have to.
Sure. So I can
procedure.
Yep, I can again just provide a brief summary of the procedure that we've been following here. So we've determined the application to be complete. Next step would be, that it's timely. Next step would be to determine that we have a complete appeal application.
Now, not seeing anything here to indicate that it is not complete. Fred?
I don't see anything.
Okay.
Are you good with this, Pete? That it's
Yes, I'm good with it.
okay. Very good.
So I'll just take that as a consensus that the application is complete. The next step would be for you as the chair to briefly summarize the appeal, though I think you already did that at the outset. The next step would be if any of the board members have any bias or conflict of interest they would like to disclose on this case.
I don't have it.
I don't have any.
Any motions from the parties to that effect? Seeing none. So the board should again determine jurisdiction by citing to the ordinance of what gives them jurisdiction to consider an appeal.
I'm assuming this falls under our shoreline zoning provisions, section 16, administration, making an appeal. So section 3, subsection A, further subsection 1, an administrative or variance appeal may be taken to the Board of Appeals by an aggrieved party from a decision of the code enforcement officer. Such appeal shall be taken within 30 days of the date of decision appealed from, and not otherwise, except that the board, upon showing good cause, may waive that 30-day requirement. So my understanding, based on the ordinances, is that we do have jurisdiction to hear this appeal.
Are the other board members in agreement?
Yes.
I agree.
Okay, and I think we have consensus, we have jurisdiction, and I think within that I heard a determination that there was standing as well. So the next step for the board would be to open up the public hearing. The order of presentations we've been following would be the appellant, so Attorney Braun, to start without interruption, and then questions from the board. Sorry, Attorney Wyckoff.
I have a procedural motion to make regarding this appeal.
Sure, yeah, now would be the time for that. Thank you.
Okay, very good. I'm going to share my screen. So the Big Lake's appeal should be dismissed in part for failing to comply with the shoreline zoning ordinance's procedures for appeals. Section 16G3A2 of the shoreline zoning ordinance, which is at page 61 of the ordinance, provides that appeals are made by filing a, quote, concise written statement indicating what relief is requested and why it should be granted, end quote. Now, as to the notice violation for Fernwood, Big Lake's only ground for appeal for violations 1, 3, 5, 6, 9, and 10 is that it denies the allegations that violated the ordinance. In other words, it doesn't provide any explanation as to why the appeal should be granted for those violations. So for that reason, it doesn't comply with the ordinance. And it doesn't comply with what the ordinance requires that appeal needs to consist of. Now, I provided a citation to a law court decision from 2015, Campbell v. City of South Portland. And in that case, the law court considered a similar situation, where the ordinance required a statement of grounds for appeal, but the grounds weren't provided. And as a result, the law court determined that the appeal couldn't go forward for failure to comply with the written notice requirements for the appeal, and also held that any oral arguments or contentions at the hearing before the Board of Appeals couldn't cure the deficiency. So here, the town requests that the appeal as to violations 1, 3, 5, 6, 9, and 10 be dismissed for failure to comply with the shoreline zoning ordinance's requirement that an appeal contain a concise written statement as to why the appeal should be granted.
Can you repeat to me those which violations?
You bet.
Turning
Yep.
my clock.
1,
Yep.
3, 5, 6, 9, and 10.
Attorney Braun, did you want to respond to that?
Sure. The ordinance says a concise statement, right? Concise, explicitly to the point, right? Short and straight. In this instance, Big Lake has denied committing conduct which constitutes a violation. That on its own is sufficient for the purposes of the statute. Simple, straight, to the point. It did not, and it denies that it committed the violations in question. Thus, that is the basis of the appeal. Further here, I would note, and I don't know if it should be taken up just now or as part of the broader argument against this violation, is that this board has just denied appeals and upheld violations against Durant Excavating LLC for exactly, I mean, carbon copy the exact violations for which Big Lake Marine LLC is now being asked to be found to have committed. And so I would argue two things. One, as Attorney Wyckoff himself just noted in the moments before this hearing commenced, that Big Lake Marine has nothing to do with excavating. And as Alex Soroy indicated, there's potentially a question as to what the licensing is related to this company. Additionally, with the finding that Durant Excavating now was responsible for those violations based on the denial of the prior appeals, that this notice of violation against Big Lake Marine should be dismissed.
Thank you, Attorney Braun. Attorney Wyckoff, can you repeat to me, please, the section number ordinances that you noted?
Yes, of course. It's on page 61 of the ordinance, and it's section 16G3A2. So it's right below the section in the ordinance where you're just looking at it a moment ago when you to determine whether you had jurisdiction or not.
Okay. Yep, got it. Thank you.
Okay. I have a question. is Attorney Braun, are you saying that Big Lake Marine does not do construction work?
I'm saying you just found that Durant Excavating LLC was responsible for these exact violations. And based on that finding and the facts as presented by the town or the town's council, it appears prudent to dismiss this appeal against Big Lake Marine LLC.
So you're seeking the dismissal of your own appeal?
I'm seeking the dismissal of your notice of violation.
I'm listening. I'm just looking up some information. Attorney Braun, do you have, and looking through an invoicing here, estimate, that's, no, I'll take that, I'll take back that, it's not really a question, so. I guess, I mean, I am seeing in an information packet specifically stating agent information, Big Lake Marine Construction, Phase 2, Big Lake Marine, an estimate coming out of Big Lake Marine Construction, outlining what will be done by Big Lake Marine Construction. You have to bear with me here. I want to make sure I'm looking at the correct information. So, Attorney Braun, am I correct in that the information submitted to the Zoning Board of Appeals, what I have in my hand is a document with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 pages, one of which is essentially a summary document, authorization letter, the appeal application, zoning map, and then basis for appeal document, which is 3 pages. Am I correct in that is all that was submitted for us?
That's
to
the
review?
entirety of the appeal application.
Pete, Preds, I would appreciate some input here.
Sorry, Chair Merch, what's the date of that document that you're referencing?
Date on the cover letter is April 7, 2022. there isn't very much information in the submitted documents, although information submitted for Durant Excavating does include, you'll have to advise Attorney Wagner if I can use this information. But I mean, it includes permit by rule notification forms in which Big Lake Marine is identified, includes an estimate by Big Lake Marine Construction specific to 18 Fernwood Road. Everything I see here, which is in another appeal submission, indicates that Big Lake Marine Construction is appropriate in being issued this notice of violation.
So I think that the question before the board that's been raised, Wyckoff, is whether the appeal that was filed, the April 7th document, does that, in the board's opinion, contain a concise statement of the grounds for appeal? And Attorney Wyckoff's pointed you to a case, Campbell v. South Portland, where the court didn't reach the merits of a contention because that party did not, in the court's words, properly present this challenge to the board. And the court talked about how the ordinance established a notice requirement that the applicant must meet to pursue a particular argument. Particularly, the court quotes that says that it shall be on forms approved by the Board of Appeals, and the aggrieved person shall specifically set forth on said form the grounds for said appeal. So you're dealing with it, it's not a verbatim match. So I don't think that the case necessarily directly controls your decision. That's my opinion. I would advise you that ultimately the question for you should be if this filing put the board and the town on sufficient notice that Durant was, or that Big Lake Marine was challenging the basis of the violations. And so Attorney Braun has argued that on its face, it clearly challenges the factual allegation that the conduct was in violation of the ordinance, and that's sufficient notice. So I think that's the question for you is, does it provide the world essentially sufficient notice that this party is challenging the notice of violation and everything in there? In my opinion, you don't have to spell out every single argument. So I think it's a factual question for you to take. I think you've identified the right document. Take a look at that and ask if that puts everyone on sufficient notice of what's being challenged here.
So, thank you, Attorney Wagner. So Fred and Pete, I review this. I understand where the town is coming from, but it is, I wish more information had been submitted in advance, because it would be nice to know what direction applicant is coming from, but it is specifically stated denies the allegations, and that's consistent across all of these. And so I am open to accepting that and listening to discussions, although it bothers me now that discussions may have to take a lot longer than what I would like, given that we have minimal information in the document. So, but Fred, Pete?
Well, I don't think I even have that, what you're looking at. So I can't find that. So is there a date onto that, or did we get on the email?
It was something provided by Sandy, April 7th, 2022.
I did read that earlier today, David. So I know I've seen it. But I haven't had a chance to pull it up on my screen right now. Was that part of the zip file, or is that something separate?
This is something Sandy sent to us a while back.
I can do a reply all to our last email chain and circulate that. Bear with me.
I mean, so that I'm clear, we're discussing whether or not all the board members actually have the notice of appeal filed by Big Lake Marine LLC, dated April 7th and received on April 8th.
That's correct. Yep.
All right. And then that, I guess, would raise a concern for me, in that two of the board members seem to indicate they don't have it before them, yet we've already established or appear to have established, based on that proposed or purported review during this proceeding, that the application was complete and timely and included all of the necessary material.
So I disagree with the characterization that the board has said that they haven't received this or haven't found it. I think everybody has stated previously that they're familiar with this. I think there are just a couple of folks struggling to identify the exact document in the sea of documents. So I think just bear with me as I circulate that decision to everyone. But you are right, Attorney Brown, that there was a motion to find the document complete, and so I think that the board, if it chose not to reconsider that motion, would effectively be denying Attorney Wyckoff's request anyhow. So you don't have to procedurally necessarily take any action if you agree with Attorney Braun that this has put this is sufficiently complete application.
I think we're waiting on Fred and Pete to confirm that you have an electronic copy, or at least the paper copy, available to you now.
I haven't received it yet.
I have not sent my email yet, so I apologize. It's just having a slow computer day. I've sent it, so those board members should be receiving it shortly. So while we're waiting, just to set this up procedurally, I guess I'd suggest a motion to deny Attorney Wyckoff's motion to dismiss this appeal as incomplete, or dismiss the violations cited as incomplete. So if we can get a motion and second on that, that'll cue us up to take a.
Just to be clear, I'm arguing that the appeals fail to comply with the requirements contained in the shoreline zoning ordinance for an appeal, which I think is a little different than what you just said.
You would argue that that's different than saying application is incomplete?
I mean, I think, and my contention is that the ordinance requires that a written notice of appeal include a concise written statement indicating what relief is requested and why it should be granted. And that here, the concise written statement indicating why the appeal should be granted is missing for the specific violations identified.
So I guess you would argue then that it's a substantive determination and not a procedural one.
Well, I mean, I guess so. I mean, I guess it depends how you look at it, but I mean, you can look at the appeal and you can see what the ground is, and it denies the allegations. It's violated the ordinance. Okay, that doesn't really say why an appeal should be granted. It's a denial.
So can you perhaps rephrase your motion again for the board so someone can make a motion to approve or deny?
Sure. The town requests that the appeal as to violations 1, 3, 5, 6, 9, and 10 be dismissed for failure to comply with the shoreline zoning ordinance's procedures for appeals.
So is there a motion from the board to grant or deny the town's motion to dismiss the appeal as it pertains to those violations? You're muted, David.
Sorry. I will make a motion to deny the request.
Is there a second?
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
So now the issue's queued up for further discussion. So did that buy sufficient time for the email to go out?
I still haven't gotten it yet.
Did anybody receive it?
I did. Yep.
I have not received it yet.
Oh, it looks like I replied to a chain that only had you, David. Would you mind circulating it to
Yeah, I get it forwarded. Yep. Just got sent.
Yeah, I've just received it.
I have it now too.
Fred, Pete, just let us know when you've had a chance to review the document, please.
Yeah, so, yeah, we're looking at 1, 3, 5, 6, 9, and 10, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. But I have it. I'm all set.
Okay. So we're just considering our ordinances in which it states such appeal shall be made by filing with the Board of Appeals a written notice of appeal, which includes a concise written statement indicating what relief is requested and why it should be granted. I will agree. It's very concise, and I do see that Big Lake Marine denies the alleged violation and maintains that the project and the work performed by Big Lake is in conjunction with the project met the requirements of permit by rule. So I'm not. To me, there's sufficient there to move forward with this.
I would say, David, I'm hesitant as well. I mean, there's not enough details answering all that we've seen as far as photos and everything that's been presented so far.
Oh, to be clear, I'm not hesitant. I'm willing. I believe we should move forward with this. Now, do I like the fact that there's not a ton of information in this? No. But I trust Attorney Braun will provide the information that we need. But relating back to the question at hand with regards to the shoreline ordinances, we have to evaluate, do we have a concise written statement indicating what relief is requested and why it should be granted?
Well, I think it's very,
I believe that we're
looking for, yes. I think that's just decisive.
Pete, did you have anything further?
I guess based on your explanation that, yeah, this gives us the ability to move forward.
Okay, so the motion is to deny the town's request of Attorney Wagner, how do we word that?
Motion to deny the town's request for dismissal of violations 1, 3, 5, 6, and 10 is move to deny the town's request to dismiss violations 1, 3, 5, 6, 9, and 10 on the grounds that they are not, do not comply with the section 16 G3 A2I.
That's what's on. That's the motion. So all those in favor of denying David Murch, yes.
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 So are there any further procedural motions from the parties?
Not from the time.
I have appears that the board has found this application complete and made factual findings related to its contents, when in fact it was then found to be that two of the board members didn't even have relevant application before them and hadn't even had an opportunity to review it. To me, that rises or creates a concern as to the integrity of this process and to the decisions that the board has reached at this point, let alone what it might find after this. And so I'd like to raise that. I mean, it's important, not just for us in our case, but also the potential appeals by the town if and when they want to claim that the application was incomplete or speak to the process and findings from this board. The second is generally, I'd like to make an ongoing objection to this process and the hearing of these violations as being a due process violation against Big Lake LLC. And specifically, every one of these violations that is set forth in this notice is a carbon copy, literally a carbon copy, identical in language to every single other violation that has already been heard by this board. And so the chair, to his point, indicated that there wasn't much detail here, and he would rely on or hope that I might present some evidence in support of our appeal and in objection to what the town has alleged. The fact is, this board has already made findings of fact as it relates to every single one of these violations. When we look down through these, we've had hours, in fact, already of testimony and facts presented to this board for which Big Lake Marine was not a party to that hearing and could not participate or present evidence or speak to those. And so we're now in a position where the board either has to find exactly the way it's already found related to the facts alleged in these violations, right? Or it has to find something that is contradictory to what it has already established as far as the facts in the management control and Q team appeals that have already been determined. And so I would like to bring those 2 points up and again, make the request that this notice of violation against Big Lake Marine be dismissed or abandoned by the town.
Chairman, can I say something?
Well, I think you should let Attorney Wyckoff respond, and then we can open it up to the board.
So first, as to whether there is an issue as to the integrity of the process, I don't think there is an issue with the integrity of the process. However, if the board wants to, is concerned that there's an issue there, then the board should ratify the decisions that's already made after, and it's clear that the two members of the board, that they've all looked at the application and whatnot. So if to the extent there is any issue, and I'm not saying there is an issue, but if there is an issue, it can be cured simply, I think, by the board ratifying the determinations they already made with regards to this application. And then as to the due process, the allegation that there's a due process violation, what I heard Attorney Braun say is that all of these violations are carbon copies of the violations that have been heard by the board. And he expressed concern that the chair said, made reference to Attorney Braun providing information to help with regards to this appeal. And he expressed a concern, that the board's already made findings of fact and had some concern there. Well, I think that's a mischaracterization of what the chair's comments were. I think what he was referring to was responding to my contention that the application was insufficient because it didn't provide a statement of why the appeal should be granted, and that there was the chair saying he thought was hopeful that Attorney Braun would help them to understand the basis that the Big Lake was bringing this appeal. Now, if Big Lake wants to rest on the testimony and evidence that's already been provided, that's fine with the town. We're happy, that's fine. In the town, we can provide, evidence in response to what's already been presented. And that record is all open before this board still now. And like I said, if Big Lake wants to rely and rest upon what's already been presented, that's fine with the town. I'm happy to do that. And then we'll continue on with the evidence that we're going to put on relating to these violations. Now, as to, it's not clear to me whether or not Attorney Braun is making some argument relating to this appeal in connection with the determination by this board that the Durant excavating appeal was untimely. And I just want to address that squarely. So the board didn't reach any of the substance relating to Durant excavating's appeal. The decision was determined that it essentially didn't have jurisdiction because the appeals were untimely. So there aren't any findings that have been made there. So there isn't any issue with regards to that and this appeal going forward, relating to the notice of violation that was submitted to, that was served on Big Lake. Thank you.
So before I turn it over to the board, Mr. Chair, if you don't mind if I just weigh in here. So I pretty much agree with just about everything that Attorney Wyckoff said. I think the objections are noted, and the board should either overrule or grant the objection, but I'm not even clear what the relief is that's being requested. I think it's essentially to candidly, I'm not entirely sure, so I would defer to Attorney Braun after I'm done speaking if he wants to clarify what the relief is that he's procedurally requesting. But in my opinion, there's not an issue with the integrity of the process, but you know what, my job as the town attorney is to, protect whatever decision you make from appeal. So I do suggest you go ahead and ratify all your prior decisions concerning jurisdiction and standing, and I can walk you through the motion to do that, having now confirmed that all the board members have identified and read the notice of appeal. I don't have anything to add except to say that I agree with the, I'm not sure how the argument that these are carbon copies is a grounds for that the appeal should be granted at the outset. I think we could, to the extent that there's an argument similar to what the other party made, that these are duplicative, that's certainly an argument that can be made, and the board should address it as well. But I think that there's the prior appeals we've had, that was an entirely different party. In fact, a different party. So I think it's a separate factual question. So the board does need to make separate factual findings as to whether this party committed the conduct in the notice of violations. Now, I think Attorney Braun raises some good points of, some of those findings. It may be logically impossible for the board to find one way on management controls and the other way on Big Lake Marine. But we can address that as we get into the substance. I don't think that's a ground for at the outset granting the appeal. And I also agree in terms of the applicability of the decision made on the Durant appeals that was not on the substance, so there are no factual findings. So with that was a long interruption to your question, Fred.
No, I was just gonna bring to a point again, with all the paperwork we have for all this that's going on here, and when David asked me, I'm trying to find it. I do have this and have looked at it, but at the time, when you're trying to find something in a hurry, you can't necessarily always put your finger onto it. And then once, I saw what I was looking for, it was quick and easy for me to be able to dig through the paperwork while you guys were all talking, and I did find that I did have this. Just wanted to bring that up.
Attorney Braun, did you have anything further you wanted to state?
I mean, again, my primary concern and argument here is that Big Lake Marine has denied a fair opportunity at a hearing as it relates to the facts outlined in the violations, specifically because there has already been so much evidence entered relates to the factual circumstances at issue. And the board has already found and established findings of fact as it relates to all of these issues and instances. And Big Lake Marine was not a party to those hearings and was not given opportunity to argue against or on behalf of those findings of fact.
So I'm going to just for the record make clear that I disagree with that characterization. I think that the sequence of presentations laid out in each one was clear that you had an opportunity as a member of the public, even though you weren't a party, to ask questions, to weigh in. You could have you could have made arguments, and I think that the record reflects that opportunity was given to you. So I would challenge that characterization, but appreciate the clarification on that, and I would suggest to you, to the chair, members of the board, that you have an objection to I think essentially continuing the appeal on the basis that you have not given appellant a adequate public hearing consistent with their due process rights. So your choices are to overrule that appeal, in which case that would be noted for the record, and that's certainly an issue that Attorney Braun can raise before court, and he's preserved it, or you could grant that objection, sustain it, as we would call it. So I'll turn it to you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, it's not clear to me where the insufficiency is. Is it in regards to the determination of applicable filing time? Is it in determination of the appeal being complete, or is it in reference to the ability to present information specific to Big Lake Marine in regards to these notice of violation? In regards to these violations, just want to be clear which of those three, or all three, is Attorney Braun contending?
I mean, sure, all three. Although you mentioned timeliness, so I don't think that's relevant. The point is, first and foremost, is that there are notice of violations that at this point have been upheld against Durant Excavating LLC related to exactly the violations that are before the board now. And given the fact that this board has denied those appeals and essentially upheld the notice of violations against Durant Excavating LLC, this appeal, or excuse me, this notice of violation against Big Lake Marine should be denied. The second is the argument that there has been an administrative due process violation in that, despite Attorney Wagner's position that as a member of the public, we had opportunity to give some comment, we in fact were not a party to any of the prior hearings that took place. And these violations are carbon copies of each other. And this board has essentially already reached a decision as it relates to all of the factual or facts outlined and alleged in these violations. To which, if you were to look at Management Control LLC's notice of violation dated January 28th, 2022, and look at that of Big Lake Marine LLC dated March 10th of 2022, you'll find as you go through every single one is exactly the same. And you've already made decisions as it related to what that conduct was. And to the extent then that Big Lake Marine I don't see how we have opportunity to in any way sway what the decision might be as it relates to any of those violations.
So I will say our board members recognize that each case or each appeal brought before us is its own unique, distinct case. Our decisions made on the previous cases were based on information provided by the appellant. It was not, that's how those decisions were made. I am ready to go into this appeal, ready to listen to the information you have. That's what I want. We want to be able to listen to this. We want to be able to take Rob Durant's concerns and make a finding on it based on that information, not the information that was provided to us previously by other appellants. We want to hear the information provided by this appellant. And we recognize that each case is specific to itself.
But the problem with that is that we have relied, or this board has relied on prior evidence and information that's been provided to it in those prior hearings. You did so for management control, and you did so as it related to Q team.
Those are both represented by the same person.
If I may interject, just as a reminder, when this all started, all the parties agreed that the appeal, pardon me, that the record here for all of these appeals could be considered for each other appeal. The parties all agreed to that. I just want to point that out.
I would not mirror or echo that sentiment. In fact, I don't recall being a party to that decision. I do recall that being discussed and considered when Attorney Rachin began her initial presentation. But again, that was not a specific hearing that I was or Durant Excavating or Big Lake Marine were party to. Rather, we were merely, as Attorney Wagner pointed out, a member of the public here to watch and observe.
Well, the record will speak for itself.
And thus I've asked to preserve any rights of appeal as it relates to administrative due process.
Well, I want to move forward one way or the other, so Attorney Wagner can just guide us through.
Make a motion to overrule the objections of Attorney Braun and the requests to, as he phrases it, deny the violations.
So moved. Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
Any further discussion? So all those in favor of denying, David Murch, yes.
Vanilla, yes.
P. Lockwood, yes.
Okay.
So I would also suggest that the board make a motion to ratify all of its prior findings concerning standing, jurisdiction, and timeliness based on its further review of the record materials.
So moved. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor of ratifying, David Murch, yes.
Fred Miller, yes.
P. Lockwood, yes.
Okay. So we are over 2 hours into our meeting. I would like to propose a brief 5-minute recess just to make use of facilities, get something to drink. Does that sound okay with everyone?
Yes.
Okay. I show on my clock 8:13, reconvene at 8:18. Okay, so resuming our discussion on Big Lake Marine, specifically administrative appeal, read notice violation issue 310-2022, location 18 Farmwood Road. Attorney Wagner, if you can just sort of direct us through the next step.
Unless there are any further procedural objections or issues from the parties,
Nothing from the town.
Okay. Any other attorneys on the line? Any procedural questions? Leah, I'm looking at you. No. Okay. Then we start with the sequence presentations from the appellant. So Attorney Braun, without interruption, followed by questions from the board to Attorney Braun, and then I'll turn it over to questions from the town to any of the witnesses that Attorney Braun puts on.
All right, thank you. Well, so Greg Braun on behalf of Big Lake Marine LLC, managed and sole member being Rob Durant, here in appeal of the notice of violation dated March 10th, 2022, related to actions that were alleged to have taken place at 18 Fernwood Road in the town of Raymond. I have before me an 11 count notice of violation that in almost all regards is a carbon copy of the allegations, the notice of violations that were issued to Management Controls, LLC on January 28th, 2022, and substantially to the extent that the violations were included, exactly the same as the notice of violation that was issued to Q Team related to the same property as well. This board, from my perspective, has already made findings of fact as it relates to each one of these allegations and the factual basis behind it. But for, or to the extent that Big Lake Marine LLC was involved. To wit, I will draw the board's attention to alleged violation number 1, the filling and earth moving of more than 10 cubic yards. And this is alleged to be a violation of section 15, subsection U1 of the town of Raymond shoreland zoning provision. And a quick look back at the January 28th, 2022 notice of violation against Management Control LLC will show that the language mirrors it absolutely almost identical. And I will say again that this board has already established from those prior hearings that it believes this violation took place. And to that end, I would preserve any right of appeal as it relates to that decision and argue that Big Lake Marine LLC was not given sufficient opportunity to participate in that hearing and decision. The truth remains, though, as it relates to this work and to this violation, that any work that was done with the intent and idea of soil erosion prevention. That the work done on this property was done related to an ongoing problem where sediment was running off of the lake or running off of the shore and into the lake, thus resulting in a obvious and significant reduction in the lot size of this property in question. The specific argument here is that the contractor failed to both properly obtain the permits and do the work without using the proper tarping or necessary provisions to maintain the integrity of the slope or to keep sediment from running off into the lake. And I would argue that based on the pictures that were provided and the evidence which this board has already considered and ruled upon, that just is not the case. In fact, everything we've seen indicates that the contractors in this case used hay bales, they used black tarps, and they did what was necessary to preserve the shoreline. And in fact, many of the photos that were provided to this board when it made these determinations were months old and after the job had been abandoned based on the request of the town to cease work. Turning to violation alleged to be number 2, the filling and earth moving without a permit, as has previously been argued, and we will echo here. And again, note that the board has already made a decision as it relates to these facts. It's duplicative of the first allegation. Essentially, what we've done is we've charged or alleged that the conduct itself was a violation, and then the permitting or failure to permit itself was a second. When in fact we argue, as has been previously argued, that that should be one in the same as it relates to violations. Notice of violation number 3, illegal shoreline access, has alleged that a second set of stairs to access the water was added without a permit. Now, the respondent, the appellant here, objects to that allegation. It would note that in all of the pictures that it has seen and have been presented to this board, noting again that this board has already made a determination as it relates to this alleged violation, clearly demonstrate that there were 2 sets of stairs that already existed, and that there wasn't, in fact, any second set installed, and certainly nothing done by the appellant here. Notice of violation number 4 alleges that a pier, dock, wharf, bridge, boat launch, or other structure and uses extending over and below the normal high water mark or within a wetland without a permit was established or created. Here too, as has been previously argued, and as the board found to be the case here, or I should say it's already ruled as it relates to the allegation of a violation. There were no new docks, wharves, bridges, boat launches, or other structures installed. Rather, what took place was basic repair and maintenance. It was not new work or new structures, but anything that was there was actually already pre-existing. And the only work that took place as it related to these allegations of structures was in the form of maintenance and repair, essentially picking up rocks, putting them back where they originally belonged, but not actually the installation or creation of any new piers, docks, wharves, bridges, boat launches, or other structures. And this brings me into point 5, which, looking just at the clear language of the alleged violation, makes me scratch my head a little bit. Now, again, I'm under the understanding, I stand to be corrected, but that the board has already established this violation took place without Big Lake Marine having opportunity to participate in that hearing. But what is alleged is that the shoreline itself has been enlarged. I don't see shoreline itself being listed in the specific ordinance here as something that is relevant to section 14, subsection 17B. We speak to piers, we speak to docks, we speak to wharves, we speak to bridges, we speak to boat launches, and we speak to other structures. But a shoreline is actually the circumstance or boundary at which the water reaches the land. It is not itself a structure. And so for the town to allege that the shoreline has in some way been extended or increased is unclear. There's just as much water front footage as there was before. And in no instance does any of that constitute a structure. Notice of violation 6, construction of a beach without a permit. As this board will recall, it considered at length what the definition of a beach was. We went to Merriam-Webster's dictionary, I believe, and this board already established that it felt this violation had occurred without Big Lake Marine having an opportunity to participate in that hearing. We would argue that that is not the case. And in fact, what was alleged to be a beach or found by this board to be a beach was in fact nothing more than the way the rocks looked at the time that those specific pictures were taken, and that the characteristics of the shoreline changed depending on the height or depth of the lake, depending on the season. Alleged violation number 7, the removal of vegetation less than 3 feet in height. We would argue that that is not in fact true. I believe that the town dismissed this as it related to Q-Team previously. I don't know if that's because it intended to maintain this allegation against Big Lake Marine or Durant, but I do know that this allegation was previously dismissed or abandoned by the town as it related to other alleged violators. We would echo and continue to maintain that no vegetation less than 3 feet was removed. Rather, it was merely trimmed. That it was cut in such a way as to manicure or tame it, but that it was not in fact removed. We would argue that violation number 8, which alleges this behavior without a permit to be a second or separate violation, is again duplicative, that we're looking to count the same conduct as a violation twice, when in fact it should be just considered once. And we make the same arguments as it relates to number 9, being the unpermitted shoreline stabilization without a permit, and the unpermitted shoreline stabilization using a barge rather than from land. Finally, and most specifically and obvious, is a denial of any allegation that Big Lake Marine or any other entity owned or operated by Rob Durant cut any trees within 100 feet of Sebago Lake. Again, this board has already established through its prior hearings that the Q team committed this violation. They were hired to do that work. That's been explicitly stated in the past. And so we would object and deny to that allegation.
Thank you, Attorney Braun. Is that it for now?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Attorney Wyckoff?
Yes, thank you. Okay. So I'm going to share my screen. Actually, I'm not going to share my screen yet. I have a question for the Mr. Chairman. You know, when we did this in prior presentations, we began by having Alex Roy kind of walk us through the background of the facts here. I know we did that previously with regards to Fernwood, but I'm wondering, given the passage of time, if the board would like to have Alex do that again to remind them of what the facts are that we're talking about.
I would like that. Pete, Fred, though, what are your thoughts?
I think I'd like to see it.
Pete, can't hear you. Yeah, mute.
Yes, I would agree that would be worthwhile.
Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn it over to Alex to have him go through his Google slide presentation regarding the property. And then after he does that, then I'll go through and I'm happy to address each of the violations that Attorney Braun just was addressing.
All right. So here we go again. I'm going to pull up the slideshow. This is all same as before, so shouldn't be any new information in here. But we'll go through, you know, just some of the history. Obviously, like we discussed before, you know, the town was notified of the activity on site by Maine DEP, field agent. It was actually out on the lake. We also received a call later that afternoon from the fire department as well, you know, out on the lake, and she sent in this photo, basically said, you know, this work's taken place. Do you have any record of a permit in the file? We did some research and found that we did not have a permit in the file or a pending permit for any activity on this particular property. We did a site inspection with DEP, Rob Durant, and Portland Water District that October, and these were the conditions that we found the property, you know, a week or so later. So going through the violations, the first one is filling and earth moving of more than 10 cubic yards. Just to put it into perspective, the average dump truck is 10 cubic yards. So if you, you know, looking back at some of these pictures, all of this rock was not on site. It was all brought in. You can tell just by this one picture that there's more than one dump truck of rock that was, you know, brought into the site. That's pretty easy to determine off of that. You know, all of the shorefront was regraded. There was numerous stumps that existed all along this that were pulled out, and you know, the shorefront was reshaped and sloped, and you know, they clearly exceeded more than you know, 10 cubic yards of disturbance. There was no erosion control plan filed with the town, and as you can see, there's actually, you know, there is a silt fence, I guess you could say, installed that's actually falling down in numerous different spots. There's also a berm of mulch at the top of the hill and spread out all over the property. I'm not sure if this is actually an erosion control mix. It looks more like an ornamental mulch. I don't know that we've ever really gotten any you know, concrete evidence that that's actually an erosion control mulch. You need to use stump grindings because it actually is waterlogged and won't just float away during a storm. So this fill was just deposited in spots. The shoreline was natural at one point, obviously, and it kind of ebbed and flowed in and out. And that shorefront is now linear. It's basically a straight line across. All of this work would have required a permit from the town and an erosion control plan. And like I said, neither of those were things that we had. So the next one would be the stairs. There was an existing set of stairs, granite stairs. You're allowed a single 4-foot wide set of stairs to access the water. This photo that was taken prior to the work being done, actually in August of 2021, does show a second set of stairs. And Attorney Braun did mention this. There is no permit in the file for that second set of stairs, so they may have existed prior to the work taking place. What it really comes down to is that second set is not legal. There's no permit in the file for that. You can see that there. And there's the after photo, which shows they still have that original set. They have the second portable set, and then they actually increased the length, adding risers. I believe that's more granite that they brought in. And that's the actual, the violation there. They've made that second set larger. So this next one here is on the jetty, which we are going to bypass for now. And so in this next one, we have, I'm actually going to go back. Sorry, I'm going the wrong way. There we go. This would have been the shoreline stabilization. And you can see, oops, sorry, here, if you look at the stairs, the granite stairway, for example, you can see there's a couple of large stumps, rocks, some shrubs. This shoreline goes in and out, and I like to point to the, I'm actually going to circle it so it's easier. That's okay here, if I can. Oh, it's black, so that's not going to help. I'm going to circle it a few times. This section right here, if you can see that, you'll see that next to that rock and the stump, the water actually jets in. And if I go to the next, clear, just going to turn that off. If I go to the next slide, oh, that's not a good photo of it. Here, I'll go to this one. I guess I don't have one showing that section in this right here. If you look at the stairs again, you can see that the rocks have filled in the area where the water previously, cut in. That's been done in a few different spots along the shorefront, filling in areas that were natural. You can actually see how much lower that rock is now compared to what it was before. Okay, going back here to the beach, I'd like you to look at the water itself, not the shore where the rocks are. But if you look into the water, you see a lot of large boulders, a lot of mixed size rocks. It's not just all small rocks or large rocks. There's a little bit of everything. In this next photo, you can see a strip right down the middle where, the photo before, it looked more like the rocks you see on the right-hand side. Mixed size is a lot of large boulders. And then you've got this section in the middle now where it looks as though the large, medium-sized rocks have been removed, exposing just the sand bed, creating a beach area where if you come down those stairs, now you can go to this nice little beach area later in the season when the water level gets lower. So I think, looking at this photo, you don't see that area where there's less rock. You don't see any exposed sand here. That's really one thing that DEP was really urging us to to hold on to, because they thought that was pretty significant. So next we're going to go to the tree removal for vegetation less than 3 feet in height. Vegetation has been removed entirely or trimmed in basically this whole 100-foot section of the shorefront. You can see right here, all of this natural, there's some saplings, but it's a lot of just, smaller ground cover, bushes, shrubs, gone, all completely gone. You're not allowed to remove anything less than 3 feet in height within 100 feet from the water, unless you're, doing it as part of an approved permitted activity. You see up here on the hill between the rock and the playground equipment, there has been some removal of small vegetation as well. If you look in the upper left-hand corner of this photo, you can see it growing on the ground. In this photo here, it looks like there's a good portion of it's been removed. All the way up to the back of the hill, where they removed a few small ornamental and stormwater retention ponds. Moving on to the other side, kind of the same deal. You've got a lot of ground cover. Looking above the shorefront to the tree area, you can see there's some large bushes growing there, and some ground cover, natural ground cover, packed pine needles, leaf litter, all gone. That's all been removed. Again, can't remove anything less than 3 feet in height within 100 feet. Or trim. You can't trim it you can't prune it so that it's not vertically growing. It's a big question we get a lot. People down near the shorefront, their bushes, shrubs are getting 5-6 feet tall, and they're scared they're losing their view. They want to trim them. You actually can't do that. Can't prune it for that vertical height. Next is the hot tub. We're going to bypass that and come up to the stabilization done from land or versus the barge. Rob Durant does have access to a barge. I believe he's one of 2 companies on the lake that has, actively doing some work from a barge. He does use it frequently. This was actually the barge moored in, just around the corner in a different cove in November of 2021. The whole goal of this is to see these types of stabilization projects take place from the barge, so that the excavator is not having to come through the woods down the hill and disturb all of that shorefront. The work was not done from the barge. It was all done from the shore. And then the last one here is tree removal within 100 feet of Sebago Lake. There's been, at least on this lot, I believe 16, trees that we identify that have been removed as part of this project. Those ones are all gone. And by doing that, they've created an illegal opening in excess of 250 square feet, which is the limit by the ordinance. You can see here, these 2 areas have been opened up, and it's approximately 60 by 120, so it exceeds the 250. We assume we approximate on the measurement of 60 by 20. There's 3 grids we can see that have been affected by this tree removal on the front lawn, exceeding what's allowed by the point system for selective removal as well. I believe that is it for the slideshow.
Thank you, Alex.
Thank you, Alex. Appreciate that. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to share my screen and share my PowerPoint presentation, and Alex and I are going to go through it together. I'll address I'll address the things from a legal perspective, and then if, to the extent there's any factual information we need, I'm going to ask Alex to provide that to us. Okay, so just want to start with violation number 1. So first, for all of the reasons that you upheld violation 1 and the notice of violation to management control related to Fernwood, you should uphold this violation as to Big Lake as well. So violation 1 relates to filling and earth moving that occurs in violation of the shoreline zoning ordinance. And the ordinance requires that that activity is done in a way to prevent erosion and sedimentation of surface waters, and requires that if permits required, then the activity must be done in accordance with an erosion and sedimentation control plan. So as Alex testified earlier, more than 10 cubic yards of filling and earth moving occurred. And Alex, can you just describe, when that much earth moving occurs, what's needed?
You know, they need to have an erosion and sedimentation control plan in place, and then they also need to have, you know, that effective erosion and sedimentation control on site and effective. They also need to be a DEP certified contractor.
Okay. And here, did they have a permit from you?
They did not.
And did they submit a erosion and sedimentation control plan?
They did not.
Okay. I'm going to share my screen and I'm going to go to the notice of violation and go to page 6. Can you describe what we're seeing in this photo with regards to erosion and sedimentation issues?
Yeah, an attempt has been made to, you know, have an erosion control installed on the site. You can see there's a silt fence all along the entire bottom stretch, the downhill side, you know, of the shorefront. But you can also see that it actually is falling over, and in places in the bottom is actually blowing around. So it's clear that, you know, it's supposed to look like it's up. If you're passing by on a boat, you might think it's, you know, doing its job, but once you actually look closer, you'll see that it's really not doing anything and wouldn't be considered an effective management of the stormwater erosion on site.
And over here, is this the area you're talking about where the fence is falling over?
Yeah, it looks like it's falling over there. And then, you know, on the right-hand side, you can see it is also falling over, very loose over those rocks. You know, it's supposed to be keyed in on the bottom to prevent any, you know, phosphorus, any runoff coming through the bottom of that. You can see there's bare soil exposed at the top of the hill. If there was a significant October storm like we usually get, it's going to be running down right down that hill underneath that loose fence into the lake.
Okay. And what is this photo showing here with regards to sedimentation and erosion control?
Yeah, a little bit of the same. Actually, you can see here in this one, it's actually completely down on the left side there.
Okay. Same thing here.
Yep, same thing there.
And same thing in this picture too.
Yep.
Okay. Okay. And so that's violation number 1. Violation number 2. Violation number 2 is for filling and earth moving of more than 10 cubic yards without a permit. And so, you know, the ordinance provides that whenever you got more than 10 cubic yards of filling and earth moving, then a permit from the CEO is required. Alex, did you have a permit for this filling and earth moving work?
We did not.
Okay. Big Lake contends that violation number 2 is duplicative of violation number 1. I just want to address that. You should reject that argument just as you rejected it in connection with management controls, similar arguments relating to violations 1 and 2 and the notice of violation to management controls. Here, with regards to Big Lake, violations 1 and 2 are separate violations. Violation 1 is for filling and earth moving being done without taking steps to prevent erosion or sedimentation. You know, as Alex just described, that occurred here. Violation 2 is for filling and earth moving without a permit. So, so even if you have a permit for the filling and earth moving, there would still be a violation here because of the failure to take steps to prevent erosion and sedimentation. And likewise, if steps had been taken to prevent erosion and sedimentation, there would still be a violation because the work was done without a permit. So violation 1 and violation 2, they're not duplicative, they're separate violations. Okay, violation number 3. Violation 3 is for providing illegal access to the shoreline. So stairs to provide access to the shore are permitted with a permit from the code enforcement officer. And here, as Alex testified earlier, there was a new stairway that was added, and there was no permit for it. Okay. Violation 4 related to the jetty. The town withdraws violation number 4. Violation number 5. Violation number 5 is for enlargement or expansion of the shore. And for the same reasons that the Zoning Board of Appeals upheld a violation 5 in the notice of violation to management controls for Fernwood, you should do the same thing here and you should uphold this violation. So in section 14, line 17B, that's the table of land uses. It requires that permanent structures and uses extending over or below the normal high water line require approval from the planning board. Now, Alex, can you talk this through for us and walk us through this violation?
Yeah, what this is the one that I had kind of spent some time on a few minutes ago, which was about the shape of the shoreline. If you look at that, it's a little bit easier to look at it and think about the shape of it. You know, before there was some large boulders, some shrubs, some old stumps. It was naturally occurring, and it kind of ebbed and flowed, jogged in and out. What now exists is a straight rock line. So there has been some modification of that shorefront in areas where there was once water is now, you know, rock that's a few feet higher in spots. So that activity is not something that can be just done, you know, without you know, going through the process to obtain approvals first.
Thanks, Alex. Next is violation number 6. Violation number 6 is for construction of a beach without a permit. Now, the same reasons you upheld violation 6 in the notice violation to management controls, you should also uphold this violation. The shoreline zoning ordinance at section 15.0 requires beach construction to be done without a permit. It requires it to be done with a permit from the DEP. You know, as we've talked about before in the prior hearings, beaches can be composed of stones and rocks. And when you look at the dictionary definition of what a beach is, it's that a shore of a body of water covered by sand, gravel, or larger rock fragments. I think Mainers understand that a beach can be made of stones and rocks. And as Alex testified earlier when he showed you photos of the before and after, it's pretty clear that the beach area has been pretty significantly expanded as compared to before. And Alex, are you aware of there being a permit from the DEP to do that work?
There was no permit from DEP to do that work, no.
Okay. And was there a permit from, and you didn't issue any permit, so there's no permit from the town or from the DEP?
Correct.
Okay. Okay, exhibit number 7, violation number 7 is removal of vegetation less than 3 feet in height. So for the same reasons that you upheld violation 7 and the notice violation to management controls, you should also uphold this violation here. The shoreline zoning ordinance prohibits the clearing or removal of vegetation under 3 feet high within 100 feet of the normal high water line. So Alex, I'm just going to go to the notice of violation and just ask you to walk us through this violation.
Yeah. I mean, I think this is one of the most drastic changes you'll see for all of the photos, the before and after on this one here. I mean, you see the green shorefront, you know, natural green shorefront. And then the after photo, you see all of that vegetation less than 3 feet in height has been completely removed, you know, and that's well over 100 feet right there. That carried all the way back up the hill in that before photo, as you see. And they did the same on the other side of the property as well here. And if you look at that dashed white line, you'll see that area, you know, everything, all the ground cover has been completely removed. So, you know, now if you stand at the top of the hill, in front of the garage, I mean, you've got a clear shot right down to the water. Where before it was, a natural forest, natural wood area.
Now, Big Lake contends it just trimmed the vegetation. Is trimming a distinction that makes a difference?
I mean, you're still removing. I mean, if you're going to trim down to the ground, that would be considered removal. You can't prevent vertical growth of vegetation less than 3 feet in height. It's really going to come down to the same thing, and that's probably going to kill it. It'll grow back eventually if you will let it, but what we find is in most cases, people will trim it down and then they'll mow it like lawn, and it never comes back up.
Okay. Violation 8. Violation 8 is for removal of vegetation less than 3 feet in height without a permit. It's for the same reasons that you upheld this violation as to management controls. You should also uphold it with regards to Big Lake. Now, the shoreline zoning ordinance prohibits clearing or removal of vegetation of any height without a permit. Now, Alex just described how there was vegetation removed. Was there a permit that had been issued relating to the removal of the vegetation, Alex?
No.
Okay. So the work was done without a permit.
Yes, correct.
Big Lake contends that violation 8 is duplicative of violation number 7. So violation, as I described a moment ago, violation 7 is for clearing or removal of vegetation less than 3 feet in height within 100 feet of the normal high water line. Violation 8 is for clearing or removing vegetation of any height without a permit. So they're separate violations here. Here we have violation being removed within 100 feet of the normal high water line, and also vegetation being removed without a permit. So you should reject this argument just as you rejected it in connection with management controls, similar arguments as to violations 7 and 8 in the notice of violation to it. Violation number 9 is for an unpermitted shoreline stabilization project without a permit. So shoreline zoning ordinance requires that a stabilization project must have a permit from the planning board. And here, that's what Big Lake Marine contends it did. It contends it did a stabilization project. And Alex, was there any permit for that?
Nope.
Okay. Violation number 10 is for the unpermitted shoreline stabilization without a barge. And for the same reasons that you upheld violation 12 in the notice of violation to management controls, you should also uphold this violation here. So the shoreline zoning ordinance requires that any stabilization project must have a permit from the planning board, and that construction equipment must access the shoreline by barge when feasible, as determined by the planning board. Now, Alex, did you determine whether it was feasible to use a barge?
Yes.
Okay. And here, a barge wasn't used?
Barge was not used.
Okay. So therefore, in this there's a violation here because the project occurred without a barge. Okay. The next violation, it relates to the removal of trees within 100 feet of the shoreline without a permit, and the town withdraws that violation as to Big Lake. I don't have anything further. Thank you. Oh, you're muted, Chairman Murch.
I see that. Attorney Braun, do you have anything you'd like to?
Oh, actually, excuse me. I misspoke. There's something else I did need to address that I didn't address. I apologize.
Sure.
So Big Lake argues that the work that it performed met the requirements for permit by rule under the DEP's protection rules for shoreline stabilization, and also that it complied with the town of Raymond shoreline zoning provisions. let me just address the last part first. I think it's pretty clear, based on what you've heard here tonight, that the shoreline zoning ordinance for the town was violated. So most assuredly, that's just not the case. Now, the work also didn't meet the requirements for a permit by rule under the DEP rules. A permit by rule is only permissible for up to 100 feet of riprap on an urban shoreline. And here, there was riprap installed along 400 linear feet. So the DEP found a violation. In fact, we provided you with a copy of the DEP notice of violation. It issued a notice of violation to Mr. Buto and to Mr. Durant of Big Lake Marine. And here's a copy of the notice of violation. And then if you go to page 4 of it, the DEP noted here that excuse me, actually I'm wrong. On page 3 of 5 here, the DEP noted that by installing the riprap in areas where vegetation was already established, 8 feet above the normal high water line, the slopes that are less than 33%, and the slopes that are steeper than 1 to 1, the first anchoring at the base of the existing bank or named ledge, the first placing crushed stone over a layer of filter fiber, and by placing fill material other than the riprap below the normal high water line, therefore failing to construct this riprap project in accordance with the plans submitted pursuant to subsections B3 of this subsection. In other words, Big Lake did not comply with the permit by rule requirements. So this argument should also be rejected. Thank you. I don't have anything else.
Thank you. Attorney Braun?
Yes, sure. So the first thing I would point out and continue to impress upon the board here are Attorney Wyckoff in the town statements that, as you previously found, I think stated for every single one of these notices, again and again, to the point where obviously the presentation is almost identical. The arguments are certainly exactly the same. And they're asking you essentially to find just the way you already have, in most cases, twice before. And to that end, again, I'd like to preserve any rights of appeal as it relates to due process violations or a failure to provide us a fair opportunity to participate in this hearing. Specifically, I would reply to Attorney Wyckoff and the town on just a couple of points. The first is as it relates to violation number 1. Again, this allegation that steps were not taken to protect the shoreline or to diminish what might have been sedimentary runoff into the lake while the job was being performed. Clearly, all of the necessary materials were there. Again, we looked at the black tarps. We were shown that. We were shown the hay bales. Things in steps were taken. What isn't clear is when those specific pictures referenced by the town were taken. I would note that there seems to be some inconsistency in the pictures, and that some show a very high water level and some show a very low water level, right? And again, that what we're talking about is a job site that was abandoned, right? And a place where those measures and materials which were in place essentially were left to be neglected because a cease work order was put in place, and neither the property owner nor any of the contractors could go back out there to either reinforce those materials and protections, or otherwise maintain what was already in place. And so again, so that would be a further argument in response as it relates to that violation number 1. In response to violation number 3, and again, Attorney Wyckoff and the town point out that you've already ruled and found a certain fact to be true here. I would note that Alex acknowledges that second set of steps already existed. All right. And so when we talk about this, there is a distinction between the addition right, of a second set of steps, and the repair and maintenance of a structure that might already exist. So it may or may not be true that a permit was not originally obtained for that second set of steps. But as Alex indicates here, it existed when this work was performed. And so there was no addition of that second set of steps as it relates to number 3, but rather a repair and maintenance of a structure that already exists. I would then draw your attention again specifically to this alleged violation number 5. And again, where it seems to me we're trying to shoehorn one alleged act into multiple violations. It's one thing if we want to say the shoreline itself is a beach. As Attorney Wyckoff pointed out, we live in Maine. Sometimes beaches have rocks, right? They come in different characteristics. It's another thing to call a shoreline or a beach a pier, dock, wharf, bridge, or other structure which extends over and above the normal high water mark. I would argue that the work done here and the stones that the town makes reference to cannot constitute both a structure and a beach. It is either number 5 or number 6, but it cannot be both. And in this instance, again, as Attorney Wyckoff points out, you've already made findings of fact as it relates to these allegations. But I think it's clear that a shoreline and the shoreline itself is not what's contemplated in that violation number 5, which is the section 14, subsection 17B. If we want to talk about modifications to the shoreline or the construction of a beach, that being the allegation of number 6, then potentially someone could argue it falls into that category, but it doesn't qualify or fall into both. And with that, I don't have any other specific responses to be made. I would otherwise just rely on the arguments that have already been presented.
Mr. Chairman, do you want me to respond? You're muted, sir.
I see that. Yeah, please go ahead.
Okay. I'm going to share my screen. Alex, I want you to look at Exhibit A here. And this shows the shows the silt fence and the erosion control measure that was supposedly taken. When was this photo taken?
Yeah, this was taken in October during construction.
Okay, so this is when construction was taking place, when Big Lake was on the site doing the work.
Yep.
Okay. Thanks very much. I also want to address this contention. I think I heard Attorney Braun saying that violations 5 and 6 are the same thing. So violation 5 is for enlargement or expansion of the shoreline. And violation 6 is for construction of a beach. Those are different things. Alex, can you describe, are these different locations on the shoreline that we're talking about here? Along the property?
You're talking about the beach and the riprap work? Is that what you're?
Exactly.
Yeah. So the way DEP has always instructed the towns to handle, the shorefront retaining walls is to treat them as a structure. A beach is not a structure. And in this case, we aren't calling the beach a structure. We're calling it a beach. But the actual rock that is being used to stabilize the shorefront, is considered, something that requires that approval because it's not something that is just typically allowed on any site. You need to have a specific reason for it.
Okay. I'm going to share my screen for a moment here. Okay, I'm on Exhibit C to the notice of violation, Alex, and I want to focus on the bottom photograph.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the area in which the beach has been constructed, isn't that the portion of it that's on the right-hand side of the photograph?
Yeah, and I, like I said before in the presentation, look at the before photo, which was taken, yes, it was taken, probably a month and a half or so earlier. But you can't see any, you don't see sand bottom in that. It's all rocks, large boulders.
So I'm trying to make a geographic location of the face of the earth distinction.
Yeah.
So the beach that we're talking about that's been constructed is on the right-hand side of the photograph.
Correct.
Right?
Yep.
Okay. And then when you were highlighting the area in which the shoreline has been expanded or enlarged, you were specifically you referred to it generally, but specifically referred to an area to the left of these granite stairs. Am I right about that?
Correct. Yeah.
So in other words, they're different locations.
Yes.
Okay. I don't have anything else. Thank you.
Think final, Attorney Braun.
Yeah, just to come back to that that final argument one more time, that alleged violation number 5. A clear reading of the ordinance indicates what we're talking about, right? Permanent piers, docks, wharves, bridges, boat launches, or other structures. It does not say anything about a shoreline. Again, shoreline to me speaks to something that would be more akin, as has been pointed out, to a beach, something that might have rocks as part of its nature, might be sandy as part of its nature. But what is described here in the explicit reference to shoreline itself does not constitute or meet any of the other indicators of that ordinance. And so again, that would be my argument against violation 5.
Just to put a finer point on it, the ordinance says, he didn't read it the whole thing, permanent piers, docks, wharves, bridges, boat launches, and other structures and uses extending over or below the normal high water line. Now, we heard Alex say that the DEP instruction is that this should be construed to be a structure. Now, even if that weren't the case, the ordinance also talks about a use extending over or below the normal high water line, which the shoreline is.
So
I don't have anything else.
Chair, just to remind you of the sequence here. So at this point, I would turn it over to any of the other parties here represented by counsel, including Attorney Rachin, as well as members of the public to present, and then give the appellant one last final opportunity, as I think the appellant gets the last say here.
And I want to give Pete and Fred opportunity as well. Where does that fit into things?
Sure. Yeah. Sorry if they have any questions for, I guess, questions for the town. They should ask those now before you turn it over to the public.
Pete, Fred.
So, and one of the violations of the steps, we're talking about this. There was 2 steps there originally, but the second set of steps was modified correctly so that they added, actually, it looks like concrete steps. So, I mean, the violation is because of there was no permit for that addition work to them. Steps are already there. Is that correct?
Violation number 3, correct, Fred?
I'm sorry?
Violation number 3, is that correct?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, and that was a question for the town?
Yes.
I'm sorry, could you repeat your question, please?
Sure. In the first photo, or one of the photos you showed, there is 2 steps. And there's a violation of this. Is that violation because the second set of steps has been rebuilt, well, not rebuilt, but added to by, looks like they've added cement steps to that. So there should have been a permit required for them to add them steps, or is it the whole set of steps are not legal?
Yeah, sure. Let me, I can address that. I'm going to share my screen. Okay, and so here in the top photograph, I think, and as Alex testified, there were some portable steps that were present on historically, and those weren't permitted just to begin with. But his testimony was that those stairs after are now placed and now have been extended, and that, so there's additional stairs appearing above those that are movable.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess let me ask Alex a factual clarification. Alex, in addition to that, these stairs that were movable, are they movable? Do you know if they're movable now, or if have they been moved to a different location, and have they been made permanent?
I'm not sure, but it really wouldn't require. The ordinance is pretty specific. You're allowed a single 4-foot wide set of stairs. There's no permit in the file for that second temporary or movable, permanent, whatever you want to call it, set of stairs. So they're not legal, and they've been expanded. So now you have an illegal, unpermitted expansion of an illegal set of stairs. So I don't find any way to make it legal, movable or not.
Do you have any further questions about that, sir?
No. I do have another question though, on to where we're talking on the right-hand side there, where the beach and no beach. And my understanding is the DEP gave them a violation on after there to the right, because they've added so much riprap there, that they got a violation for both the left and the right side, because there was, I believe you said 400 feet of riprap added. Is that correct?
Yeah. So that in the DEP's notice of violation, that's what the DEP's what it said. That's right. That they'd added 400 feet of riprap.
So DEP is also stating that it's a violation as well as.
So right. That's right. The DEP found a violation and found that this was in excess of what would be permitted by a permit by rule, which allows for 100 feet, but they put in 400 feet. That's right.
Anything else, Fred?
No.
No. Pete, did you have any questions?
I don't have any questions, David. I just think that the information that has been provided clearly shows that there's been some violations here. I mean, the landscape is grotesquely changed.
We'll be sure to discuss what we see in this in a bit. I do have a question for Town. Just to confirm, you're withdrawing violation number 4 and violation number 11. Is that correct?
That is correct, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. And in regards to violation number 7 and violation number 8, it was indicated that Q-Team, you have stated that Q-Team states they did not do the work. Big Lake Marine is also stating they did not do the work. I mean, clearly the work was done, but what evidence do you have that Big Lake Marine did this work?
I mean, I think what we heard. Well, I think we heard from Q-Team that they didn't do the work, and I think we heard them. Maybe I may not remember this correctly, but I thought I heard them say that Big Lake did this work. So, and Alex, do you have anything else you want to add here as to that?
Yeah,
that Big Lake did the work.
That's been what we were told. Through our conversations with Q-Team initially, they claimed that the excavation contractor was doing that removal. you know, in addition to that, I do also have, you know, going back to the slideshow, this photo showing Durant's equipment. You know, it looks like there's a front loader. It looks like there is a, you know, a excavator in there. So it looks as though it's pretty clear from what you can tell here. They're grading that entire section where there once was ground cover. I don't think we could get any more proof, you know, who it was that actually came in and did that work. Q team typically does not remove anything smaller than a sapling. And that's at least what I took out of my conversation with Robert Fogg months ago.
And I guess what I'd also say is, I think we heard Attorney Braun say they trimmed the vegetation. So, you know, we can talk about if trimming vegetation is removing vegetation. I think Attorney Braun would say it's different, and we would say trimming vegetation is removing it. So I think we heard from their attorney that they did it.
Do you want to speak to that, Attorney Braun?
Yeah, sure. So I would first point out that sapling would seem to constitute vegetation less than 3 feet in height as it relates to the matter in question. I also find it frustrating that the town would just take, despite the fact that they gave them notice of violations, would just take Q-Team on their face for any statements they made related to this, and that was in fact the basis of the dismissal as it related to violations 7 and 8 against them. And if all the town is presenting right now, which it sounds like it is, as it relates to evidence of who conducted this conduct, is that Q-Team told them they didn't do it, that seems, you know, to be insufficient. We again reject the idea that we removed any vegetation that was less than 3 feet in height. We will continue to maintain that position, and we will continue to maintain that just generally violations 7 and 8 are duplicative of each other.
Thank you. So I'll start to open it up to the public. Attorney Rachel, do you have anything you'd like to share with us this evening?
Yes, nothing much more to add. I just did, you know, as folks were speaking, I wanted to look at definitions. This is just simply with respect to Q-Team, the allegations about Q-Team. I think, you know, I'm not going to revisit the evidence that was submitted in the last go round, but I think, you know, we'll certainly state that, and I believe that Mr. Gosling's submission talked about how they only removed trees, and also, well, I don't know if that's somebody asking a question.
Yeah, somebody, it's Robert O'Neill. Robert O'Neill, are you able to mute?
I know. Come on.
Sandy, can you mute him?
Okay, Attorney Rachel, you're all set.
Okay, thanks. And also the definition of sapling, it's actually a defined term in the ordinance. And it talks about, you know, I think there was some question about whether 3 feet or whatever, but it talks about saplings actually are a species less than 2 inches in diameter at 4 1/2 feet above ground level. So anyway, I don't know how much evidence there was, if any, with respect to saplings. So I would submit that, you know, the evidence, as you heard last time around, and I believe that there was agreement that evidence submitted in prior proceedings would become part of the record, that Q-Team's position, and there's no reason, I don't think, to doubt it, no contrary evidence has been submitted in this regard, is that all that Q-Team did was remove trees and not vegetation. And that's all I had to say. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go ahead and open this up to public comment. Is anybody here tonight that's looking to speak in opposition? I forget the correct order. Let me change this. Speak in favor of this appeal. Is there anyone from the public tonight looking to speak in opposition to this appeal? Is there anyone from the public here tonight looking to take a neutral perspective to speak on this appeal? Okay, seeing here nothing, I will go ahead and close out public comments. Attorney Wagner, if you just want to sort of brief us on the next correct procedure.
Sure. So I advise we follow the same procedure that we have previously with our deliberations. So I suggest that the board go through issue by issue to identify the issues, identify what the violation is, what section of the statute that pertains to, and then what arguments have been made, and if they're sort of procedural arguments about like duplicative violations, we should address those, and then go through and let's discuss the factual findings to support the ultimate conclusions the board has. And as before, I'll take factual findings from a sort of consensus of the board, unless I sense that we're, veering, the board's veering in different directions, in which case we'll do a roll call vote, but I can just take a findings by consensus and then reach a tentative decision by vote as to whether to uphold or deny a violation, or to grant or deny the appeal based on a particular argument. And then after we go through that process, I'll consider all of those tentative findings and conclusions, and we'll continue the deliberations to the next date with instructions for me to prepare that decision. So with that process in mind, I suggest, because this is what I'm going to use to guide us here, that the board have before it the statement of findings of fact and conclusions of law dated today, August 30th, prepared by the town. In my opinion, I think that does a good job of framing out the issues, and I think we can use that as a guide for going through the factual findings. But additionally, I think the board should have before it the April 7 notice of appeal. And I also recommend having a copy of the prior decisions pertaining to 18 Fernwood, so that the board can see its prior findings under different appeals concerning different parties, but similar, the same factual allegations. So is everybody prepared with those materials and ready to move forward?
No, not in regards to previous findings. Although I would say to Pete and Fred, I don't want us to fall into, just because we did it a certain way last time, that requires us to do it the same way this time. I think we've been instructed.
No, and just to be clear, when I'm saying, the parties, and by which I mean parties, I mean all the attorneys in the Zoom room here. In my opinion, we're under an agreement that evidence that was introduced in one hearing could be relied on in another hearing, and so references made to that in arguments. So I agree with you that in this appeal we should be making independent findings based on the facts here, but certainly you can rely on evidence from other hearings, and you can consider it relevant that in one hearing you found, there was shoreland cutting, and you can make that same finding here and say it's based on the same evidence and reasons of the prior appeal, but additionally, we find that cutting was done, by Big Lake Marine, or Big Lake Marine is responsible, for those who are not responsible. I think that's a new factual determination that you make here. So that's why I suggest having those decisions in front of you as well.
You have mine. Fred and Pete, do you have have that available to you?
That was sent by an email, is that correct?
Yeah. Sandy sent us something on August 4th, 2022. It says notice of violation, decision management controls. She added to it, let's try it with attachment. You have it, Dylan?
I have two computers and I don't have it on the one that I'm on the side. I'm gonna try to find on this one.
How about you, Pete? Able to locate it?
Yeah, I've got one of the documents that Steve suggested, the one that has to do with the findings.
Wonderful.
So I think it sounds like we're ready to move forward. So as I see the first issue, and if the board wants to approach it in a different way, certainly let me know. But I guess I'd suggest that the first issue is this argument that I think addressed in the procedural section, but I think we can, since it was renewed in the substantive arguments, we should address it again, which is that it's a violation of the due process to rely on the presentations and findings made previously, and that is a ground for granting the appeal. So I think the board should address that argument first.
Fred?
Sorry. I'm just printing that. I got it on the other computer, so I'm printing it right now.
Okay. Pete, do you have thoughts on that?
Could you explain that again, please, so that I can, because I'm trying to look at.
So the argument, as I understand it from Attorney Brown, is that the appeal should be granted and the violations vacated because there's been a violation of due process to essentially in that Big Lake Marine was not provided an adequate opportunity to challenge the evidence and assert its arguments in the prior appeals, and that those are essentially, in Attorney Brown's words, carbon copies, and so it's violated Big Lake Marine's due process rights because they didn't have an adequate opportunity to challenge those factual findings. Since that's really strictly a legal argument, I'll give you my opinion that I do think that they were provided an adequate opportunity to ask questions of witnesses, cross-examine witnesses, and Attorney Brown was present for all of that. Attorney Brown, in my opinion, was a party to the agreement that the parties could rely on evidence made in one proceeding in making arguments in future proceedings. So in my opinion, there's been no due process violation. So I would recommend that the board move to deny the appeal on the basis that there's been a procedural violation by treating the appeal separately.
Right, I would agree with that.
I would agree with that too.
You're muted, David.
Sorry, I got this crazy cough and I put myself on mute so I don't bother everybody. I guess I'm of the opinion tonight, Attorney Braun had opportunity to present their case just as other appellants did before. So, I'm in agreement that we should, forget how it's phrased, deny dismissing this.
It's a motion to deny the appeal based on the grounds that there was a violation of Big Lake Marine's due process rights by treating each of the notices of violation separately.
So this is a motion to deny it. So to vote in the affirmative would be to move forward.
Vote in the affirmative would be to support the town's position.
Okay. All right. Thank you. That was a little confusing now. So we need a motion. Well, we got a motion. So moved. Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
Any further discussion? All those in favor? David, yes.
Fred Miller, yes.
Lockwood, yes.
Okay.
Okay. So the second issue, as I see it, is a larger procedural argument along the lines of what the prior management controls made, which is that there's a unnecessary duplication between allegations that certain conduct violated the shoreline zoning ordinance and a violation based on a failure to get a permit that would have allowed ostensibly that same conduct. So I think you can address that in a all at once. So, should any of the violations be vacated on the basis that they are duplicative of other violations?
I'm looking at an estimate made from Big Lake Marine Construction to Management Controls Inc., of which it says Big Lake Marine will obtain all necessary permitting from the town and DEP. So, if I'm understanding you correctly, Attorney Wagner, and how you phrased it, Big Lake Marine indicated they would obtain the permits. So, and appears they did not.
Right, but I guess as I see the argument that we should address is that certain violations are duplicative of others. So there's a requirement to get a permit, and that's one violation. But there's a requirement there's a violation of the shoreline cutting and a violation of the shoreline stabilization activities. And so, as you know, previously this board has dismissed that argument as the idea that they're duplicative. It did so based on, and you can certainly make reference back to your prior decision or tell me, for the same reasons that we denied it previously. I understand what that means, and I can pull those same arguments and findings into this decision. And basically, in summary, you concluded that these are separate conducts. There's the act of doing the cutting, and then there's the act of failing to get the permit, and it's valid to treat them differently. And you also made conclusions that it wouldn't be appropriate for you acknowledge that a court may do that differently in terms of assessing its penalties, but that's not a role for this board to get into. So I guess my question for the board is that do you still want to make those same findings and conclusions today as it pertains to this argument?
So I just want to be clear. I'm looking at the notice of violation, and just so I'm clear, violation 1 says filling in earth moving in more than 10 cubic yards. Violation 2 says violation and earth moving in more than 10 cubic yards without a permit. Is that what you're referring to?
Right. That'd be a great example.
Okay.
Being duplicative of one.
I personally am hesitant to blanket vote that because in previous discussions, there's at least one item where we had a board member present a case to not supporting that. So I would I'd prefer to give the board an opportunity to discuss that again.
Okay. So I guess we could just go violation by violation then.
That would be my preference. Yeah.
Okay. Let's do that. So violation 1. That relates to the filling and earth moving occurring in violation of section 15U1, which requires that activity be done in a way to prevent erosion and sedimentation of surface waters. So I would direct your attention to the proposed findings on, this is labeled as the first issue on the Statement of Findings, Fact, and Conclusions of Law on page 6. And I would suggest to you that you go through those 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 proposed findings and consider whether you agree or disagree with those, if there's additional evidence that you want to highlight or additional findings that you would make to support or not support the ultimate conclusion that violation 1 should be upheld because Big Lake conducted filling and earth moving in violation of 15U1. Sorry, David, you're muted.
I am reviewing the findings of fact. What I find difficult is it's not clear which item in the findings of fact, as far as the document that we created for management controls. It's not clear. I'll say item 1 correlates to item 1 for.
Yeah, it doesn't necessarily correlate that same way. So, you know, again,
it just.
Yeah, what I suggest is we follow the notice violation here, which is 1, and in the proposed statement of facts and conclusions of law, we have finding first pertains to violation 1.
So you're referencing us to the document provided by the town? Is this
yes.
correct? Okay, yes. Got it. Just bear with me here. So we're looking at number 1, filling and earth moving of more than 10 cubic yards. We're referring to shoreline zoning provisions, section 15, land use standards, erosion and sedimentation control, filling, grading, laguning, dredging, and earth moving and other land activities shall be conducted in such a manner as to prevent erosion and sedimentation of surface waters to the maximum extent practical. All activities which result in unstabilized soil conditions which require a permit shall be developed in accordance with an erosion and sedimentation control plan prepared in conformance with the requirements of Maine Erosion Control, the NPS, Bureau of Land and Water Quality, Maine Department of Environmental Protection, March 2003, and subsequent revisions thereof. I mean, given the information provided by the town, I mean, it's clear to me anyways that more than back and forth here. All right, too many windows up. So it's clear that more than 10 cubic yards have been moved. It's been indicated that there was not an erosion and sedimentation control plan. We saw photos indicating, you know, that what erosion control was in place, you know, was not sufficient in doing what it was supposed to do. Fred, Pete, please jump in.
Just want to make sure. So we're on the violation 1, is that correct?
Yes, filling and earth moving in more than 10 cubic yards.
Right.
Yep.
Yeah. And I think with what we saw with the pictures and what Alex explained to us, that there was definitely more than the 10 cubic yards of disturbance or soil or being moved, vegetation, and all that stuff being moved. And spots of the riprap, the shoreline, you know, you can see underneath it.
So accurate to say what I'm hearing is that the board agrees with all the proposed factual findings that are listed here, and that's also consistent with the factual findings that the board made, and this would be section 2 of the management controls decision.
I would say yes.
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 So in that case, I would suggest a motion to conclude as providing the notice of violation. Violation 1, Big Lake Marine conducted filling and earth moving in violation of Shoreland Zoning Ordinance 15 UE.
So moved. Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
All those in favor, David, yes.
Fred Miller, yes.
Reed Lockwood, yes.
So that's a unanimous motion to uphold, make that conclusion, which effectively upholds violation 1. So same sort of analysis, moving on to violation 2. But also here we have the argument that violation 2, the failure to get a permit, is duplicative of violation 1. So I suggest we address that argument and then go through the analysis of looking at the proposed factual findings and our prior factual findings, and make, again, the consensus on findings and an ultimate conclusion here as it pertains to violation 2.
I'm just looking up the table. Okay, so filling and earth moving of more than 10 cubic yards in LRR1, LRR2, table indicates that a permit is required from the code enforcement officer. And a home permit was not obtained. And we've evidenced that more than 10 cubic yards was moved. So I believe this should be upheld.
I would agree.
Well, I see on this, what it here on this number 2 here, I see it, that it says that we have to, that the filing of earth moving of more than 10 cubic yards, which we saw in the pictures, and it said has occurred in LR2 zone, and it's without a permit, and with Alex's testimony stated there was no permit issued. With the pictures that we've seen, I believe that that this was a violation.
Okay. Do we have a consensus?
So I guess I would suggest then a motion based on these factual findings to uphold violation 2, because the board concludes Big Lake conducted filling and earth moving without a permit in violation of Shoreland Zoning Ordinance Section 14, Table of Uses, line 30.
So moved. Do I have a second? Further discussion? All those in favor? David, yes.
Miller, yes.
Reed Lockwood, yes.
Okay. Actually, let me just confirm that you also would reach the conclusion that violation 2 should not be vacated on the basis that it is duplicative of violation 1, and you reach that conclusions for the same reasons you did in the management controls appeal?
I don't see it as duplicative, Fred or Pete.
I don't see it as duplicative either.
Okay. I think I have a clear consensus on that for preparing the opinion. So I think we can move to violation 3.
Number 3, illegal shoreline access. Second set of stairs to access water has been added without a permit. Shoreline zoning provisions, section 15, land use standards. Section B, principal and accessory structures. Number 8, notwithstanding the requirements stated above, stairways and or similar structures may be allowed with a permit from the code enforcement officer to provide shoreline access in areas of steep slopes or unstable soils, provided that the structure is limited to a maximum of 4 feet in width. The structure does not extend below or over the normal high water line of a water body or upland edge of a wetland unless permitted by the Department of Environmental Protection pursuant to Natural Resources Protection Act Title 38 480-C, and that the applicant demonstrates that no reasonable access alternative exists on the property. So I see per the town, shoreline zoning provides that stairways to provide shoreline access are only allowed with a permit from the code enforcement officer. A new stairway to provide access to the shoreline access was added without a permit. Our understanding is that the stairway was extended. There are what appears to be permanent steps in front of it. It was indicated that no permit had been applied for either in the past or currently. So I believe that this, for myself, I'm convinced of this one in the sense that it has been extended. If it had been extended, I think that for me could be a different type of a conversation to have in review of this. The fact that it was extended.
It appears that they've been, made from more of a movable set of stairs to it looks like it's probably a permanent set of stairs where they have the concrete steps added to it. Again, in the beginning, I was not sure who put the original portable stairs there, but obviously it was moved, or by pictures showing that it's been moved to a extended set of stairs and appeared to look like it was more permanent and without a permit. Plus it was a second set of stairs, which only allows 1 set of stairs.
So to be clear, we're talking about both sets of stairs.
Yeah.
Pete, anything?
Yeah, I was thinking in the last picture that Attorney Wyckoff showed us of the shorefront there with the excavator clearly in front doing the work, that temporary set of stairs was not in the picture. So clearly it was moved, altered, and then, as we saw in other pictures, extended into a more permanent set of stairs. So definitely did not exist before, in my opinion.
So would I say that we're in agreement that this should not be vacated?
Agreed.
So I guess I would characterize that as a motion to uphold violation 3 based on the consensus on the factual findings and the conclusion that Big Lake added a new stairway to access the shoreline without a permit in violation of Shoreline Zoning Ordinance Section 15B8.
So moved. Do I have a second? Any further discussion? All those in favor? David, yes.
Pete, yes.
Okay, number 4 was withdrawn by the town.
So the board could move to vacate notice violation 4 because it was withdrawn by the town.
So moved. Do I have a second? You're gonna have to move a little closer, but I can't quite hear what you're saying.
I'll second that.
Okay, thank you. So any further discussion? All those in favor? David, yes.
Fred Miller, yes.
Pete Lockwood, yes.
So violation number 5. Piers, docks, wharves, bridges, boat launches, and other structures and uses extending over or below the normal high water line or within a wetland without a permit from the planning board shoreline. This goes back to shoreline zoning provisions. Section 14, table of land uses, item number 17B, permanent piers, docks, wharves, bridges, boat launches, and other structures and uses extending over and below the normal high water line or within a wetland require approval from the planning board within the RPSV, LRR1, and LRR2 districts. Well, it's clear the shoreline was extended. We do see it above the normal high water line. So the question is, do we look at it from the structure perspective, in which that's a retaining wall for those boulders at the end? Do we additionally look at it from a use as of shoreline? Pete, Fred?
Well, I think Attorney Walkoff said that, you know, when he added that extra filing where it included the riprap and the rock area, you know, it's extended, that was part of the violation where, Lawyer Berman was saying that there was no dock, pier, wharfs, bridges, boat launches. He was saying that there was nothing like that there, but extended out to saying that it was the riprap that was put along the shoreline and extended it up. I think that would be a violation under that part of what the attorney says.
Yeah, I think the shoreline definitely went from a natural situation to something that had been filled in and changed, as you know, into more of a straight line, and rocks were definitely pulled out and to clear up the right-hand side of that beach area.
I am.
And just to be clear, we're the board's finding that there was evidence to show that this was work performed by or in the direction of Big Lake. I think you're all saying that. I just want to make sure, because I didn't hear anybody say that explicitly.
I would agree.
Yes, I would agree as well. Yeah. Yeah. Based on estimate of land work, estimate of work accomplished, I would say yes.
So then I would suggest a motion based on those factual findings to uphold violation 5 because Big Lake expanded the shoreline without a permit in violation of Shoreland Zoning Ordinance Section 14, line 17B of the table of uses.
So moved.
I'll second that.
Further discussion? All those in favor? David, yes.
Fred Miller, yes.
Pete Lockwood, yes.
Okay. Violation 6. This is the allegation that Big Lake constructed a beach without a permit from DEP in violation of section 15(0).
A beach has been constructed without a permit. Shoreline zoning provisions, section 15, land use ordinance, section O, beach construction. Beach construction on any great pond shall require a permit from the Department of Environmental Protection. Beach construction on any river and stream or brook capable of floating watercraft shall require approval from the Department of Environmental Protection. So our focus is on beach construction on any great pond shall require a permit from the Department of Environmental Protection. It's our understanding a permit was not received. It's also understanding that definition of a beach. And there is a picture that Alex showed during his presentation, which is not in the notice of violation, which does show a strip of area, which is sandy, sandy section, which to me is a beach. So I believe that a beach was constructed here.
And does the board agree there was no permit obtained for that work?
So yes.
And what about the argument that you can't have it both ways in terms of the beach and the extension of the shoreline? Are those duplicative, or are those separate violations?
I believe those are separate because what was shown by Alex indicates a beach area, which was separate from the shoreline, which was specifically to the water.
So sensing a consensus there, I would suggest a motion that based on the actual findings articulated, the board board moves to uphold violation 6 because Big Lake constructed a beach without a permit from DEP in violation of the shoreline zoning ordinance section 15(0).
So moved.
I'll second that.
Any further discussion? All those in favor, David, yes.
Fred Miller, yes.
Lockwood, yes.
Violation 7.
Removal of vegetation less than 3 feet in height relates to shoreline zoning provisions, section 15, land use standards. Section Q, clearing or removal of vegetation activities other than timber harvesting. For the section C, in order to protect water quality and wildlife habitat. Existing vegetation under 3 feet in height and other ground cover, including leaf litter and forest duff layer, shall not be covered or removed, except to provide for a footpath or other permitted uses as described in section 15Q, paragraphs 2 and 2A above. For number 7, the town has not shown to me that this is a violation which Big Lake Marine has done. So I do not believe this one should be applied to them. But that's my 2 cents. Pete, Fred.
I mean, we all know it's been moved, but we don't know who moved it, right?
Correct. Q team indicates that it was Big Lake Marine. Big Lake Marine, I believe, is indicating it might be Q team. I don't know, but I should say they're indicating that they did not do it. So we have 2 parties indicating they didn't. Clearly, it was done, and but without any proof that Big Lake Marine is the actual ones that did this, I do not feel good about moving forward with this one. I feel it should be withdrawn or not upheld.
So
that's opinion.
Just to read my notes here of the other evidence, that's here. So I agree. You have a statement from Attorney Braun that Big Lake Marine denies being the one responsible for that, and I think they challenge the credibility of, or at least the idea that the board would just accept the credibility of Q-Team's denial, but it didn't. My recollection is then that the record would show that Q-Team not only denied that it was responsible, but asserted it was Big Lake Marine. So I think that's on the record. And I think we also, I believe Alex testified to some machinery and took pictures of where it was located and how that could lead to the conclusion that it was Big Lake Marine that was responsible for the removal. So I agree with the chair's assessment that there's conflicting evidence, so it's up to the board to decide which evidence it finds more persuasive.
Pete, Fred, you do not have to agree with me. This is a open discussion.
Right. Yeah. No, I think I'm more inclined to think that this was Big Lake Marine. The pictures that we saw, the testimony that we've heard, they had the equipment in there to do the actual vegetation removal. And what we heard from Attorney Rachin was that Q-Team came in and removed trees only. It's two different things in my mind.
Fred?
I mean, we know it's moved. You know, I mean, the pictures show that, you know, that the vegetation has definitely been removed. And there is definitely the excavator sitting there, you know, in the picture that appears that had been doing some work there.
I mean, I don't disagree, but there's not, to me, compelling evidence specifically that Big Lake Marine did this work. So. Any further discussion, guys? And then we go from there.
So just to keep with the way of phrasing the questions, I'll suggest a motion. Based on factual findings discussed by a majority of the board, it's just a motion to uphold violation 7 because Big Lake cleared and removed vegetation less than 3 feet in height from within 100 feet of the normal high water line for no valid purpose in violation of section 15QC. So do I have
I take exception to the word clearly. But...
Did I say, I meant to say cleared or removed, not
okay. I may have misheard. Yeah. So do we have a motion for that? Do we have a so moved? Fred or Pete?
So moved.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Fred Miller? Yes.
Pete Lockwood in favor.
All those opposed? David Murch.
Okay. 2-1. That is upheld. That's a majority of those present. Again, this is just preliminary findings, and I'll summarize this in a written opinion that we'll vote on at the next meeting. But the next issue here is violation 8.
Removal of vegetation less than 3 feet in height without a permit. Shoreland zoning provisions, section 14, table of land uses. Number 5, clearing and removal of vegetation for activities other than timber harvesting. Again, it's clear that this occurred without a permit, but again, I don't see compelling evidence from the town that this was specifically Big Lake Marine.
What was the last part you just said, Dave?
I don't see compelling evidence that this was done by Big Lake Marine. I can't be convinced that they did this work.
I think what we're looking at here is whether there was a permit issued for whoever removed it or didn't remove it. Is that correct?
Well, there is, but I think there's the underlying belief that Big Lake construction, I get this all messed up. say it wrong. Big Lake Marine Construction did the work. There's that underlying assumption. So, I mean, yes, I believe, in brief, yes, I do believe that there was removal of vegetation less than 3 feet in height, and I believe this was done without a permit. So in regards to that aspect of this particular violation, I do believe this work was done. However, as it relates specifically to the appellant, I don't have compelling evidence from the town that they did this work.
So just to throw this out there for consideration by the board, I think you need to evaluate the question of what entity here had responsibility for obtaining permits, and what was there evidence such as a contract about who would have responsibility for obtaining permits?
That's a good point. So I do have for Big Lake Marine Construction on their letterhead an estimate to Management Controls LLC of work to be done. Project located 18 Fernwood Road, number 2318 Raymond, Maine, will consist of the following. And one of them is Big Lake Marine will obtain all necessary permitting from town and DEP. So in that regard,
I believe if you add, the equipment there in the same area with all that's been removed, I still think that's a violation.
I just see it as more than just the permit piece. It's the removal of vegetation without a permit. I agree, there's no permit, but removal of the vegetation. There's another piece to that for me, anyways. So I still don't think I can't put this one on Big Lake Marine. Fred, Pete, any further?
I'm going to maintain my previous position.
Same to me, I think it's a violation.
I think it's a violation.
Attorney Wagner?
Yeah, so I guess would it be accurate to check, at least by a majority of the board, that there's a conclusion that clearing was done, by Big Lake Marine, that there was an obligation to obtain a permit, and Big Lake Marine was responsible for obtaining all permits for all work and failed to do so. Therefore, that Section 14 table at line 5 was violated by Big Lake Marine. Is that an accurate summary of at least a majority of the board's findings of fact?
Yes. Yes.
So based on those findings of fact, I would suggest a motion to uphold violation 8, right? Yeah, violation 8. Because Big Lake Marine cleared or removed vegetation without a permit in violation of Section 14, line 5 of the table of uses.
I make a motion to uphold violation 8.
Second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Fred Miller, yes.
Pete Lockwood, yes.
Those opposed, David?
Okay. 2-1. So that is upheld based on a majority of the quorum present. So that brings us to violation 9.
Unpermitted shore stabilization, no permit. Shoreline zoning provision, section 15, land use standards for C. Piers, docks, wharves, bridges, and other structures or uses extending over and below the normal high water line of a water body or within a wetland. Subsection 12, vegetation may be removed in excess of the standards of 15Q of this ordinance in order to conduct shoreline stabilization of an eroding shoreline, provided that a permit is obtained from the planning board. Construction equipment must access the shoreline by barge when feasible as determined by the planning board. When necessary, the removal of trees and other vegetation to allow for construction equipment to access the stabilization site by land must be limited to no more than 12 feet in width. When the stabilization project is complete, the construction equipment access way must be restored. Revegetation must occur in accordance with section 15T. So it's indicated that this was a shoreline stabilization project. However, it was also indicated there was no permit obtained by the planning board. Which is what's required. Fred?
I believe that, especially with the pictures showing that, the equipment was right down in the water, right by the water working, and, it could get access from a barge. And that showed a picture of a barge next cove over. So, I mean, it was,
So this one, Pete, Fred, we're looking at specifically violation 9. So unpermitted shoreline stabilization, no permits. The barge is violation 10. So looking at violation 9, unpermitted shoreline stabilization, no permit. In this case, permit has to be obtained by the planning board.
According to Alex, there was no permit issued by the town.
Correct.
To do any of that.
So they.
I think there's sort of 3 factual issues here that you have to reach a conclusion on. Was the work performed based on the evidence that you've seen? Does that constitute a shoreline stabilization project? If it does, was it performed by Big Lake Marine? And if so, was it done without a permit?
So, looking at that, it was indicated through Attorney Braun that this was a shoreline stabilization project. There's another documentation, but I can't find it right off. There's evidence that, Durant excavating materials were there. And we know that there wasn't a permit. So I guess it kind of falls back to Durant excavating. How do they relate to Big Lake Marine? Red Pete.
Again, the pictures tell us that there was vegetation there. It was definitely removed. There was equipment there that obviously moved it.
So to return to David's question briefly, not to interrupt that chain of thought, but in the relation between Big Lake Marine and Durant, I think that it's valid that the board should consider that, because if you're looking at evidence of something operated by Durant, how does that show that it was Big Lake Marine? I think the town's position is that these are all related entities controlled by the same person. So evidence of Durant doing something is evidence of Big Lake Marine.
I would agree with that.
I agree.
I disagree. Again, I recognize they're both have the same owner operator, but considering that town did two You notice the violation, one to Durant, one to Big Lake Marine, in the case that they consider them as two separate entities. I see all right, hold on. So I'm reading Big Lake Marine Construction, and again, their estimate, an invoice for work to be done. Install 3 feet of riprap in a boat ramp area with 3/4 inch crushed rock, stone compacted. All cavities to be filled in with 3/4 inch stone at 45-degree angle. Replace fallen rocks around the deck area. All work to be completed by land and by barge as necessary to complete the project. Banking will be sloped as required, build up to 2.5 to 2 inches of the berm, bark mulch over the berm. So I would say, given I have to forget that I said that because that was to whitetail. This one's for fernwood. 4 feet by 285 feet of erosion control measures as required by the DEP. Banking and sloping approximately 45 degrees. All cavities to be filled with 3/4 inch stone at 45-degree angle to prepare for installation on 6 by 12 riprap. Install approximately 2 feet by 285 of fiber filter fabric and approximately 4 feet of bark mulch above the riprap. So I guess based on estimate of work, there is definitely some indication that they are going to be doing some work here with regards to the shoreline stabilization. So given that estimate of work and the signature on it, it's been accepted, would lead me to believe that Big Lake Marine did do some of this work.
So I'm hearing a consensus of the board on those factual findings, that there was shoreline stabilization, that it was done by Big Lake Marine, and that it was done without a permit in violation of 15C12.
Yes,
I would agree.
Okay, so can I suggest a motion that based on those factual findings, the board moves to uphold violation 9 because it contends it was a shorefront stabilization project without a permit in violation of 15C12.
So moved.
I second it.
All those in favor? David, yes.
Fred Miller, yes.
Pete Lockwood, yes.
Okay, unanimous, 9 is upheld. That brings us to violation 10.
Sorry, my dogs wanted to say hello. All right. Violation number 10, unpermitted shoreline stabilization, no barge. Shoreline zoning provisions, section 15, land use standards. Section C, piers, docks, wharves, bridges, and other structures and uses extending over or below the normal high water line of water body or within a wetland. Further, section 12, vegetation may be removed in excess of the standards in 15Q of this ordinance in order to conduct shoreline stabilization of an eroding shoreline. Provided that a permit is obtained from the planning board, construction equipment must access the shoreline by barge when feasible as determined by the planning board. So that's sort of the tough one, is we don't know if the planning board would have determined that a barge would have been feasible. However, no permit was obtained. The evidence was a barge for Durant excavating, but the estimate from Big Lake Marine does indicate all work to be completed by land and by barge as necessary to complete the project. I would say given Alex's feedback on how he viewed the situation, given that the estimate includes, signed estimate includes the condition for doing work by a barge, leads me to say that this should not be, this is applicable. Brad or Pete?
I believe it should, the violation should be upheld. It wasn't applied for. I mean, the equipment was shown there in place doing, doing the work.
Yes, so you're clear, Fred and Pete, and you probably are, but when they showed us that picture of the barge, it's my understanding that was not a picture of a barge at that property, just evidence that they had a barge accessible through Durant Excavating.
Right.
I think that was shown to go to the, as relevant to the finding that it was feasible to use a barge.
That was my understanding as well.
Okay.
I agree.
So I'm sensing there's a consensus among the group that this was a shoreline stabilization project. It was completed from land without a barge, even though a barge was feasible under these conditions, and that work was done by Big Lake Marine, and it was done without a permit.
Yes.
So moved. Do we have a second?
So motion to uphold based on those factual findings. Conclusion that section 15C12 was violated.
And so do we need another motion? Another so moved?
Yeah, if you don't mind, just so it's
okay. So moved. Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, and just before we go to vote, I just want to confirm that this estimate does say all work to be completed by land and by barge as necessary. So they are indicating they would do that work. So anyways, all those in favor, David, yes.
Fred Miller, yes.
Pete Lockwood, yes.
And finally, violation 11, unpermitted tree removal within 100 feet of Sebago Lake that has been withdrawn by town.
so a motion to vacate on the basis that it is withdrawn.
So moved.
Second that.
Any further discussion? All those in favor, David, yes.
Fred Miller, yes.
Pete Lockwood, yes.
And violation 12. Oh, did I make that up? I made that up.
Okay, it's well.
There's the argument that Big Lake's work did not meet the requirements for, or the argument that it would have been allowed under the permit by rule, and the town maintains that it did not meet the requirements of permit by rule. So I guess, does anybody think that the evidence showed that the town maintained the evidence showed that this did not qualify for a permit by rule, and I think they pointed to the DEP notice of violation. The board concluded, as a matter of fact, that based on that evidence, this would not qualify for a permit by rule.
Yes, I would agree with that.
Yeah, understood.
Yeah.
I read that violation notice, so yeah, I would definitely agree with that.
So I think another part of that argument by Big Lake Marine was also an assertion that all of the work complied with the shoreline zoning provisions. I think I would suggest to the board that based on all the factual findings, the board would conclude that Big Lake Marine did not comply with all of the provisions of the shoreline zoning or provisions based on the findings the board's already made. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Yeah.
Then I'd suggest a motion to deny the appeal based on the grounds that it qualified for a permit by rule or otherwise complied with the shoreline zoning ordinance provisions.
So moved.
I'll second that.
All those, further discussion? All those in favor? David, yes.
Fred Miller, yes.
Pete Lockwood, yes.
The only one I wanted to go back on was violations 7 and 8. I neglected to advise the board to consider the argument that they are duplicative. Does anybody want to revisit the motions to uphold 7 or 8 on the basis that they are duplicative?
No, I don't believe them to be duplicative.
Okay, and the reasons for that, can I say that they're the same as how the board treated that issue when it was raised by management controls?
Yeah, but it also falls back to violations 1 and 2.
Okay, same reasoning there.
Yep.
Okay, so I think we've addressed all the issues as I see it on this, and I've got clear preliminary findings of fact and conclusions of law here. So I would suggest that the board make a motion to instruct me to prepare a draft decision reflecting that, and then also move to continue these deliberations to the next scheduled meeting.
So moved.
Second.
Further discussion? All those in favor? David, yes.
Fred Miller, yes.
Pete Lockwood, yes.
Okay, so Mr. Turn it back to you. My understanding is that is all the old business that all the parties have agreed to address today.
That would be my understanding as well.
Yeah.
So we took we took everything off the table. So the ratification of findings of fact, that's actually completed. So all the public hearings, Durant excavation, that's been completed, as well as Durant excavating 28 Whitetail, so 18 Fernwood, 28 Whitetail Lane have both been completed. So I will entertain a motion to table the administrative appeal, re-notice of violation 310-2022 for Gregory P. Vaughn on behalf of Big Lake Marine, and administrative appeal, re-notice of violation issued 128-2022, B.B. Ratchet Esquire on behalf of Management Controls for 28 Whitetail Lane. And then finally, administrative appeal, re-notice violation issued 310-2022, applicant Gregory P. Braun, on behalf of Big Lake Marine for 28 Whitetail Lane. Motion to table all those for the next meeting. Brad, Pete.
Yeah.
You need a snow move?
Yeah, I need a so moved, and I need a second.
So move.
Second.
All right, all those in favor of tabling, David, yes.
Fred Miller, yes.
Pete Lockwood, yes.
All right, very good. So, attorneys, I thank you for your time. Our next meeting is scheduled for September 26th, I believe anyways, Monday, September 26th at 6 p.m. Again, via Zoom. Pick up pretty much where we left off. Does that match everybody's expectations?
Yes.
All right. Thank you much, Mr. Wilson. We also have on our agenda new business, administrative appeal, re-denied business license. We have bylaws in place, Mr. Wilson, which require us to not take on any additional business after 10 p.m. So unfortunately, we're going to have to table this until our next meeting, and hopefully we'll have time to get to it then. So if not, there is another meeting on the 27th. So we have a meeting on the 26th and then a meeting on the 27th.
And those are both in September, right back to back on Monday and Tuesday?
Correct, yep.
Great.
Yeah, we're just working to try and get all these outstanding old businesses.
I'll be back on the 26th at 7.
It's well, yeah, I guess that's 6, but it starts at 6, but I doubt we will get to that before 7.
So, well, have a good month, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So, because we're not going to take on any new stuff, I'm going to go ahead and skip code enforcement officer communications, and I just need a motion for adjournment.
Motion for adjournment.
Second.
All right, all those in favor? David, yes.
Camilla, yes.
Steve Lockwood, yes.
All right, thank you, everyone. I appreciate your time.
Good night.
Good
night.
Bye-bye.
Good night.
Good evening and welcome to the Comprehensive Plan Committee meeting. I'll call the meeting to order at this juncture, and the first order of business is election of officers that have been put off from last meeting. Are there any nominations, or where are we going? Yes.
I think we need to have a chair and vice chair or co-chairs to continue on through this process. It will get us to a place faster than not. And I would like to nominate co-chairs. I think co-chairs are appropriate for a committee like this because there's a lot of work to do. And I would like to nominate Kayla and Peter. Peter has had experience as a vice chair of this committee in the last time around. And Kayla has a lot of experience, as well as she has a lot of resources at her fingertips that she will probably be able to use to help us on our way.
Is that a nomination or a discussion?
That is a nomination.
Okay. Is there a second?
If they're willing and able, I would second that nomination, but I would want to hear whether they're, well, we know they're willing, we know they're able, but we want to hear if they're willing.
Yeah. Well, now that it's seconded, it's opened up for discussion.
Sure, I'll go first. I would be more than happy to serve as a co-chair. I do feel as though I have a recent working relationship with town staff, department heads. I feel that that would be good experience, and I also am very familiar with other members of the community, and I am young and able and think that I would serve well.
Yes, I'm honored to serve as co-chair in this position. I've been in the town a long time. I'm old and I'm retired.
Any further comments or?
That is excellent.
Hearing none, all those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. I will turn it over to, I'm not sure which of you would like to try and run the meeting. Go ahead.
Okay, you want to start? We could certainly
You
alternate.
might have to help me a little bit. That's where
Sure.
a little bit of inexperience comes in. So, next item on the agenda is approving the minutes from our August 25th meeting.
I move approval.
Second.
Second. And then I believe we go to a vote.
Any discussion
Or
on
discussion,
or
sorry.
additions or corrections?
Yes. That's quick. That was quick, but it was,
So,
we have a chair and we have a co-chair. We have two co-chairs, actually, is what we have.
So I'm sorry, we're bringing Brad up to date.
yeah, bring me up to date.
So we just elected 2 co-chairs, myself and Peter.
Outstanding. Okay.
Right, and now we have moved to approve the minutes from our last meeting. And we're at the discussion part. And I'm hearing none. All right, so then we move to vote. And all those in favor?
Yes.
Is that right?
Uh-huh.
Okay. And all those opposed? All right, approved. The next item.
Madam Chair, I
Oh,
do want
sorry.
to ask if I could, we skipped vice chair. Was there any desire to have a vice chair if you have 2 co-chairs?
Well, I think we did is
Instead of the vice
Instead
chair?
of vice
I just
chair,
wanted to be
it's
sure, I
co-chairs.
didn't want to miss that. If-
I'm sorry, that's how I understood it.
Yep.
Yes,
Yeah,
and I-
it was
and I-
part of Frank's
I was trying to
motion.
type, so,
Okay.
perfect. I'm sorry I missed that
No,
piece.
that's okay. So the next item is all of our new business, and we're going to review the 2004 comprehensive plan.
So, Madam Chair, I'd ask, first of all, everybody had an opportunity to see the document. It's fairly detailed, and certainly a lot of compliments have to go to the writers, the consultants and the committee from 2000, 2004. And I think in reading it, it humbles me a little bit on just how much work is going to be involved in this, which is why I think there's so many components where we're going to have to draw on resources. But like was discussed at the last meeting, it means we're all going to have to take a certain amount of responsibility, because there's work that even the consultants aren't going to be able to do that we would do. And I think I made a mention at the last meeting that it's boilerplate. I think some of it is. And then the stuff that I really am interested in is the stuff that is unique to Raymond. And that's really what makes, I think, the comprehensive plan effective and go. One of the things, and I appreciate very much the information that was forwarded on the RFPs. And I think that in reading them, although some of them are pretty detailed, and I know the town has a policy which will get guidance from the town on as far as how this RFP is crafted. Certainly it's got to be something that's very transparent, and along with deadlines for applications and the like. But one thing I noticed that was a common theme, and it might be helpful for us prior to having a consultant on board, because I believe that there's a lot of work we can do even before, so that when we finally do arrive on a consultant, we'll hit the ground running. Is this consistent thread about, I think I found it in the gray RFP specifically, and then also in the SACO, where they keep referring to the Growth Management Act, which I believe is a component that came out of its Title 30A, I believe. So, you know, I mean, as far as looking at exactly what the state requires, and the sense I'm getting is that the state may require it. It doesn't mean you necessarily comply with it. But I believe in the gray RFP, it was made very clear that what the consultant would do would use that as one of the guiding documents for deciding basically what the basic elements of the comprehensive plan are. And I'm pretty sure that any consultant that we have that comes on board is going to say, well, you know, certainly a lot of this is going to be derived from that document. And I happen to pull it up, and it does list a lot of things that we would certainly, or we have already incorporated in the 2004 plan. But also there was a requirement that towns update their comprehensive plan every 3 years. So such things as looking, as the state includes things into the Title 30, such as planning for climate change. Obviously, that wasn't something that was really discussed in 2004. So my understanding is to stay compliant, with that document, that state statute. That it has to be revisited, not every decade or whatever, but it really would be revisited more like on a 2 or 3 basis. So those are my observations as far as the review and the current plan and the RFPs and the like.
So, Mr. Chair, would you like me to find that section of 30A and send it out to the members?
That'd be very helpful. I pulled it up, but it's about 9 pages.
Yeah, I can post it online.
That'd be terrific.
If one thing I did find, I did bring the planning resource list that I've begun. I'm not sure it's really anything you need right now. I have posted it on the website under comprehensive plan. But in looking at all of that, I did find that the Maine Office for Community Development doesn't do anything with comp plans, which I found interesting. But there is a Maine Planning Assistance Program. It has a staff of 1. His name is, I will absolutely murder his last name, but Tom Miraglio, something like that. But he is very enthusiastic. He does help towns with their comp plans and helps them to find a planner and gives some ideas of things that should be in RFPs. So he's a resource we might be able to call on. He said he'd be happy to Zoom into a meeting if that's something the committee would like at some point.
Great. Good idea.
But other than that, that's all there is at the state, is that man of 1 department.
That's a testament of the times, it seems, going from a planning office of under Evan Reichert of whatever, 20, 30 people, plus or minus. Maybe it wasn't that big, but down to 1.
And he also said that there are 2 major players in planning right now that are helping most towns with, if they go the route of having a planner. And that's North Star Planning with Ben Smith and Musson Group with Noel Musson. And Musson Group is the one that I mentioned last time that the town clerk in Cutler suggested. But they actually work across the state, not just down east.
I'll just chime in. I've been working on some projects in my consulting with, and North Star has been excellent as a town planner for the town neighbors. And I've been very impressed with Ben Smith and his team.
He's the former planner of Wyndham, so he's very familiar with the area. And he's in New Gloucester, which is a great thing. I also have done a little bit of investigation today. I called a former planner from many years ago, now retired, who was active with the Mid-Coast Planning Agency. I don't know the precise name now. I guess maybe Council of Governments. And she gave me a name of Eric Gallant and a telephone number I didn't have a chance to call yet. And then a name that a lot of people in the planning world might recognize. Matthew Eddy, who was in Westbrook, is heading up that agency now, and she thought that he might be a good resource. And then another suggestion that I got was, maybe contact the Muskie School and see if they're going to have graduate level planning people. There may be an ability to leverage some help and support there. Likewise, I always tout St. Joseph's College. They are very, very active in trying to assist the towns in any way they possibly can, and we may be able to get some assistance in data gathering and statistical analysis and things like that if you are interested in that. They've recently reached out to me with some of their students that are seeking practical work experiences. So that's what I have.
And along that line, Tom at the state has added Raymond to the list of towns that he'll get data for, statewide data and region-wide data for us that will be ready sometime late October.
Wow.
Can I have your list and I'll add it to the document?
Okay.
I can get it tomorrow.
Yeah. Sorry, I didn't get a chance to talk with you today.
Are there any other comments regarding the 2004 comprehensive plan?
One question for Sue. When you said that Tom's going to gather the data for us, when you say that, is he going to be gathering data to compare to all the household sizes and the growth? Is that the data that he's going to be looking at?
I'm
or
not
is
sure.
It,
He said it's a data set that he prepares for towns that are updating their comprehensive plans.
Okay.
And I had like a 4-minute conversation with him, so I didn't get into that level of detail.
Okay.
But it will be a starting point, or it might raise some more questions and might give us some direction for what kinds of questions you want to ask for surveys and whatnot, is my guess.
Is there any unique data available to us from the 2020 census? Did towns get more comprehensive information?
I don't think they've begun to release that.
They have.
They have?
I was
Okay.
able to find a few things about
Yeah,
the 2020
I haven't gotten
census
anything at the
data.
town office yet.
Some of it's a little buried and a little difficult to obtain on their website, but if you're persistent enough,
Yeah.
I find that you can find a great deal of data on there.
What's the release timetable?
Actually, it's interesting. They release various, information over the next decade, and so, as they do it. So she's way ahead of me, but I've not been contacted in any way or notified of anything. But if the website has the information, then that's great. But I think there'll be more information as time moves on through this process.
Thank you. Yeah, no, that would be a wonderful.
Yeah, and so I mean, it's
resource.
probably by mid-decade they may have everything they're going to do done.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What have you found, Kayla?
Well, we have a population of about 4,536. And I don't have the 2004 plan in front of me, but some things that I did note that were a little bit different was the median household income is around 71,000. Our median age is 51.8, and I believe, if I'm remembering correctly, that's up quite a bit from the 2004 census data, so that would have been the 2000 census data we would have been working with in 2004. The average household size is down a little bit to 2.36. I also thought it was interesting that the group that seems to have fared the least well is our elderly population. They're actually more poor than they were in 2004 or 2010.
In
2000.
In 2000.
In 2000, yes. So
in real
the
dollars.
largest increase in poverty age group wise is those 75 and older and the age group of 75 to 74, which was not predicted. I believe it actually states in that 2004 comprehensive plan that they suspected that the retirement age group of people would fare the best because they would have theoretically the most stable income, but I think that that's proved to be wrong.
These would be residents, year-round residents.
That's correct.
I think the folks who are not year-round residents, as evidenced by the real estate market and the people who are now, taking up more of a presence here, maybe not changing their residency, but spending more time here through the pandemic. There is an element of elderly people who are doing pretty well, I think, but it's probably not the local year-round people.
I think it's explainable though. I think what happens in a town like Raymond is people opt out. They don't want to live in the house they've been in the years they've been here. They want something smaller. They can't find something here, so they're moving out, and they're going to centers like in Falmouth, where they can get a place, and the future is pretty well worked out for them. And so what you get is the older people who remain here are the people that can't afford to opt out. So you're going to find that the average income of the seniors would go down just because of that. And that's not a new phenomenon. That's happened here for years. People got to a point in their lives here, there was nowhere for them to get a condo or something like that, so they had to leave. My contemporaries, most of them left over a period of 10 years. Raymond is not a place where older people find accommodations that they'd like to have here.
It's also not a place that young people find accommodations either.
That's true.
That is true. Yeah, if you're younger and just starting out, you're going to be hard pressed here.
Absolutely. Yeah.
So on the median income, how did that look across comparable communities or other? Last time around, of course, it was significantly higher.
I did not have the time to compare that.
Okay, yeah, I was just curious. We've had so much stuff, I thought.
No, I didn't compare.
I didn't even know it was out there, so there you go.
I compared the 2020 data to the 2000 data that was in the 2004 plan.
Well, at one point I believe we were in the top 10, but I think we slipped out of the top 10 in terms of median income. But we're still, I would guess, in the top 20
of the state.
Yeah.
Does that take into account only
number
year-round residents, or is that people that pay taxes?
It would be the year-round residents.
Native.
It would the census focus on those who permanently reside here.
Okay.
Right.
Per capita income.
When you said top 10, did you top 10 number or percent? Top 10% of people?
Per capita income,
right.
Basically.
But are we in the top 10% or the top 10 in number?
Top 10 in number.
Wow.
Top 10 towns. Yeah. I think an interesting statistic.
But we've slipped from that. I mean, that was some years ago, but I think it's still, the point, I guess, is that it's a community with a large population of people who do have a high income, I guess.
I have to be honest, I was a little surprised that that's what they said the median household data was. I personally thought it would be a little lower.
Yeah, it's pretty high for Maine.
But that also, I think, is reflected in the elderly people who are leaving. Those are the people who have a higher income, and because they have left, it would cause the average to go down.
To drop. The population numbers I find to be fairly similar to what I remember them to be in the former plan. I suppose they're stated right there in front of me, but I always have thought of Raymond around 4,300.
About 42, I think, so it's very close.
42. So we're not seeing a big kick in the census.
No, and I can't recall if we were, in that report they have projections, and I cannot recall if we're on par for that or not. I'd have to be looking at it to review it again. That was a lot of information to absorb, 135 pages.
Just on Raymond or for the state? The 135 pages, just on Raymond?
That was our 2004 comprehensive plan, so I read through the entire thing, and it was a lot of information to absorb.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is there any information available about how long people have lived here? And if not, we could probably get a good guess of what that might be if we don't have it readily available.
I think that may be in some of the census data.
Yeah, that would be helpful to know also.
The 2004 plan projections for population in 2013 were about 5,300.
So we are not.
Well below that.
We're well below that.
They probably kept extending that out.
At that time, there were many planned subdivisions, and the development environment was very active, and so that was the belief, but it didn't turn out to be the reality. So. And those, Chris could speak to that. I believe we still have, significant capacity ramped up.
There are a number of subdivision plans that have been approved that have not been built. For instance, Rolling Brook was approved in the early 2000s, I believe, and they did phase 1, and then only recently, the last 2 or 3 years, the second phase and third phase are being built out as we speak, but they're still not completed. There's probably another 10 homes that could be built in there. And then up on Valley Road, Valley View Estates is quite a subdivision that was planned that is owned by John Chase, and that hasn't been built out at all, hasn't even started.
That's going to be a 55 plus, I think, isn't it?
There's a certain percentage of it.
Yes.
And I don't remember, I think it was at least 10%, but I could be wrong. I haven't visited that in quite a while, but I don't believe you'll even see that start for a while, because I believe that the developers are thinking they may want to be cautious with the way building supplies are now and the shortage of labor. So it's extremely expensive to build right now. So I don't think you're going to see any huge growth until the supply chain changes and, you know, some of these contractors that are throwing out prices that are absolutely ridiculous come down. I mean, I personally am not doing some projects that I'd like to do because it's too expensive. I'm going to wait, and hopefully prices will come down. I don't know.
That affects our first-time buyers coming into our community as well, because if you're a builder, you're not going to build a $200,000 house. Not that you can buy a $200,000 house hardly anymore.
It's amazing. The houses that I think in my mind only 2 or 3 years ago would be at 250 to 275, exactly to your point, which to me sounds affordable for a young couple. Those houses are selling for $575,000 to $600,000 in these subdivisions that I'm talking about.
Yeah, ranches have now reached $400,000.
Yeah, absolutely
which is
right. And it's out of reach, so maybe that's why we're not seeing the population really grow too quickly. Because also we have a requirement in most zones for large lots. So we might want to rethink that. You know, we have the village residential that is 40,000 square feet. But that's the only zone where it's small enough so it might be affordable. And I think the intent in 2004 comprehensive plan was to steer the development down towards the village district so that people could walk to the village or get to things and get to transportation easier. But it really didn't work. I don't know why, but we don't have a lot of affordable housing.
Do we have a lot of land available for that sort of housing in that area?
I believe so, yeah. We may want to look at areas at some point to add to that district or look at other places, but yeah, there's a lot of land available. I think part of the problem is the expense of developing. You know, if you're going to develop and do affordable housing, unless it's subsidized, there's no real incentive because they can get $500,000-$600,000 for a single family. You know,
when we're saying affordable with a little a or a big A, as in like a state program with affordable like AMI, you know, restrictions, or affordable for like a first-time home buyer that's like coming in.
I'm taking more first-time buyer.
Yeah, me too.
Just using that as an example. I'm not saying that every home that would have been $200,000 for first time, but that's where they're going to have land is.
Yep.
Within the little ag.
Correct. Just because I think that the way that those projects are financed are a lot different, and I think the state subsidies play a larger part of the capital aid programs than the little aid programs, obviously, because there is a subsidy for the little aid.
Hey, Chris, can you educate us? I thought there was some expiration on planning board approval for the subdivision.
There is. Well, there wasn't. Only recently did we do a sunset clause. Before that, they didn't expire. And if it was a phased development, planned to be a phased development, they could ask the planning board to phase it, and there was no time period for that. Now, I don't remember the year, 2015 or 16, we looked at sunset clause, and they do expire, somewhat similar to the DEP's permits. So it's like 5 years to 7 years that they have to go back and look at the stormwater calculations and go back to the DEP for another permit for site plan, and then that would trigger them to come back to the planning board in many cases. So we do have a sunset clause now, but the ones that I'm speaking about, there was none.
And that stays with the property, so if the property changes hands.
Yes, it goes with the property.
Okay. Interesting.
Peter.
Okay, as far as the two things, as far as history goes, just to bring up to snuff with the town, in the mid-2000s, the town actually passed a moratorium on building, to give you an idea just how hot the real estate market was going. But then the bottom fell out, and I believe for 5 years while that moratorium was in place, we didn't meet the threshold once as far as saying, no, you can't build, because it stopped so quickly.
But we got real close. Because it was a formula that had it used a percentage of the last 10 years. It was like it was going to go to zero.
Sure.
The year that I went to the planning board or the select board and talked about, I think you were on the board, we talked about getting rid of the growth management ordinance. We did, because when I started here, you could build up to, I believe, in 2005 when I started, the previous year or two before, we did 70 houses, then 60, then it went down to like 40, 30, it kept diminishing.
Sure.
So it got to the last year when we got rid of the growth management ordinance, I could only issue 6 permits. And I saw that as a problem.
Yeah, it was a
so
problem.
we got rid of the growth management ordinance.
And the other, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe the federal definition of affordable housing, so I don't know if that's the big A or the small A, is if either your mortgage, your monthly mortgage or rent is 30% of your gross household income, that's considered affordable. Anything over 30% is considered not affordable. And I believe that includes utilities.
I think it does. All right, do we have any further discussion on the 2004 comprehensive plan?
I think it's a great model to follow, and we ought to stick pretty close to it, but there'll probably be a new chapter or two. As Peter said, I think there'll be some raw numbers that fill some of these chapters that perhaps the St. Joe's engineering students could help with, or environmental students, whatever. Yeah, we'll certainly need strong planning support to work down through and update what was done before. Some of it hasn't changed, but certainly looking through the priorities list in the back, we've gotten a lot of stuff done since this was published.
And I just make my pitch now for this because I'm a bit of a history buff, and I think this is tremendous. And I know later on we're going to be discussing a boat trip and a road trip, which I would encourage as many people as possible to attend. Being on the zoning board of appeals for as many years as I was, I got to know the town pretty good just going on site walks and looking at other properties. I think Ernie Knight's history in part 1 of the comprehensive plan for 2004 is exemplary. I didn't really see that much in some of the other plans that I reviewed as far as incorporating it. I'd make a pitch for one thing, and it's not to make anyone in this room, the community, or the country feel guilty. But actually, if the preface for this, right now it starts basically with the establishment of the town by Massachusetts and the Beverly militia, and they fought in the wars, and they got a reward, which was, plots of land, and they finally ended up getting Raymond. But I would think if we could go back maybe a little bit further and acknowledge where the first residents of this community were, I think that wouldn't be a bad thing, because I really haven't seen any examples of that in any of the plans I've seen as well. And so just looking at the First Nation, as they call it in Canada, before we were Raymond residents, or there were residents before us. So I just put the pitch in for that.
I second that, Peter.
One item I think I wanted to mention about the 2004 comprehensive plan was there was quite a bit of information on natural resources and some of the studies that have been done about where we stand with all of our water quality, and if we're going to be getting statistics and collecting data from people, I would say we should certainly update our natural resource statistics and figure out, how have we done as far as protecting our natural resources. The portion in there about China Lake was a little scary to read, honestly, and that the quality of the lake went down so much so quickly, and obviously it was decades worth of degradation that led to that. But I would say our lakes and our really hold so much value, and
for our area. So I would think that we would really want to put an emphasis on making sure that we're doing a good job compared to 2004 and how we are protecting that.
Kayla, I could add a couple things to that. We've had lakes closer than China Lake. We had Highland Lake in Wyndham, and I actually was part of the committee that helped try to save that lake. And that lake was stricken with
cyanobacteria.
Yes, and they never knew exactly where it came from, but it came from, they thought, from too many malfunctioning septic systems. Alewives got into the lake and they degraded the oxygen level down low. Then this algae bloom started and they got green. But it got to the point where they were worried about, if it gets to a certain point, and maybe John can speak to this because I know he's more versed in it, but it can get to a level where dogs or animals that drink out of the lake will die. Mm-hmm. So they went on a very aggressive plan and did a lot of phosphorus control. They did all these different watershed studies, and all the experts from DEP, and there was all these committees working on it, and they came up with a point system to address construction on the lake for smaller properties, and it was mirrored after Raymond's point system. So we have that in place, and I can tell you that our lakes are in basically really good shape, but they have to be watched. And I think you're on to something that we should, it should be a very high priority to protect our lakes. Crescent Lake has a history of having bad oxygen levels in it. I think Panther's a little more healthy. Sebago obviously is a drink water supply, so that's monitored by Portland Water District. But I would tell you from my experience being here for as long as I have, the lakes are in pretty good shape. But it is something you have to be aggressive about, and code enforcement's important for not cutting the buffers and making sure that when construction's done, there's erosion control. So that's been a high priority here, and the town has done a good job. So I applaud you for bringing that up, and we'll hopefully continue to do that.
I think, and just to take Jackie's points a bit further, when I was reviewing the plan, and this goes along with my question earlier to Sue, I can understand a lot of where we've been, but I've been in Raymond for 7 years. I don't understand a lot of what we've done or where we've come, so I'm sure a lot of this will come naturally over the course of our next few meetings, but I'd like to keep the plan present and a part of the discussion, just because this is a great model, but I want to understand what our current baseline is too, so that we're not building on 2004, we're building on 2022 and going from there. Just to level set where we're at as the information starts to come in, and if we need to renegotiate our priorities as we move forward, once we do have that current baseline, I think that'll be a good place to really move from.
One question I have for Don. Do you know, is there an official definition of the lakes region?
No.
Because
but we like to think we're the center.
Well, we are.
Yeah,
absolutely, we are.
When I was in the mid-coast in Rockport, we thought we were the center there too. So, no, I don't think there's I guess generally speaking, you know, Chris may chime in on this. You know, maybe Wyndham to Bridgeton and Harrison. So that's a pretty big area.
Yeah, I would say the whole Sebago Lake watershed.
Yeah. Say anything that touches Sebago.
Yeah,
and
that's huge. That goes all the way up to Otisfield.
I mean, in our last plan, we basically did the 302 side of Sebago and ignored Standish, and so that's why I was curious, because I never ignored Standish or Sebago or Naples, Naples was included because it's on the 302 side.
Yeah, I would include all of the communities that are in the periphery, you know, the watershed communities for sure, but when they talk about the lakes region towns, so it's usually the towns that are touching the lakes.
Right, of which there's 7.
Yeah.
But the missing were Standish and Sebago.
Yeah, they're part of it. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, In the actual plan, the 2004 plan, it referenced the communities, and it was basically Bridgeton to Wyndham, but nothing on the other side of Sebago.
Interesting. Yeah, when I say that, I'm saying, you know, from that, I guess, I don't know if it would be longitude, latitude, whatever, from that way up, all the towns on either side of the lake. So you got, I think, Baldwin, and you got all kinds of, you know, Otisfield, and although they're not on the lake, but in the watershed. But when people say the Lakes region, I don't think they think of Otisfield, you know, some of the inboard towns. It's usually, as I said, the towns that are right proximal to the water bodies.
I would say it might be appropriate to say that Raymond is the gateway to the Lakes region.
Maybe.
What you're speaking of is basically, all they did is view anything along 302 was the Lake region, Wyndham to Bridgeton.
Well, the beginning historical piece of it explained that a lot of that was Raymond at one point in time, and that, you know, those towns broke off, you know, Naples and Casco broke off from Raymond, so maybe that's why they reference it, because it formerly was Raymond.
Raymond Town.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, Casco and Raymond for certain were Raymond Town, and I don't know the history with Naples, but it's very possible, you know, that we have had some.
I think we had a piece of Naples for a while.
A piece of Naples, okay. Yeah.
Peter.
It's interesting in the growth management plan. It actually, a component or an element is strategies for collaboration with regional communities. And so that's something that hopefully we can certainly from the town's perspective
we've been hammering on that for more than a decade. That, you know, we made some progress, and we have collaborative relationships with a number of our neighboring communities, and things are changing a lot from, you know, 20 years ago, but there is a difference in how the towns, you know, view municipal services and, you know, the culture of the towns, if you will. And so I'll just say that we go at things more like the suburban Portland communities, and some of the towns as you go west are more like the Western Maine communities. But that's changing, you know, because they've had to add full-time staff, professional staff, and but they also like their traditional, you know, systems, which include a lot more elected officials and more of the old Maine approach. And so when it comes to things like, well, one thing, for instance, is the training and you know, standards that we have are similar more to the Portland area, and it's not so much as you get west. And it's a commitment, you know. And we have more resources. We have, you know, more people in our public safety department. We have full-time people. They don't, a lot of them. And so when you try to collaborate with them, it's a little bit of a mismatch. So we tend to go east, not west.
Frank, did you have something?
I was just going to say, we have a map that we sell at the society, which is an ancestral map, but it basically is everything from Bridgeton, all the towns around Sebago, down through and through Wyndham, and it's presented as a unit.
Because you also have, you're fighting the you know, the Angus King thing when they talked about every town having a ladder truck. There is a level of provincialism in small towns, and everybody wants to be a standalone. And the champion standalone of Cumberland County of the state of Maine is the great city of Portland, the walled city. They are an independent entity unto themselves, pretty much. And they can do that on account of their size and, I guess, resources and so forth. And that's changed somewhat too. But you're fighting that kind of thought process as well. You know, we can do it ourselves. But you know what? With the volunteer system that we have now, you know, or what's left of it, and the people or lack thereof who are stepping up to serve, we can't do it ourselves. We need to work with our neighbors. And so even the bigger communities are seeing that now. And there's actually, right now, Cumberland County is doing a study of regionalizing public safety, but it will probably be sub-regionalized because it doesn't make sense, you know, geographically for us to work with some other towns, like Falmouth maybe, or something like that, or Baldwin, but it does make sense to work with Casco, Naples, Wyndham, all the way down. And this is done on the West Coast with great success, and they've improved their response times and their survival rates and all these different things by figuring out what they have for resources, prioritizing them, stationing them in such a way that it benefits a region, not a town.
That also cuts out that competition, because if, you know, you're trying to recruit people to help you, it's just a bidding war, basically.
Yeah.
It's who's got the next $5.
Exactly.
And
As soon as,
that doesn't serve the purpose for anybody.
that's part of it as well, is to try to come up with, you know, without any kind of antitrust issues, but come up with some sort of standardization, because we're just fighting this war of pay. And the folks who have these jobs, they work, you know, a couple 24-hour shifts, and then they can, so if they're very ambitious, they can do, you know, 2 full-time salaries, and they can shop towns and figure out which shifts they want to do based on what they get paid. And so we're constantly competing against these other towns, and they with us, and so that's caused everything to go up. But the real problem is there's a shortage of people who want to do it across all municipal classifications. It doesn't matter what you look at, public safety, you know, administrative positions. Young people on average don't want to get into public administration, local government, and you do have retirees still, and a lot of people who will get their pension and then come back to work. Casco's new town manager was a police officer in Portland, and so that's what he did. And so they have those people, and then you have military retirees, but you don't see the young people like you used to. You used to have people compete to get these jobs. We just ran a job advertisement for a, you know, HR assistant, payrolls, you know, financial job, and we got almost no applicants. And by Maine standards, a good paying job. We run ads for paramedic, firefighters, no applicants.
In line with that, Don, I think that as we get further into this, we're going to certainly delve into these issues more, but so many of those issues are interrelated. So if you can't afford to live in a community, you're not going to work in a community. So I think that as we go forward and we're looking at this plan, we're going to be thinking about how these all interact.
Yeah. Well, that's a great point, but I can name probably 10 people who live here and work in other towns.
Sure.
Right, Kayla?
Sure.
Because it's a better deal.
Sure.
In some ways.
Sure.
Yeah. So and a lot of it, we have a lot of, and it actually helps us when we, because they're also working part-time for us. So if we have a major, you know, medical emergency, that they're here, but they're not our full-time people. That they're full-time people in other public safety departments.
Sure. Sure.
I guess I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, right, I was just going to say, in along that line of everything seems to be interacting with something else. What we have now that we didn't experience back in 2004 is how the demographics in 2004 was very heavily weighted on professions and professionals. And so when we start talking about housing and we start talking about broadband, and the fact that people are more and more going to be looking for places where they can work from home and afford a home and get them in the community, then there's going to be a question of, well, do I have a job? Do I have the capacity to do that job here in Raymond? Because in fact our internet speeds are not sufficient or whatever. So I just, you know, I get intrigued more and more. I look at the old plan, I look at where we are, and also the fact that it's hard for me. I have to keep focusing on the fact that it's what we need to sell to the community in questionnaires or guidance or anything else is we're not talking about, you know, next week or next year. We're talking about a decade or more that we're trying to vision. And so as I was looking through some of the surveys from the other towns, as an example, there was several answers to the question, do we need more public transportation available? And I had to laugh at a couple of the answers, which is, well, not right now, because I can still drive, but in 5 years, I think we do need it, you know. But the answer to the question was no, we don't need it right now, and I found that interesting. So as far as getting people's impressions and trying to correct some of those impressions, you know, just even in how you select a term like. Low-income housing. I had a conversation with our state rep recently, and I was kind of giving my blurb to her, and her comment was, because I said, you know, we need more affordable housing, and she said, well, you know, it's really workforce housing now. And I said, well, okay, so it's a different tier, workforce housing and affordable housing. It depends on what the annual incomes are for the household. That's kind of how we're going to define those things. And then I was reading an article the other day, and it was by someone, and it was just, you know, actually some individuals find workforce housing term to be degrading. It's like, you know, there's some people that don't meet that financial definition. They're paying a mortgage and they're working 3 jobs. So, you know, and they're excluded from workforce housing. So, you know, I think that selling the idea of a plan going 10, 15 years down the road and having people accept that vision sometimes is addressing some of the perceptions. Everything from not in my backyard. You know, I think that's a great idea, but just don't do it in my backyard. Are some of the perceptions that I would think the plan has got to address a little bit to try and mitigate some of those stereotypes or false impressions.
Well, I think there's two things. We have already talked about surveying the community and how we need to do that and get a lot of input from the community. But on the other hand, I think one of the obligations we have is to educate the community. Because without being able to educate the community, the plan really is not going to get accepted. They have to really know what the ground looks like and why we think the way we think when we develop this plan. So we need to keep that in mind as we go along as well, not only finding out what they think, but also getting back to them, let them know what we know and what they need to know in order to be able to even read our plan.
Absolutely.
Frank, I just come back to, this isn't our plan, it's the community's plan. We really need to think it that way, because if it's seen as an elitist group of whatever we are here as plan, it's not going to get accepted. And I think, you know, we're kind of the navigators, we're the collectors of information and put it together. But it really needs to, we really need to get in touch with the stakeholders.
I have no problem with that, and that is not what I meant.
No, I know it isn't. It just...
It is their plan, but we also have to let them know why we came up with the plan we come up with. I mean, we will take all their input, we'll use their input, but we also have to go back to them and educate them as to why we made the decisions we made as we develop their plan.
I'm just wondering about taking on a mentality. It's not us and them, it's the community. And I think to the extent we can all kind of get in that space, this is the community's plan. I just think it's going to be, you know, I saw how we, you know, got shot down on a lot of things of the last plan because it was seen part of the quote-unquote planning committee. And so again, I just say I think that if we adopt this mentality of this is the community's plan and refer to it as community's plan as opposed to our plan, or we need to do this and they need to do that type of situation, I think it's part of the, you know, it's going to be the group think process that this is the community's plan.
Peter, I just wanted to go to Jackie.
Yeah, sure.
Well, I was just going to say, you know, on the line of affordable housing and you know, having people kind of have a framework in their mind of what that means and what that looks like. You know, the former plan mentioned mobile home parks as an option, but you know, that's not the only way that affordable housing can be attained. So what does that look like? Is it duplexes? Is it you know, tiny homes? You know, there are many more options that might be more appealing to the community that I think we should kind of educate and present them that these are, you know, affordable housing doesn't have to look like this, it can look like this. And you know, laws were passed this year for single family homes to be able to be converted into multi-family residences up to 4 units per home. You know, does it look like adding an accessory apartment onto your existing home, and is that an opportunity for residents to now earn some income on their own properties or to become a multi-generational home or something like that? So you know, I think kind of thinking outside the box, thinking of all and presenting kind of all these different options to residents with what it could look like to have affordable housing. It's not just a mobile home park, you know, in town.
Great point.
Yeah.
Peter?
Yeah, and just as far as the discussion about this is the community's plan, and we're facilitators, and I think it can't be lost on the fact that, and I'm sure there's more than a few people here that have some experience in marketing, we have to market this, that this is the community. We have to publicize. We have to hold numerous meetings and surveys and additional ways to get engage the community and make it very clear this is not an elitist group. This is not someone telling them what to do. Believe me, being on the zoning board of appeals, you don't want to be telling people what to do with their property.
Public hearings, and I would think that it would be appropriate to, and I don't know as we did this so much in Raymond, but in the previous community, we moved around the community and had neighborhood listening sessions, invited people in, you know, provided refreshments, you know, and maybe had a directed, you know, set of questions or whatever, and then, you know, go through those, and then just learn what people had on their own minds. And so by villages, in my previous town, there are 5 villages, and I think we might have gone down on the Cape, down to the Hawthorne House.
I think
we did that, but moving around the community a little bit and seeing what people think. Just listening.
Yeah, I've thought about that, Don, and we definitely need to sort of assign some neighborhoods, if you will, Raymond Cape being one. But I think it's not just like, I can't recall where we did it. I think it was at the Hawthorne House. But I think we need to engage some what do they call those, some political campaigns, or when they were introducing the Obamacare, what were the people who met, you know, with groups of people and trained them? I forget what the name was, but we need to engage some people in the neighborhood rather
community organizers.
Yeah, organizers. Yeah, and engage some people in each neighborhood that know people in the neighborhood who can get on the phone and say, "Hey, Frank, can you come to this meeting we're having?" And "Hey, Kayla, you know, having this meeting," you know, as opposed to just putting it in the newspaper or something.
And we do have a lot of community associations. We have road associations, we have lake associations. While we were talking about lakes earlier, there are many of these lake associations that do water quality testing, monitoring the oxygen levels and psyche disking and doing all these things. And each lake has that. And then you've got road associations, you've got, like you said, you've got the Cape, we've got North Raymond, which I call downtown North Raymond. It's a joke because that's what Jack Cooper used to say when he was the code officer here. But that's another whole community. Yeah.
That's a great suggestion. They all have annual meetings, and so if you wanted to get on the agenda, you know, I guess we'd have to reach out and find out when those are. I think typically they're in the spring or fall, because that's when a lot of the people are coming into certain neighborhoods. But you know, I've been to a few of them over the years and talked about town happenings and initiatives and so forth, but maybe to have the committee go out to those annual meetings and talk about the comprehensive plan.
It's pretty easy to find. They usually have a president of the association, and I've spoke at some of them for when we changed shoreline zoning, because everybody's concerned they were going to lose property rights, and we went and explained it, and they were very receptive. I remember going to Panther Pond, their association meeting we held at one of the camps. I don't know if it's Tamanis or Kingsley, but the room probably had 80 people in it. So if we can get those people out, which they'll want to come out, we just need to, like you said, contact them and tell them what we're up to.
And there are common things that people are interested in. For instance, the most recent very egregious land use violations have kind of, I mean, it's a bad thing, but in a good way, it's identified that the value that we put on that, and people have really let us know about it.
And they've been very supportive of
the town.
What we're, the enforcement we're doing, because they're concerned about the quality of the lake and also their property values if this was allowed to continue.
Right. I think we got a letter of support with what, 268, 60 or 80 signatures. So that's not nothing in support of the town. Keep on going.
I would think in the interest of time, we should move on to the next item agenda, unless anyone else has something further to say.
That's a great idea.
All right, so that would be discussing our 3 top items after reviewing the comprehensive plan, what our priorities would be. And we can start anywhere. Do you want to start, Jackie?
Sure. Okay, so my top 3 include natural resource protection, including kind of our drinking water, and I would really love to see where we are as far as public water supply. It mentioned that there were some public water supply areas in town, and wondering if that's anything that can be expanded upon or not. My second one is housing, affordable housing, kind of what I had mentioned just earlier as far as what those options might look like, or the, you know, with in-laws or duplex options. And the third is kind of, okay, I had 4, but I'm gonna stick with 3, is transportation, and more specifically related to this idea of a greenbelt system or making the roadways more pedestrian and bike friendly, especially related to the downtown area. I'm really happy to see the sidewalks that went in on Main Street. I would love to see it loop around up Mill Street and come back on the bottom part of 85 there to create a loop. And especially with our schools up here, I would love to see some sort of an effort to make this stretch of 85 a safer stretch of road. I mean, we've lost power several times from car accidents that have taken out telephone poles along the road. And, you know, I think one of the silver linings to COVID was when everybody was in quarantine, all of a sudden I saw people out walking along the street, and it was great to see. And I would love to, we have some great trails through town, and I would love to see those kind of expanded and developed a little further to make it a little bit more pedestrian friendly.
I can go next. Happy to. I think a lot of my priorities stem from, or some of them stem from, seeing reports that the 2 fastest growing towns in Maine are Auburn and Windham, and sitting smack dab in the middle, I think we're planning for a change that's going to happen within the next 2 years as people continue to not be able to afford Windham. They're going to come out if there's housing available. And so a lot of my one of my priorities is just a general idea of zoning, land use development. How do we build on the community that we have, increase the people, and still keep ourselves a rural development with the character that we love about our town? I think that's a challenge. I think it's something that we get to educate ourselves on, because I think it's different. Like Jackie said, the new legislation, LD 2003, the way that it's going to impact us and our zoning, and Chris can speak more to it, I'm sure, at some point, how we look at what we establish as the backbone for those particular pieces of our plan, and then and use those changes in a way that benefits our community. In addition to that, I see our businesses in the town changing as well. And so how do we, again, prioritize what's important to us as a community to ensure that we remain a smaller community that's a bit more personable than some of than Windham next door, and then the last one would be outdoor recreation and land preservation. You know, if you look at the 2004 plan and the things that they listed in the outdoor recreation section, it was very similar to where we're at now, which is great. Joe does a great job. I really appreciate working with him. I'd love to see a loop, just like Jackie said. I'd love to see some more accessibility to downtown, to the village area. When we were talking earlier about getting to transportation, I was like, there's no way I'd walk down 85 to get, and I'm within walking distance of that, but I wouldn't do it. It's too, and so just being able to use some of our resources to make different parts of Raymond more accessible, and also ensuring that we maintain some of those larger habitats that keep us a rural space.
I have 5, but I guess I better pare that down now. So I'll just, my number 1 would be natural resource, which includes land conservation and water quality, as well communicated by Jackie and Danielle. So that's 1. I'm going to say affordable housing is my number 2, only because I've been hearing so much about the absence of affordable housing in Cumberland County. And we talk about where's the workforce, where's the, you know, the need to have housing for all range of folks, and a fair amount of the current workforce cannot find that, and or students even, freshly graduated students. So affordable housing is my number 2. And my number 3 is something this plan was pretty much silent on, but there is state funding for, and I brought some info about that, but won't clutter up the conversation with it, but it's just climate preparedness. I think it's a new chapter in the book. And I'm hearing the transportation piece I'd like to add that as number 4, but you guys covered that both, having walkable. So that's important. So natural resources, affordable housing, climate preparedness. 1, 2, 3. Go, Brad.
All right. Well, like John, I have more than 3, but I put them in order here. Number 1, I probably know what that's going to be, and that is identifying and reaching out to and listening to the various stakeholders, residents, community, people who work here who might not be residents, entities that operate here, and communities that have a stake in the future of Raymond, or have a stake in Raymond, I should say, in general. So that's number 1. Number 2, inventory among people and among our group here, what it is that makes Raymond special, and what is it that brought you here, and what is it that's kept you here over the years and likely to keep you. And number 3, identifying essential services for the people who are here. That would include healthcare, medical. I'd like to explore relationships with the Bridgeton Hospital, for example, which is, you know, our nearest real healthcare facility here, and see how we might work together. Recreation, both phys ed type things, but also we have a high senior population here, and ideas that can build community among just people in general. As part of this identifying essential services. Transportation is one. Out of the last plan came the Lakes Region bus. I think John and I have been 2 of the most frequent riders on that. I was the very first rider when the bus came to town. And I think we should revisit that. What services can be offered by, I'm calling it City Hall, just because I don't want to focus on the 2 of you here, but just in the generic sense, what services should City Hall be providing to the community? Schools, which I think Frank can be a tremendous help to us on, and, you know, Main Street merchants. So all of those, you know, identifying essential services that we should have for residents and that residents want. So one, stakeholders. Number two, inventorying what makes the community special. And three, what kind of services for the people who live and work here.
When I was looking over the 2004 plan, there wasn't much that I felt we had to. Did I cut you off?
No.
Okay, sorry. There wasn't much that I thought that I had to reinvent the wheel there. A couple of them were already mentioned, but during our last, when we came to vote last, one of the things that I want is to kind of keep cannabis storefronts out of Raymond. That was something that was voted on by the town, and it was a big no, but that's not in the 2004 plan. I think that's something you're going to see obviously more of now because of that wasn't something that was brought up back then as being legal, but I still want to keep those cannabis storefronts out of Raymond. I think that Wyndham's got plenty of them. They can go almost anywhere, and I don't really think that Raymond needs them. The other two kind of already touched upon, but I was asking my wife, I said, what's important to you? And she almost had the opposite of what I wanted, which of course it's affordable housing. And she said, well, you know, her mind was a little bit different what I was thinking. So we kind of compromised. So affordable housing without the loss of rural character. And a couple of those ways were touched upon already, which I think is awesome. And I really like what's going on Main Street. I live on Main Street. The sidewalk doesn't come to me. I would like to see more sidewalks. I think Main Street becomes a bit of a racetrack, and I'm hoping that the sidewalk kind of slows things down. Just walking my dogs on that street can be quite dangerous. And I think the first part of Main Street where we have the sidewalks, I've actually seen a reduction of speed there, which is nice, but once they get kind of towards my house, then speeding by. So I would like to see more sidewalks, and they're being utilized right now, even though they're not quite, I mean, they're finished, but they're not quite finished. You know, they're being utilized right now, which is great. So to me, that tells me that that's something that is definitely working.
Number one for me would be preserve, protect the natural environment of the town. And I think that encompasses maintaining the rural nature of the town, but finding a way to do that so that we can still develop. Number two would be to encourage more diverse housing options. And number three would be town services.
I think my three echo generally what the rest of the group has already said, but one I have is natural resources. I think that, you know, what the 2004 plan had was a good base for us to, you know, start with, but I think there's obviously some more information, PFAS being, you know, a big one, you know, and I think everyone's generally concerned with the water quality and just keeping, you know, our lakes and streams beautiful and, you know, full of recreational potential. I think that's a big driver in the community. You know, I do echo the alternative kind of housing uses. I think that's really important, but I'd like to expand that to general land use policy. You know, we talked about the 2004 plan trying to drive more commercial and residential to kind of the town center, and that it didn't work so well. But there's no reason that it can't. You know, I think when I look at Raymond being relatively new here, and I look at a place like Camden with a lot of natural beauty and a downtown with storefronts on both sides, and you know, you drive your car 20 miles an hour through it and you enjoy the scenery, and those sidewalks are getting a lot of use. I mean, that's something we could have here. You know, I think with the right policies and, you know, with the community behind it, if that's what they want, you know, I think that's something we could help facilitate. You know, and there's no reason why we can't, you know, put some smaller apartments above, so maybe there's more options for people. And then also we have some great public places that we could also activate more if there are more people downtown as well. So I think that kind of coincides a lot of, the walking trails, the sidewalks. It kind of creates a more cohesive community. So that's where my number 2 is kind of general land use. And then 3 kind of echoes that, being kind of transportation and infrastructure. I think this also goes to, I'm including internet in here. I think, internet in certain areas of cell service. I don't live on Egypt Road, but I drive through Egypt Road. I think having access to internet is almost like a public utility these days. It's necessary. And if, Raymond is going to change with the times, and, if we do want to make it an acceptable place for people to be able to work from home and still enjoy the natural beauty, internet's going to be essential. So I think they're cohesive, and those are my 3.
Well, I agree with just about everything everyone else has said, but I will give you my 3. Housing. I think housing is extremely important. We really need to look at that and come up with a plan that will allow it to expand and allow the population to rise in a positive, creative way. Transportation, I think, is more important than ever. I agree with everything Brad said about public transportation and the bus system. We've got to find a way to get people out of their cars. There's no doubt about that. And public facilities and services. I think those are very important and need to be expanded to serve the entire community. And to jump in on what John said about the climate piece, I think we have to have a really good discussion about what locals can do to help. I think most people in power today are waiting for Steve Jobs to be reincarnated so that he can get up on stage and tell us how we're going to solve the problem, and we'll all go out and buy 1 billion of them. That's not going to happen. What needs to happen is 1 million different things that are local. If we could get things happening local, we could make great changes. But we have to have that discussion about it.
All right, mine again mirror a lot of what's already been discussed. My top, I think, thing is affordable housing, but also on the same point of that controlled growth. So making sure that that growth is happening where it most makes sense. And that includes where people would have more access to services. My second priority is protecting the natural resources, the lakes, the ponds, and the forested land all alike. I think that's certainly probably what we almost all enjoy the most about living here. And my third one is recreation and community development in general. And that encompasses a lot of things: trails, parks, community programming for all ages, just recreation in general. And I love the idea of extending the sidewalks and also making 85 a little bit more safer. I live on 85 and there's no place to safely walk. I would love to extend that. I know that is not our road, and I know that we have tried several times to petition the state to help us out on that. So I know that might be a little bit of a far reach, but I do believe we can do a lot more in the village area. And I love the idea, and I was thinking the same thing, Jackie, of extending that sidewalk all the way to Mill Street and right back around. And that would be a great addition to our community.
Madam Chair, we do have we do have an email from Greg Foster. He couldn't attend tonight, but he did give his 3 as well.
Great.
And so his first is the shoreland zone size. All of Raymond Cape is in shoreland zone. The remaining ponds and lakes are 600-foot shoreland zone. Streams are 100-foot shoreland zone. I'm assuming that's the width. Is that what he's referring to?
It's the buffer from the edge of the stream on each side.
Thank you. I didn't want to assume too much. State minimums are 75 feet for streams and 250 feet for lakes, ponds, and some wetlands and streams. For things other than timber harvesting, Raymond requires a permit to cut trees in this zone. I believe there are many trees cut without a permit. There's more I would like to discuss. I brought this up for the planning board to discuss and was told it would be best to bring it up to the comp plan, so here it is. Okay, so number 2 is multifamily housing. Raymond limits where multifamily homes can be built. How is Raymond's ordinance affected by the recently passed state law allowing more units on one lot? Has Raymond's limits to where multifamilies can be built contributed to using up the land faster for housing? Number 3, current use property taxes. A huge and complex issue. I would like to see the current use taxes placed on larger properties with the hoops of forest management plans, recertifications, penalties, which discourages people from enrolling in current use taxes like tree growth, and proving income from agriculture. I believe a restructured property tax of this nature would increase the ability of landowners to afford to keep their land and resist selling to developers. I am quite sure property taxation is tied to the Maine Constitution and limits the ability of a town to restructure taxation. We certainly can control the mill rate, maybe an adjusted mill rate for current use properties. I expect the budget committee would have something to say about this one.
So I can add just to his point that the land use is regulated by the state of Maine, and the assessor is obligated to follow by the penalties. That's set forth for the state, determined by them. It's not something that each town individualizes. Peter?
But leave it to good old Greg. What I was going to say is after this discussion was it's surprising that the T word didn't come up, because I think what has to be realized is that if a lot of this is to happen, there is going to be some impact on taxes. And I would expect that while it didn't come up as maybe the top 3, my guess is when we get out into the community, it probably is going to be in the top 3 when you start talking about some of the initiatives we might endorse. That being said, we're one of the best endowed communities in the state, and so I think that's going to be just to prepare us for the fact that there is going to be that we're going to hear that T word a lot.
I think Don alluded to this last time, that we are coming up on an evaluation which does tend to plummet the overall tax rate. And then,
Go ahead.
Sorry, and then we also, hopefully to protect some of our seniors living in the community, there's the new law that essentially sort of freezes their taxes. So that will help.
And I understand that, and I'm sure a lot of us, especially over 65, have been following that very closely. But my understanding is 2 things with that law. Number 1 is that it does, if there's a shortfall, it's going to shift the taxes onto the people that are younger. So there's probably going to be some impact there. Number 2, my experience with the state of Maine is that when money's not there, you don't get it. I mean, it's that simple. If it's not there, you don't get it. Doesn't matter what the statute is. If the money's not there, you don't get it.
That program in my mind, although it has a laudable end and goal, but in that it's not means tested.
Yeah, that's
I mean, it's not sustainable.
That's
and I think it's going to have to be reevaluated. And some insight I got into it is that in an election year, it was a difficult thing to veto, and so I think it's going to have to be addressed. Some of the very first people in to apply for, that program were people who are well able to afford the taxes and have substantial properties and so forth.
Without the means testing, the explanation I got, the best I could dig down into it, is that it would be too cumbersome for the town to determine what the incomes were and whether that smacks of not being very valid, and it just occurs to me that this is an example of equality, which we all run up against, but it's not equity.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
Yes.
I have no problem with helping seniors, but I have a problem with this. if I have a $300,000 loan and I put in the paperwork and I'm going to save a little money, if I've got a $20 million place in Raymond and I put in the paperwork, I'm saving thousands.
So as far as sustainability of that program, I laud the effort, and I believe in the last comprehensive plan it was even discussed as far as how is it that we can kind of shift some of the tax burden off of the elderly in order to allow them to stay in their homes. And it makes, I'm sure to this group it makes sense. I mean, if you just look at where the state is, where am I going to go? I mean, where am I going to go? There's no place for me to go. I got to stay in my home. So, you know, I mean, if every community had, you know, a 32 housing development off of 85, then, you know, maybe I could stay in the community. But outside of that, where am I going to go? So I allowed that. That's a good effort. I think without the means testing, I don't see, as Dawn says, the word is sustainability. I don't see any longevity to this program.
Peter, you'll love Penny Ben.
All right, so just really quick, I sort of took a few words, keywords from what everybody said, and
Do Chris and I get to participate?
well, I guess I don't see why not.
Most everything's been said, but, you know, I did have on the environmental protection and natural resources, I mean, obviously that's one of the core values of the town. And, you know, I look at my hometown, which is considered to be one of the best towns to live in, most powerful communities in the state of Maine, that's Scarborough. To my way of thinking, growing up there on a dairy farm, a rural town, much of what made the town special is gone and gone forever. So it's a balancing act, you know, between the environmental protection, and which is of utmost importance, and then these things that we want to do, and I think that we can do a lot more with respect to quality of life and quality of place, and to distinguish ourselves, because in talking to my younger employees, many of them look at Raymond, and it's changed somewhat now with the rec department and the library. These are some pretty big initiatives for the town recently, but we on average don't offer as much as some of our competing communities. So, you know, you want to attract new people who are diverse in the demographics, but you don't want to, you know, open the floodgates to development and see what's happened to a lot of the once rural communities in southern Maine. So to sort of balance those two things, and of course the way you do that is to have good ordinances and, you know, policies and the way that you administer the town. So, but of course you have to have a shared vision. Everybody has to agree on what's important, because probably there are people who look at the Scarborough of today, certainly people who come from Boston, think it's a pretty rural town. And so, you know, I just think be careful, you know, of setting this course. But I think the thing is, the environment is what makes the place special. And in the past, we used to be known for like three things: environmental quality, great schools, and great trash pickup. So that's it. And now I'm saying that we still have the environment. I think we could do better on the schools. We still have great trash pickup. So anyway, but we can build from there. And so strong land use ordinances that promote the goals and objectives that you all set. Sustainability was not part of this. I think that's been touched on. I think that's super important. And then the broadband issue. And I'll just close by saying, when I came here 21 years ago, you know, I recognized right away the town had the wherewithal to do and be anything it wants to be. And Peter touched on that. This community is one of, you know, half dozen now, but originally a couple of towns with a AAA bond rating. That's because the finances of the town are so strong. Post reval, I think this town's going to probably double, close to double the value on a you know, population evaluation basis. And so on account of our, you know, lakes and ponds, we are as strong as any coastal community financially. So, but another core value of Raymond has been low taxes and basic cable services. We want to provide basic government. So as I say, that's changed somewhat, but there is going to be a huge cry if you go out and propose all these things and raise the tax rate. So you have to do the two things, you know, in concert. That's what I'd like to suggest.
Before we leave that topic, you and I had a wonderful conversation here a couple of weeks ago. My takeaway from that was that this is a community of wonderful resources, and I think everybody here recognizes that. And yet there are a lot of people in this community who don't have access to them for financial reasons. And you had talked about the need for more public ownership of some of these assets as they come on the market. And you used an example, maybe you could just run through that again, of I think Loon Echo had contacted you. Hey, we have the rights.
Conservation easement.
Conservation easement. Would you, the town of Raymond, be willing to take ownership of this parcel of land? And you said, we can't.
Well, the Board of Selectmen elected, you're talking about the Raymond Community Forest?
I think that was the one.
Yeah, they elected not to do that, but it could be revisited at some future date, you know, and I think the concern was the carrying cost of that for the town, but I don't think it's particularly great. And then you have the ability, and Greg Foster, I'm sure, would love to help us. He helps us manage our community forests that we have already, and so you have the ability to you know, timber harvest it, you know, as it is appropriate. But that's a resource we can revisit, and you know, there are other significant and special areas that still exist that we talked about this last time around, trying to figure out what they were. John was big on this, figure out what's important and try to protect it, right? And so I think, thankfully, a lot of that still is in a natural state. So that's another topic again this time around. See, we want it all. We want to have a vibrant community that attracts people of all ages and you know, backgrounds, and we want it to stay the same.
We want it to be free.
And we want it to be just as a rural place. And we want to have great services, but we don't want to pay any taxes. So, you know, we want all that. Okay?
We'll get there easy.
My turn? Oh, okay. Well, I listened to all of your priorities, the three priorities. I agreed with all of them. The reason I came to Raymond, I grew up in Gray. I've moved to Raymond, and it's for the natural resources, basically, the lakes and the forests. And you know, growing up in Gray, I've seen Raymond from early '60s to today, and it really hasn't changed that much.
No,
it really hasn't. You can still go up North Raymond Road, and there's still the same places. We've had growth in certain areas. So what I would like to throw out, and I obviously am not going to be voting, but I have some things that I've been thinking of that would make Raymond a better place, and infrastructure is one of those things that would help us. If we want to grow our commercial district, add jobs so that we can have the affordable housing and people have a place to work, they need jobs if they're going to stay in Raymond. So I think a sewer system on 302 or down in the Village District would be instrumental in doing that. So we could do businesses with maybe a second story that have apartments above them, and maybe expand the width of the commercial district so we can stretch out a little bit, and a bypass, something to get off 302, get over to 85, maybe from Wyndham through the Grondin Pit and up through, so that you could have a new area where you get people off 302, have the shops, have the affordable housing, you have hotels, whatever you want to do. There's thousands of acres between Wyndham and Raymond that is undeveloped, and only 3 or 4 people own those properties. And if we could get those properties, I think you could get people off 302, we could expand, have jobs created, and the housing, and I just think it's something that we should look at. I don't know that it'll ever come to fruition. I know Wyndham's interested in it. We were working on it when I was in Wyndham, and Dawn and I have been working on it for what, 10 years? We've been talking about it.
Yeah.
And you know, I think if we got together with Wyndham, we could possibly pull that off, and it would benefit the town tremendously, particularly if we had sewer on that section.
Right.
Because the sewer allows you to do more commercial uses with not a huge effect, because you can do smaller. I mean, I'm not saying we're going to build a downtown Freeport, But I'm thinking in my mind, something like over in Conway, where they did the bypass to get off from that main route that goes up through Conway, and it allows people to get out and walk and recreate and do all kinds of things. It would be, we don't have a section of the shorefront that's long enough to develop like a, you know, like a Camden or a Rockport. So, but we do have the forests and the views, and once you get up onto the top of Patricia Avenue, which the town owns, you can see the White Mountains. I mean, can you imagine having a hotel up there and a convention center and some affordable housing and shops? I just see that as a great idea, but I don't know if it'll ever come together, but it's something that we should talk about.
One other, that's really, I'm 100% with Chris on that. One other thing we didn't mention, I don't think we mentioned, is the, I guess in a few years we'll have the school, and that's going to be a tremendous community resource. You know, at one time, the sidewalk that you now see in Main Street, my administrative assistant at the time, Danielle, wanted to apply for a grant to build a sidewalk to the school, and the state saw it as a kind of a sidewalk to nowhere because we didn't have a, you know, a downtown. It was a downtown, you know, kind of initiative, and that morphed into the Main Street idea. And of course, it did take 6 or 7 years, all delivered municipal speed, to get things done. But we finally did get it done. We can expand it. It's just a matter of, you know, planning and the financial piece primarily, because it's expensive. But and we can extend the water line. I'm 100% with Chris on the bypass. It is a Wyndham priority. It's not their highest priority. They got a couple others ahead of it. But
well, they've done some connectors that would lead into this.
Right, lead into it. But we've got over 100 acres up there ourselves, and there's lots of, you know, opportunity. But the big one for me is the school. I think, you know, you got a place for the town office. You got a place for the library. You know, the rec department. You've got the gymnasium, which was originally, I think, built as a community gym, right, Frank? And so that was a town thing. And so we're going to get all that back, and I think we should plan. You know, it's not going to be cheap. I mean, you look at the town of Gorham and what they did with their old elementary school. It's really a showplace. I don't know if we'll go that far, but hopefully we'll do it right and plan for it and have the resources to convert that into a community center, and then maybe build that sidewalk. Yeah.
Okay. So the next item on the agenda is survey. We had discussed at the last meeting trying to put something together for the November election. And the idea would be, it would be sort of short and easy, but also looking at the surveys from other towns. They are not short and easy. They're not something that someone on their way out from voting who only wants to take a few minutes would be filling out. I think there's a benefit to sort of, and I think, Brad, you had touched on this, many surveys. So I don't see why we can't have something sort of short and sweet for the November election, and then work on a more comprehensive, wholesome survey that we really would try to get as many community members as we can to fill out. It's just my initial thoughts on the survey.
That's a great idea. Maybe the survey this year is just what we just did.
Yeah. I agree with that. I thought that when we discussed last meeting, the idea of us bringing these three to try and find out, you know, what's the commonality amongst this committee for, let's say, the top three, that would formulate the basis for the questionnaire at the November elections, only to, as it's been suggested, to let the community, if you will, it's the initial salvo of us PR and saying, you know, there's more to come, folks.
Yeah.
But right now, we just need some guidance so that we can get off the dime before we have our consultant here to develop the questions, and we've got some great examples of questions there.
So I think what we should do is try to distill down what we got out of this, and maybe other ideas that may occur to us, to some reasonable number, and let people, so it's easy, it's got to be easy, so
Sure.
they do it quickly. They
and
can
let
check off.
the community confirm what we just discussed.
And then there should be a line for something else,
Sure.
you know, that we haven't got there. But I think if you had 10 or 12 things, or whatever it turns out to be, it can't be too long, but you know, something they can do on exit very quickly.
Absolutely, I'm thinking a minute a question. 3
Something-
minutes and they're gone. Tell them it's only going to be 3 minutes.
Yeah.
Peter, something that you had mentioned earlier when you were reviewing those surveys, same thing that I noticed, that a couple of them did say, what are your priorities 10 years from now? And I think that's also something, if we can somehow sneak that in there, like what are your priorities
Absolutely.
now and
Sure.
for the future, or in the next 10 years, what are
Sure.
your priorities? I think that sort of gives that encompassing question.
Absolutely. Get that thought out early, that don't be thinking about next week or even next year.
Yeah.
I think as a part of that survey too, we could even have at the bottom, hey, be on the lookout for our next survey.
Sure. Yeah.
Like just preparing people, this is an ongoing process and we're gonna want your involvement all the way through.
Yeah.
Because if you've got their eyes then, you wanna get them mentally ready for the next step.
Absolutely.
And that's gonna be a great opportunity
That's
to
a
do
great
that.
point, and you can use the Roadrunner. We can. Why don't we just plan on? I guess I'll have to tell Melissa the bad news, because we always have more content than we have space. But we could have a place on an ongoing basis, maybe in the Roadrunner, which is what we have as a newsletter these days, and it goes to every postal customer. It's not the old Roadrunner, which you probably 7 years you don't know that one, but we actually produced a newspaper that was, in some people's eyes, very informative.
Comprehensive.
John Benush called it, my part at least, excruciating details. So we don't have that anymore, but we have the 2-page thing, and we should plan on being in that.
Sure.
Right?
Yeah, I mean, I would think to a number of the citizens in this community, when they start hearing about the comprehensive plan, and then you gave me 3 questions. There seems to be a disconnect here between comprehensive and 3 questions. But if in fact what they know is that there is going to be a comprehensive questionnaire.
So maybe that's the first one, is a little blurb on it's coming, and here's what we're doing.
Preliminary survey is what we call it.
You know,
This is
PR,
our-
PR.
Yeah.
Change perception.
Madam
I'm a
Chair?
big data guy, and I think to the extent that we can get people's names and contact information as optional, it can help us. We want to do neighborhood meetings, and we got mini surveys at the election day from the 5 of you, and you 2 live in one neighborhood too. We've got people to follow up with, and hey, look, Don, we're doing a neighborhood meeting in your neighborhood. Can you help us get some people there? And Kayla, you checked off, you love the waterways of Raymond. We're going to be talking about that. Can you bring some friends to give us some ideas? So to the extent we can get contact information for people. The other thing too, and you may have some ideas on this, Frank, what we did last time very successfully was we got the schools here in Raymond involved, got the kids involved. And we actually had, I don't know if you remember, we had an art contest of, what you like about Raymond. And we got some wonderful paintings from some of the students in Jordan Small and the middle school. We actually used one of those as kind of the logo for the group. We also came up with a name, and I'm trying to think of, was that Raymond Tomorrow, our group, or was that the one before us? But I think we ought to think about a name for the comprehensive plan rather than just calling it the comprehensive plan and linking it together. But to the extent students can get involved in this, that's the future of our community, and trying to get them engaged in what do you like, and then they take it home to their parents. And
maybe it's a little more difficult now with the RSU, but because, and they see it as sending things home, doing things with us, as diluting their mission. But interestingly, they like to use our media channels to get their message out. But that's a social commentary, I guess. But maybe we should see, it's a crazy idea probably, but maybe ask the questions of the young people, what they value in their community, the kids who are in school, and maybe get some buy-in that way. I hope the school would consider that.
Madam Chair, I recorded all of everyone's 3 things. I could make a list of what each of those are. And, you already did that?
I did it and X'd everybody off.
Oh.
But that's okay.
Okay.
No, I would love to see what you did.
Yeah, and then we could compare and make sure we weren't missing something. But what I was thinking is, especially at the election, people are willing to stop and sign their name and do something quickly.
Yeah.
And if we had like some signs up that said, this is a preliminary survey, there's more to come, we're working on the comprehensive plan, something, not a lot of words, because if you put too many words in front of people, they stop reading. But if we had maybe this list and circle the ones that are important to you, and is there anything else? Something really simple as a first go. Because, and I'm thinking of the election, but people tend to want to get in and out. And if we make it too long, they won't fill it
I
out.
think it's going to need a 3-line intro piece of wording to just explain that we're now up and running. And this is a preliminary data gathering, info gathering effort, the first of many to come, to help us frame our direction.
Well, and the way this is going to be successful at the election is to have it manned,
Yeah.
as Frank can attest to.
And you got to be somebody who's, engaging
And brief.
and brief
And responsive to the urgency which most folks come in and out of the voting booths with.
Yeah.
But the folks that will see and stop, they're going to be sincere about wanting to take time to fill it out, and that's who we're interested in hearing from.
There'll be
Right
two
to get go.
people, one who, there'll be some who want to talk forever about it
Right.
and all their ideas under the sun, and then there'll be those who are like,
I think you have to catch people's attention too. I mean, it has to be something like, help plan Raymond's future or something that jumps out at them as they're walking out. And then a friendly person who's there with, please, 3 minutes or 1 minute, whatever.
Oh, John's volunteering.
I will volunteer if I'm around.
I'm sorry.
What I was going to say is, I went to a conference and they had, essentially a survey, but it was kind of on a poster board, and you just kind of put some stickers up.
Stickers on the
Yeah.
board.
Didn't even have to fill anything out.
Yeah.
So I know we don't get the the email addresses and some of that the other data that would be useful for future outreach. But if brevity is the main thing we're going for, and catching people's
really
attention,
interesting
some
concept. It's a very good idea.
bright stickers with just future of Raymond or Raymond's future, a catchy title, and maybe we just have 5 categories and you get 2 stickers or something.
Put your money on your favorite.
That would be a really simple and quick way to do it.
Oh,
Absolutely,
Yeah.
I like that.
Yeah.
everybody loves stickers, right?
Yeah, we'd want to get stickers because the blowers in there will blow any Post-it off. I can't even keep my posters on the walls all day long, so.
Well, I am willing to try and put something together for everybody to review prior to our next meeting, and then we can sort of discuss and fine tune that. So that would be in October, right? So then we would have plenty of time to make this happen by November.
Could I make one further suggestion?
Absolutely.
Because the election could be a little bit more watered down, like John is suggesting, but Kevin has a software now on our website that we can make surveys and gather data and gather email addresses and whatever. That's what we've done for the
Yes,
recycling.
the poster at the town office.
Yes. Yeah, and we could have a written one there, and they have time while we're typing in their marriage license or whatever to be able to have them. They have a little more time generally in the town office to be able to fill things out. So it could be a little larger there and in the Roadrunner than it would be at
A larger
election.
preliminary survey.
Yes.
Yeah. Around the same time frame would be a good idea.
Well, maybe we could even have a sheet of paper that has a link to the survey on it. So if they're willing to put a sticker on a board, we hand them a sheet of paper
Right.
and say, here's a larger survey if you'd like to.
I was even thinking a bookmark, because it's it's 2% less likely to get thrown out, but it's smaller and it's easier. But I agree, I was thinking to hand them something at the same time, because if we can direct them to another place, that's our opportunity to do it.
Okay. All right, any further discussion on that right now? I think we've got a good plan moving forward. So the next item on the agenda is setting dates for a Raymond bus tour.
Sue's been working on these.
And what I have for the bus piece is that Monday through Friday, it could be really any time with at least a week's notice. Saturday afternoons are possible starting September 24th until snow flies, or preferably earlier than that. For the boat, the dates that Bruce has so far is next Tuesday or next Thursday between 10 and 3. He doesn't have a Saturday date as yet.
Is that 10 to 3 on both days?
Yes. And part of the reason for having it earlier like that is wind. You don't want to get out on Sebago when the wind gets up.
And as time goes on, it's going to get colder.
Colder and rougher up.
And rougher, yeah.
Yes. Through the fall, it's snow territory.
And of course, depending on how many people we have to have a, crew of a couple people, I think, at least.
Two at least.
Two. And then, so then we have a capacity of 10. The boat would probably hold 50 people before it sunk, but safety first, so 10. And so we're going to have to get a bigger boat or another boat.
Or a second.
Or a second trip.
Or do two trips.
And I think we can do that. When we did the tour, Chris and Alex were able to find a second boat to do the tour with the environmental officials, legislators and whatnot, to go out and look at the environmental, violation. So that may be what we have to do.
I'll just put it out there that we're members of the Port Harbor Boat Club, and so I could get a second boat.
Oh, great. That's great.
If we need it. Yeah.
Would it make sense to give everybody an opportunity to look at their schedule and see what would make, at least for the boat, that seems to be the most pressing of the two, because we would want to do this sooner than later, to just maybe email Sue with our available, whether a Tuesday or a Thursday would work best for us. And is that like ongoing or just next week, you said?
And those are the two dates that Bruce gave me.
Just next week.
He's only got so many boat captains.
Right. And back to the other tour, I'm going to have to contact the school, I guess, or we would rent like a 14-passenger van. I don't think the school bus, which we are very pleased and grateful for the RSU to have given us. It's a great bus, and it's a very striking prison gray bus. But anyway, it's supposed to be blue. But anyhow,
Not the John
Joe's
Bond
great at a
bit.
lot of things. Color, not so good. But so I think to have a 14-passenger van would be, they may have something, we may be able to rent something. That would enable us to maneuver where we want to take you.
Sure.
And Joe
And I
thinks
think
he knows where he
he'd
can
be a
get
good tour
one.
guide. Yeah.
It's been down every road, probably.
Yeah.
And Joe thinks he knows where he can get a
Oh, he does?
15-passenger, yes.
Okay.
Wyndham Rec has one.
There you go.
Yeah, they do.
Collaboration,
It's nice.
cooperation. We live
There you
in.
go.
I'm thinking about that duck tour boat that drives through Portland. We could be all.
That'd be perfect. Do it all at once.
Fire department used to have one at East Raymond. Duck boat.
And that could serve as the boat too, because it's
Right.
got a propeller on it.
That's right.
So would a during the day for the boat work for folks?
Make it work.
Works for
Try
the
to
tour
make it
guide.
work for
Yeah,
some of
I mean,
us.
Works for
I mean,
us, yeah.
it needs to work for
tour guide.
Bruce, obviously.
Yeah.
So,
And it has to work for the water. He is going to get me some Saturday
because
days.
the other thing is that we could run up into, let's say Tuesday works the best for most people, that all of a sudden the weather's not great for
Right,
Tuesday.
Exactly.
Could we have both days tentatively? Just a thought, maybe Tuesday works best for, I mean, we probably all cannot fit on the boat, is that correct?
No, we'll have two boats.
Oh, we'd have two boats, right?
Right. I was going to contact one of the mariners, but it sounds like Jackie has a better
Right,
deal
it's
with
right
that.
at this, I mean, it's right where Marine One takes off from anyway.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, it'd be perfect.
It would all be right there.
So I think if everybody gave a shout out to Sue, as soon as they can look at their schedules, and maybe we can get the most people as possible out, either on Tuesday or Thursday.
So is that a range, did you say 10 to 2?
10 to 3.
10 to 3?
Or he said between 10 and 3.
It's
My
a
guess
range,
is
but
you'd
you're
start
gonna,
at 10.
Yes.
it's a range,
And
but
you'd be out.
Should be.
Yeah.
you're gonna have time to, depending on, we could load at the marina or we could load at the beach, which is what we did last time, but, and then you gotta get out there and, you know, we're gonna try to circumnavigate, I guess,
Circumnavigate
the
Raymond
coast,
Cape.
coastline of Raymond, if you will. And that's fairly significant, and you wanna, you know, take time to point out certain things, and so it's not going to be.
This is a 3-hour, this is a 3-hour.
I don't know what it was for Gilligan's Island, but it's gonna be.
It was also 3 hours.
3 hours.
3 hours more.
When we went out just to look at the land use thing, how long were we out there?
Yeah,
We talked and
3 hours.
about 3 hours, yeah.
So if we were to say maybe like noon to 3
Yeah,
or something like that,
Yeah.
would be a reasonable expectation for that?
and dress warmly.
Though the earlier we can start, the less rough the water's likely to be. So if we went 10 to 1, might be better that way, depending on the weather.
We talking next week?
Next week.
Next week, the weather's supposed to be great.
Yeah, it is.
And then I suppose there's no reason why we really couldn't do the same thing for a bus tour, where we sort of throw out
Yes.
some dates.
Because that one is much more open, especially now that the tassel top is winding down. Joe has more time.
Probably somebody could, not me, of course, but a doodle poll or whatever, something like
Yeah.
that.
Okay.
Some
We can throw out maybe a Survey Monkey for that.
Survey Monkey, there you go.
I think if we're going to take up a weekday next week, my preference would be that we don't take up another weekday either right away or go for a
For
weekend.
the bus,
instead.
Yeah, right. Makes sense. I mean, that could be, you know, into October or even November.
Yeah.
When leaves are off.
Yes.
even
Absolutely.
For the bus tour.
Yeah.
If, picking up a little bit on Chris, you know, is from the 60s, you know, growing up in Scarborough, I came up here as a young kid and fishing and so forth, and, you know, even 20 years ago to see what the coastline of Sebago Lake looked like compared to what I remembered when I was young, and now it's much more pronounced, much more striking difference than what it was. And, you know, you're seeing order of magnitude houses that would rival anything that you see on the coast of Maine these days. It's not just, you know, family camps, cottages, and things like it once was predominantly. There are always some big houses, but a lot of small houses and camps and so forth.
Well, 10 years ago, the most expensive house we had in Raymond was around 9 million.
Yeah.
We have one that started 3 years ago that was estimated at 35 million, and I would say it's probably up closer to 50 now because of the rising costs. And we have another one that's going to be in the mid-30s. So people are tearing down $5 and $6 million homes and building 30 to 40
You know,
million.
5-6-year-old homes. And then the other thing, just another little editorial thing, and I applaud Chris and Alex for their work on, you know, identifying and taking action against, you know, violations. Chris and I did a number of them when he was here, and it's going to be very important to pay attention to that moving forward, because there's a new phenomena, and I saw it on the coast, and that's the phenomena of buying a violation, and we can't let that occur.
All right. We do have one person on the Zoom, right? Is that what the little?
We have someone on the phone, but they haven't raised their hand, or
Okay,
I don't know who that is.
Now would be time. Oh wait, set agenda for the next.
Well, that's if no chair was elected,
All right.
and I would like to, if you don't mind.
Now what we do is we would consult with one of you, you tell us who, and we'll, you know.
Yeah. Or do you both want to be called?
We could both.
We could do a
Contact you both and do a conference call.
Want to do that?
Yeah.
Sure.
Okay.
I was thinking we could coordinate together. Okay.
And what we tend to do is I set the agenda the week before, so it'd be the Wednesday before. And we could set up, if you come up with a time that would be good, since it's a conference.
And I guess for the other members, if there's something that you want to see on the agenda, I don't think it would hurt
Then
to
send it to me.
send it to Sue. That's how we do the Board of Selectmen agenda.
Makes sense.
What's the process for a planner?
For a planner, well, we'd have to put together an RFP and solicit interested firms or individuals, and do interviews and select somebody. That's a process. But I think the idea that we could do some things before we get a planner, somebody brought that up. Was that you, Peter? Anyways, We can do it simultaneously too. That's a decision you need to make.
Yeah, well, I'd like to get started on that. I think you had laid out a timetable at year end, and I'm like, why do we have to? I mean, I don't think we need to advertise it.
So basically, the question is, do you want us to start putting together from the RFPs that we have a draft RFP? Do you want to make suggestions to us as to what you think ought to be in it, and then we can give a shot at it? Do you want that?
Let's put together a draft, and then we can react to it.
I think a draft's a great idea.
That's a starting
We can
point.
review it.
Is there any particular one of the examples that I sent out that struck anyone in particular as a good starting point?
I would say not the one that was 50 pages.
Yes.
Yeah, you want this thing
All
to be,
those in favor?
It needs to be, simple but comprehensive enough to get what you need. But I don't think it has to be overly complicated.
Absolutely not, and you have the policy anyway, as far as...
If they have experience in a comprehensive plan, we don't have to tell them anything other than we want one.
Right. Sure. And then it's going to come down to the interview and selecting somebody, and I don't know if you'll do that as the whole group, or you have a subcommittee to do preliminary interviews. You have to figure out how you're going to do that whole thing. We normally, for municipal positions, do 2 interviews, and we have an interview panel for the first one, and then the second one is usually with the HR person and me. But on this one, it may be the whole committee that meets with them, and I don't know if you have a first interview, second interview. I think you have to make sure that you treat everybody equally, fairly. You have a standardized set of questions to some degree. Of course, you can vary as the interview goes, but I think you want to try to make it fair and consistent.
Right.
Absolutely.
I know that's your thing.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, and a deadline is a deadline.
Exactly. Right.
So we'll come up with a draft RFP for the next meeting.
Great.
Along with that, would the committee be interested in seeing if Tom from the one-man Maine Planning Assistance Program could Zoom in to that meeting?
To our next meeting, you mean?
To our next meeting, to help with the drafting of the RFP, because that's where one of his pieces of expertise lies.
Well, we could actually reach out to him ourselves and say, we've got these, and what do you consider, what do you think we ought to?
Oh, yes, we could as
something
well,
like that.
but he suggested that it may be good to
Maybe that was
Zoom in and
something to
talk
do with
with
staff
the committee
level.
as well.
Or if you want, we can have him here, whatever you like.
It might be hard to have a Zoom call with us all, talking to
Yeah.
Tom and trying to get an RFP nailed down. If you pulled together a draft, Sue, and you, I don't know, I think if you guys had a call with him,
okay,
I feel like that would be a good step forward in terms of streamlining it.
Yeah, it's like Burger King. You have it your way. Tell us what you want and we'll do it. I mean, I do care, but whatever it is you like, we'll do it.
And we no longer have a public for comment.
I see that. Okay.
Yeah.
So I guess that
You guys
means
scared 'em away.
we opened public comment and now we've closed public comment.
Very good.
All right.
Yeah.
So next on the agenda is any of our comments that we would like to add.
Just a follow-up question to what we were just discussing. Is there any reason we can't reach out to the St. Joe's students now before the semester really gets going? I don't know if it's...
They reached out to me just
Okay.
recently, so I have a contact person, and I put a student with our beautification group. I think they're looking for those practical experiences now, and I have a person we can go.
I think that sounds like an easy step we could check off. and
Yeah, we'll do that.
Get some resources right away.
Yes,
Yeah, I just have a comment and a fun fact. So we're going to hear a lot, and we probably have heard a lot in the past about the urban creep or sprawl, having to, protect land, and all of that is valid. But the fun fact is there's 3.5 million square miles of territory in the continental United States. And 99% of the people in the United States live on less than 8% of that. So that's just as far as thinking about planning and the sense that there is no space to do this.
Could you read those numbers again, Pete? Sorry.
3.5 million square miles on the continental United States.
Good.
And 99% of us live on less than 8% of it. And then the other fun fact just is that, and it just occurred to me as I looked over, but the history behind how we are the home of the landlocked salmon is that the first settlers dammed up the Prezumska and basically locked the salmon that ran every season that fed the native population here. And when those dams were constructed, their food source went away, and the lake ended up having landlocked salmon. So just I don't know if it's a fun fact, it's a fact.
And most of the lakes in Maine were stocked with salmon from Sebago.
Yeah.
And I don't want to get too deep, but I guess the area of Walmart and Lowe's and so forth was, land that was settled by people and taken out of ownership, I guess, from people who had.
Yeah, the chief of the tribe in the 1750s that were here, they were basically from the coast up to Sebago. In 1750, walked to Boston twice to talk to the governor to see about removing the dams. But they said, sorry. So he ended up getting shot on River Road there where the fort was.
They brag about it.
That's like the guy on the cover there used to run to Boston.
Yeah.
And he used to run up Mount Washington. Was it Welch?
I think it was.
Edgar Welch.
Yeah.
Crazy story.
There's also the gentleman supposedly opened up Rattlesnake Mountain so the sun would shine.
Yeah, that's right.
I do like your idea, though, of incorporating something before and full disclosure, my family settled in Willard Beach, Willard Square in the late 1600s. So, and they didn't invent the place; they came from elsewhere.
There you go.
Massachusetts,
sure.
And so forth. But anyway, so I think to recognize and to call out that prior history.
Yeah. And I like your term, Don. I think it's really recognition more than anything else. I mean, let's just recognize it.
Right.
It's an acknowledgement.
And we're all part of that problem, by the way, all of us at some level.
You got that right.
Right.
But don't feel bad about it.
I don't.
No. Okay.
And I don't want to pick on was it Colonel Manchester or whatever it is down in Wyndham.
Yeah. No.
Yeah.
No. It's all about development and moving forward. And that's what it's all about.
Could be a nice set of words for the front matter in the finished document. About a nice polished statement about the Native Americans.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like
It's
it's
historically
an
accurate,
acknowledgement.
you can get it.
Yeah, land acknowledgements.
Land
That's what I'm
acknowledgements,
hearing more and more, that meetings, my wife happens to hold a lot of meetings, and what they've done is just adopted the policy where before, at the beginning of every meeting, they do a land acknowledgement. Yeah, it's just to say, yeah, this is it. This is it.
Well, and I think almost every one of us mentioned the need to care for our resources and our natural resources, and it's something that carries through. And
Absolutely. Yeah.
All right, any other further comments? All right, I think at this point I would ask for a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
And a second? Okay. All right, so I move to adjourn.
All in favor?
All in favor, sorry. All right, all opposed, would be nobody.
Good evening and welcome to the Wednesday, September 14th, 2022 Planning Board meeting for the town of Raymond. The Planning Board does have Planning Board will come to order. We do have a quorum and we will start with roll call. Mike D'Arcangelo.
Greg Foster.
Robert O'Neill.
Ed Kranich.
Evan Woodbury. This is a public proceeding, and unless the board specifically votes to go into executive session, you have the right to hear everything that is being said and to look at all the exhibits that are presented. Please notify the chair if you're unable to see or hear. The board works from a published agenda and will be considering tonight's items in the following order. We have the minutes from the June 8th meeting, And then for new business, a preliminary site plan review from Jordan Bay Marina, Port Harbor Marine, and a sketch plan review from Stephen and Hilda Clark, followed by staff communications. In each instance, the burden is upon the applicant to demonstrate compliance with the provisions of the applicable ordinance or state law. All persons speaking, including representative of the applicant and members of the public, are asked to stand at the microphone, state their name, address, and affiliation with the application. All persons speaking shall address the chair. Any conversations must be held in abeyance until after the board has formally adjourned. After board votes on the merits of each applicant, it will prepare a written notice of decision, because the notice of decision may substantially affect any appeals rights. And also, as a matter of courtesy, the board asks that those attending the meeting with regard to a specific application not leave until the board has completed its discussion. Appeals from adverse decisions must be filed with the Superior Court or as otherwise provided by law within 45 days of this board's decision. Also, to be certain of you preserve your individual rights to file any such appeal, you must be certain the board records evidence of your appearance this evening. Okay. First item is the minutes of the June 8th meeting.
Now move to accept the minutes as written.
I'll second that.
Moved and second, any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Kevin? Minutes are accepted. Switching here.
Lose the audio.
Next up is the Jordan Bay Marina, Port Harbor Marine. The applicant has been before us before for a sketch plan review. We've conducted a site walk on June 2nd, and today is for a preliminary site plan review. I think the first thing we need to do is determine that the applicant is complete, and then open the discussion for the preliminary review. Will, have you, I think it,
Bob, can I interrupt just 1 second? We can't see, the people on Zoom cannot see the studio. They need, the videographer needs to put that camera feed into Zoom so we can see it.
Yeah, we can barely hear you too. So what do we want to do? We want to put...
We don't, the Zoom people cannot see the studio.
Okay.
They need to route that feed into Zoom.
Route the studio feed into Zoom. I need to tell the guy behind the Oz that?
Yep,
Yeah.
1 second, working on it right now.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
Kevin, is there a camera that shines this way onto these exhibits?
There is.
Okay.
So he should be able to pick that up by using that camera. It's to the left of the, if you're sitting in the front of the room, it's to the left up there. You can show down.
Oh, okay. Perfect. Are we all set?
It should be showing the display stands from the camera now.
So Kevin, are you seeing what you need to see?
No, we still do not see this feed from the studio.
So we...
Sorry, we're not seeing, everything looks good in the studio here. I'm not seeing how it's not showing up on your end.
What should you be seeing, Kevin? Like the board, the room?
we should see the room. There's a camera dedicated that feeds back into Zoom. We should see everybody in the room. Plus, you can change it to show any other camera feeding into Zoom. Let me, hold on, I'll get Eric to give you, is that Sean that's there?
No, Sean's not here.
No, this is...
No, I mean, who's the videographer tonight?
This is Graham.
Oh, Graham, okay, hold on a second. Let me, can you actually call Eric?
Yes, absolutely. Sorry, everybody.
Okay.
It looks good on
Give
my
him a
end.
call.
I'm not sure why it's not showing up on that side.
It's okay. Mike, is your neighbor that came to the board, I think it was in June, is he still? I'm sorry? Your neighbor?
Yeah, I haven't, apparently he didn't do any emails yet.
Oh, okay, so it's not...
So I don't know what he's doing, and the reason I know, I've talked to one person, but I haven't talked to anyone else. But I told him not to send me because I have to recuse myself, but I have a neighbor who has said that she hasn't gotten any email from, but I haven't talked to anyone else. So I'm thinking maybe he didn't send it out. Although he did talk to a neighbor, I heard secondhand that it sounded like he still wants to go forward with it, so I don't know.
All right, sorry, everybody. Looks like it was just a setting that was not properly adjusted. You should see it up there.
We can see it now, yes, thank you.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate your patience.
Okay. So back to the question.
Yes, so we reviewed the initial application. We actually sent the Sebago Technics, the design engineer, some comments back in late August, and I think they recently submitted a comment response, I think it was this morning. I quickly reviewed the comment response. I mean, I think the application is complete. It has everything in there. I mean, there are a few items that I think that need to be addressed, and we obviously need to review the comment response in detail, but I would say that the application is complete from my perspective.
Is there anyone else that's looking at it? Okay. So we need a motion to deem the application complete and open discussion for preliminary site plan review.
So move.
Second?
Second.
All those in favor? Kevin?
Aye.
Hey, Graham, could you turn the volume up for those that are Zooming so I can't really hear Kevin.
Yes, Ken.
Thanks. Okay. Then it's up to you, Will.
Yeah, so my recommendation would be to actually have the design engineer give a presentation first.
You don't want to go through this long memo?
I'd rather have them go through most of it.
All right.
If you want me to, I can go through it on my end, but
no, that's fine.
That would be my suggestion.
Yeah, that's fine. All right, Rob.
Good evening, Robert Sorley with Sebago Technics. I represent the owner of the marina, and I am the project engineer for the application before you. We did resubmit this morning to all the comments that we've received from Will and Wayne Jones. Comments were pretty straightforward. There are a couple that what I want to do is go over a brief overview, and then we'll go through the comments. I'm not going to go through all of them, but just touch on ones that are informational for you, and also ones that we need direction on. And take it from there. Once we will take note of whatever's said here, the intent is to make modifications, and then we'll resubmit whatever's changed so that it can come back to you as the board members, so that you have everything that Will and Wayne have been provided with. So the project in front of you tonight is an expansion of the Jordan Bay Marina proper marine site. Our client had purchased the property to the south of the marina, formerly owned by the Hartleys. The parcel that we're looking at developing is about 5.9 acres in size. Of that 5.9, we're really looking at development of that portion that fronts Roosevelt Trail back to basically the easement that Portland Pipeline has through the site. We really don't plan on anything other than stormwater after that portion of the site. As you had said in the very beginning, we had a sketch plan meeting with you all on May 11th. Subsequent to that, we did, I think we presented at that time that we were going to have a pre-application meeting with MDEP. That followed a couple weeks after that. A good meeting that we had with them. June 2nd, we had the site walk. We had a fair amount of the neighbors show up for that. I thought that was a positive meeting, got some positive feedback. A couple weeks later, we resubmitted back to MDEP from the preliminary submittal that we gave them. They wanted some additional information from us to make the determination of whether our project was going to have to be reviewed under the site location of development standards, or whether it was just going to fall under main stormwater and NERPA rules for the wetland. And based upon that, they came back and said, you don't hit SLOTA, so the only thing that we'll be reviewing the project for is main stormwater law and Natural Resource Protection Act for the wetland. Since that time, we've done some major coordination with MDOT. We've met with them. We've also reached out to Portland Pipeline to make sure we had input from them and Portland Water District relative to the project. And tonight, we've also brought some elevations and renderings and whatnot of the building. We did not have that in our initial application, but we had commissioned an architect to start that process, and those have been provided as part of the resubmittal materials that you'll probably see within the week here. Beginning of August, we made our submittal, of course, to the town. We did have another neighborhood meeting on August 10th. That was for the submission that we had to make into Maine DEP. That was to go over with the neighbors the project once again to highlight the natural resource permits that we had to get and the stormwater permit that we were going to be getting for the site. Once again, we felt that was a good meeting with the neighbors. And then shortly thereafter, we made submissions to MDEP, MDOT, Army Corps, and submittal into Portland Water District. Relative to the project, to go over again kind of our basis of the design on this, we pushed all our major activity over towards where our marina is. Most to keep it away from our neighbors in Indian Point. Part of the process also, we show the use of one of the existing driveways that is there for the residents. We will be closing the one closer to the marina site and using the one further away from that. We've gone over that usage with DOT, and they were good with that. We placed our parking along the front of the building, similar to most of the buildings along the frontage, their front along 302 there. And from our standpoint, that's a better situation relative to security, that we don't have a parking lot behind the building where people can sneak in and not be seen from the roadway. As part of the building design, kind of try to highlight the front of the building that faces Roosevelt Trail. If you look at the drawings over to the left-hand side, they have the three-dimensional. You can see that there's kind of a portico or entry canopy that we're looking at on the front of the building, and just kind of give it a nice, pleasant, welcoming feeling there. And of course, once again, as we had talked about in our previous meetings, we're keeping that natural buffer along our southern border and to the easterly side to maintain a good buffer with our neighbors. We've also had street trees and buffering along and accent planting to highlight the building. The architecture that's proposed on this is kind of an open concept New England barn, if I could put it the best feature. You know, the building is substantial. It's 60 by 100, but we wanted to highlight certain features over there on it to kind of give it that New England feel. You know, we have the gabled ends on the end of the building. We have a substantial dormer that fronts along Roosevelt Trail. And that dormer also is part of a glass scheme for the building to provide a lot of natural light into the building. Also, we have, of course, the glass work on the front, but over on the north side towards where the marina is, you know, you have a kind of a big end of our building there. There'll be a good sized window there, once again, to break up that side of the building and also provide natural lighting into the building. Part of the final design will involve looking at energy efficient heating and cooling processes for the building, and conservation, eco-friendly design relative to fixtures. Lighting will be most likely LED lighting, solar electric, low electric use and whatnot. Landscaping, once again, we have the natural buffer along the southern side and eastern side. Along Roosevelt Trail, we've kind of framed that with street trees. I believe they're mostly maples, but we do have it broken up a little bit. You can see a series of greenish colored trees. Those will be conifers, so you're not looking at one static, continuous row of maples. You got some maples, some conifers and maples, and then around the front of the building, you'll have some accent landscaping out in the frontage there along Roosevelt Trail, as well as there'll be some juniper plantings on the slopes adjacent to the building and whatnot. So it'll nicely accent the building and whatnot. Lighting, once again, the building itself will have a lot of natural lighting inside. What we'll probably do on that canopy portico that overhangs is have some downlighting right there on the sidewalk that will be fronting the building. We have shown lighting on our site plan. We'll have full cutoff fixtures. They're all LED, very energy efficient. They match what we used on the project that we did 7 years ago? Well, 7 years ago, when we redid the front of the marina site. We put some lighting in there, and it's at full cutoff LED lighting. And some lighting there on the building also, and probably some accent highlight lighting for the building. Nothing that upshines. Of course, we don't want dark skies and whatnot, but stuff that comes down to the ground and whatnot. Signage, we're not really sure what we want to do. We know that we want to put some signage along the front. On the plans that have been resubmitted into Will and Wayne, there is a monument sign, ground monument sign adjacent to the front entrance. It'll be two-sided, so you'll see names from both sides. We'll also, as part of the comments from Wayne, put the addressing on there so that the emergency personnel can capture that when they're coming in and whatnot. So that's kind of an overview of the highlights of the project. And now I'd like to go and touch on the comments. Comments are really straightforward, comprehensive and whatnot. I'm not going to mention all of them. I just want to go through and highlight some that are informational for you and some that we feel that we need some direction from you on. First of all, one of the things that we're going to be doing, and you'll see it on the floor plan that's close to the floor over on that side, on the lower floor of the building. We'll have a first floor and a lower floor that's down at the lower grade on the back. In the corner there, we're going to relocate the bathhouse facilities that we have in that little building over into that part of the building. It's a nice kind of like an atrium feature with the same thing that we have in that bathhouse right now. And if you remember, as part of our last approval for the dock expansion, we were to put a meter on that bathhouse building and meter that. We have been doing that most of the summer. I think it was late June, July, up through. Every week I get an email with a picture of the meter so that I can record that data. And we've used that data as to design the sanitary system that we propose for this project. And what we've done is we've conservatively taken that flow that we've got out of that up to, I think it was 50% more, taken all the flow from the other building, put that on top of it, and whatever flows that we would have from this building into that new system in that septic tank that we'll be putting on this parcel. Now, right now, we probably will still continue using the other system. We'll just, once we build this building, the only thing that will go to that is the older building. Once we have a problem with that field, we'll stub out our system such that we can connect in the field that we're putting in is already designed to handle that. So.
Is the old bathhouse going away? Is that what I heard you say?
Yeah, the use of it as a bathhouse is going away. We don't know what we're going to do with it now. We may use it for storage or something like that, but it will not be a bathhouse facility. So that was one of the comments. I just wanted to highlight that for you all. As I stated earlier, we have reached out to Portland Pipeline. We had met with them before we started our engineering, showed them what we wanted to do. We actually had some parking shown over the pipeline behind where the boat rack behind the building is. They didn't like that parking. We've removed that parking. There was some other stuff they wished us to take care of. We did that. We resubmitted the same plan that went to you all to them. They came back with some minor comments on that, and we resubmitted, and we're waiting for their final reply on that. So we have coordinated with them on that. One of the items, we are filling a small portion of the floodplain, mainly where we're discharging the one under drain soil filter across the easement. We had to put a pipe in, so we had to do some filling to get over that pipe. Both those pipes we dug up, we test pitted them, get the elevation. We were hoping they were deeper. They weren't. We have to go over it. So we have to build up to go over it a bit. And then over where our other stormwater pond, there's a little bit of filling in over at that location too. We had mentioned that within our initial submittal letter. Will had come back and asked us to provide the exact volume that was in the filling. We actually did a more precise calculation than I did. The number actually went down. We have about 54 cubic yards near the underdrain soil filter number 1, which is more to the southern side, and then about 96 cubic yards on the other one. Originally we had said that the result of filling that, if you look at just the surface of water on Sebago Lake, the filling would be 0.00005 something. Well, it's now 0.00003 something. So it doesn't impact the flooding for the lake. Relative to our permitting, once again, we have submitted it to everybody. We do have responses from IF&W, Maine Historical Preservation, and the Conservation District, Conservation Commission, and there was no things flagged by them in their replies. Once again, Army Corps, MDEP, Stormwater and NERPA, and MDOT opening permit for the water line that we get put in, and the driveway entry permit is in the process right now. And we hope that some of that will be resolved by the next meeting, but we think DEP may be out a little longer than that. Comment number 10, part of what we submitted back, and hopefully this meets the needs for Wayne. We did the routings for the fire truck movements through the site. We did one to move through the loop driveway that we have, that we're putting in, one where the fire truck goes into the front parking lot of the building and it backs out and goes out, and then a couple more turning radius showing them going up into those drive aisles over where the boat storage is. So we hope those are sufficient for Will and Wayne to review. Down to comment 20, I kind of went over, I did a brief overview of the stuff relative, or information relative to the design guidelines. There's a much better write-up in the response. Our architect did a very good job, and then I added in some stuff on that. But I kind of went over the building and the concept and whatnot. And I can elaborate more on that if you have questions. Sneaking down to comment number 21. As part of the project, we've shown parking along the front of our building. We originally had 19 spots. We've lost one of those spots because we need to have a clear aisle into our fire department connection. By code, we need about 30. This use, the use that we have already on the site, we know we don't utilize that much parking in front of the building. And we kind of addressed that in our narrative. Will suggested that might be handled by the board by a waiver condition. We stated that if there's a problem with it, number of parking, then we will provide additional parking over where the boats park for our employees. But we feel that the 18 spaces that we got on there are sufficient for the board or for the site, and would like to have direction from you all on that, if how you want to handle that. Done a comment number 24. We incorrectly labeled the boat rack that we're putting on site as 45 feet high. It's only 35 feet high, and you can kind of see that it's tucked in behind the building. We used the building and also the landscaping, try to buffer that from looking from Route 1 or I'm thinking I'm in Florida again. Everything's Route 1 in Florida. But Roosevelt Trail, please. Road 302. So, skipping down to number 31, the ordinance requires 100 square feet of intermediate landscape island in parking lots for buildings greater than 5,000 square feet, or greater than 5,000 square feet. Once again, the parking that we've supplied is a little over half of that. We've tried to offset that by, we have a green expanse area to the south of that. And don't know whether, the green area that we provided in the landscaping we provided in that general area is sufficient to cover that, or do we need to carve out another island in the middle of the parking there? So, some direction on the board for that. Next comment, it was requested that we provide a photometrics plan. Lighting was put on the site plan relative to what we felt would be adequate for security purposes. Really, we don't have a big nighttime use here that happens when you need lighting. Most of our activity, of course, is in the spring, summer, very early fall, and to have a really lit up parking lot doesn't make a lot of sense. We did have photometrics done on the lighting that we provided. We did provide a little bit more lighting on the front of the building and on the rear of the building as part of their review. It doesn't meet the 3.0 foot candles per whatever it is for the front parking and whatnot. But once again, we're looking for direction from you all, whether do we need to light this up like a mall, or is the lighting that we provided for security measures and highlighting measures sufficient or significant for the site?
You're not lighting the boat storage area?
No. The only, really, once again, around the building in that area to make sure that, we don't get people with, ill intent coming onto the site and doing stuff and whatnot, and providing enough where if in the emergency somebody has enough lighting to get through the site and deal with what we need to have dealt with. And the last comment is relative to the clearing relative to adjacent to wetlands. One of the things that we tried to do was concentrate our stormwater and our green area and our treatment towards the wetland side, and that we have no direct runoff that leaves the site and goes directly into the wetland. Most of the area through that 100 feet, it's A lot of it's impacted easement area, which is 60 foot wide because of the Portland pipeline easement. But after that, it's, you know, the stormwater area that we provided, which is there to provide the water quality treatment to go into the pond or to discharge into the wetlands and whatnot. And if I could walk over there just to point out something.
All right, you got to take the microphone with you. There's that one.
Is there one underneath there?
Is there?
I could run one out. Hold on one second.
Okay, thank you.
Testing, 1, 2, 3. Okay. Rather than comment once again, here is the easement that goes through the site here. We have wetlands immediately abutting that. Some are actually up into that, but you know, that's already impacted. And what we've done is we've cut green space essentially through most of this, just a little bit of driveway in this area. But if you were to take from the wetland and go 100 feet, you're going through this area right here. And, you know, as part of your ordinance, it's, you know, the big thing is to protect the wetland and provide water quality. And we feel that we do that by, you know, keeping any direct runoff from going into the wetlands and providing the treatment through our stormwater system. In fact, this stormwater system here, although we have pervious type uses over here, by DEP, we have to count that all as impervious. So we've designed that as being totally impervious. And just to highlight, you'll see a different green color here along the plans. That's going to be planted with a conservation mix versus a grass. Of course, the pipeline comes in every 2 years or so and they mow through there and whatnot. But we're going to put back conservation bordering along there. The grass area will mainly be, as you see in the green. This is our pavement system for the project, including the loop access for the fire trucks. These roadways over here will be compacted base rock. This will be just an open crushed rock, which is similar to what we use across the street, more pervious and whatnot. And then this will be all grassed over in this area.
Rob, while you're up there, would you give us the water flow? Right? Where the water is going?
Okay. All of this water here slopes down this way. There's a kind of a swale area here that picks up what little gets over here, and that all gets into the under-drain soil filter here. It will provide treatment, it provides stormwater pre versus post, and it will discharge across the pipeline easement. We have an outfall pipe that comes across and outfalls on the far side. This part of the site here will drain to the back. The pavement comes around, and then this just kind of sheet flows off. We'll probably have roof drains on the building to downspout it onto the pavement, and that just comes across the green area and will go into this under-drain soil filter for treatment, stormwater attenuation, and it will discharge off here into the buffer area adjacent to the wetlands. And
can you also describe the DOT culvert that comes under the road that was...
Oh yeah. There's a DOT culvert that comes over here. We found that when we were out poking around. I went back out to the site to look after we had done our initial survey. We saw this on a plan, but we didn't see it in the field. So my surveyors went out and dug it up, and it was a couple feet under, well, not a couple feet, a couple inches underground. So it was not operating at all. We met with DOT on the driveways and on that drainage, and what we're going to do is regrade that. We're going to put some stone there so that it doesn't get all monkeyed in again, and that will drain off into their swale that goes along Route 302 and Roosevelt Trail. And as part of looking at that, we looked at the downstream pipe on that to make sure that that would not be a problem, and have demonstrated that it's hydraulically sufficient for any flows. We think most of this flow goes that way anyways. There's a kind of a slight depression here. Some of it might fill up and had been meandering through the property, but we believe most of it was going that way. To make sure that the pipe could handle all of it, we looked at the drainage that came through that, being very conservative. We took into account all the area up here that currently comes over here, which probably backs up here and goes across this property right now.
So Rob, if we look at the existing conditions,
yep.
The water now, the stormwater that comes out of the treatment and is going into the buffer, that water is eventually going to leave the property.
Yeah, it's going to go back to the wetland where it goes. Everything right now drains this way.
Right, but isn't the bottom there Indian Point?
No, there's a wetland right here, and it goes down and then down into the lake. That's a historical flow.
Okay.
It doesn't go directly into Indian Point.
Okay.
This wetland complex goes and drains, and then that goes down into the lake.
Okay. So the houses that's shown here on this existing water flow,
They drain to the back to that wetland also,
yeah.
And that flows around and out this way.
Okay. Are there? I probably should know this. Are there calculations that show the increased amount of water runoff that's going to occur over the impervious area, as opposed to what's happening?
Yeah,
now?
we've done pre versus post based upon our development that shows what's going to happen. We attenuate that as part of our stormwater design.
And now we know that the wetland area is not going to be overrun with the additional water?
It shouldn't be, no.
Do we know that, or just we're hoping?
Well, the underdrain soil filters are also detention. They provide a certain amount of detention, so they've basically met their pre versus post.
What happens
before
is
it discharges to the wetland.
Okay, thanks. Okay.
You got it?
Got it.
Okay. Just think of it as a bowl with a little hole in the bottom. The water gets poured in there, and you're waiting for it to all leak out. So, I think those are the only things that I wanted to cover. The other comments relative to the from Wayne, I think I addressed all those. A lot of them were notes on the plans or showing stuff on the plans. He probably hasn't fully reviewed them, but I think we've addressed everything there, and I don't have any concerns on them. I think we'll work out whatever little things are left. And if there's anything that I didn't touch on in the comments that you guys have read and you want to address, I can address that now.
Okay.
Yeah, so I mean, I think Rob basically addressed all of the ones that I had circled as well in terms of the ones that I thought he should touch on. So I think we're on the same page there. I guess a couple things just to touch on a couple of them. Obviously, we still need time to review a lot of these comments that we just received. So I can't address all of them in terms of what we received this morning. But I guess one that I wanted to touch on, so Rob mentioned the parking. I believe he said they now have 18 spaces. Ordinance, if you calculated based on the ordinance requirements, would be around 30. So our comment basically suggested potentially a waiver for that. I think Sebago is suggesting more of maybe a condition or something like that would basically say, if we determine that it doesn't work, if they would build additional spaces in the future or something to that effect, or provide additional spaces.
Whatever the desire of the board,
Yeah.
we feel that we have enough parking based upon the use.
Yeah. So to me, I guess, given that it's a relatively significant reduction from what the code, and I'm not saying, I think I agree with him in terms of, it probably is a reasonable number of parking spaces for what they require there, but it felt to me that a waiver might be a better way to handle that versus some other way. So the other one that we talked about, or Rob mentioned, was regarding the landscaping and the landscaped island requirement for parking. So my thought, and again, this is really for the board to decide on, but given the landscaped green island kind of on the south side of the end of the parking lot, and then the green strip on the north side in between the end of the parking lot and the existing access drive, to me, I think you could make some sort of a case that those meet the definition of the internal island to that parking lot. So I guess that was kind of my thought there, but.
The island has come up a number of times.
It really would only apply to a parking lot that had multiple bays, or if you had a long parking lot, you might consider adding like a bump out island in the middle of it that you might landscape or something. But this is such a relatively small parking lot, it really doesn't make sense to have the internal island.
Was it a safety issue that it originally came up under?
Might be. I'm not entirely sure. I don't know if Jim knows.
Jim, do you know why remember with those islands, why they came up?
Internal islands
for parking?
Parking lot.
Yeah, originally that was in the commercial zone, and in lieu of moving existing parking lots back to conform, we allowed existing lots to be up front. In lieu of the strip, we made them put islands in there to compensate for any buffers we may have lost in the front yard.
But then when we were going through the parking lot out on the Cape,
yep,
that islands came up there too.
Right, that was a little bit different. That was because it was in the shoreline zone, and we limited parking lots to, I think, 50 car pods or something like that.
Okay, yep.